Chapter 53. The first form of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, the spirit serpent form, emphasized on allowing the cultivator to increase the strength of the fleshly body while maintaining the flexibility and agility of a spirit serpent. Now, the little black snake's actions were reflected in Duan Lingtian's eyes. As if it had ignited something, what he didn't understand in the past was now suddenly clear. Bang! As if he was enlightened, Duan Lingtian's body slightly trembled, then he closed his eyes and circulated the spirit serpent form mental cultivation method. Carrying a trace of understanding, he started cultivating. Tonight, Duan Lingtian was destined to be sleepless. His mind was completely immersed in the changes in his body. His vital energy and blood were increasing at a terrifying speed, his fleshly body was even undergoing an extreme transformation. Duan Lingtian didn't know how long he cultivated until a strand of sunlight passed through the window and descended on his body. Only then did he wake up. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed that the clothes on his body were completely dirty. A liquid similar to black oil flowed out from his entire body, sticky and extremely smelly. He took off his clothes and sat in the bathtub, washing his body with great effort. After washing clean, he clenched his fists tightly and slightly exerted force. Duan Lingtian abruptly raised his head. Whoosh! Above his head, the energy of heaven and earth roiled, and in the end, it developed into 3 lifelike ancient mammoth silhouettes. He slightly weakened his strength and an ancient mammoth silhouette disappeared. He weakened it again and another ancient mammoth silhouette disappeared. Perfect. Duan Lingtian abruptly stood up and changed into a new set of clothes, and a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. He'd succeeded. Before the clan martial meet, he'd smoothly broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. He possessed the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Samsara Emperor Wu's crazy theory had been perfectly realized. Hiss hiss, a wave of sounds entered his ears, and the little black snake transformed into a black bolt of lightning that coiled around Duan Lingtian's wrist as it nodded towards Duan Lingtian. In Duan Lingtian's eyes, the little black snake's current action seemed more like it was asking for credit. After the clan martial meet ends, I'll make something delicious for you. Duan Lingtian gently stroked the little black snake's body and smiled. The little black snake closed its eyes, looking like it was enjoying itself. Please leave, we don't welcome you here. Suddenly, Ker's voice came from outside the door, mixed with a bit of anger. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Ker had been by his side for so long, but this was the first time he had heard Ker speak in such a tone. Obviously, someone had angered her. Duan Lingtian opened the door and walked out in large strides. At a glance, he saw 2 youths standing at the entrance of the courtyard. One of them was the gray-clothed youth he had seen before. Brother asked you to go with him to the martial arts practice field because he thinks highly of you. Don't be so shameless. The other youth in green looked at Ker, and was a little angry. Young master. However, in the girl's eyes, there was only the young man who was walking out of the room. I'm talking to you. The green-clothed youth's face darkened as he shouted in a low voice. Scram! Duan Lingtian glanced coldly at the green-clothed youth, and his voice was mixed with an icy coldness. You're courting death. The green-clothed youth's gaze turned cold, and he was about to enter the courtyard to fight with Duan Lingtian. Slap! At this moment, the gray-clothed youth's hand landed on the green-clothed youth's shoulder, stopping him. You're not worthy of her. The gray-clothed youth looked down at Duan Lingtian with a condescending gaze and said indifferently. You mean, you're worthy of her? Duan Lingtian laughed. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. Of course. I, Lian, am 18 years old, and my strength is ranked 2nd among the younger generation in the family. How can a village boy like you compare to me? Kid, if you know what's good for you, leave her as soon as possible. Lian's eyes flashed as he threatened. 2nd? Those who don't know would think that you're number 1 when they see you being so rash. So, you're always number 2. Duan Lingtian laughed. I'll let you have your way with words. At the family martial meet, I'll definitely make you bleed. Don't think that just because you've broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, you can be arrogant. The core formation stage is the beginning of the path of martial arts. The current you is at most a mediocre martial artist. Lian laughed mockingly and left with the green-clothed youth. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within. Blood splatter 3 feet? Young master, you've broken through? Kerr was slightly surprised. Yes, I just broke through. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he nodded. Kerr, what happened just now? Duan Lingtian asked again. They asked me to go to the inner court martial arts practice field with them, but I refused. That green-clothed youth kept pestering me. When Lian and the green-clothed youth were mentioned, Kerr's eyes flashed with a trace of disgust. Don't bother with such boring people next time. Just ignore them. Duan Lingtian laughed. Yes. Young master, I'll go help madam in the kitchen. Kerr nodded and then seemed to transform into a gust of wind as she entered the kitchen. During breakfast. Tian, that Lian will definitely target you in the family martial meet this time. Be careful. Li Ro reminded Duan Lingtian. I know, Mom. Duan Lingtian replied with an indifferent expression. Don't think that you can be unbridled just because you killed Fang Cheng in Fresh Breeze Town. Although Fang Cheng is a first-level core formation martial artist who possesses the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, due to the limitations of his martial skills, his strength is probably not even half of Li An's. Li Ro said again. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. He naturally knew this. Maybe when Fang Cheng attacked, his movements were similar to Lian, who was also at the first level of the core formation stage, being able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and develop 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes. However, because of the difference in martial skills, if Lian wanted to kill Fang Cheng, a single move would be enough. If Lian circulated his defensive martial skill and stood there, even if Fang Cheng was beaten to the point of exhaustion, he wouldn't be injured in the slightest. If Lian circulated his movement technique, Fang Cheng could only eat dust behind him. This was the difference in martial skill realms. The higher the martial skill realm, the more perfect the ability to display one's strength. Duan Lingtian's slight smile, in Li Ro's eyes, was that he was going his own way and didn't think much of it. Kerr, hurry up and persuade him. Li Ro set her sights on the young girl. Madam, I believe in young master. The young girl replied, expressing her confidence in Duan Lingtian. I really don't know what bewitching potion Tian gave you. Li Ro had a helpless expression. Mother, you can relax 100 times. Your son will only make others suffer losses, but he will not suffer losses. This time, in the clan martial meet, I will take back the first place prize for the clan martial meet and let you take a good look. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Duan Lingtian left the house with Kerr. They headed towards the inner court martial arts practice field. Young master, it's Sister Shirshir. On the way, the two of them met Li Shirshir. From 2 people, it became 3 people. In this year's clan martial meet, 30 newly promoted inner court disciples will compete with the other 56 inner court disciples. According to what I know, 5 inner court disciples have stepped into the core formation stage. Li Shirshir exchanged all the information she knew. Duan Lingtian slightly nodded. So, we don't have a chance to enter the top 3. The core formation stage isn't something a body tempering stage martial artist can contend against. What we can do now is strive to enter the top 10. For you and little sister Kerr, this isn't difficult. How about it, do you have the confidence to defeat Li Kuang and strive for the 6th place? Li Shirshir looked at Duan Lingtian. 6th place? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. What? Li Shirshir was puzzled. I'm not interested in 6th place. Duan Lingtian indifferently said. Then what rank are you interested in? Li Shirshir asked. 1st place. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a trace of confidence. Li Shirshir was stunned on the spot. 1st place? This Duan Lingtian really dared to dream. Ha 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 ha, at this moment, a loud laugh came from behind the 3 of them. The laughter was filled with disdain. Very quickly, two figures walked past Duan Lingtian and the other two. It was the two brothers, Li Zhong and Li Xiao. The one who laughed was Li Zhong. He obviously heard what Duan Lingtian said just now. Duan Lingtian, if you want first place, then you have to defeat me. I'll wait and see. Li Zhong glanced at Duan Lingtian with a face full of ridicule. Duan Lingtian didn't pay attention to Li Zhong. He liked to use facts to prove everything, and not to argue with words. Before long, Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the inner court martial arts practice grounds. It was still the same 30 combat arenas. Presently, the surroundings of the 30 combat arenas were filled with people. There were inner court disciples participating in the clan martial meet, and there were also many Li family disciples who came to watch the show. Before long, the 3 head judges appeared as well. The 30 judges, on the other hand, respectively ascended the 30 combat arenas. Quiet. The voice of the white-browed old man in the lead clearly entered the ears of everyone present. For a moment, the clamorous martial arts practice grounds completely quietened down. Condensing origin energy into sound is a technique that can only be grasped by 7th-level origin core martial artists and above. Duan Lingtian looked at the white-browed old man and was slightly surprised. Today, the inner court disciples between the ages of 16 to 19 will undergo the final clan martial meet, and the top 10, top 3, and first place will obtain generous rewards from the clan. The white-browed old man slowly said. Following that, the other chief judge began to explain the rewards for the top 10, top 3, and the first place of the martial meet. Duan Lingtian already knew all of this. However, the rewards mentioned by the head judge still aroused the emotions of most of the inner court disciples participating in the clan martial meet. Today's clan martial meet will adopt a point system. Everyone's starting point is 1, and every time you win, you'll gain 1 point, and every time you lose, you'll lose 1 point. Finally, the final ranking will be based on your points. As for the issue of fairness, all of you can rest assured. If there are no accidents, each of the 86 inner court disciples will have to ascend the stage 85 times. The head judge explained the rules. For a moment, many people gasped. Ascend the stage 85 times, then wouldn't they have to battle all the inner court disciples besides themselves? The rhythm of exhausting themselves to death. The clan martial meet this time will be split into 3 days. The clan has already arranged the order of battles for all of you, and the number of times each person can ascend the stage each day will be suppressed to below 30 times. The head judge continued. Only then did the group of inner court disciples heave a sigh of relief. Now, the person whose name is called by the judge, ascend the corresponding combat arena by yourself. If you don't appear within 5 minutes, it will be considered as forfeiting. The head judge spoke once again. Before long, the judges on the 30 combat arenas started to call out the names. The first round of battle had an acquaintance of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 54. Li Wen's opponent was a youth around the age of 18. The two of them moved, flashing towards each other. Above each of their heads, an ancient mammoth silhouette was faintly discernible. In just one move, the difference in speed was obvious. Li Wen's speed was clearly superior to his opponent's. After a short moment, he found an opportunity to swiftly flash behind his opponent. Heart Destruction Palm. A straightforward palm strike slapped onto his opponent's back, blasting him out of the combat arena. Li Wen, victory. The judge immediately announced the result. Li Wen's middle-grade profound rank movement technique, unfettered steps, has actually broken through to the mastery stage. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. In terms of speed, the mastery stage middle-grade profound rank movement technique, unfettered steps, was not inferior to the initial stage high-grade profound rank movement technique, spirit serpent movement technique. I've been busy breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage during this period of time and have fallen behind in my movement technique. After the clan martial meet ends, I have to raise the level of my spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Unlike defensive martial skills, which could be directly raised with medicine, If one wanted to raise a movement technique, one had to diligently and bitterly train it. There were no shortcuts. Li Wan walked down the combat arena in large strides. After noticing Duan Lingtian's gaze, he met Duan Lingtian's gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled into a provocative sneer. Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze and didn't take it seriously. If it was before he broke through, the currently one might be able to make him take him seriously. But now, Li Wan was no longer on the same level as him. Even to the extent. In his eyes, the currently one was as weak as a child. In terms of strength, Duan Lingtian could even compare to a second-level core formation martial artist. On the 30 combat arenas, the inner court disciples fought in full swing. After the inner court disciples' victories and defeats were decided on the combat arena, the judge started to record everyone's scores. Duan Lingtian. Finally, the referee called Duan Lingtian's name. Combat arena number 3. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he strode up. His opponent was a sturdy young man who looked simple and honest. "My name is Li Zhen, nice to meet you." The sturdy young man smiled innocently. "My name is Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. When he looked at the combat arenas in the surroundings, practically all the inner court disciples started fighting as soon as they entered the arena, and there were very few people that spoke. Everyone wanted to quickly defeat their opponents and earn points. Li Zhen was a special case. Whoosh! Li Zhen's sturdy body did not seem clumsy at all. Exploding with the strength of an ancient mammoth, Li Zhen's entire body seemed to transform into a gust of wind that blew towards Duan Lingtian. Spirit snake movement technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved to meet the attack. In terms of speed, the Duan Lingtian was a bit faster than the muscular teenager. Of course, this was under the precondition that he suppressed his strength to the strength of an ancient mammoth. Li Zhen attacked a few times, but he was unable to touch Duan Lingtian. "I admit defeat." Suddenly, Li Zhen stopped his figure. "Up until now, I've only surpassed you in speed." "You admit defeat just like that?" Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. "This is enough. Your speed surpasses mine and is already in an undefeatable position. There's no meaning in continuing the fight." Li Zhen smiled innocently and directly jumped off the combat arena. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. This Li Zhen was rather straightforward. He followed and jumped off the combat arena as well. Where's Kerr?" Duan Lingtian noticed that the young girl was no longer at her original spot and couldn't help but look around, searching for traces of the young girl. Very quickly, he saw the young girl's figure on the adjacent combat arena. Whoosh! The young girl stood there, the violet meteorite flexible sword in her hand silently pressed against the side of her opponent's throat. As long as she used a bit of strength, her opponent would surely lose his life. I admit defeat." Her opponent's body slightly trembled, cold sweat dripping down his body as he spoke in panic. Only then did the young girl put away her sword. Under numerous burning gazes, she descended from the combat arena and returned to Duan Lingtian's side. The golden couple attracted the attention of many people. But there were even more gazes of envy and jealousy. Humph! Not far away, his opponent once again took the initiative to admit defeat. The gray-clothed youth, who had obtained victory, coldly gazed through the air and landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Up until now, he had already won 2 matches. As a core formation martial artist, all the opponents he encountered did not have the courage to fight him and all of them took the initiative to admit defeat. A day's time quickly passed. Duan Lingtian won 27 matches in a row, accumulating 28 points. Kerr won 28 matches in a row, accumulating 29 points. Very quickly, today's results were out. On the bulletin board, the results of the 86 inner court disciples were listed according to their points and appeared before everyone's eyes. Duan Lingtian quickly discovered a problem. Besides him and Kerr, there were more than 10 people like them who maintained a record of nearly 30 matches in a row. Among them, there were many people that Duan Lingtian knew. Li Shishir, Li Wan, Li Zhong, Lian. Those at the very front were all people who obtained 30 points. There were a total of 5 people tied. These 5 people all had 29 matches in a row. Among the 5 people, Li Zhong and Lian were among them. Today's matches arranged by the clan, the stronger inner court disciples were not matched up against each other. It's obvious that they intentionally arranged it this way and arranged for the stronger ones to fight last. Duan Lingtian could guess the reason why so many people maintained a winning streak. Little sister Kerr, you're really amazing. You obtained 29 points. Li Shishir came to Kerr's side. Big sister Shishir, I only participated in one more match than you. If you also participated in one more match, your points would be the same as mine. Kerr said with a slight smile. Li Shishir, like Duan Lingtian, had 27 consecutive wins and obtained 28 points. It's definitely arranged by the clan. Look, the 5 people tied for first place with 30 points are all core formation inner court disciples under the age of 19. However, this is normal. They had the easiest time today and didn't even make a move before their opponents admitted defeat. Li Shishir said slowly. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. All of them were at the core formation stage. Apart from Li Zhong and Lian, he had never met the other 3 people. His gaze fell on the notice board. Li Qing, Li Fei, Li Hu. These 3 people were the other 3 inner court disciples at the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky. However, we'll meet sooner or later. At that time, I'll properly entertain you. Li Zhong walked past Duan Lingtian with Li Xiao and a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Idiot. Duan Lingtian indifferently spat out 2 words. What did you say? Li Zhong's figure stopped and the smile on his face froze. He slowly turned around and stared at Duan Lingtian with fiery eyes. Kerr, let's go back. Ignoring Li Zhong, Duan Lingtian held the young girl's hand and walked away. Li Shishir glanced at Li Zhong with a strange gaze and followed. Li Zhong's body was trembling. The mocking gazes from the surroundings caused his face to be extremely gloomy. Li Zhong, he called you an idiot and you can actually endure it. I really admire you. Right at this moment, the grey-clothed youth arrived beside Li Zhong and smiled lightly. Lian, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Don't try to sow discord here. In the next 2 days, I'll meet him sooner or later. I'll naturally defeat him and ruthlessly humiliate him. There's no need for your concern. Glancing coldly at Lian, Li Zhong brought Li Xiao and left. Li An's face sank as he flew into a rage out of humiliation. On the way back. Little sister Kerr, did you see Li Fei today? Li Shishir asked the young girl beside her. Li Fei? The young girl was stunned. Yeah, Li Fei, the number 1 beauty of the inner court. But now that there's little sister Kerr, her number 1 beauty of the inner court is no longer unique. Li Shishir lightly smiled. Big sister Shishir, you're making fun of me again. I'm telling the truth. As the 2 women chatted, the topic shifted to Lian. Duan Lingtian, you have to be careful of that Lian. Last year, at the clan's martial meet, no less than 10 inner court disciples were crippled by him. Li Shishir had a serious expression as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. Crippled? A cold light flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. At that time, it wasn't certain who would be crippled. In the younger generation of the clan, Li An's strength is only below Li Qing, and he surpasses the other 3 core formation disciples. Seeing that Duan Lingtian didn't seem to mind, Li Shishir reminded him once again. Of the 5 core formation disciples, what's the cultivation of the strongest, Li Qing? Duan Lingtian spoke. But he didn't discuss Lian, and instead shifted the topic to the strongest in the younger generation, Li Qing. Naturally, he's at the first level of the core formation stage. The reason Li Qing's strength is the strongest is because he cultivated the high-grade profound rank martial skill, Vajra Force Finger, to the mastery stage. Combined with his middle-grade profound rank movement technique and defensive martial skill at the perfection stage, he's invincible. He's also publicly acknowledged as the person with the highest comprehension ability in the younger generation of the clan. A trace of respect appeared in Li Shishir's eyes as she slowly spoke. High natural talent, cultivation increases rapidly. High comprehension ability, cultivation increases rapidly. It had to be said that Li Qing was a person with extremely high natural talent and comprehension ability. A profound rank middle grade movement technique and defensive martial skill at the perfection stage is equivalent to a profound rank high grade movement technique and defensive martial skill at the mastery stage. In terms of movement technique and defensive martial skill, he is superior to me by a level. In terms of offensive martial skills, I'm not afraid of his Vajra force finger by relying on my sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian slightly muttered to himself. However, if I explode with the strength of 3 ancient mammoths, then my movement technique and defensive martial skill that are a level lower than his might not be unable to contend with him. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he somewhat looked forward to it. This time, no matter what, he must obtain first place in the clan's martial meet. Not for the special honor, but for the 350-year-old blood Lingji. After returning home, just as they entered the courtyard. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 bolts of lightning, one black and one white, came straight at them, respectively landing on Duan Lingtian's and Ker's wrists, and then coiled up. The 2 little pythons nodded towards them in a human-like manner. I'm really a bit reluctant to part with these 2 little things. Thinking about how he would have to send them back after the clan's martial meet ended, Duan Lingtian sighed. I'm reluctant to part with them as well. But, if I don't send them back, their father will surely be very sad. Ker was also reluctant to part with them. Hiss hiss. Chapter 55. The next day, the clan martial meet continued. Although today's clan martial meet was more intense than yesterday, under the deliberate arrangement of the formless hand, the inner court disciples with stronger strength still didn't face each other. Duan Lingtian and Ker also didn't meet any threatening opponents and continued to maintain their winning streak. When evening arrived, the results on the bulletin board had some changes compared to yesterday. Today, Duan Lingtian went up 1 more time than Ker. Their points were equal, both with 57 points. Today, the ones with the highest points were still the 5 inner court disciples at the core formation stage, with 60 points each. After 2 days, the warm-up is finally over. Tomorrow will be the most exciting moment. An inner court disciple sighed. Everyone deeply agreed. Based on the current situation, tomorrow would definitely be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. After returning home, Ker went into the kitchen to help Li Ro cook. Duan Lingtian hadn't even warmed up his seat when he welcomed a few uninvited guests. You're Duan Lingtian? The person in the lead seemed to be a shrewd middle-aged man. You are? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. I'm Li Yi, the supervisor of the outer court. After all of you became inner court disciples, the clan has arranged a new residence for all of you in the inner court. It's just been cleaned up today. I've brought a few people here to see if there's anything you need help with. The middle-aged man's words were full of politeness. He didn't put on any airs, and spoke to Duan Lingtian as an equal. He had heard of Duan Lingtian's strength and knew that this young man would have great achievements in the future, so he couldn't easily offend him. Thank you, Uncle Li, but we don't have anything to move. Duan Lingtian hurriedly thanked him. After informing the 2 beauties in the kitchen, the family moved to the inner court. The 2 beauties entered the kitchen of their new home and continued to prepare dinner. After sending Li Yi off, Duan Lingtian sized up his new home. The new home was very big, and the courtyard was very spacious. It was a few times bigger than the courtyard in the outer court. In the future, I don't need to go to the martial arts practice field to cultivate my movement technique. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as his figure moved. Spirit serpent movement. In the spacious courtyard, he began to cultivate his martial skill, tenacious as a spirit snake, swift as lightning. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 little pythons flew out and scuttled up the big tree in the courtyard. They were incomparably happy. 2 lightning bolts, one black and one white, fell into Duan Lingtian's eyes. Infinitely magnified. The spirit snake movement technique was originally a movement technique created by the reincarnation Emperor Wu based on snakes. It had an inseparable relationship with snakes. Last time, when I observed the little black snake's movements, it was as if I was enlightened. This was the reason why I was able to combine it with the 7 treasures body-tempering liquid and dark spirit fruit to cultivate the spirit serpent form to the highest level overnight, breaking through to the 9th level of the body-tempering stage. The spirit snake transformation is related to snakes, and the spirit snake movement technique is also related to snakes. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Perhaps, soon, Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little pythons playing on the big tree. With their flexible bodies, he tried his best to imitate their movements. Sometimes it was slow, sometimes it was swift. After an unknown amount of time, Duan Lingtian deeply felt that this method was really useful. Although there was still a long way to go before his spirit snake movement technique broke through to the mastery stage. But Duan Lingtian could still feel that his spirit snake movement technique was advancing rapidly. You 2 little things, when the clan martial meet ends tomorrow, I'll make some good food for you too. Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little pythons and was in a great mood. Duan Lingtian. A familiar voice sounded from outside the courtyard. How did you know we moved here? When he arrived outside the courtyard and saw Li Shishir, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. You 2 aren't the only ones who moved here. Don't forget, I'm also an inner court disciple now. Li Shishir smiled. You mean, Duan Lingtian was stunned. From now on, we'll be neighbors. Li Shishir said again. Sister Shishir, you moved next door to our house? At this time, the young girl who was carrying the dishes heard Li Shishir's words and was slightly excited. Her small face was flushed red. Yes, little sister Kerr, from now on, we'll be able to walk together more. Li Shishir smiled and nodded. As she spoke to Kuer, she couldn't help but sneak a glance at Duan Lingtian. But, she was destined to be disappointed. Kerr, you 2 chat, I'll go help my mother carry the dishes. Duan Lingtian said to Kerr and went into the kitchen. After the dishes were served. Shishir, eat with us. Li Ro looked at Li Shishir and invited her. Aunt Ro, there's no need, my mother is still waiting for me at home. Little sister Kerr, I'll go back first, see you tomorrow. Li Shishir declined Li Ro's invitation and went back home. After the meal, Duan Lingtian continued to practice the spirit serpent body technique in the courtyard. He understood the principle of striking while the iron was hot. The next morning, Duan Lingtian was escorted by Kerr and Li Shishir to the inner courtyard's martial arts practice field. Along the way, it was difficult to avoid attracting many jealous gazes. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would probably have died countless times. Now that he lived in the inner courtyard, it was not far from the inner courtyard's martial arts practice field. So many people. Arriving at the martial arts practice field, Li Shishir could not help but exclaim. The current martial arts practice field was full of people. There were young people, and many middle-aged people and old people. Not only that, on the high platform surrounded by 30 arenas. Other than the 3 chief judges, there was an additional middle-aged man and a few old people. Duan Lingtian looked over. The middle-aged man's face was firm, his expression was dignified without being angry. He wore a green robe with golden edges, his temperament was extraordinary. He sat at the centermost position on the high platform, and his identity was obvious, the Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao. As for the other old people, since they were able to sit at Li Ao's side, their identities were surely extraordinary as well. They were probably elders or first-rate figures. I never imagined that even the patriarch would personally come. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Quiet. Not long after, Patriarch Li Ao stood up and sent a voice transmission into the ears of everyone present. It was another voice transmission. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. This patriarch, who looked to be around 50 years old, was actually an expert at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage or above. Although the entire martial arts practice field was filled with people, it was now deathly silent. Everyone's gaze fell upon the clan leader, Li Ao. These gazes. There was fanaticism, reverence, shock. I'm very happy that after a year, I'm once again able to witness the unparalleled elegance of our Li clan's younger generation. After today, this year's clan martial meet will officially come to an end. The top 10, top 5, and first place will be personally rewarded by me. Let's not waste any more time. Judges, let's begin. After he finished speaking, Li Ao sat back down. Streams of people flowed around the surroundings of the 30 combat arenas. The two people whose names were called out successively ascended the combat arenas and engaged in an intense battle. The victor wins 1 point, and the loser loses 1 point. An entire morning passed. Although the few people he encountered later on weren't weak, Duan Lingtian still maintained his winning streak. At noon, he already had 73 points. 86 points was a perfect score. He hadn't lost until now. In other words, amongst the 86 inner court disciples, only 13 people remained that hadn't encountered him. Kerr was the same, maintaining her winning streak. Until now, no one had been able to dodge the violet meteorite flexible sword in her hand. Before long, Kerr ascended the stage once again. This time, her opponent, Li won. On the combat arena, Li Wan gazed at the slender and elegant young girl, slightly embarrassed. The young girl stood in place with a calm expression. Li Wan moved. Unfettered steps. The strength of an ancient mammoth completely exploded, and his figure flashed towards the young girl. Sword drawing technique. The young girl also moved, and a violet sword light flashed, welcoming Li Wan. In the air, an ancient mammoth silhouette was faintly discernible. Whoosh! Li Wan hastily dodged. The light yet sharp sword whistle caused his expression to instantly change, and he didn't dare to lightly face the young girl's attack head-on. He actually dodged it. In the past 3 days, Li Wan is the first person to dodge her sword. As expected of the former top 3 in the outer court, he indeed has some strength. Around the combat arena, the crowd discussed. There were also people who guessed that Kuer might be defeated. Only Duan Lingtian had a calm expression. No one was clearer than him about Kerr's strength. Besides the sword drawing technique that was comparable to a middle-grade profound rank sword skill at the mastery stage, Kerr's high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill, grafting, and movement technique, wave-like subtle steps, had both been cultivated to the initial stage. Even he couldn't help but be surprised by Kerr's natural talent and comprehension ability. In terms of cultivation, Kerr and Li Wan were on par. In terms of movement technique, there wasn't much difference. In terms of defensive martial skill, she completely crushed Li Wan. In terms of offensive martial skill, she completely crushed Li Wan. Up until now, Kerr had only executed the sword drawing technique, and she hadn't executed any other martial skills. On the combat arena, Li Wan's figure flashed ceaselessly, as if he was looking for Kerr's flaws. Instantly, his eyes lit up. Heart Destruction Palm. He struck out with a palm that carried the power of heart destruction, and it blasted onto Kerr's back. Just when most people thought that Kerr would be seriously injured, and some even scolded Li Wan for being cruel and ruthless. Grafting. A faint defensive chi barrier flickered on Kerr's body. Boom! Li Wan's full-force palm strike blasted onto Kerr's defensive chi barrier. In an instant, his strength was diverted by the defensive chi barrier and swept into the air. The defensive chi barrier shattered. The young girl's light green clothes fluttered slightly. She was unharmed. Whoosh! The sword drawing technique reappeared. The young girl's violet meteorite flexible sword landed on Li Wan's throat, and it was just a hair's breadth away from tearing it apart. At this moment, Li Wan's face was wooden. He didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Kerr wins. The referee also revealed a surprised expression, and it took him a long time to react before he hurriedly announced the result. The crowd around the combat arena was flabbergasted, and they couldn't believe that all this was real. Such a frail and delicate body was actually able to block Li Wan's profound rank middle-grade martial skill, heart destruction palm, which was at the mastery stage, unbelievable. Only Duan Lingtian had a calm expression. He had long guessed that this would be the result. To defeat Li Wan, Kerr didn't even need to use a movement technique. Chapter 56. Li Wan's offensive martial skill, heart destruction palm, was at the same level as Kerr's defensive martial skill, substitution. The same spear, the same shield. If the two of them were to fight head-on, the final result would only be mutual destruction. Earlier, when Kerr's defensive chi barrier completely dispersed the force of Li Wan's palm strike, it had completed its mission. And before Li Wan could catch his breath, Kerr's sword-drawing arts could easily kill him. So, Kerr's victory wasn't surprising. This little girl has such a brilliant sword skill. That defensive martial skill of hers should be a high-grade profound rank martial skill without a doubt. On the high platform, Patriarch Li Ao's gaze descended onto the young girl, and he was slightly surprised. Yeah, although her sword skill is always that one strike, its might is extraordinary. Moreover, it seems to have a lot of room for improvement. An old man at the side nodded in agreement. I've noticed this little girl since long ago. She and that Duan Lingtian were both recommended by the Fresh Breeze Town Branch family. The Fresh Breeze Town Branch family can be considered to have done a great service this time. The head judge, the white-browed old man, lightly smiled. Duan Lingtian? I heard that this kid once relied on a miraculous sword skill to defeat the youngest son of the Lin clan's patriarch with a cultivation at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. The eyes of another old man beside Li Ao emitted a bright light. There is indeed such a thing. The white-browed old man lightly smiled as he nodded. Duan Lingtian, Li Kuang. The judge's voice spread out and attracted the attention of many outer court disciples. For a moment, a group of outer court disciples started to swarm over from all over and surrounded the combat arena that Duan Lingtian and Li Kuang were at. It was extraordinarily bustling. They were extremely looking forward to this battle. No matter if it was Li Kuang or Duan Lingtian, they weren't unfamiliar with them. Li Kuang, the former number 1 disciple in the outer court. Duan Lingtian, a branch family disciple that had just arrived at the main clan 2 months ago, had once defeated Lin Qi, who was equally famous as Li Kuang in the Lin clan's outer court. Relying on this battle, he became famous in the outer court. Li Kuang, this name was something Duan Lingtian had heard of many times. Today, however, was the first time he saw Li Kuang in person. Li Kuang was around 17 years old, tall, with a strong back and a bare waist, and a pair of bright eyes. Duan Lingtian, a few days ago when I just returned from the misty forest, I heard of your deeds. Needless to say, the fact that you were able to defeat Lin Qi really surprised me. However, if you think that you can defeat me with this, then you are gravely mistaken. Li Kuang's words was extremely straightforward. He didn't beat around the corner, is that so? Duan Li's Kuang on Li. This Li Kuang was rather on the high platform to head to on to the on to level to on. Patriarch Li Ao took a few more glances at the purple-clothed youth on the combat arena. Yes, it's him. He defeated Lin Qi when he was at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. Now that he's broken through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, Li Kuang shouldn't be his match. The white-browed old man lightly nodded. That might not be the case. It's said that Li Kuang stayed in the mist forest for a few months, fighting wild beasts all day long, so he must have broken through. The other old man didn't agree. On the combat arena, Li Kuang's figure moved like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! With a pull of his arms, his body flashed out like the wind, and like a rock spreading its wings, he flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Above his head, an ancient mammoth silhouette dashed out with a fierce aura. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. At the instant Li Kuang's figure flashed, he saw through it. In terms of speed, the level of Li Kuang's movement technique wasn't inferior to his spirit serpent movement technique. Army obliteration palm. Li Kuang arrived in front of Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, and his palm carried the force to split open a mountain as it flashed towards Duan Lingtian's chest. It's time to end this, Duan Lingtian muttered in his heart. In the blink of an eye, the silhouette of an ancient colossus took shape above his head. His right palm casually placed on his left waist, Duan Lingtian stood in his original position, as motionless as a mountain, facing Li Kuang's palm. He didn't dodge. It was as if he was planning to take Li Kuang's palm head-on. The spectators around the combat arena were all astonished. Was this Duan Lingtian crazy? Li Kuang's army obliteration palm was a profound martial skill at the perfection stage. It was easy for it to split open a mountain. This Duan Lingtian wanted to take it head-on with his body? On the high platform. What is this little guy trying to do? Patriarch Li Ao's face was filled with astonishment. He had lived for half of his life, but this was the first time he had seen such a strange thing. Could it be that his defensive martial skill isn't inferior to Li Kuang's army obliteration palm? The old man beside him was also dumbfounded. On the combat arena. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A cold smile appeared on Li Kuang's face as his palm slammed down. It was only a meter away from hitting Duan Lingtian's chest, in Li Kuang's opinion, unless Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill wasn't inferior to his army obliteration palm. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to take his palm head-on. However, in the Aurora City's Li family, there was only one person under the age of 20 who could cultivate a defensive martial skill to the same level as his army obliteration palm. That person was already 19 this year. And Duan Lingtian was only 16. In his opinion, the possibility of this happening was extremely small. Is he crazy? On the combat arena, unlike Kerr's blind confidence in Duan Lingtian, Li Shishir's face was filled with worry. Li Kuang was an existence that was even stronger than her. Even if her high-grade profound martial skill Shadow Sword was cultivated to the initial stage, she still didn't have the confidence to defeat Li Kuang with her 3-foot-long sword. Under the gazes of the crowd. At the moment of imminent peril, Duan Lingtian moved. His right arm, which was casually placed on his left waist, abruptly swung in a circle and directly swung forward. He didn't use a martial skill. It was just a casual swing of his arm. Bang! In the next moment, everyone saw Duan Lingtian's right arm fiercely smashed onto Li Kuang's chest, shattering the defensive qi barrier that instantly appeared on Li Kuang's body. Li Kuang's palm was only an inch away from Duan Lingtian's chest, and in the end, it was unable to land. Whoosh! Li Kuang's body was fiercely sent flying by Duan Lingtian's swing of his right arm. Like an arrow that was released from a bow, Li Kuang collided with the side of the high platform, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood before falling to the ground. Satisfying. Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Although he didn't use a martial skill, he used an enormous strength of 18,000 jin, under the premise that he didn't draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop a second ancient mammoth silhouette. His right arm swung out and firmly smashed onto Li Kuang's chest, sending Li Kuang flying. Needless to say, this feeling was too satisfying. There was a feeling of his blood boiling. Soon, he discovered. Including Patriarch Li Ao and the others on the high platform, everyone who had witnessed the battle between him and Li Kuang maintained a dazed expression at this moment. Only when he leaped off the combat arena did everyone react. F***K. Freak. He didn't even use a martial skill. A casual swing of his right arm was able to break through Li Kuang's mastery stage defensive martial skill and send Li Kuang flying. Is this Duan Lingtian really only a body-tempering stage martial artist? Is he really a human monster? Those who reacted were all dumbstruck. If Duan Lingtian was a core formation stage martial artist, they wouldn't be surprised if he relied on origin energy and the strength of his body to accomplish this. But Duan Lingtian didn't use origin energy, and only casually swung his arm with the strength of his body. It was truly inconceivable. How did he do it? On the high platform. Patriarch Li Ao and the other old men looked at each other. They all had the same question in their hearts. Could it be that this Duan Lingtian was born with godly strength? An old man took a deep breath as he guessed. That's the only possibility. I can feel that the strength of his casual swing of his right arm far exceeds 15,000 pounds. I estimate that he's only a little bit away from being able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth and develop a second ancient mammoth silhouette. Li Ao nodded in agreement. Generally speaking, even if one is born with godly strength, at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, one's strength would at most be 1,000 to 2,000 pounds more than an ordinary person. This Duan Lingtian is really strange. Another old man said. At the side of the combat arena, the crowd parted to form a path. It won't affect your competition for the top 10, right? Duan Lingtian walked over to Li Kuang, who was leaning on the high platform and panting for breath, and smiled amiably. After all, he had no enmity with Li Kuang. It won't. Li Kuang glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, his defensive martial skill helped him resist most of the force, otherwise, his injuries wouldn't be so light. He had no choice but to accept Duan Lingtian's strength. As far as he was concerned, this Duan Lingtian was simply a monster. That's good. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile. It's all thanks to you showing mercy and not using a martial skill. Otherwise, I'd probably really have no fate with the top 10. Li Kuang sighed. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly and returned to Ker's side. What, is there something on my face? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he noticed the strange gaze of Li Shishir, who was beside Ker. Monster. Li Shishir held back for a long time before spitting out 2 words. Duan Lingtian's expression couldn't help but freeze. Actually, it wasn't only Li Shishir who thought this way. Most of the surrounding people were sizing up Duan Lingtian as if they were looking at a monster. Brother, this Duan Lingtian actually became so much stronger after breaking through to the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Not far away, Li Xiao looked at Li Zhong beside him with an unsightly expression. I didn't expect it either. Li Zhong's eyes flickered and a light smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. As far as he was concerned, it was only interesting this way. If Duan Lingtian was too weak, how boring would it be? Brother, you shouldn't have. Li Xiao lowered his voice and his tone contained a slight trace of complaint. What, your wings have grown hard? You dare question my decision? Li Zhong's tone sank as he interrupted Li Xiao. No. No. Li Xiao's face went pale and he hurriedly waved his hand. Even if it was, how would he dare admit it? On the other side. Brethren, this kid's strength can't be underestimated. He defeated Li Kuang without using a martial skill. The green-clothed youth said to the gray-clothed youth beside him. Humph. So what? Just as I said to him before, as long as he hasn't stepped into the core formation stage, he can only be considered a mediocre martial artist. The gray-clothed youth sneered in disdain. Of course. Brethren, you're a core formation stage martial artist. No matter how strong this kid is, he's only at the body tempering stage. He's naturally not a match for you. Chapter 57. The clan martial meet continued. After defeating Li Kuang, Duan Lingtian had 74 points. Later on, he encountered a few inner court disciples with decent strength, but they were all defeated by him. None of the body tempering stage martial artists were his match. Now, Duan Lingtian was publicly acknowledged as the number 1 disciple under the core formation stage in the Li clan. Not long after, his points had already risen to 79 points. As for Ker, she also had 77 points. Up until now, she had only lost 1 match. She lost to Li Kuang. Although Ker's cultivation and martial skill level were similar to Li Kuang's. However, Li Kuang was the former number 1 disciple of the outer court and often went deep into the misty forest to fight with wild beasts. In terms of actual combat experience, he far surpassed Ker. Young master. After being defeated by Li Kuang, the young girl was somewhat disappointed. Ker, you lost because of your lack of experience. In other areas, you don't lose to Li Kuang. In the future, we'll go into the misty forest to fight with wild beasts, so your actual combat experience will naturally be abundant. Duan Lingtian consoled her. Okay. The young girl obediently nodded. As time passed, the clan martial meet entered its true climax. Duan Lingtian, Li Zhong. The referee's voice sounded out. Li Zhong? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and the corners of his mouth held a smile. His figure flashed as he flashed onto the combat arena. Duan Lingtian, we've finally met. Today, I want to see what ability you have to actually dare say that you want to seize first place in the clan martial meet. Li Zhong also ascended the combat arena as he mocked. Duan Lingtian's match with an inner court disciple at the core formation stage attracted many spectators. Now, after hearing Li Zhong's words, the crowd was in an uproar. It can't be. Duan Lingtian's ambition is so great that he actually wants to seize first place in the clan martial meet? Does he really think that he, a mere body tempering stage martial artist, can defeat a core formation martial artist? Chi. No matter how strong a body tempering stage martial artist is, it's impossible for him to be a match for a core formation martial artist. Even if it's only at the first level of the core formation stage, just the origin energy it develops is comparable to the strength of an ancient mammoth. Yeah, the first level of the core formation stage can utilize the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Even though this Duan Lingtian's strength isn't bad, it isn't strong to the point of being able to draw upon the energy of the heavens and the earth to develop 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes. He's too arrogant. Does he really think that those 5 core condensation disciples are made of paper? Now, let brother Li Zhong shatter his delusions and wake him up. Duan Lingtian didn't expect this either. Li Zhong's words would push him into the limelight. He had attracted the disdain of so many people. But he also understood. Now, he could only rely on his own strength to prove himself and make these people completely shut up. First place in the clan martial gathering. He was determined to win. He would use his strength to prove everything. Li Zhong, whether or not I have the ability, you'll know once you try. Duan Lingtian stared at Li Zhong and said calmly. Of course I'll try. Not only will I try, I'll use one move to defeat you and let you experience the difference between the core formation stage and the body tempering stage. Li Zhong sneered. One move? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Whoosh. Li Zhong moved. Origin energy bloomed from his legs as he directly utilized the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. With a leap, he flew straight towards Duan Lingtian. His speed was almost twice as fast as Li Kuang's movement technique. The movement technique that Li Zhong was currently executing was a set of high-grade profound rank movement technique called crossing the river on a reed. It was the reward he received for entering the top 10 in the clan martial meet a year ago. After spending a year, he cultivated it to the initial stage. He had always been proud of it. His speed is pretty fast. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone as his body trembled and suddenly flashed backwards. Suddenly. Bang! Duan Lingtian's legs stomped on the ground and his entire body seemed to transform into a cannonball as he flew out. The silhouette of an ancient mammoth slowly condensed into form and appeared in the air above his head. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's entire body seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning as he met the menacing Li Zhong head-on. No matter if it was Patriarch Li Ao and the others on the high platform or the spectators, they all couldn't help but hold their breaths. Looking at this situation, Duan Lingtian intended to go head-to-head with Li Zhong. While flying, Duan Lingtian's upper body slightly leaned back and pulled back into the shape of a bow, as if transforming into a powerful large bow. Opposite him, Li Zhong was also carrying out a similar action. Collapsing fist. Duan Lingtian's right fist swung out in a straight line, carrying the force of a thunderclap. Howling Tiger Fist. Li Zhong also made his move, his right fist swinging out like a collapsing mountain. Bang! Fists collided. Li Zhong sneered as the force of his fist gushed out. In his opinion, in terms of martial technique realm, Duan Lingtian's Howling Tiger Fist was only at the large success stage. And his Howling Tiger Fist had already stepped into the Great Perfection stage. In terms of strength, his physical strength and elemental energy completely exploded, comparable to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Although Duan Lingtian's strength was not bad, it was still inferior to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, far inferior to him. At this moment, he seemed to have already heard the sound of Duan Lingtian's arm bones shattering. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian flying out. Humph. Seeing the cold smile at the corner of Li Zhong's mouth, how could Duan Lingtian not know what he was thinking? In an instant, his fist force also gushed out. It collided with Li Zhong's fist force. Li Zhong's fist force instantly crushed Duan Lingtian's fist force and blasted towards Duan Lingtian's right arm. At this moment, if he didn't save it in time, Duan Lingtian's right arm, at the very least, would be fractured, at the very most, it would be crippled. Greater teleportation. Duan Lingtian, who had long since been prepared, instantly circulated his defensive martial technique. After all, Li Zhong's fist force had collided with his fist force before, and at the same time it crushed his fist force, it also weakened quite a bit. The defensive chi shield of the initial stage greater teleportation was enough to completely withstand this fist force. Not only that, he even used the power of teleportation to return it all, giving him a taste of his own medicine. Presently, the scene on the combat arena was extremely strange in the eyes of outsiders. Seeing Li Zhong's fist suppress Duan Lingtian's fist, and was about to blast Duan Lingtian flying out, in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's figure slightly paused, not moving in the slightest. On the other hand, Li Zhong's expression changed, and he flew out like an arrow that left the bow, landing at the edge of the combat arena, and almost falling down. The surroundings of the death combat arena were completely silent. Most people found it hard to understand. Why would Li Zhong, who seemed to firmly have the upper hand, suddenly fly out? Could it be that he was going easy on Duan Lingtian? On the high platform. The high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill this Duan Lingtian cultivates is completely different from that of the little girl by his side, and seems to be even more bizarre. Patriarch Li Ao's eyes flickered. With his cultivation, he naturally saw through some clues. Aren't they branch family disciples from Fresh Breeze Town? How could they possibly have so many high-grade profound rank martial skills? Moreover, these martial skills feel to be even more profound than the martial skills of our clan. The old man beside him was slightly surprised as well. Don't forget, they are all disciples with different surnames. This Duan Lingtian is even surnamed Duan. The surname Duan is extremely famous in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. The white-browed old man slowly spoke. You mean the Imperial City's Duan clan? If this Duan Lingtian is really a member of the Imperial City's Duan clan, then it wouldn't be strange for him to possess so many profound martial skills. But I'm very curious. If he really is a disciple of the Duan clan, then why would he be in the Fresh Breeze Town branch family and even be recommended to our Li clan? Maybe it's because of some other reason. After the clan martial meet, I'll send someone to the Fresh Breeze Town branch family to investigate. At the side of the combat arena. Useless thing. You're really a disgrace to us core formation martial artists. The gray-clothed youth coldly glanced at the sorry figure of Li Zhong. Lian, you seem to be very dissatisfied with that Duan Lingtian. A hearty laugh came from afar as an azure-clothed youth walked over. Li Hu. Li An's pupils constricted when he saw the newcomer. Li Hu was the same as him, an inner court disciple of the core formation stage that was participating in the clan martial meet. How is it? Have you lost confidence? Li Hu laughed. How could that be possible? He can only toy with trash like Li Zhong. Lian laughed in disdain. On the other side. This Duan Lingtian's strength isn't bad. A slender and elegant young girl dressed in light purple clothes slightly moved her alluring red lips. Her tone contained a trace of surprise. The young girl had bright eyes and white teeth, possessing a peerless elegance. Humph. He's only a body-tempering stage martial artist. Beside the young girl stood a proud and aloof white-clothed youth. From his words, it seemed as if he didn't place anyone in his eyes. Li Qing. He's not an ordinary body-tempering stage martial artist. When you were in the body-tempering stage, Could you do what he did? I'm actually somewhat interested in him. What an interesting person. The young girl faintly smiled as her autumn eyes flickered with an enchanting luster. However, the young girl didn't notice. At this moment, the face of the white-clothed youth beside her became completely gloomy after hearing her words. His eyes even fell on the violet-clothed youth on the combat arena, flickering with a trace of ruthlessness. Not far away. Little Sister Kerr, did you already know that Duan Lingtian was so abnormal? Li Shishir noticed that the young girl beside her didn't seem to be the least bit surprised by Duan Lingtian's performance. Big Sister Shishir, how can you say that about young master? The young girl was slightly displeased. Okay, I won't say any more. Li Shishir hurriedly smiled apologetically as her gaze once again fell on the violet-clothed youth on the combat arena. Duan Lingtian, I really don't know how many lifetimes of good fortune you've accumulated to have such a good girl like Kerr by your side. Li Shishir faintly sighed. She understood that just based on this point, no one could replace Kerr's position in Duan Lingtian's heart. Brother, Li Zhao's expression was incomparably unsightly. His brother Li Zhong had actually fallen into a disadvantage in a head-on collision with Duan Lingtian. On the combat arena, Li Zhong took a deep breath and slowly calmed his surging emotions. Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that your defensive martial skill is very peculiar. However, it's all over now. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zhong moved once again, crossing the river on a reed. His entire body nimbly leaped up, swift like the wind. Unless your speed can surpass mine, otherwise, I will be in an invincible position. Once I find a flaw in your defense, you will lose without a doubt. Li Zhong's voice transmitted out, as if it came from all directions. His figure flashed swiftly on the combat arena, interfering with Duan Lingtian's line of sight. You're so confident. Chapter 58. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian took a step forward and directly charged towards Li Zhong, who was flashing at high speed. Sword Drawing Arts. A cold and fierce violet sword light flashed, then flashed again and again. It was as if it had transformed into a violet bolt of lightning that had grown eyes, perfectly sealing off all of Li Zhong's paths of escape, causing Li Zhong to have nowhere to hide. Whoosh! The cold violet sword light was like a lover's caress as it brushed past Li Zhong's throat, causing his body to stiffen and his expression to greatly change. Li Zhong subconsciously stretched out his hand to touch his throat. The faint blood on his hand was so dazzling, so eye-catching. Duan Lingtian wins. The referee's voice sounded, mixed with a sense of surprise. I lost. Li Zhong glanced at the violet-clothed youth with a complicated gaze. Then, without saying a word, he jumped off the high platform. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth carried a trace of a faint smile from the beginning to the end. The battle with Li Zhong. From the beginning to the end, he didn't use the strength of two ancient mammoths. He held back. Doing this could be considered as challenging himself. No wonder I heard the outer court disciples say that Duan Lingtian's strongest point is his miraculous sword skill. Seeing it today, it really does live up to its reputation. The sword skill he displayed was exactly the same as the sword skill of the young girl by his side. However, the level of the sword skill displayed by the young girl was far inferior to his. Perhaps, the young girl's sword skill was passed down to her by Duan Lingtian. Defeating a first-level body-tempering inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body-tempering stage. This Duan Lingtian has really set a precedent for our Li clan. Yeah, this kind of achievement is unprecedented in our Li clan. The crowd around the combat arena burst out into discussion. At this moment, no one dared to question the words of Duan Lingtian desiring to obtain first place. Duan Lingtian had the strength. On the high platform. That little girl's sword skill has already caused me to have a whole new level of respect for her. I didn't expect that Duan Lingtian's sword skill would be even stronger. It's hard to imagine that a mere 16-year-old youth could cultivate his sword skill to such a level. Patriarch Li Ao sighed. Yeah, our Li clan has never produced an anomaly like him. The old man beside him nodded in agreement. He already has such strength at the age of 16. If he is given 2 more years, I wonder how much he will grow. The white-browed old man's eyes flashed with anticipation. After Duan Lingtian jumped down from the combat ring, he returned to Ker's side. Soon, Duan Lingtian discovered something. Beside Ker, there was another girl besides Li Shishir. The girl was about 18 years old. She was dressed in a light purple robe and had a slim waist. Her figure was enchanting and every part of her body was just right, without a trace of excess fat. She was no less beautiful than Ker. Compared to Ker, she had a more mature charm. A pair of beautiful autumn eyes seemed to be mixed with boundless charm. With just one look, she could steal the souls of countless men. Duan Lingtian and the young girl looked at each other and couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. What an enchanting stunner. Duan Lingtian's heart stirred, and his lower abdomen was slightly burning. Since coming to this world, he had always been in a state of abstinence, and had long been impatient. If he was a little virgin in his previous life, it would have been fine, but he just had to be a dissolute soldier king who couldn't be without a woman. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian eased the restlessness in his heart. At this moment, he had already guessed the identity of the young girl. It must be the inner court's #1 beauty, Li Fei. Duan Lingtian discovered that behind Li Fei, there was a white-clothed youth. The white-clothed youth's age was similar to Li Fei's. He had an arrogant face, and from beginning to end, he didn't look Duan Lingtian in the eye. "Young master, this is big sister Li Fei." Ker introduced her with a smile. "I guessed it. The inner court's #1 beauty, she lives up to her name." Duan Lingtian nodded, and his gaze once again fell on Li Fei's body, seeming to be somewhat fiery. Li Fei's willowy eyebrows slightly knitted. She was no stranger to Duan Lingtian's gaze. As long as she walked out of the Li family mansion, she would be able to detect similar gazes everywhere. This kind of gaze was what she hated the most. People who had this kind of gaze seemed to want nothing more than to pounce on her and remove all the restraints on her body. In an instant, a trace of coldness surfaced in her heart. To think that she had previously thought that he was different. She didn't expect that he was also a lecher. "Ker, Shishir, let's talk again when we have time." Li Fei's autumn eyes that stared at Duan Lingtian became a bit colder, but when she looked at the 2 young girls at the side, the ice melted, as if it was the beginning of spring. As soon as her voice fell, she lightly moved and slowly walked away. Humph. It was also at this time that the white-clothed youth behind Li Fei, with a warning gaze, fell on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian naturally ignored him. "Young master, look at you, you've scared off big sister Li Fei. She just wanted me to introduce you to her." Ker's alluring red lips pouted, witty and cute, making one want to kiss and suck on them. Obviously, she had also noticed Duan Lingtian's frivolous gaze when he looked at Li Fei just now. Little sister Ker, was he the one who scared big sister Li Fei away? Li Shishir, who was at the side, was a bit slow to realize. When Ker pulled her over and whispered to her for a while, she finally understood. Her gaze towards Duan Lingtian had a bit more hidden bitterness. Unfortunately, Duan Lingtian's attention was not on her. "Her impression of me doesn't seem to be very good." Looking at Li Fei's beautiful figure from afar, Duan Lingtian's mouth held a trace of a smile. It had to be said. After coming to this world, Li Fei was the second woman that moved his heart. The first was naturally Ker. Only, Ker and Li Fei were completely different. If it was said that Ker was a pure lily, Li Fei was that hot red rose, full of endless temptation. The clan martial meet was in full swing. At this time, Ker and Li Shishir met the inner court disciples of the core condensation realm, Li Zhong and Li Hu one after another. After they stepped onto the martial arena, they directly admitted defeat. After all, they were not Duan Lingtian. "I admit defeat." When the referee called out Ker and Lian's names, Lian stood on the martial arena, eagerly waiting for Ker to step onto the stage. The young girl did not even have the interest to look at him, directly admitting defeat below the martial arena. From afar, he looked at the young girl holding the purple-clothed youth's hand, talking and laughing, treating him as if he was nothing. Duan Lingtian. Li An's face burned with jealousy as he gnashed his teeth. The referee's voice still rose and fell. Li Zhong, Li Hu. The referee's voice came from the martial arena in front of Duan Lingtian. Li Hu. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. He had heard Li Shishir mention before that Li Hu was also an inner court disciple of the core condensation realm. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian discovered. Li Hu and Li Zhong had not yet stepped onto the martial arena, and there was already a group of people surrounding them. Thinking about it, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. The battle between Li Zhong and Li Hu was the first battle between core condensation realm martial artists since the start of this year's clan martial meet. Duan Lingtian saw Li Hu. A young man with a strong head and a strong brain, with a hint of cynicism between his brows. On the martial arena. Li Zhong, you should admit defeat. You can't even beat a body-tempering realm martial artist. Could it be that you want to win against me? Li Hu had a lazy expression, and his words were not without sarcasm. Then let's see if you have the ability. Li Zhong sneered. This Li Hu, of all people, had completely infuriated him. Crossing the river on a reed. His figure moved, as if transforming into a gust of wind, pouncing towards Li Hu. Very quickly, the two of them engaged in a fierce battle. Along with the movements of the two of them, two ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out above their heads with imposing auras that shot into the sky like rainbows. The two of them were evenly matched. In the end, Li Zhong saw Li Hu's flaw and blasted Li Hu out of the martial arena. Despicable. Li Hu cursed. He wanted to rush up and fight Li Zhong again, but he was stopped by the referee. Li Hu, didn't you say that I can't even beat a body-tempering realm martial artist? Now, you can't even beat me, a body-tempering realm martial artist. What do you think? Li Zhong laughed with a face full of pride. At this time, many people in the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Li Hu's face flushed red, and in a fit of anger, he turned around and left. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian went on the arena a few more times. This allowed him to properly enjoy the treatment of a core condensation realm martial artist. His opponents admitted defeat one by one. Until he met Li Hu. The moment Li Hu entered the martial arena, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel his restless mood. It seems that he wants to defeat me and wash away the humiliation of being defeated by Li Zhong. Duan Lingtian's heart moved as he guessed the reason. However, even if Li Hu lost to Li Zhong because of carelessness, their true strength was actually about the same. Even Li Zhong wasn't Duan Lingtian's match. Li Hu was naturally no exception. Very quickly, Duan Lingtian defeated Li Hu and continued to maintain his strong winning streak. Li Fei, Li Zhong. The referee's voice came from behind. Duan Lingtian's eyes moved slightly as he held Ker's hand and walked over. Li Fei and Li Zhong's battle. Li Fei's figure seemed to transform into a flying red rose, attracting countless gazes and becoming the focus of attention. As a girl, being able to enter the core condensation realm at the age of 18 was indeed rare. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that Li Fei's strength was actually higher than Li Zhong's. In just 2 rounds, Li Zhong was forced to admit defeat repeatedly. Interesting. A faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's lips. He didn't think that this beautiful and enchanting girl would have such strength. Li Hu, Lian. Another battle between core condensation realm martial artists. What surprised Duan Lingtian was that Lian defeated Li Hu in 1 round. Of course, he also knew that this had to do with Li Hu's mood. From the moment he stepped onto the combat arena to when he was defeated by Lian, he seemed to be unsettled. Obviously, he hadn't walked out of the shadow from before. Li Zhong, Li Qing. The battle between core condensation realm martial artists continued. He's Li Qing. Looking at the white-clothed youth on the combat arena, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Wasn't this guy the shameless follower, who followed behind Li Fei's butt? He could tell that Li Fei didn't seem to like paying attention to him. This Li Qing was obviously wishful thinking. Li Zhong, admit defeat. On the combat arena, the white-clothed Li Qing arrogantly raised his head and looked down at Li Zhong with a condescending gaze. His tone was filled with dominance. Li Zhong's face sank and his eyes emitted anger. Just when the origin energy in his legs bloomed and he was about to attack. Suddenly, his pupils constricted and his body couldn't help but tremble as his origin energy dissipated. Chapter 59. I admit defeat. Li Zhong originally had an imposing manner. Even though he knew he wasn't a match for Li Qing, he was fearless. But now, the three ancient mammoth silhouettes that had condensed into form above Li Qing caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness. Three ancient mammoth silhouettes. Li Qing had obviously stepped into the second level of the core formation stage. The sound of people gasping rose and fell around the combat arena. Second level of the core formation stage. Li Qing had actually stepped into the second level of the core formation stage at the age of 18. It was shocking. Even last year's number 1, Li Feng, had only broken through to the second level of the core formation stage not long ago. Li Qing's natural talent was even higher than Li Feng's. In terms of strength, he obviously surpassed Li Feng at this time last year. An 18-year-old second-level core formation disciple. Even in our Li clan's recent 100 years of history, there are only a handful. Yeah, Li Qing's natural talent is truly shocking. As expected of the Grand Elder's grandson. The crowd exclaimed in surprise. They were all shocked by the cultivation Li Qing displayed. Second level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. This clan martial meet was getting more and more interesting. As the scorching sun gradually dimmed, the clan martial meet was approaching its end. Subsequently, two figures flashed onto the combat arena. Li Fei and Lian. In the battle between the two, Lian defeated Li Fei with a slight advantage. Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows knit together, seeming to be slightly displeased. A few more matches passed. Duan Lingtian, Li Fei. The referee's voice sounded from afar. On the combat arena. We meet again. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. His gaze was burning as he brazenly sized up Li Fei, who had a pretty face and a hot figure. Humph. Lecher. Noticing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Li Fei let out a low humph, and her beautiful face flushed red. Outside the combat ring. Oh my god, what am I seeing? Li Fei is blushing, she's actually blushing. Damn, it's true. Does she have some sort of relationship with Duan Lingtian? Otherwise, why would she blush the moment she sees him? They definitely have something going on. I think so too. Duan Lingtian really has good luck with women. There's a young girl by his side whose looks aren't inferior to Li Fei's, and now he's captured Li Fei's heart. The crowd was in an uproar. Li Fei was a famous beauty in the Li clan. She had countless pursuers, but she rarely looked at a man, let alone blushing in front of a man. If someone else had looked at her like Duan Lingtian did now, she would have shot him a murderous glare. But now, in front of Duan Lingtian, she actually blushed. Unbelievable. Li Qing, you've pursued Li Fei for so long, but she was still indifferent. Now, she seems to be rather interested in this Duan Lingtian. Lian arrived beside Li Qing and slowly spoke. As he spoke, his burning gaze flashed past the young girl nearby. However, the young girl's gaze was currently completely focused on the violet-clothed youth on the combat ring, and she didn't notice him at all. His face couldn't help but sink. Humph. Is he even qualified to compete with me? Li Qing sneered in disdain. His words showed that he didn't put Duan Lingtian in his eyes at all. Of course. You, Li Qing, have now broken through to the second level of the core formation stage. In terms of strength, Duan Lingtian can't catch up to you. But you still have to be careful. He's skilled at coaxing women. Even Li Qing seems to have a soft spot for him. Lian added fuel to the fire. Suddenly, Li Qing looked at Lian with a cold and indifferent gaze. Lian was stunned. If I'm not wrong, you're interested in the young girl by Duan Lingtian's side, right? What? You don't have the confidence to deal with him, so you want to borrow my hand? Li Qing saw through Li An's thoughts. Him? Don't joke around. Let's see if he goes against you or me first. If he goes against me first, I'll surely make him lose the strength to continue the battle, and you can save some effort as well. Lian wasn't embarrassed or annoyed when he was exposed, and he spoke in disdain. It's the same. If he goes against me first, he'll surely have no chance to battle you. Li Qing's gaze descended onto the violet-clothed youth on the high platform, and killing intent flashed within his eyes before disappearing. On the combat ring. Li Fei naturally heard the discussions in the crowd, and she was both embarrassed and annoyed. Duan Lingtian. When Li Fei saw Duan Lingtian still using that gaze to size her up, her beautiful eyes instantly focused, and she lightly gritted her teeth as she shouted in embarrassment and anger. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and was stunned for a moment. This scene once again drew a wave of friendly laughter. Duan Lingtian, if you're unwilling to ruthlessly destroy a flower, then admit defeat. Someone in the surrounding crowd spoke out. Admit defeat? Little Fei, do you need me to admit defeat? Duan Lingtian smiled as he looked towards Li Fei. Little Fei? For a moment, the gazes of the people present were filled with ambiguity when they looked at the two of them. Duan Lingtian. Li Qing's gaze was gloomy and cold, and the origin energy on his body became restless, choosing people to devour. On the combat ring. Li Fei couldn't restrain herself any longer, and she attacked in anger. She'd never imagined that Duan Lingtian would be so shameless, to actually call her by her nickname. Of course, she was slightly curious in her heart. How did Duan Lingtian know her nickname? Fleeting Shadow. Li Fei's graceful and alluring figure moved, as if transforming into a bolt of lightning as she directly charged towards Duan Lingtian. Above her head, two ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. Li Fei's speed was even slightly faster than Li Zhong's. In next to no time, Li Fei noticed. She'd already flashed to a spot not far from Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian actually didn't have any intention of dodging or making a move. Looking down on me, slight embarrassment and anger arose in Li Fei's heart. Meteor fist. Beneath her violet sleeves, her pink fist swept out like a shooting star, and it descended towards Duan Lingtian's chest. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered. His fleshly body instantly erupted with an enormous strength of 28,000 pounds, greater teleportation. He circulated his defensive martial skill, preparing to forcefully block Li Fei's fist. Bang! Li Fei's fist instantly smashed onto Duan Lingtian's chest. Li Fei was stunned. Duan Lingtian actually really didn't dodge, allowing her full-force fist to smash down. She was slightly regretful. Did I use too much force? The strength of two ancient mammoths. Suddenly, waves of clamorous exclamations of surprise sounded out by Li Fei's ears. Li Fei didn't even have the time to react when she felt that the fist that descended onto Duan Lingtian's chest actually didn't even break through his defensive chi barrier. This. How can this be possible? Li Fei's beautiful eyes focused, and her alluring and beautiful face was filled with disbelief. She subconsciously raised her head and clearly saw. In the sky above Duan Lingtian, two ancient mammoth silhouettes were faintly discernible, 9th level of the body tempering stage, the strength of two ancient mammoths. Shock had just appeared on her alluring and beautiful face. In the next moment, she felt a boundless energy counterattack from the defensive chi barrier on Duan Lingtian's body and enter her fist. She couldn't be more familiar with this energy. It was precisely the strength of her meteor fist. Retreat. Duan Lingtian frowned as he realized that he'd gone a bit too far. His figure flashed as he hurriedly retreated. However, Li Fei didn't have time to retreat. Although Duan Lingtian had restrained most of the counterattack force, there was still a small portion that ignored the defensive chi barrier that appeared on the surface of Li Fei's body and passed through Li Fei's right arm to smash onto her body. Instantly, Li Fei's face went ghastly pale. Her entire body was like an arrow that left the bow as she flashed out and descended towards a corner of the combat arena. Not good. Suddenly, a wave of shocked shouts sounded out from outside the combat arena. Duan Lingtian glanced over and his face went pale. Presently, the pale-faced Li Fei had no strength in her entire body and was completely unable to borrow strength in midair. Whereas her falling body's head was smashing towards a nearby stone block at a corner of the combat arena, the squarish stone block had a sharp corner, and it was aimed right at Li Fei's head. If Li Fei were to collide with it, the consequences would be unimaginable. On the high platform, Patriarch Li Ao's face went pale as he prepared to go rescue Li Fei. However, he quickly stared blankly on the ground. At this moment, not only him, even everyone present who witnessed the battle between Duan Lingtian and Li Fei were dumbstruck. At this moment, they seemed to have forgotten that Li Fei was in danger. On the combat arena, the youth that seemed to have transformed into a spirit snake that flashed out displayed a shocking speed. This was especially so in the void above his head. The third ancient mammoth silhouette that suddenly condensed into form was so dazzling. No. Impossible. Impossible. Lian looked at this scene from afar and shook his head in disbelief. He wasn't willing to believe that all this was real. On the combat arena, after noticing that Li Fei was in danger, Duan Lingtian didn't care about anything else. He exploded out with all his strength without holding back and displayed extreme speed as he flashed straight towards Li Fei. However, halfway there, he noticed that his speed was still slightly slower. No. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned crimson red as he emitted a roar of unwillingness. On the high platform, Patriarch Li Ao and the few old men noticed this as well, and their faces went pale. However, at this moment, even if it was them, it was impossible for them to save Li Fei. The distance was too far. A trace of despair flashed past Li Fei's eyes as she flew out. Am I going to die? Suddenly, she saw the violet-clothed youth that was desperately flying towards her with a savage expression. At this moment, the youth's madness caused a trace of warmth to involuntarily arise in her heart. So it turns out that he wasn't so detestable. Ah! Duan Lingtian, who was swiftly flashing, suddenly shouted out explosively. The muscles on his entire body bulged, and his veins throbbed. Bang! He once again pushed off from the ground. At the instant his feet touched the ground, a scene instantly flashed within Duan Lingtian's mind. On the screen, two small pythons, one black and one white, flew out nimbly like lightning, flashing past in the blink of an eye. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have caught onto something. At the instant Duan Lingtian's figure landed on the ground, his spirit serpent movement technique was forced by the situation to undergo a change, mastery stage. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's speed increased explosively, and he was a step ahead of Li Fei as he flashed to the vicinity of the stone block. However, there wasn't much space left between Li Fei's head and the sharp corner of the stone block. Duan Lingtian gritted his teeth and directly stuffed his body horizontally into it. Bang! Before he had the time to circulate his defensive martial skill, Li Fei's body had already crashed down into Duan Lingtian's embrace. Chapter 60. Are you alright? Li Fei's head collided with Duan Lingtian's chest, but she wasn't injured in the slightest. She raised her head and looked at Duan Lingtian with concern. The way Duan Lingtian risked his life to save her was still vivid in her mind. She was deeply touched. Big sister, can you get down first? You're so heavy, you should lose some weight. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly. The intense pain that came from his back caused him to break out in cold sweat. Luckily, he'd cultivated to the 9th level of the body tempering stage, and the transformation of his flesh, blood, and bones was far from what an ordinary 9th level body tempering stage martial artist could compare to, so his bones weren't injured. Li Fei's beautiful face flushed red. She was puzzled in her heart. Was she really that heavy? Under numerous dubious gazes, Li Fei got down from Duan Lingtian's body. You're so heavily injured. Raising her hand to help Duan Lingtian up, Li Fei's face went ghastly pale as she looked at the open wound on Duan Lingtian's back. Don't worry, I won't die. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief and stood up shakily. Thank you. Li Fei was silent for a moment before speaking. Can you give me something more practical? Duan Lingtian laughed slyly. What do you want? Li Fei was stunned. Give yourself to me. Duan Lingtian's gaze once again became burning. Bah! Li Fei's face flushed red, as if blood would drip out. Cough cough. The judge's light cough sounded out, breaking the gentle and charming atmosphere between Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. Do the two of you still want to continue? It was obvious that even the referee could not stand the flirting between the two of them. No need, I admit defeat. Li Fei shook her head, then supported Duan Lingtian down the combat arena. She moved lightly, deeply afraid of touching Duan Lingtian's injuries. Young master. Are you okay? Kerr and Li Shishir greeted him with worried expressions. For a moment, Duan Lingtian was surrounded by 3 women. Countless envious and jealous gazes fell on Duan Lingtian from all directions. Almost every man present wished that the one injured wasn't Duan Lingtian, but themselves. In this way, he could replace Duan Lingtian. Fei, are you okay? Li Qing came to Li Fei and asked with concern. Li Qing, I've told you many times, call me Li Fei. Li Fei frowned slightly in displeasure. She focused on cooperating with Kerr and helped Duan Lingtian treat the wound on his back. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Li Qing. Li Qing's face sank as he took a deep breath. Duan Lingtian, I hope this little injury isn't enough to make you give up on the following battles. Li Qing's gloomy gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. Don't worry, my goal is first place. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Qing without the slightest fear. Humph. Li Qing snorted coldly as he turned around and left. He was truly afraid that if he stayed even a moment longer, he wouldn't be able to restrain himself from ruthlessly killing Duan Lingtian. After Li Fei's danger was resolved, the attention of everyone present moved on to Duan Lingtian. Today, Duan Lingtian gave them too great of a shock. First, he defeated a core formation inner court disciple with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. After that, he even drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes, 9th level of the body tempering stage, possessing the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. They had never heard of such a thing. Not to mention that. After that, in order to save Li Fei from danger, Duan Lingtian erupted once again, and even a 3rd ancient mammoth silhouette appeared. From beginning to end, they didn't see Duan Lingtian use origin energy. In other words, Duan Lingtian, 9th level of the body tempering stage, possessing the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that what they saw earlier was true. No wonder Duan Lingtian threatened to fight for first place. So it turns out that he's so strong. Yeah, even though Li Qing is at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, when Li Qing attacks with his full strength, it's only comparable to the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. In this aspect, Duan Lingtian isn't inferior to him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's martial skills are very strong, so defeating Li Qing isn't impossible. I have confidence in Duan Lingtian as well. The crowd whispered in discussion. Many people thought highly of Duan Lingtian. These words were incomparably ear-piercing to Li Qing's ears. His face sank, killing intent flickered in his eyes, and his fists were clenched so tightly that his veins throbbed. Duan Lingtian. Even though he was surprised that Duan Lingtian possessed the strength of 3 ancient mammoths, he still didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was only a 16-year-old kid after all. To possess such strength, he surely had a fortuitous encounter. A branch family disciple with slightly better luck. How could he possibly be a match for him, a genius of the Li clan? I didn't expect that this Duan Lingtian had concealed so much strength. Being defeated by him wasn't an injustice. Li Zhong's gaze was complicated as he sighed. Then, he looked towards Li Shao, who had a dumbstruck expression. Behave yourself in the future and don't provoke him. We can't afford to offend him. Li Zhong warned. Yes. Li Shao smiled bitterly as he nodded. I didn't expect that his true strength would be so strong. To think that I took him to be my opponent at the beginning. Li Wen gazed at the violet-clothed youth in the distance, and his mood was unable to calm down for a long time. He originally thought that cultivating the unfettered steps to the mastery stage would be sufficient to defeat Duan Lingtian. Now it seemed that all of this was just a joke. On the high platform. I didn't expect that this Duan Lingtian would be able to utilize the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Patriarch Li Ao's expression became slightly serious. Duan Lingtian's true strength had completely exceeded his expectations. According to common sense, he must have had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a treasure of the heavens and earth. Only then would he be able to possess such monstrous strength. The old man beside him guessed. I think so too. The white-browed old man nodded in agreement. The clan martial meet continued. Li Qing, Li Fei. The voice of the judge sounded out. For a moment, the gazes of everyone descended onto Li Fei, who was helping Duan Lingtian clean his wounds. I admit defeat. Li Fei didn't even raise his head as he continued to carefully clean Duan Lingtian's wounds. Li Qing wins. Although Li Qing won, he wasn't happy in the slightest. His gloomy gaze never left the violet-clothed youth in the distance. Nearby. I hope that Duan Lingtian encounters Li Qing first. Li An's heart was restless and uneasy. When Duan Lingtian made his move and drew upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes, he felt powerless in his heart. He knew his limits. Duan Lingtian wasn't someone he could deal with. Brethren, this Duan Lingtian concealed his strength too deeply. The green-clothed youth at the side had a lingering fear in his heart. He had almost made a move against Duan Lingtian last time. Now that he thought about it, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Whoosh! After Kerr and Li Fei treated his wounds, Duan Lingtian consumed a 9th-grade gold injury pill and his injuries gradually improved. After all, he didn't injure his muscles and bones, so he quickly recovered by more than half and wouldn't affect the following battle. Duan Lingtian, Lian. The voice of the judge sounded out at the right time. Li An's expression changed. The thing he was most worried about had happened. Be careful. Before Duan Lingtian prepared to ascend the combat arena, Li Fei lightly reminded him. It seems that my injuries were quite worth it. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to me. I still have many things I want to do. Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Fei with a burning gaze. After the latter flirtatiously rolled her eyes at him, only then did he ascend the combat arena. Kerr, this Duan Lingtian is a womanizer. Aren't you angry? Li Shishir held Kerr's hand and walked to the side, avoiding Li Fei as she asked in a low voice. Big sister Shishir, as long as there's a corner of young master's heart that belongs to me, I'm satisfied. Kerr lightly smiled. Hearing this, Li Shishir was speechless. Where did this Duan Lingtian get such great charm to make Kerr be so dead set on him? On the combat arena. Duan Lingtian looked at Lian with a calm gaze. Lian took a deep breath. His mind was filled with the scene of Duan Lingtian drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop the 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to the 2nd level of the core formation stage. His martial skill level wasn't inferior to his. I admit defeat. Although unwilling, Lian still made his decision. If he really made a move, he didn't know what Duan Lingtian would do to him. If Duan Lingtian were to be ruthless, then the losses would outweigh the gains. He didn't dare to gamble. Instantly, the surroundings of the combat arena were filled with boos. Li An's strength was publicly acknowledged as number 2 in the Li family's younger generation. But now, he didn't even have the courage to battle Duan Lingtian. Too cowardly. Noticing the disdainful gazes from the surroundings, Lian took a deep breath and suppressed the shame and anger in his heart. His eyes of hatred carried an icy cold gaze as they flashed past Duan Lingtian. Lian, Li Qing. After a few more matches, the referee's voice sounded out once more. This time, Lian directly admitted defeat as well. Li Qing wins. Along with the passage of time, dusk arrived. Li Qing, Duan Lingtian. Under the anticipation of everyone, the most exciting moment had finally arrived. Two youths that possessed the strength of 3 ancient mammoths would raise the climax of this year's clan martial meet. His white clothes fluttered as Li Qing already stood on the combat arena. His condescending gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, filled with contempt and disdain. This Li Qing is really arrogant. Duan Lingtian's face slightly sank. But, just when he was about to stride out and ascend the combat arena, Duan Lingtian. A condensed voice entered into his ears. He quickly noticed that the surrounding people didn't seem to notice. In other words, only he was able to hear this voice. Through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian found out. Martial artists at the 7th level of the Origin Core stage and above all had the ability to condense sound into a line. The owner of the voice was none other than Lian. It was precisely the Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao. Duan Lingtian slightly raised his head to look at Li Ao on the high platform with a puzzled expression, not knowing what Li Ao wanted to do. Li Ao was looking at him as well. Duan Lingtian, I hope you can admit defeat for this match. Li Ao's words caused Duan Lingtian to frown. Admit defeat? Impossible. His goal was the reward for first place, the 350-year-old blood Lingji. Asking him to give it up now was something he couldn't do. I know this is making things difficult for you, but I promise you that I'll privately compensate you with the reward for first place. How about it? Chapter 61. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. The reason he wanted to fight for first place in the clan martial meet was for the generous rewards. Now, Patriarch Li Ao wanted him to admit defeat and even promised to compensate him with an equivalent reward, logically speaking. Since Li Ao had already said this, he had to give Li Ao some face no matter what. But now that he was standing on the combat arena, looking down on him, the youth in white really made him unhappy. He could imagine how proud Li Ao would be if he admitted defeat. On the high platform, Li Ao frowned. Seeing that Duan Lingtian was unmoved, he took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind about something. Duan Lingtian, besides compensating you for being first place, I will also give you a promise. In the future, I will unconditionally promise you something that is within my ability and is reasonable. How about it? Li Ao took the last step. Li Ao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be moved. Patriarch Li Ao's promise, that was something that couldn't be bought with money. He didn't expect that Patriarch Li Ao would make such a concession in order to let Li Qing obtain first place in the clan martial meet. Of course, he could guess the reason why Li Ao did this. The Li clan's annual clan martial meet had always been the most important. If the first place in the clan martial meet was obtained by a disciple with another surname, it would inevitably become a topic of ridicule. The Li clan couldn't afford to lose face like this. No matter what, Li Ao was still the patriarch of the Li clan. If Duan Lingtian still wanted to continue staying in the Li clan, no matter what, he had to give Li Ao some face. In addition, Li Ao had already made such a concession. If he still wasn't willing, then it wouldn't be justifiable. I admit defeat. Under the gazes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian spoke calmly and then retreated to the side of the 3 girls. To him, his goal this time was to obtain the 350-year-old blood Lingji. Now that he had obtained the blood Lingji, it could be considered a success. As for the title of first place, he didn't really care. Admit defeat? The people who were looking forward to the battle between Duan Lingtian and Li Qing were completely stunned. Duan Lingtian admitted defeat? Ever since Duan Lingtian had appeared, he had been a dark horse, dominating everything without fear. And now, he actually admitted defeat. This contrast was unbearable for most of the people present. On the combat ring, hearing Duan Lingtian admit defeat, Li Qing was also stunned for a moment. To think that I even thought of him as an opponent. Now, it seems that he is simply not worthy of being my opponent. Li Qing looked at the purple-clothed youth who was surrounded by the 3 women in the distance. The disdain in his eyes deepened, and there was a faint trace of jealousy. Below the combat arena, it was clamorous. Duan Lingtian actually admitted defeat. What a surprise. I was wrong about him. I didn't think that he didn't even have the courage to fight Li Qing. To think that he even possesses the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. He's really impressive but useless. There's still a difference between the core formation stage and the body tempering stage in the end. Li Qing is worthy of being the #1 disciple of our Li family's younger generation. His reputation is well deserved. The discussions in the crowd were one-sided. Even those people who thought highly of Duan Lingtian before had now turned around and belittled Duan Lingtian to their heart's content while praising Li Qing. Duan Lingtian, why did you admit defeat? Li Shirshi's beautiful brows knit together. She found it difficult to understand Duan Lingtian's decision. She even felt that the current Duan Lingtian was so unfamiliar. The Duan Lingtian she knew, the Duan Lingtian she liked, wasn't the type of person that fled at the last minute. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's image in her heart plummeted. If I want to admit defeat, then so be it. Duan Lingtian said casually. You. Li Shirshi was exasperated. She stomped her feet and angrily walked away. Don't you find it strange? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked at the other 2 girls that hadn't spoken since the beginning. Young master must have his reasons for doing this. Kerr said with a slight smile. You've received a lot of benefits from the patriarch. Li Fei looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. You, how did you know? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He looked at this enchanting and beautiful girl with slight surprise. The girl smiled mysteriously. Fei Fei. Unknowingly, Li Qing had once again come to Li Fei's side. His burning gaze fell on Li Fei. Li Fei didn't pay attention to him. Fei Fei, this branch family disciple who doesn't even have the courage to fight with me isn't worthy of you. Li Qing took a deep breath. His tone was filled with disdain. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. Li Qing, whether he's worthy of me or not, it has nothing to do with you, but I know that I will never choose you. So, you should give up on this idea as soon as possible. Don't bother me in the future. Li Fei looked at Li Qing with disgust. Let's go over there. Li Fei called out to Duan Lingtian and Kerr. Duan Lingtian nodded. Before he left, he didn't forget to look at Li Qing and smile. His smile caused Li Qing's face to darken. Killing intent shot out from his eyes. Duan Lingtian. The killing intent in Li Qing's eyes was naturally detected by Duan Lingtian. Only, Li Qing's killing intent, in his view, could only be considered as a child playing house. This Li Qing, he estimated that he hadn't even killed anyone before. Within his killing intent, there wasn't the slightest smell of blood. Following the battle between Duan Lingtian and Li Qing, Duan Lingtian admitted defeat. The Li clan's clan martial meet was nearing its end. The final results were out. The top 10 of this year's clan martial meet were, first, Li Qing, 86 points. Second, Duan Lingtian, 84 points. Third, Lian, 82 points. Fourth, Li Fei, 80 points. Fifth, Li Zhong, 78 points. Sixth, Li Hu, 76 points. Seventh, Li Kuang, 74 points. Eighth, Li Shirshi, 72 points. Ninth, Kerr, 70 points. 10th, Li Wan, 68 points. In the battle between Kerr and Li Shirshi, Kerr didn't go on stage and directly admitted defeat. In her eyes, Li Shirshi was her good friend. She didn't want to fight her. Next, the Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao, would personally give out the rewards. When they returned home, Duan Lingtian's group was still 3 people, but Li Shirshi wasn't among them. Li Fei replaced Li Shirshi. Inner court martial arts practice field. Li Qing stood there, emitting a terrifying aura. He gazed from afar at Li Fei and the violet-clothed youth talking and laughing as they walked away side by side. Li Qing, how about we join forces and find a chance to teach that Duan Lingtian a lesson? Unknowingly, Lian had arrived by Li Qing's side and made a suggestion. Humph. Li Qing coldly glanced at Lian with a face full of disdain. Lian, you're the same as him. Both of you have lost to me. Do you think I'd join forces with you, a loser, to deal with another loser? Li Qing's nose was raised higher than the sky as he spoke to Lian in a condescending tone. Since you're not interested, then forget it. Lian laughed awkwardly before turning around and leaving. At the instant he turned around, his expression became extremely unsightly, and his eyes flickered with a breathtaking cold light. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had just entered the house. Swish. Swish. 2 little pythons, one black and one white, flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian and Kerr and coiled around their wrists. Then, they stuck out their little heads and sized up the peerlessly beautiful young girl with an enchanting figure, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. These are snakes that you raised? Li Fei was slightly surprised when she saw this scene. So cute. Under Duan Lingtian's slightly stunned gaze, Li Fei stretched out her hand to stroke the little black snake that coiled around his wrist. The little black snake closed its eyes in enjoyment. After a short moment, the little black snake's figure flashed and actually coiled around Li Fei's wrist. Perverted snake. Duan Lingtian looked at the little black snake with a gaze filled with jealousy. Tian, Kerr, this is? At this time, Li Ro also walked out of the room, and her gaze was completely attracted by Li Fei. Li Fei was really too outstanding. In terms of appearance, she wasn't the slightest bit inferior to Kerr. Moreover, because of her age, the 18-year-old Li Fei had already completely displayed the charm of a woman. Mother, this is your future daughter-in-law. Duan Lingtian chuckled. Hello Aunt Ro, I'm Li Fei. Unhappily glaring at Duan Lingtian, Li Fei smiled and greeted Li Ro. Good, good. You guys have a good chat, I'll go prepare dinner. Li Ro's face bloomed with a smile as she entered the kitchen. Madam, I'll help you. Kerr also followed in. Little Fei, you still haven't told me, how did you know that I purposely admitted defeat after receiving benefits from the patriarch? Duan Lingtian's eyes stared closely at Li Fei. Why should I tell you? Li Fei rolled her eyes at him. You are my future daughter-in-law, why are you asking so many questions? Duan Lingtian chuckled. Pei. You're shameless, who's your daughter-in-law? Li Fei simply ignored Duan Lingtian and stretched out her jade hands, gently teasing the 2 little pythons. The little pythons were not afraid of strangers at all, and played happily in Li Fei's hands. As a former playboy soldier, Duan Lingtian could naturally see that ever since he saved Li Fei on the battle arena, Li Fei's attitude towards him was completely different. If it was in the past, Li Fei would have already been angry if he was so frivolous. He believed. As long as he put in a little more effort, he would definitely be able to completely conquer this peerless beauty in front of him. Not long after, someone came to visit. They brought a long box. Duan Lingtian opened it, and smiled with satisfaction. He did not expect that the patriarch Li Ao's efficiency was so high, and delivered the thing so quickly. This is 350 years old blood lingji mushroom? Li Fei recognized the blood lingji mushroom lying in the box, and was stunned for a while, before looking at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Didn't you guess it? Duan Lingtian smiled. The reward you received this time is more than Li Qing. Li Qing only received a reward for ranking first, but you received 2 rewards for ranking first and top 3 at the same time. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. How is it, me being your man, I won't embarrass you, right? Duan Lingtian chuckled, and his fiery gaze fell on Li Fei's towering peaks, and his lower abdomen slightly heated up. Where are you looking at? Li Fei frowned, and her enchanting face blushed, all the way to her neck. You're so beautiful. Duan Lingtian's breathing became hurried, and he took a deep breath to calm his restless emotions. Really? Even pearls are not so real. Didn't you say that I should go on a diet? I lied to you. Chapter 62. Although Duan Lingtian and Li Fei didn't have any actual progress for the time being, but based on the current situation, Li Fei no longer rejected him. To him, this was good news. Now, what he had to do was to strike while the iron was hot. Tomorrow afternoon, I plan to make a trip to the misty forest with Kerr. Are you interested? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he asked Li Fei. You want me to be a third wheel? I'm not going. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Then forget it. I originally wanted to bring you to see the snow python, a ferocious beast comparable to a nascent soul stage expert. That's something that's hard to come by in one's lifetime. Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh. What? Snow python? Li Fei's autumn eyes lit up, and her enchanting and beautiful face became slightly excited. She had also heard the news from a while ago. The appearance of the snow python in the misty forest caused her to feel incomparably shocked, and her heart was filled with curiosity and yearning. Duan Lingtian lowered his head, minding his own business as he played with the little black snake. Hey, do you really have a way to see the snow python? Li Fei asked softly. Duan Lingtian didn't even raise his head, as if he didn't hear what she said. Hey! Li Fei called out again. Hey what? My name isn't Hey. Weren't you not interested? Duan Lingtian had a lazy expression as he spoke unhurriedly. Suddenly, Li Fei became excited. Her autumn eyes were filled with tears, as if she could cry at any moment. What are you doing? What's there to cry about? I'll bring you there. The scene before his eyes caused Duan Lingtian to be caught off guard, and he became flustered. In both his previous and current lives, what he couldn't bear to see the woman he liked cry the most. You said it yourself, don't go back on your word. Li Fei's enchanting and beautiful face revealed a smile of having succeeded in her scheme. I've been tricked. Only now did Duan Lingtian react, and he had a bitter smile on his face. Li Fei, compared to Kerr, was simply two extremes. Perhaps it was because of this that he fell in love with Li Fei at first sight. That night, after dinner, Duan Lingtian sent Li Fei home. Only then did he realize that Li Fei's courtyard was behind his courtyard, separated by a small alley. Even if they walked through the main entrance and circled around, it would only be a few dozen meters. If they were to directly climb over the wall, they would be able to save tens of meters of wasted time. When they got home, Duan Lingtian went into his room. He began to cultivate. He had already cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique Spirit Serpent Transformation to the highest level. What he needed to do now was to cultivate the second transformation of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique. Mad Python Transformation. Now that his fleshly body had reached the peak of the body tempering stage, Duan Lingtian noticed that the 7 treasures body tempering liquid was useless to him. What he needed to do now was to cultivate the Mad Python Transformation's mental cultivation method and develop origin energy. Once he developed origin energy, he would be a core formation martial artist. His strength would increase once again. Tomorrow, I'll go buy some origin gathering pills. I'm going to bleed again. Duan Lingtian felt his heart ache. The origin gathering pill was a grade 8 medicinal pill. It was a type of medicinal pill that could help a 9th level body tempering martial artist quickly develop origin energy and step into the core formation stage. It was extremely expensive. Just one would cost 10,000 taels of silver. A martial artist with good natural talent would need to consume at least 10 origin gathering pills to step into the core formation stage in a short period of time. A martial artist with poor natural talent would need to consume at least 10 pills. Of course, they could also choose not to use them. In this way, no matter how good one's natural talent was, one would still need to spend many years of hard work to break through to the core formation stage. Just like the Fresh Breeze Town branch family, including the patriarch, Li Nanfeng, and the other core formation stage martial artists. When these people cultivated from the 9th level of the body tempering stage to the core formation stage, those with good natural talent spent 3 to 5 years, while those with poor natural talent spent 7 to 8 years. It wasn't because of anything else, but because they couldn't afford to use the origin gathering pill. In the clan martial meet this time, there were 5 young geniuses that had stepped into the core formation stage at the age of 18, including Li Fei. Besides their natural talent, the reason they were able to step into the core formation stage at such a young age was because of the origin gathering pill. Medicinal pills were enough to change a person's life. This was also the reason why alchemists had a lofty status in Cloud Continent. The higher the grade of an alchemist, the higher their status. They were existences that all the great powers fought over. Unfortunately, I still haven't developed origin energy. Once I do, I'll be a grade 9 alchemist. Duan Lingtian sighed in his heart. If an ordinary person wanted to become an alchemist, even if they had outstanding natural talent in alchemy and the guidance of a famous teacher, they would still need to spend several years of hard work before they could even begin. But Duan Lingtian possessed the lifetime memories of Reincarnation Emperor Wu. Reincarnation Emperor Wu was also a royal grade alchemist. In terms of alchemy, he could be considered the second Reincarnation Emperor Wu. As long as his origin energy met the requirements, he would be an experienced alchemist. What other alchemists understood, he understood. What other alchemists didn't understand, he understood. The most important thing right now is to develop origin energy, step into the core formation stage, and become an alchemist. At that time, I'll be able to refine medicinal pills that can raise my core formation stage cultivation and even allow Mother to be reborn, allowing her to cultivate top cultivation methods. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. His attention quickly returned to the raging python form cultivation method. After looking at the raging python form cultivation method for a while, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. As expected of a cultivation method created by Reincarnation Emperor Wu after 2 lifetimes. This 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique second form, the Raging Python form, was not only able to allow the cultivator to develop origin energy like an ordinary martial artist. It was also able to use origin energy to temper the cultivator's fleshly body, allowing the fleshly body to transform once again. Once Duan Lingtian relied on the Raging Python form to cultivate to the first level of the core formation stage, besides being able to grasp origin energy no different from an ordinary martial artist, he would also be able to use origin energy to temper his fleshly body, allowing the fleshly body to transform once again. Just the strength of his fleshly body would be able to transform from the current strength of 3 ancient mammoths to the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Coupled with his origin energy that was comparable to the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. In other words, once he stepped into the first level of the core formation stage, he would possess the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. The strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Slightly weaker than a 4th level core formation stage martial artist. Slightly stronger than a 3rd level core formation martial artist. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian started cultivating. However, without the origin gathering pill, his cultivation progress was slow. Even when it was deep into the night, there was no obvious improvement. I'm still too impatient. Shaking his head, Duan Lingtian fell asleep. He slept all the way until the sun rose. Early the next morning. After eating breakfast, he left with Kerr. He once again arrived at the Aurora City's trade market, at the medicine store where he consigned the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. Customer, you've finally come. When he saw Duan Lingtian, it was as if the manager had seen his savior, and he hurriedly went over to greet him. What? Are they all sold out? Duan Lingtian smiled. Sold out, an entire 2,000 portions, all sold out. The manager nodded, then withdrew a large stack of silver and passed it to Duan Lingtian. This is. Duan Lingtian stared blankly. Customer, the 2,000 portions of 6 treasures body tempering liquid you concocted last time, I sold them for 2,000 silver per portion, but the supply still couldn't meet the demand. According to the agreement, customer, you take 80% of the sales, which is 320,000 silver. After deducting the 200,000 silver I gave you last time, this 120,000 silver is the remaining portion. The manager explained. 2,000 silver per portion? Duan Lingtian stared blankly for a moment, then he shook his head and smiled. All merchants are truly profiteers. Customer, since you've come, how about concocting some more 6 treasures body tempering liquid? The manager looked eagerly at Duan Lingtian. I came here this time precisely for this. Help me prepare the medicinal materials. Duan Lingtian nodded. It's all prepared. When Duan Lingtian and Kerr entered the small room, they were both stunned when they saw the two large vats and a large pile of medicinal materials. This time, he spent an entire 2 hours to concoct 2 large vats of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Customer, I don't have much liquid funds on hand. How about I give you 200,000 silver first? After all of these medicinal liquids have been sold, I'll give you the remaining silver without missing a single cent. After inspecting the goods, the manager asked with some apprehension. One must know that this batch of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid, no matter which medicine store Duan Lingtian took it to, would be able to sell it for the same or even higher price. Of course there's no problem, I trust the manager. Duan Lingtian nodded and took another 200,000 silver from him. Sometimes, trust is mutual. Manager, that large vat of 6 treasures body-tempering liquid last time, you couldn't have divided it into 2,000 portions by yourself, right? Duan Lingtian looked at the manager with a slightly strange gaze. Of course not. I don't trust anyone else, so I asked my family to help me divide it. The manager smiled. Right, manager, do you know which medicine store in Aurora City's trade market sells Origin Gathering pills? Duan Lingtian asked again. Origin Gathering pill? I'm afraid you can only go to the medicine stores under the 3 great clans of Aurora City. Customer, Yearly Clan's medicine store, the Spirit Aura Pavilion, is on the main street in front. The manager pointed outside. Duan Lingtian nodded and left the medicine store with Kerr. Not long after, they arrived at the Spirit Aura Pavilion mentioned by the manager. As expected of a medicine store under the Li clan, the Spirit Aura Pavilion occupied an extremely large area and was divided into 2 floors. Customer, what do you need? As soon as they entered, an attendant greeted them and asked respectfully. I want to buy some Origin Gathering pills. Duan Lingtian stated his purpose for coming. The Origin Gathering pills are on the 2nd floor, please follow me. The attendant brought Duan Lingtian and Kerr to the 2nd floor. This customer needs Origin Gathering pills. The attendant greeted the female attendant behind the counter before returning to the 1st floor. Customer, how many Origin Gathering pills do you need? The female attendant's appearance was ordinary, but her smile was very bright. Give me 32 pills. Duan Lingtian patted the silver bills in his pocket as he slowly spoke. Hearing this, the female attendant was shocked. However, she quickly reacted. Customer, are you sure it's 32 pills? A single Origin Gathering pill is. The female attendant was slightly hesitant. It's only 10,000 silver, right? Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he fished out a large stack of silver bills from the medicine store's manager and directly threw it on the counter. Customer, I'm sorry, I'll go prepare it for you right away. Seeing so many silver bills, the female attendant knew that the youth wasn't joking. She drew in a breath of cold air and went to prepare the Origin Gathering pills. Young master, what medicinal pill did you buy? It's so expensive. Kerr playfully stuck out her tongue with a face full of surprise. Origin Gathering pill, a medicinal pill that can help us break through to the core formation stage as soon as possible. Chapter 63. Spending money like flowing water was a perfect description of Duan Lingtian. 32 soul gathering pills. He spent all the silver notes he just got from the medicine store manager. These silver notes were spent before he could even warm them. However, Duan Lingtian didn't regret it at all. On the path of cultivation, if you want to take a shortcut, you must be willing to spend money. Noon. Duan Lingtian's family had just finished eating not long ago. Li Fei came. She was dressed in a light purple robe that was slightly tight, making the young girl who was as mature as a peach look like a flirtatious red rose. She was graceful and alluring, charming all living things. Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen was on fire. This Li Fei was really a tempting beauty. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's greedy gaze retracted and fell on Li Fei's right hand. At this moment, Li Fei's white jade hand and slender fingers, except for her thumb, were all wearing 4 dark rings. The interlocking ring seemed simple and unadorned. Spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's heart moved, and his face revealed some surprise. Reincarnation Emperor Wu was not only a royal-grade alchemist, but also a royal-grade weapon craftsman. Duan Lingtian inherited his memories, and recognized at a glance that the spirit weapon in Li Fei's hand was a spirit weapon. Grade 9 spirit weapon. He still remembered that Li Fei didn't use this spirit weapon in yesterday's clan martial gathering. Otherwise, Lian would definitely not be her opponent. Li Fei quickly noticed that Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on her right hand, and couldn't help but be slightly moved, and her heart jumped. Could it be that he recognized the spirit weapon in her hand? Soon, Duan Lingtian gave her the answer. Little Fei, why didn't you use this grade 9 spirit weapon in the clan martial gathering? If you used it, Lian might not be your opponent. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and he seemed to be smiling yet not smiling. I wanted to use it, but Grandpa put it away. He said it was unfair to others. Li Fei said with some hidden bitterness. She was a little shocked. This Duan Lingtian was actually able to recognize that the weapon in her hand was a spiritual weapon at a glance. One had to know that unless it was a weapon refiner with a unique vision. Otherwise, no matter how high a cultivator's cultivation was, they would only be able to recognize the spirit weapon when it was used. She suddenly felt that she couldn't see through this youth anymore. There seemed to be a cloud of fog surrounding his body. For a moment, endless curiosity rose in her heart. She longed to dispel the fog and see through the Duan Lingtian completely. That's true. Even though this spirit artifact of yours is a grade 9 spirit artifact, its amplification ability is close to that of a grade 8 spirit artifact. Presumably, the grade 9 weapon craftsman who forged this spirit artifact for you has already touched the threshold of a grade 8 weapon craftsman. Duan Lingtian nodded and said slowly. When these words of Duan Lingtian entered into Li Fei's ears, it made her feel as if she was struck by lightning. She only recently found out that her grandfather was about to become a grade 8 weapon craftsman. She was sure that besides her and her grandfather, there was absolutely no third person in the Li clan who knew of this matter. But now, the youth only took a glance at the spirit artifact in her hand and was able to see that her grandfather was about to become a grade 8 weapon craftsman. You. How did you see through it? Li Fei's tone was hurried, and she was somewhat impatient. You want to know? Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. Li Fei hurriedly nodded. This is my secret. Besides my woman, I won't tell anyone else. A smirk appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. You. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. I don't care. How could Li Fei not know that she was played by Duan Lingtian, and she said angrily. You really don't care? Duan Lingtian asked again. I don't care. Li Fei was in a fit of anger, and she replied very straightforwardly. Sigh, then forget it. I originally wanted to remind you that although the weapon craftsman that helped you refine the spirit artifact is about to become a grade 8 weapon craftsman, I still hope that you can advise him not to forcefully increase the grade of the weapon flame for the time being. Duan Lingtian pretended to sigh as he slowly spoke. What do you mean by this? Li Fei's enchanting and beautiful face slightly changed. If I'm not wrong. Recently, every late night, that weapon craftsman would feel the origin energy in his body burning, and even find it difficult to fall asleep. Duan Lingtian didn't reply Li Fei, and instead said these words. How do you know about my grandfather's recent situation? You climbed over the wall to peek at our house? Li Fei's face slightly changed as she said angrily. She knew about this matter, and even specially went to grab many calming medicines for her grandfather, but they were all useless. Do I look like such a senseless person? He kindly reminded Li Fei, but was wronged by her. Duan Lingtian was speechless for a while, and didn't say anything more. He admitted that he was dissolute, but he wouldn't do such a despicable thing. Li Fei realized that Duan Lingtian didn't have any intention of paying attention to her, and realized that she might have really wronged him. Could it be that everything that Duan Lingtian said was also seen through the spirit artifact in her hand? But this was really hard to believe. Taking a deep breath, Li Fei looked towards Kerr for help. Young master, don't be angry. Sister Li Fei didn't mean it. Kerr smiled as she persuaded. Kerr, everyone has to be responsible for what they do. You can help her for a while, but you can't help her forever. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Kerr also realized that young master was really angry, and could only look at Li Fei helplessly. You! Li Fei was so angry that her face was red, and her eyes were filled with tears. This again? Duan Lingtian glanced at her coldly and indifferently before paying no further attention to her. You're a bully. Sob sob. Li Fei finally exploded. Tears flowed down her cheeks, and she couldn't stop crying. Damn! She was really crying. Duan Lingtian was a little speechless. He was wronged, but he didn't feel wronged. Why was this little girl feeling wronged? Those who didn't know would really think that he was bullying her. Tian, did you bully Fei, Li Ro also walked out of the kitchen, looked at Duan Lingtian, and frowned. I didn't. Duan Lingtian was helpless. Alright, I won't argue with you. Stop crying. In the end, Duan Lingtian still chose to compromise. Sob sob, you're a bully. But Li Fei's tears fell like rain, and she didn't have any intention of stopping. If you continue to cry, just wait for something to happen to your grandfather. Duan Lingtian saw that the soft approach didn't work, so he directly used the hard approach. This method was indeed effective. Following Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei's crying stopped abruptly. What did you say? You said something will happen to my grandfather? Li Fei's voice started to tremble. When she was very young, her parents met with an accident. So she had always been with her grandfather, and in her heart, her grandfather was more important than herself. I sensed a trace of evil aura in the spirit weapon that he refined. If I didn't guess wrongly, your grandfather should have used unorthodox methods to forcefully raise the grade of the weapon fire. In the long run, the root of the disaster has long been deeply planted. Duan Lingtian slowly said. At this moment, he was like an experienced weapon refiner, and his words were reasonable. Then what should we do? Li Fei's pretty face was pale, and she was extremely anxious. It's not that there's no way. Let him temporarily not raise the grade of the weapon fire. Otherwise, he won't live for more than 3 months. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm. Alright, you go and remind your grandfather. Kerr and I will wait for you outside the North City gate. Prepare your own horse. After saying goodbye to Li Fei, he returned to his room. After Li Fei left, Duan Lingtian and Kerr brought the 2 little pythons and left the house, leaving the Li family mansion. They rode their horses to the North City gate and waited for Li Fei. Half an hour later, Li Fei finally arrived. Li Fei, who rode her horse, looked valiant and formidable. But her face didn't look good. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. My grandfather said. Li Fei couldn't say it out loud. He didn't believe me, and even said that I'm just a kid. What can I know, right? Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised at all. Li Fei nodded lightly. Then there's nothing I can do. Duan Lingtian spread out his hands, indicating that he wanted to help but was powerless. My grandfather promised me that before we go back, he won't try to raise the weapon fire and break through to the 8th grade weapon refiner. When we go back, you can go and see my grandfather, okay? Li Fei had a pleading look on her face as she spoke. What, do you believe me now? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Li Fei and asked. Li Fei hurriedly nodded. Alright, I'll promise you. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon after, he took the 2 beautiful girls and headed straight for the dense fog forest. When they arrived at the fog forest, Li Fei's mood also recovered a lot. But she was a little less lively than before. After all, her grandfather's matter had already become a knot in her heart. Young master, how should we find Little White and Little Black's father? After entering the fog forest, Kerr asked. I don't know either. Let's first go to the black python's nest that we went to last time. Maybe we can meet the snow python. Duan Lingtian said. You mean? Little White and Little Black are the snow python's children? Li Fei was a little surprised. That's our current guess. Duan Lingtian nodded. Soon, Duan Lingtian and the other two arrived at the black python's nest. Now, outside the black python's nest, there were only pools of dried blood. The black python's body and the bodies of the young boys and girls were gone. They were probably eaten by fierce beasts. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, the two little pythons coiled around Duan Lingtian and Ker's wrists suddenly became restless and flew out. They went straight into the depths of the fog forest. Let's follow. Duan Lingtian brought along Ker and Li Fei and followed. Duan Lingtian guessed that the two little pythons might have sensed their father. This is already the inner area. If we go any deeper, there will be many powerful fierce beasts. Li Fei reminded. I know. Let's go from the tree. Duan Lingtian brought the two girls and climbed up a large tree at the side. Using the dense branches of the large tree as a path, they followed the two little pythons forward. Although there was no lack of bird-type fierce beasts on the large tree. In the end, the number of bird-type fierce beasts was less than the number of beasts on the ground. Overall, it was safer on the tree. Roar! Suddenly, a beast roar sounded out. An enormous fierce beast blocked the path of the two little pythons that were walking on the ground. It glared at the two little things like a tiger watching its prey. Its sharp fangs flickered with a strange luster. Not good. Seeing this enormous creature, Duan Lingtian's face went pale. It's the fierce beast Insolent Tiger. Its strength is comparable to a 4th-level core formation martial artist. Li Fei's face went slightly pale. Little White, Little Black. Chapter 64. Hiss hiss, the sharp eyes of the two little pythons flickered with a fierce light as they stared at the enormous creature before them. Their tongues flickered rapidly like lightning. Roar! Suddenly, the ferocious tiger let out a low roar before crashing down and prostrating on the ground. Its enormous body was actually slightly trembling right now. As if it was submitting and kowtowing. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two little pythons didn't pay attention to the tiger and continued on their way. They transformed into two black and white bolts of lightning and vanished ahead. Let's go. Duan Lingtian suppressed his shocked feelings and hurriedly followed. Li Fei and Ker had shocked expressions as well. In front of the tiger, the two incomparably tiny little fellows were actually able to make the tiger submit. It was truly inconceivable. Duan Lingtian guessed some of the reasons. If the two little pythons were really the children of the snow python, then they would surely have the aura of the snow python. As a ferocious beast comparable to a nascent soul stage expert, the snow python was surely a leader-level existence within the misty forest. It was easy for it to intimidate all beasts. And the little pythons had the aura of the snow python, so the tiger naturally didn't dare to act rashly. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 had pretty good luck. They didn't encounter any terrifying flying beasts all the way from the large tree. Although the two little pythons encountered some land-type ferocious beasts, they were all scared but not in danger. The aura of the snow python on their bodies intimidated those ferocious beasts. Everywhere they passed, all beasts would submit. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, Duan Lingtian wouldn't dare believe that all this was real. Finally, under the lead of the little pythons, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 entered the deepest part of the misty forest. Bang! Suddenly, a loud bang sounded from afar, causing the earth to quake and the mountains to shake. The large tree beneath Duan Lingtian's group of 3 slightly trembled, and they stabilized their bodies with great difficulty. They continued forward. The scene before them suddenly became clear. A shocking scene appeared in front of the 3 of them. In front of them was a spacious open space. An enormous python that was 20 to 30 meters long and completely white was fighting with a gray-robed old man. The giant python's body was mottled with blood. It was obvious that it had suffered significant injuries. The old man was also in a sorry state, and his aura was chaotic. Whoosh! The old man's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand. The 3-foot-long blade flickered with a dazzling luster. In an instant, a wisp of white condensed swordlight accompanied by a swing of the 3-foot-long sword broke through the air and headed straight for the giant python. At the same time, the energy of the heavens and the earth roiled above the old man as thick white mist condensed into form, transforming into numerous dense ancient mammoth silhouettes. There were at least a few hundred of them. Whoosh! The giant python's tail swept out like a bolt of white lightning. It was filled with a layer of white fog-like power, and it collided with the sword light. Another few hundred silhouettes of ancient mammoths appeared above the python's head, causing the power of wind and thunder. Boom! The sword radiance dispersed, and the white mist fell. The man and the python were evenly matched. Release of origin energy. Nascent soul expert. Li Fei's face was dripping with sweat, and her breathing was slightly hurried. Only nascent soul realm powerhouses could release their essence energy externally. Not good. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and his face went pale as he flew down. Spirit serpent movement technique. He caught up to the 2 little pythons that didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and time and caught them before they charged into the battle between the man and the python. Hiss hiss, the eyes of the 2 little pythons were filled with anxiousness. Little fellows, I know you're worried, but if you go in, you'll only distract your father. Although he didn't know if the little pythons could understand, Duan Lingtian still explained. Hiss hiss, the 2 little pythons were restless and uneasy as they looked at the man and python fighting in the distance. Meanwhile, Kerr and Li Fei came down as well. They arrived beside Duan Lingtian and hid behind a large tree together. Snow Python, instead of hibernating properly, you came out and killed 6 Origin Core stage disciples of my He clan, causing my He clan's vitality to be greatly damaged. Today, I, He Zudao, will surely kill you and use your blood as a sacrifice to the souls of my He clan disciples. The grey-robed old man's sword flashed like lightning as he battled with the snow python, and his voice was cold and indifferent. He Zudao. Li Fei exclaimed in a low voice as a trace of cold light flashed within her eyes. You know him? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I heard my grandfather mention him before. He's the supreme elder of Aqua Mist City's He clan, a terrifying nascent soul stage powerhouse. I never imagined that for the sake of taking revenge for the He clan disciples, he would actually personally make a move. Li Fei's tone became slightly hurried. Aqua Mist City's He clan? Only now did Duan Lingtian recall the news that spread around a while ago. The Origin Core stage martial artists that were killed by the snow python seemed to be members of Aqua Mist City's He clan. Bang! 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 The battle continued. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 were dazzled by the scene. He Zudao and the snow python's speed was truly too swift. Looks like I must pay a price to kill you today. It can be considered your fortune to be able to die under this inscription. He Zudao's voice was cold and indifferent, yet contained boundless confidence. Whoosh! He directly flashed towards the snow python and met the snow python's bloody mouth head-on. Die! He Zudao's voice was cold as ice, and the 3-foot-long blade in his hands suddenly lit up with a layer of bloodlight as it flew out and entered the snow python's bloody mouth. Not good. Duan Lingtian's face went ghastly pale. He recognized the inscription on He Zudao's spirit weapon longsword. Bang! An enormous sound echoed out as a blood light blossomed under the snow python's head. A terrifying force was spreading towards every part of the snow python's body. Strands of blood light shot out from every part of the snow python's body, causing it to be in extreme pain and go completely berserk. This was also its final struggle before death. Whoosh! 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 The berserk snow python's tail swept out randomly, smashing onto He Zudao's body one after another, causing him to fall to the ground. The python's tail swung down again and again, causing the origin energy on He Zudao's body to be completely dispersed. His aura was weak, and he was on the verge of death. Only when the snow python's enormous body crashed onto the ground did the heavily injured He Zudao reveal a smile of surviving a calamity. He had succeeded. Heavily injured in exchange for the snow python's death, it was worth it. As long as he could catch his breath, he could take out a grade 7 gold injury pill and consume it to recover from his injuries. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the snow python's body landed on the ground, the two little pythons broke free from Duan Lingtian's control and flew towards the snow python. Hiss hiss, they arrived in front of the snow python's head and looked at it, their eyes filled with tears. The snow python's cold and emotionless eyes completely melted after the appearance of the two little pythons. It turned into traces of doting. It no longer had any regrets as it was able to see its children before it died. We will take good care of them. At this moment, Kerr and Li Fei also arrived in front of the snow python. Kerr held the little white snake in her hand and said gently to the snow python. A trace of gratitude appeared in the snow python's eyes, but it gradually dimmed. Hiss hiss, tears flickered in the eyes of the two little pythons, and they gradually became moist. In the distance, the heavily injured He Zudao heard the sound and his expression changed. At this moment, he was so weak that even an ordinary person could kill him. In next to no time, he saw a violet-clothed youth arrive in front of him. His gaze descended onto the Li family emblem on the youth's chest. You're a member of the Li family of Aurora City? I'm good friends with your Li family's supreme elder, Li Qiu. Quickly give me the medicinal pill in my hand to consume. I'll properly reward you. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. He Zudao's tone became slightly hurried, as if he was deeply afraid that the youth would make a move against him. Now, he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. Duan Lingtian lowered his head to take a look. A jade-green medicinal pill appeared out of thin air in He Zudao's palm. His eyes suddenly lit up. It wasn't that he was surprised by the medicinal pill. Although a grade 7 gold injury pill was precious, he had inherited the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu after all, so he didn't take a grade 7 gold injury pill seriously. His attention descended onto the simple and unadorned ring on He Zudao's hand. He was able to discern that this was a spatial ring. A spatial ring was different from ordinary rings and rings. It was a type of miraculous ring that contained a cave within it. It was able to store 100 things and was extremely convenient. In Cloud Continent, only weapons craftsmen at grade 7 or above had the ability to refine a spatial ring. Even the Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao, didn't have a spatial ring. Perhaps, only the Li clan's ancestor had one. Squatting down, Duan Lingtian held the grade 7 gold injury pill in his hand. Quick! Quick! Give me to consume. He Zudao's eyes flickered with a bright light of anticipation. If I give you this medicinal pill, are you willing to remove the ownership of your spatial ring and give it to me? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he asked. Once a spatial ring was owned by someone, only the owner could open it. Unless the owner took the initiative to remove the ownership, or the owner died, no one else was able to open the spatial ring. Instantly, He Zudao's pupils constricted. The most precious thing in his possession was undoubtedly the spatial ring. His breathing became slightly hurried as killing intent flashed within his eyes. In the end, he tried his best to calm down the excitement in his heart. Give. I'll give. He Zudao agreed. Who was Duan Lingtian? As a man who walked out of hell, how could he not notice the killing intent that flashed within He Zudao's eyes? Duan Lingtian sneered in his heart as he placed his hand on his waist and touched the hilt of the violet meteorite flexible sword. Just when he was about to kill He Zudao and seize the spatial ring. Don't believe him. Li Fei walked over. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He Zudao's words can't be trusted. 60 years ago, for the sake of a spirit weapon, he didn't hesitate to kill his companions who were adventuring with him. Li Fei said. You. Who are you? He Zudao's pupils constricted. This secret was something only he knew in the world. You may not know, but one of the people you killed back then wrote a letter in his blood before he died and hid it in his underwear. That person was my grandfather's father. I'm sure you'll never forget him in your lifetime. Li Fei's eyes revealed a deep hatred. Li Hua. Glancing at the Li family emblem on Li Fei's clothes, He Zudao's breathing became hurried. Looks like you've guessed it. Li Fei sneered. So you killed my future wife's great-grandfather. You can only blame yourself for being unlucky. Duan Lingtian's devilish smile hung on his face. This was a good opportunity to push the boat with the current. Whoosh. Chapter 65. Puchi. The purple meteorite flexible sword fell and blood splattered everywhere. Li Fei's face turned pale. Although she had killed many wild beasts in the misty forest, she had never killed a person. Now that a living person had died in front of her, she only felt a wave of disgust and ran to the side to vomit. Putting away the purple meteorite flexible sword, Duan Lingtian reached out and took He Zudao's storage ring. He bit his index finger and dripped blood on it to claim ownership. Chi. A feeling of blood connection came and Duan Lingtian's face couldn't help but reveal a smile. It contained the lifetime memories of the reincarnation Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian used the storage ring as if it was his own arm. Damn, so small. When his thoughts reached into the storage ring and saw a mere 1 cubic meter of space, he was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but curse. In any case, he's the He clan's Grand Elder, but he actually used the lowest grade storage ring. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he looked at He Zudao's corpse with disdain. He could imagine that if He Zudao was still alive, he would definitely be angered to the point of vomiting blood. He snatched someone else's things and still had a look of disdain. Forget it, I'll just make do with it. Duan Lingtian didn't wear the storage ring on his finger, but kept it in his bosom. What a joke, this thing can't be seen in the light now. Only when he stepped into the core formation stage and became a weapon refiner, would he dare to take it out in the light of day by modifying the surface of the storage ring. How is this the He clan's Grand Elder? He's simply a pauper. Other than a few 7th grade gold injury pills and a few cultivation techniques, there's only 100+ silver pieces. Looking at the contents of the storage ring, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ridicule. Duan Lingtian didn't know. As the He clan's Grand Elder, He Zudao's status was extraordinary. If he needed money, the He clan would use all of its resources to satisfy his request. Therefore, he didn't need to bring any money with him. His face represented a huge amount of wealth. Next, it was time to destroy the corpse. Duan Lingtian lit a fire and directly burned He Zudao's corpse. Where is the nest of the snow python? After searching for a long time, Duan Lingtian still couldn't find the snow python's nest. His treasure hunting plan had completely failed. Damn that He Zudao, not only is he poor, he even destroyed the snow python's body. Blood explosion inscription, he really can do that. Looking at the snow python's defeated body, Duan Lingtian felt his heart ache. As the king of the ferocious beasts, the snow python's body was full of treasures. Now, they were all destroyed by He Zudao. At this time, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. On the snow python's corpse, a white ball that flickered with a faint luster floated up. Inner core? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened. He did not expect that the snow python's inner core was not damaged at all. Just as he was about to take a step forward to retrieve the inner core, the smile on his face completely froze. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 little pythons flew out and quickly devoured the snow python's inner core. Forget it, even if I take this inner core, I won't be able to use it for the time being. I might as well help them. Duan Lingtian quickly got over it. Humans were unable to directly consume the inner core of a ferocious beast. Once consumed, the best outcome would be chi deviation, and the worst outcome would be death from the explosion of the body. Humans could only use the inner core of a ferocious beast as a catalyst and combine it with other precious herbs to refine a medicinal pill before consuming it. The inner core of a ferocious beast like the snow python, which was comparable to a nascent soul stage expert, required at least a grade 7 alchemist to refine. Grade 7 alchemist. To Duan Lingtian, it was quite a distance away. After burning the snow python's corpse, Duan Lingtian brought Ke and Li Fei out of the misty forest. On the way back, That storage ring, Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a spurious smile. Don't have any ideas about the storage ring, it's mine. Duan Lingtian glared at her. I'm not your match, so it's useless to have any ideas about it. I'm just curious. If someone knew that you had a storage ring, what would happen? Li Fei's charming eyes flickered with a faint smile. You're threatening me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed and a trace of a smirk appeared on the corners of his mouth. An ominous premonition arose in Li Fei's heart. As expected. Alas, looks like someone doesn't want me to treat her grandfather's illness. Forget it, I'll save my energy. Duan Lingtian mischievously smiled. You scoundrel. You clearly promised me. Li Fei's charming face went pale as she said angrily. Did I promise? Why didn't I know? Kerr, did I promise her? Duan Lingtian looked at Kerr and asked with a smile. At this time, Kerr was taking care of the two little pythons that had fallen into a deep sleep after swallowing the snow python's inner core. A pair of beautiful autumn eyes revealed a motherly radiance. Young master, I didn't hear anything. Kerr naturally stood on Duan Lingtian's side. You're all bullying me. Li Fei's eyes reddened as if tears were about to fall again. All right, as long as you help me keep this matter a secret, I'll definitely return you a healthy grandfather. Not only that, I can also make him not leave any sequelae and smoothly become an 8th grade weapon refiner. Duan Lingtian compromised. Scoundrel. Li Fei laughed through her tears. Right, since your grandfather knew that He Zudao killed his father, why didn't he make the blood letter public and let everyone see He Zudao's true face? Duan Lingtian asked the question in his heart. Do you think my grandfather didn't want to? But, when my grandfather found the blood letter, He Zudao was already the Grand Elder of the He clan in Aqua Mist City. His status was extraordinary. Even if it was made public, the Li family wouldn't offend the Grand Elder of the He clan for a child that had died many years ago. Moreover, my grandfather was worried that after the blood letter was made public, He Zudao would fly into a rage out of humiliation and even crazily take revenge. At that time, my grandmother just happened to be pregnant with my father. So, my grandfather chose to endure silently. This matter gradually became a knot in his heart. Li Fei sighed. Now, the knot in your grandfather's heart can be untied. I, this future grandson-in-law, will help him take revenge. Duan Lingtian laughed. Who wants to marry you? Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian, a trace of redness appearing on her enchanting and beautiful face. Deeply afraid of being discovered by Duan Lingtian, she hurriedly turned her head away. As the sun set in the west, the outline of Aurora City finally appeared before the eyes of the three people. Duan Lingtian and the two girls directly returned to the Li family's mansion. After letting Kerr bring the two little pythons home first, he followed Li Fei to Li Fei's house. Fei, you're back? In the spacious courtyard stood an old man who was over 70 years old. The old man's figure was thin, as if he would fall in the wind. Grandfather, I have good news to tell you. Li Fei walked into the courtyard and held the old man's hand with a smile on her face. What good news? The old man had a doting expression as he asked with a smile. Grandfather, He Zudao is dead. Li Fei put her mouth close to the old man's ear and said softly. Instantly, the old man's body shook as if he was struck by lightning, and his breathing became hurried. Fei, you can't joke about this. The old man took a deep breath and said slowly. Although he knew that his granddaughter had never lied. But what his granddaughter was saying now was too inconceivable. Grandfather, He Zudao was killed by him. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Seeing that the old man did not believe her, Li Fei panicked and hurriedly looked at Duan Lingtian with a pleading expression. You're Duan Lingtian? The old man's turbid eyes suddenly flashed and fell on Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to see through him. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian stood there, unmoved and unmoving like a mountain. Not bad, you live up to your reputation. I now believe that you have the ability to defeat Li Qing. The old man nodded. Grandfather. Duan Lingtian greeted the old man. Instantly, the old man was stunned. Li Fei's cheeks were flushed red, and she glared fiercely at Duan Lingtian. Ha ha ha, seeing his granddaughter's expression, the old man seemed to understand something and laughed. Grandfather, it's not what you think. Li Fei hurriedly explained. Fei, there's no need to be shy. Men and women should get married when they're of age. Moreover, I think this little fellow isn't bad and has the qualifications to be my grandson-in-law. Although he likes to boast sometimes, these are all small problems and are nothing. As the old man finished speaking, he seemed to be implying something. Grandfather, you'll soon know whether I'm boasting or not. I'll testify for little Fei, now. Your father's murderer, He Zudao, is indeed dead. He was killed by me with a single sword strike. This spatial ring is the best proof. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian withdrew the spatial ring from his pocket and passed it to the old man. The old man received it with trembling hands and sized it up. Yes. Yes, this is He Zudao's spatial ring. What actually happened? The old man became agitated again and asked after returning the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian briefly told the old man the ins and outs of the matter. Snow python? Ha! The heavens have eyes, the heavens have eyes. The old man laughed loudly, laughing to his heart's content. The knot in his heart for many years was finally untied. For a moment, his face was flushed red, as if he was 10 years younger. Ling Tian kid, thank you. The old man caught his breath and sincerely said to Duan Lingtian. We're all family, grandfather, you don't have to be so courteous. If I'm not wrong, grandfather, besides feeling the burning sensation of your origin energy and having difficulty sleeping, when you're refining, you're often uneasy and even feel powerless, right? Duan Lingtian's expression turned serious as he asked. Ling Tian kid, you're really able to see the hidden injuries I left behind from forcefully raising the grade of my artifact flame through the spirit weapons I refined? The old man took a deep breath and asked in disbelief. Of course, not only can I see these hidden injuries, I can also help grandfather treat them. But, I have to step into the core formation stage first. Duan Lingtian continued. Why? The old man was puzzled. Because, only when I step into the core formation stage will I be able to use my origin energy to condense artifact flame and refine a medicinal pill that can help grandfather treat your hidden injuries. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Ling Tian kid, even if you have talent in alchemy, it's still not that easy to become an alchemist. The old man laughed bitterly, feeling that Duan Lingtian was biting off more than he could chew. Grandfather, you won't believe me no matter what I say now. In at most 2 months, you'll know if what I say is true or false. Chapter 66. Then I'll wait and see. The old man looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. However, in the next 2 months, I hope grandfather won't refine any more weapons. Otherwise, once the weapon fire goes out of control, even I won't be able to do anything. Duan Lingtian's face was heavy. Sure, I'll give you 2 months. The old man nodded and agreed. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly, bid farewell and left. Fei, do you think what he said is believable? The old man asked his granddaughter beside him. Grandfather, I always feel that he's very mysterious. I believe him. Li Fei lightly bit her white teeth, her autumn eyes flowing with light. Fei, this is the first time I've seen you trust an outsider so much. Looks like between you and him, it's not just his wishful thinking. Tell grandfather, when did you fall in love with him? The old man smiled. Grandfather, I didn't, I'm ignoring you. Li Fei was so embarrassed that her face flushed red, and she directly returned to her room. This Duan Lingtian is indeed not bad, he even saved Fei's life. Perhaps. The smile on the old man's face disappeared, and he slightly muttered, as if he was thinking about something. In a quiet room. Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged on the bed, took out an origin gathering pill and consumed it. He started to cultivate. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Raging Python Form. The medicinal strength of the origin gathering pill transformed into a warm current, flowing into Duan Lingtian's body. Duan Lingtian used the Raging Python form to guide this warm current, circulating it throughout his body, trying his best to nurture origin energy. Even with the origin gathering pill, the nurturing of origin energy wasn't something that could be completed overnight. Until deep into the night, Duan Lingtian still didn't have any obvious improvement. Duan Lingtian understood that the increase in cultivation wasn't something that could be achieved overnight. So, very quickly, he stopped cultivating and fell asleep. He slept all the way until daybreak. The following days were very peaceful. Life was rhythmic and carried out according to plan. Every morning, Duan Lingtian would cultivate his movement technique, Spirit Serpent Movement Technique, in his courtyard. In the afternoon, he used the 350-year-old Blood Lingji to improve his defensive martial skill Greater Teleportation. At night, he consumed the Vitality Gathering Pill and cultivated the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique to nurture his origin energy. Movement Technique Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. When he saved Li Fei last time, he had already broken through the shackles and stepped into the realm of great success. Now, once he used his full strength, Duan Lingtian's speed was frighteningly fast. However, he was still a distance away from the perfection stage. Defensive martial skill Greater Teleportation. With the assistance of the medicinal liquid concocted from the 350-year-old Blood Lingji mushroom, his cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. Duan Lingtian was confident. Within 2 months, his greater shifting had reached greater mastery. As for cultivation, with the passage of time, relying on Emperor Wu's rich experience, Duan Lingtian had already begun to sense the essence of elemental energy. He believed that it would not take long before he could successfully nurture elemental energy. Time flew by like a white steed. 1 month later. Early morning. Young master, I broke through. A young girl in light green clothes walked out of her room and lightly smiled as she spoke to the youth in the courtyard. The youth was cultivating his movement technique. Hearing this, he stopped and stood there. The origin energy flickering on the young girl's hands caused the youth to be stunned. The young girl's natural talent once again shocked him. Kerr, from today onwards, you can officially cultivate the sword skills recorded in the Han Bing's God Sword Technique. Kerr's breakthrough was somewhat out of Duan Lingtian's expectations. Duan Lingtian was also happy for her. According to what Kerr said, she only consumed 7 vitality gathering pills to complete her breakthrough. According to the memories of reincarnation Emperor Wu. In terms of natural talent, even in the entire Cloud continent, Kerr's current speed of breaking through to the core formation stage was one of the top existences. Up until now, Duan Lingtian had already consumed 9 vitality gathering pills and was only half a step into the core formation stage. He still lacked a turning point before he could complete his final breakthrough. Of course, it couldn't be determined that Duan Lingtian's natural talent was inferior to Kerr's. After all, the cultivation methods they cultivated were different. Even though Kerr had broken through to the first level of the core formation stage. In terms of strength, she wasn't much different from an ordinary first-level core formation stage martial artist. She was far inferior to the current Duan Lingtian. Afternoon. All the beauties in the family went out to buy groceries, leaving only Duan Lingtian behind. He also received an unexpected guest. The guest claimed to be a member of the Shao clan and delivered an invitation. The invitation looked extremely domineering. On the cover was a lifelike 5-clawed divine dragon made of silver threads. Duan Lingtian had just opened the invitation and didn't even have the time to look at it. Looks like you've received a hidden dragon invitation as well. A young girl in light purple clothes with a devilish figure and an angelic face slowly walked into the courtyard. Little Fei, what's a hidden dragon invitation? Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl with a bewildered expression. Every year, Aurora City holds a gathering that belongs to the young geniuses of the various clans of Aurora City. As long as the youths of the 3 great clans of Aurora City obtain the top 5 positions in the clan martial meet, they will be able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the gathering. The other clans will also have young geniuses participate, but these clans only have a single spot. This gathering is hosted by the 3 great clans of Aurora City in turn. This year, it's the Shao clan's turn to host. Li Fei explained. What's the purpose of this gathering? Duan Lingtian asked. It's for the new ranking of the Hidden Dragon list. Li Fei lightly smiled as a trace of passion flashed within her clear eyes. Hidden Dragon list? Duan Lingtian was stunned. In his impression, he seemed to have heard someone mention this Hidden Dragon list a few months after he arrived at the Li clan. But he didn't have a deep understanding of it. He didn't know what this Hidden Dragon list was. The Hidden Dragon list is a ranking of the strength of the youths of Aurora City, and it's extremely valuable. The people ranked on the rankings are all the most outstanding young geniuses in Aurora City. For example, our Li clan's Li Feng, who was ranked first in the clan martial meet last year, was the young genius ranked third in the last Hidden Dragon ranking. This time, the Shao clan has issued the Hidden Dragon invitation, which also means that the Hidden Dragon list will be re-ranked. During the gathering, the young geniuses of Aurora City will gather together to interact and learn from each other. Finally, the new ranking of the Hidden Dragon list will be listed based on each person's strength. Li Fei explained. Duan Lingtian nodded as he finally understood. He opened the Hidden Dragon invitation and took a look. The day of the gathering was in 3 days. Location: Shao Clan Estate, Star Observation Platform. Boring. Yawning, Duan Lingtian casually threw the Hidden Dragon invitation to the side. You. What are you doing? Li Fei was stupefied. After all, many people fought to the death for a Hidden Dragon invitation, but didn't have the qualifications to obtain one. This fellow, on the other hand, directly threw the Hidden Dragon invitation to the side like trash. Disdainful. Right, you said earlier that our Li clan only has 5 Hidden Dragon invitations? Suddenly, seeming to have thought of something, Duan Lingtian asked Li Fei. Yeah, not everyone is able to receive a Hidden Dragon invitation. Li Fei's tone was slightly complacent, with an expression that said, you don't know what's good for you. So you're saying that every Hidden Dragon invitation has an extraordinary value? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. Of course. Almost everyone in the younger generation of Aurora City wants to participate in the gathering of young geniuses every year, but because the threshold for the Hidden Dragon invitation is too high, they can only be refused entry. After all, so long as they're able to participate in this gathering of young geniuses, even if they're unable to be ranked on the Hidden Dragon list in the end, they'll still be able to see the graceful bearing of the young geniuses from all over the world. Perhaps they'll even be able to benefit from it and allow their own cultivation to break through. Li Fei had an expression as if it was a matter of course. In next to no time, she saw Duan Lingtian pick up the Hidden Dragon invitation once again. She naturally thought that. After hearing what she said, Duan Lingtian also started to treat this time's Hidden Dragon ranking gathering seriously. Who knew? From what you've said, this Hidden Dragon invitation should be very valuable. Looks like I can consider privately holding a small auction and sell this Hidden Dragon invitation. Maybe I can even get some money to spend. Yes, let's do that. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he muttered to himself. You. Could it be that you don't want to be ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking at all? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei was angered to the point that her breathing became slightly hurried. As far as she was concerned, including herself, so long as it was a young genius in Aurora City, who didn't want to be ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking? Once one's name was ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking, it would be an extremely great honor. Even to the extent that one's name would spread throughout Aurora City, allowing future generations to look up to it. This Duan Lingtian, however, seemed to be disdainful of this. It's only an empty reputation, I'm not interested. Duan Lingtian shook his head, not caring in the slightest. In his previous life, as Earth's strongest weapon specialist and Xing-Yi martial grandmaster, there were countless halos of glory above his head. He had long since become indifferent to these empty reputations. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei's gaze was complicated. What kind of man was this? He wasn't old, but he seemed to be filled with endless vicissitudes. Oh right, I almost forgot. Little Fei, is there any reward for being ranked on the hidden dragon ranking? For example, if you're ranked first, what kind of precious medicinal herbs, gold, silver, and jewelry can you get? Duan Lingtian seemed to have thought of something as he hurriedly asked. You, Li Fei's serious expression was instantly defeated by Duan Lingtian. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course there is. As long as you're ranked in the top 10 of the hidden dragon ranking, you'll be able to obtain the corresponding reward. These rewards are all taken out by the 3 great clans of Aurora City. They're even better than the rewards from the last clan martial gathering. Li Fei said again. Why didn't you say so earlier? Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei with a slightly reproachful gaze, then put away the hidden dragon invitation as if he had received a treasure. You didn't ask. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Looks like little Fei doesn't understand your future husband well enough. Yes, we should interact more. Come, let's go to my room and have a chat. Duan Lingtian greedily sized up Li Fei's hot body as he said with a smile. Scoundrel. You're the one with the thickest skin. Li Fei was so embarrassed that she turned around and walked away. 3 days later, I'll come find you. Let's go to the Shao clan estate together. After leaving, she left behind another sentence. This little girl is really becoming more and more attractive. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, and the heat in his lower abdomen eased up a little. Chapter 67. 3 days later, Li Fei arrived as scheduled. After informing Ke and his mother, Li Ro, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei left the Li family mansion together. The Shao family mansion was located outside the southern part of Aurora City, adjacent to the mountains. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei showed the hidden dragon invitation and entered the Shao family mansion. Under the lead of a Shao family disciple, they ascended the stargazing platform. The stargazing platform was located halfway up the mountain and occupied a vast area. Here, besides the pavilion for resting, there were also many weapon racks. On the weapon racks, there were all kinds of weapons. When Duan Lingtian and Li Fei arrived, there were already a few youths scattered around. The arrival of the two attracted the attention of everyone. Of course, the gazes of these youths all fell on Li Fei. Li Fei, with her hot figure, was undoubtedly a great temptation to these youths who had just awakened to love. Humph. A bunch of little brats. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Ignoring the murderous gazes around him, he stretched out his hand and tyrannically grabbed Li Fei's soft, jade-like hand. It was as if he was demonstrating to the surrounding youths, open your eyes wide and look, this is my woman. Li Fei was suddenly attacked by Duan Lingtian. Her devilish figure imperceptibly trembled, and a slight flush appeared on her angelic face. Let go of me, Li Fei said in a voice that was almost as soft as a mosquito. I won't let go. So that these little brats won't keep staring at my future wife. Duan Lingtian was very insistent. Scoundrel. After struggling for a while and being unable to break free from Duan Lingtian, Li Fei was slightly angry. I'm only a scoundrel towards you. I don't care about other women. Duan Lingtian was very straightforward. Really? Li Fei was somewhat in disbelief. Even pearls aren't so real. Duan Lingtian grinned. Where's Ke? Li Fei's eyes narrowed slightly as she laughed mockingly. Ke is different. She's an exception. Duan Lingtian grunted, and his tone was filled with overbearingness. 9th level of the body tempering stage. Envious and jealous gazes fell on Duan Lingtian. The youths present quickly saw through Duan Lingtian's cultivation. Those who were able to stand here today were all genius martial artists at the core condensation realm or above. The sudden appearance of a body-tempering realm cultivator attracted everyone's attention. Most importantly, this body-tempering stage martial artist was actually holding the hand of one of the 3 great beauties of Aurora City, the Li clan's Li Fei. Some of the youths were unwilling to accept this outcome. In their opinion, what right does a 9th level body tempering fellow have to possess Li Fei? Pfft. The gathering of Aurora City's young geniuses is really getting worse year by year. A pretty boy who doesn't even have the qualifications to obtain a hidden dragon invitation can actually rely on a woman to sneak in. A slightly burly young man sneered. His voice wasn't soft and broke the short silence on the star observation platform. Pretty boy? Little Fei, am I really that handsome? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked the young girl beside him. Pei. He's insulting you. Li Fei blushed at Duan Lingtian's thick skin. Kid, you're jealous, right? You have to know that being a pretty boy isn't so easy. Just like you, with such a dumb head and such a dark face. It'll probably be difficult for you to find a wife in the future. Duan Lingtian looked at the sturdy youth and lightly smiled. Instantly, the other youths looked at the sturdy youth with strange expressions and felt some pity for him. He had just insulted him as a pretty boy, and now he was retaliated, saying that he was inferior to a pretty boy. Kid, I want to challenge you. The sturdy youth flew into a rage and walked towards Duan Lingtian in large strides with a menacing aura. Humph. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded from afar. Very quickly, 3 youths walked over in large strides. The one who spoke was the cold youth in the lead. The youth was around 18 years old. His face was cold and stern, and his pair of sharp eyes were filled with arrogance and unruliness. Child you. The sturdy youth's expression changed, like a mouse seeing a cat, and he retreated in fear. Child you. At this moment, the other youths hurriedly greeted the cold youth. Their words were filled with respect. The cold youth didn't pay attention to them and walked towards Li Fei and Duan Lingtian. Just when everyone thought that the cold youth was going to greet Li Fei, an inconceivable scene appeared. You're Duan Lingtian? I'm very interested in you. The cold youth's gaze fell on Duan Lingtian, who was beside Li Fei, and his sharp eyes flashed, filled with battle intent. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. My orientation is very normal. As Duan Lingtian spoke, he held Li Fei's jade hand and raised it up, grinning. Li Fei's face flushed red. She wanted to struggle free, but she noticed that Duan Lingtian's hand was like an iron clamp. My orientation is very normal as well. Li Fei, one of the 3 great beauties of Aurora City, your reputation is well deserved. The cold youth's mouth slightly trembled, and his gaze moved from Duan Lingtian to Li Fei. He nodded and walked towards the innermost pavilion of the star observation platform. That was the resting place of the host. On the star observation platform, the youths looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. This body-tempering stage kid was actually able to make the cold youth think so highly of him. This was beyond their expectations. Who the hell is this kid? 9th level of the body-tempering stage. Could it be that he's the branch family disciple that seized 2nd place in the Li clan's martial meet, Duan Lingtian? It can't be. According to what I know, the Li clan seems to have 5 core formation martial artists in the younger generation. Yeah, with 5 core formation martial artists holding down the fort, how could a 9th level body-tempering martial artist seize 2nd place in the clan's martial meet? This is impossible, I don't believe it. I've heard of this news, but I don't believe it either. There's definitely an inside story. I think so too. Child you was probably deceived, or else he wouldn't look at this kid in a different light. These youths looked at Duan Lingtian with even more disdain. Who is he? He seems to be very arrogant. Duan Lingtian curiously asked Li Fei. Xiao Yu, the young genius that was ranked 2nd in the last hidden dragon list. At that time, he was 17 years old. A year has passed, and his strength has long since advanced by leaps and bounds. Rumor has it that he's already at the juncture of breaking through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Li Fei's clear eyes emitted a sense of reverence. So you're saying that a year ago, he was even stronger than our Li clan's Li Feng? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Yes, at the gathering a year ago, he only used 9 moves to defeat Li Feng. In the end, because of a difference of 1 move, he lost to the Lin clan's Lin Hong, the young genius that was ranked 1st in the last hidden dragon list. At that time, Lin Hong admitted that if he was the same age as Xiao Yu, he would surely be inferior to him. Xiao Yu is also the Xiao clan's martial Dao genius that's hard to come by in 100 years. If nothing unexpected happens, the current hidden dragon list's first place will surely be him. Li Fei slowly said. So you're saying that he's much stronger than Li Qing? Duan Lingtian smiled. Li Qing? They're not on the same level at all. Li Qing participated in the last hidden dragon list ranking competition, but he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the rankings. Li Fei shook her head as she spoke. Needless to say, hearing you praise this Xiao Yu like that, even I'm slightly jealous. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he pretended to be slightly unhappy. I'm only speaking the truth. If you're unwilling to listen, then defeat him. At that time, I naturally won't praise him anymore. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. What benefits do I get if I defeat him? Duan Lingtian asked. What bad ideas are you thinking of now? Li Fei said vigilantly. What bad ideas can I have? Looks like you think I can defeat him as well, or else you wouldn't be so guarded against me. Duan Lingtian laughed. Li Fei was slightly speechless when she saw Duan Lingtian taking advantage of the situation. Li Qing is here. Li Qing won the honor of first place in the Li clan's martial meet 1 month ago. He's the fully deserving number 1 in the Li clan's younger generation. Supposedly, his cultivation has already stepped into the second level of the core formation stage. Second level of the core formation stage? Isn't that the same as Child Yu? Even if they're both at the second level of the core formation stage, there's still a difference. Child Yu cultivated 3 high-grade profound rank martial skills. His offensive martial skill was cultivated to the perfection stage, and his defensive martial skill and movement technique were cultivated to the mastery stage. Exactly, Li Qing just stepped into the second level of the core formation stage, whereas Child Yu broke through half a year ago. 1 year ago, Child Yu ascended to second place on the hidden dragon list, whereas Li Qing didn't even have the qualifications to be on the list. The difference between the two of them is like heaven and earth. The white-clothed youth who came alone naturally heard the discussions of the crowd on the star observation platform. His expression gradually became gloomy. Xiao Yu. His gaze descended onto the cold figure within the innermost pergola of the star observation platform. Unfortunately, since he appeared until now, the other party hadn't even glanced at him. Li Qing's gaze was slightly cold. He'd set a clear goal for himself this time. Defeat Xiao Yu and ascend to first place on the hidden dragon list. Xiao Yu, I'll let you be proud for now. I'll definitely defeat you. Definitely. Li Qing's eyes were filled with ruthlessness. Suddenly, he seemed to have noticed something. Li Qing's gaze descended onto the youth and young girl in the distance. The violet-clothed youth and the light violet-clothed young girl standing together looked like a perfect match, as if they were a pair made in heaven. Especially when their hands were held together, Fei. Flames of rage arose within Li Qing's heart. He couldn't endure it any longer and directly walked over. Take your hand away, or else I'll cripple you. Li Qing's icy cold gaze that was filled with killing intent descended onto the violet-clothed youth, as if he was about to swallow him up. I'm curious, how are you going to cripple me? Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently, as if he didn't take Li Qing's threat to heart in the slightest. You're courting death. Li Qing's right hand was suffused with origin energy, and his gaze was ghastly as he wanted to attack Duan Lingtian. Li Qing. I've already told you, it's impossible for me to be with you. Don't waste time on me. Li Fei's expression changed as she berated. Fei, wait until I cripple this trash, then you'll know who's the man that's worthy of you. Li Qing took a deep breath, and was unable to suppress the flames of rage in his heart. He took a step forward with an imposing aura that shot into the sky. Li Qing. Right at this moment, an extremely cold voice sounded out. It caused Li Qing's figure to stop. Li Qing, if you dare make a move before the gathering starts, I'll ask you to leave, and this year's hidden dragon list will no longer have anything to do with you. Chapter 68. Fine, I'll wait for the gathering to start before I teach this trash a lesson. Li Qing took a deep breath and narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed past his eyes. Trash? Duan Lingtian's mouth slightly curved. This Li Qing, did he really think that because he admitted defeat last time, it was because he was afraid of him? Last time, the patriarch Li Ao intervened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have admitted defeat. This time, no one can stop him. Let's go sit over there for a while. Glancing at Li Qing with disgust, Li Fei pulled Duan Lingtian's hand as if she was avoiding a fly. They walked into an empty pavilion not far away and sat side by side with Duan Lingtian. Seeing this scene, Li Qing's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Duan Lingtian. Today, you will definitely die. In Li Qing's heart, he gave Duan Lingtian a death sentence. In his opinion, a branch family disciple, and a disciple with a different surname, with his respected status in the main family, even if he killed him, there wouldn't be any problems. Little Fei, that Li Qing can't wait to eat my flesh and drink my blood. It seems that if I want to make you my wife, there is a certain danger to my life. Although there was a distance between them, Duan Lingtian could still feel Li Qing's killing intent. Are you scared? Li Fei playfully blinked her eyes. Scared? Duan Lingtian faintly smiled. As the strongest soldier on earth, he really didn't know what scared was. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei both came early to the genius gathering hosted by the Shao family. As time passed, more and more people came. Among these people, there were 2 people from the Li family. Lian, Li Zhong. Besides the 2 people from the Li family, Duan Lingtian only recognized one person. Lin Qi. Seeing Lin Qi again, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be a little surprised, because he could see that Lin Qi's temperament had changed. Having inherited the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, Duan Lingtian had a unique insight. With a single glance, one could tell that Lin Qi had already entered the core formation stage. Lin Qi and another young man walked side by side. This young man was about 18 years old, and his features were somewhat similar to Lin Qi's. He remembered something he had heard in the past. Duan Lingtian vaguely guessed the identity of this person. Lin Zhua, Lin Qi's brother. He was the #1 youth of the Lin family. While Duan Lingtian was looking at Lin Qi also saw Duan Lingtian. He spoke to the youth beside him and the 2 of them walked over. This scene fell into the eyes of the other young geniuses on the star observation platform. Duan Lingtian. Lin Qi greeted Duan Lingtian. Long time no see. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded his head. This is my brother, Lin Zhua. Brother, he's Duan Lingtian. After Lin Qi introduced Lin Zhua to Duan Lingtian, he introduced Duan Lingtian to Lin Zhua. Duan Lingtian, I've heard my brother mention you long ago. Being able to defeat him, who was at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, while only at the 8th level of the body tempering stage. What a surprise. Lin Zhua lightly smiled at Duan Lingtian. I've heard of your name long ago as well, the #1 youth of the Lin family. Nice to meet you. Duan Lingtian replied with a smile. Duan Lingtian, I heard that during the Li family's martial meet, you were able to exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Is it true? Lin Qi's eyes flickered as he stared into Duan Lingtian's eyes. As if he wanted to see something from Duan Lingtian's eyes. But he was bound to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian only smiled mysteriously. From the beginning until the end, his eyes were as tranquil as an ancient well, without the slightest change. Little Qi, whether it's true or not will naturally become clear when the gathering begins. Are you still worried that you won't have the chance to see it? Compared to Lin Qi, Lin Zhua was much calmer. Lin Zhua and Lin Qi quickly bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and walked towards another empty pergola. This Duan Lingtian seems to really not be simple. Could it be that the rumors are true? Even Lin Zhua took the initiative to greet him. His face is really big. Yeah, Lin Zhua didn't even pay attention to the #1 youth of the Li family, Li Qing, and directly went to greet Duan Lingtian. Didn't they say that Lin Zhu's younger brother, Lin Qi, was defeated by Duan Lingtian? Why isn't there the slightest smell of gunpowder when the two of them meet? You don't understand. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. Who knows, they might already be friends. Makes sense. These young geniuses from the ordinary families of Aurora City whispered in discussion. Humph. Li Qing heard these words and his expression became even gloomier. Li Qing, this is a good opportunity for you. You can seize this opportunity to cripple that Duan Lingtian. Unknowingly, Lian had arrived by Li Qing's side and instigated. What I do isn't up to you to tell me what to do. Fuck off. Li Qing's gaze and voice went cold. Li An's expression froze. He took a deep breath before turning around and leaving. Li An's expression was incomparably unsightly. As one of the leading figures of the Li family's younger generation, he had his own pride. Ever since he started cultivating, Li Zhao had always suppressed him among his peers in the Li family. He had long since been dissatisfied with Li Qing. Now that Li Qing had humiliated him like this, killing intent couldn't help but arise in his heart. Duan Lingtian's sharp senses felt another killing intent. When he raised his head to look. Lian? Duan Lingtian saw Lian leave from Li Qing's side. The killing intent originated from Lian and was directed at Li Qing. This Lian isn't easy to deal with. Duan Lingtian became vigilant in his heart. Although, in terms of strength, Li Qing surpassed Lian. But in terms of the degree of danger, Li Qing couldn't compare to Lian. For example, if Li Qing was a wild wolf, then Lian was a venomous snake that lay dormant in the dark. The latter was even more terrifying than the former. Suddenly, the star observation platform was in an uproar. Xiao Lan has arrived. She's one of the three great beauties of Aurora City along with Li Fei and Lin Yuhuan. Her reputation is well deserved. Cries of surprise rose and fell one after another. The burning gazes of the youths descended onto the young girl that was walking over from afar. The young girl's soft and smooth long hair was like a waterfall that flowed down and danced with the wind. Her devastatingly beautiful face seemed to have been meticulously sculpted. In the hazy morning mist, the young girl seemed to have transformed into a fairy that had descended from the heavens. Duan Lingtian's gaze was also attracted by the young girl that was walking over from afar. Xiao Lan. He'd heard of this name before. One of the three great beauties of Aurora City, along with Li Fei. At the beginning, he didn't really believe it. In his opinion, no matter if it was Kerr or Li Fei, they were both rare beauties that could cause the downfall of a city. Other women were definitely unable to compare to them. But after seeing Xiao Lan today, Duan Lingtian realized his mistake. This Xiao Lan's beauty was indeed not inferior to Li Fei's. Xiao Lan looked to be around 18 years old. Her movements were elegant, her smile was like a flower, and her every frown and smile revealed an extraordinary charm. If it was said that Li Fei was a red rose, charming like fire, Xiao Lan was a snow lotus, growing out of the mud without being tainted. The two women's appearances were about the same, but their temperaments were completely different. They were two extremes. What a well-bred young lady. Duan Lingtian secretly praised in his heart. Ah! Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt pain in his thigh and couldn't help but cry out. Only then did he realize that Li Fei was angrily staring at him, her hand fiercely pinching his thigh. Didn't you say that you don't care about other women? Li Fei was a bit annoyed. Good, Fei, everyone loves beauty. Hurry up and take your hand away. I won't look anymore. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. But his heart was blooming with joy. Li Fei's attitude undoubtedly showed that she was jealous. In other words, although she didn't want to admit it on the surface, in her heart, she had already tacitly acknowledged that he was her man. Otherwise, why would she be jealous for him? In his previous life, Duan Lingtian knew a woman's thoughts like the back of his hand. Humph. Li Fei snorted in dissatisfaction before letting go of her hand. Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the young girl beside Xiaolan. Compared to Xiaolan, this young girl was overshadowed. It wasn't that she was very ugly. In terms of looks, she was definitely on the same level as Li Shishir. It was just that compared to Xiaolan, she was inferior by quite a bit. Duan Lingtian saw that Xiaolan and Li Shishir walked towards the innermost gazebo. At this time, Xiaoyu went up to greet them. Reaching out, he held Xiaolan's hand and brought her into the gazebo. So she's one of Xiaoyu's people. But these guys still dare to look at beautiful women without restraint. Aren't they afraid that Xiaoyu will find trouble with them? Duan Lingtian noticed that the gazes of most of the youths on the observatory were still on Xiaolan. Only your thoughts are so complicated. Xiaoyu and Xiaolan are biological siblings, twin siblings. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Twin siblings? For some reason, after hearing Li Fei's words, Duan Lingtian actually heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The young girl beside Xiaolan doesn't seem to be simple either. Duan Lingtian's gaze fell on the young girl beside Xiaolan. He could confirm that this young girl around the age of 17 wasn't a body-tempering stage martial artist, but had already stepped into the core formation stage. Of course, she's the daughter of the Xiao clan's patriarch, Xiao Yun. The former #1 disciple of the Xiao clan's outer court, a figure on par with our Li family's Li Kuang and Lin family's Lin Qi. Li Fei said. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. He remembered now. When he had fought with Lin Qi had mentioned this Xiao Yun. After a while, everyone had arrived. At this time, as the host, Xiaoyu stepped out and arrived at the center of the observatory. Everyone, before the gathering begins, I have a piece of good news to tell everyone. This year, our Aurora City's 3 great clans have taken out many good things as rewards for the young geniuses that are ranked on this year's Hidden Dragon ranking. Xiaoyu slowly said. On the observatory, the sound of many hurried breathing could be heard. Especially those young geniuses that didn't come from the 3 great clans, all of their eyes shone and they lost their composure. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian could understand. The 3 great clans of Aurora City practically monopolized all the profiteering industries in Aurora City. The other small clans could only pick up the scraps. To these young geniuses of the small clans, the rewards they received from being ranked on the Hidden Dragon ranking was something that their clans might not be able to provide even if they exhausted all their resources. Young Master Yu, what are the rewards? Please tell us about them. Yeah, Child Yu, we all want to know. The young geniuses from the various small clans all spoke out. Humph. A bunch of country bumpkins. Chapter 69. Li Qing's voice wasn't soft. Instantly, all the young geniuses from the small clans glared angrily at Li Qing. What, you're not convinced? If you're not convinced, then let the gathering begin. You're welcome to challenge me. Li Qing turned a blind eye to these furious gazes. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be speechless when he saw this scene. This Li Qing really thinks he's invincible. In the distance, Lian had a face full of disdain when he saw this scene. Boorish fellow. Lian muttered with a voice that only he could hear. Since everyone wants to know, then I'll tell you. As soon as Xiaoyu finished speaking, he attracted the gazes of all the young geniuses present. Duan Lingtian was no exception. He didn't participate in this gathering of geniuses for fame. He wasn't the slightest bit interested in the Hidden Dragon list. What he cared about was the actual rewards. After discussion between the patriarchs of our 3 great clans, the first place of this year's Hidden Dragon list will receive 3 sets of high-grade profound rank martial skills, 10 origin increasing pills, 10 grade 8 gold injury pills, 3 stalks of 300-year-old blood lingji, and 300,000 silver. Xiaoyu had just spoken of the rewards for the first place of the Hidden Dragon list. On the star observation platform, the sound of people drawing in a breath of cold air rose and fell. The rewards this time were a lot better than the previous time. Seems like it's not bad. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a greedy light flashed within. 3 sets of high-grade profound rank martial skills, no matter where they were extremely valuable items. The origin increasing pill was a medicinal pill used by core formation martial artists to increase their cultivation, and was extremely precious. Grade 8 gold injury pills, even the Li family of Fresh Breeze Town only had 2. After using one on Duan Ling Tian, there was only one left. It could be seen how precious it was. 3 stalks of 300-year-old blood Lingji was enough to greatly increase the level of a defensive martial skill. 300,000 silver was even more practical. It's not bad, but you have to be able to obtain it first. Li Fei struck a blow. Little Fei, if I can get first place in this hidden dragon ranking, you'll be my wife, how about that? Duan Ling Tian chuckled. Let's talk about it when you're really first. Li Fei said indifferently. Although Duan Ling Tian's strength was very strange. However, in Li Fei's opinion, he was at most slightly stronger than Li Qing. He might even be inferior to Lin Zhua from the Lin clan, let alone Xiao Yu from the Xiao clan. Of course, she also believed that Duan Ling Tian would definitely surpass Lin Zhua and Xiao Yu in the future. After all, Duan Ling Tian was only 16 years old this year. Lin Zhua and Xiao Yu were 2 years older than him. If it was the next hidden dragon list ranking a year from now, she believed that Duan Ling Tian would be able to be ranked first. She was not optimistic about Duan Ling Tian's chances this year. Then I'll take that as a yes. Duan Ling Tian smiled. His burning gaze once again fell on Li Fei's hot and delicate body. His lower abdomen felt a burst of heat, and he had a reaction again. What an alluring little vixen, aren't you being a little unfair? Li Fei's pair of clear eyes revealed a sly smile. Then what do you think is fair? Duan Ling Tian asked. If you can't get first place in the hidden dragon ranking, then no matter what rank you are in the hidden dragon ranking, all your rewards will be given to me. Li Fei blinked her clear eyes, with an expression that said, let's see if you dare to agree. Little Fei, you're really greedy. If I marry you in the future, I won't have to worry about losing anything. Alright, I agree. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Hearing Duan Ling Tian agree, the smile on Li Fei's face completely froze. This miser actually agreed? Could it be that he was really confident? Or perhaps, he was still concealing his strength? At this instant, Li Fei's heart couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Little Fei, you won't go back on your word, right? Duan Ling Tian noticed Li Fei's indeterminate expression and asked vigilantly. Wait until you really get first place in the hidden dragon ranking. Li Fei grunted. At this moment, the mood of the group of young geniuses on the star observation platform eased up slightly. Child Yu, what are the other 2 people in the top 3 of the hidden dragon ranking rewarded? Another person asked. The people in the 2nd and 3rd place of the hidden dragon ranking this time can obtain 2 sets of high-grade profound rank martial skills, 5 origin increasing pills, 5 grade 8 gold injury pills, 2 stalks of 300-year-old blood Lingji, and 200,000 silver. Xiao Yu continued. Although the rewards of the 2nd and 3rd place were greatly discounted compared to the rewards of the 1st. But to most of the people present, it was still filled with temptation. As for the other 7 young geniuses that are ranked on the hidden dragon ranking, they will also obtain a set of high-grade profound rank martial skills, 3 origin increasing pills, 3 grade 8 gold injury pills, 1 stock of 300-year-old blood Lingji, and 100,000 silver. Xiao Yu continued. Battle intent rose up everywhere on the star observation platform. As long as they were ranked on the hidden dragon ranking, besides being able to become famous in Aurora City, they would also be able to obtain such generous rewards. Everyone rubbed their palms together, eager to give it a try. Now, the gathering begins. After Xiao Yu announced, he returned to the innermost pergola in the star observation platform and fought side by side with his sister, Xiaolan. Brother, if there are no accidents, the first place of this year's hidden dragon ranking will surely be you. Xiaolan lightly smiled like an orchid in an empty valley. If it was a month ago, I'm sure that there wouldn't be any accidents. But now, there's an unknown variable. Xiao Yu shook his head. His gaze directly descended onto the violet-clothed youth in the distance. He is? Xiaolan looked over as well. Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu's gaze focused and battle intent rose up from his body. Duan Lingtian? The 9th level body tempering martial artist that was ranked second in the Li clan martial meet? According to the rumors, it said that he's able to exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with a cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Brother, don't you think it's too exaggerated? Xiao Lan analyzed. Lan, since there are rumors, then they aren't groundless. Moreover, there were so many Li clan members who saw it with their own eyes, how could it be fake? Moreover, you should understand my intuition, it has never been wrong. Xiao Yu slowly said. Brother, could it be? Slight shock appeared on Xiao Lan's peerlessly beautiful face. She was extremely clear about the intuition of this twin brother of hers, and it could be said to be a miraculous ability that he was born with. Since she was young, the intuition of this twin brother of hers had never been wrong. Exactly, my intuition tells me that he's extremely dangerous, and even Lin Jue is unable to compare to him. Xiao Yu nodded. But he seems to be only 16. Xiao Lan's beautiful face slightly flushed red, and her breathing became slightly hurried. So what if he's 16? In the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were many young geniuses that stepped into the core formation stage at the age of 16. It's not strange for an exception like Duan Lingtian to appear. Xiao Yu said. Brother Yu, didn't this Duan Lingtian lose to Li Qing in the Li clan martial meet? At this moment, Xiao Yun who stood beside Xiao Lan couldn't help but speak. I heard about it too. Xiao Lan nodded as well. Lost to Li Qing? Who told you that? That was because he admitted defeat himself. Xiao Yu shook his head, as if he knew the situation of the Li clan martial meet like the back of his hand. If he could defeat Li Qing, why would he admit defeat? Xiao Yun was slightly unconvinced. Little Yun, let me ask you. If our Xiao clan martial meet was won by a branch family disciple with a different surname, what would happen? Xiao Yu didn't directly answer Xiao Yun, and instead asked a question. Brother, you mean? Someone made Duan Lingtian admit defeat? Xiao Lan reacted at the first moment. That's my guess. Xiao Yu nodded. Brother Yu, everything you've said is just your guess. Xiao Yun was still somewhat unconvinced. In her entire life, she only acknowledged one person in the martial Dao, and that was Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu made her feel inferior. But now, Xiao Yu said that someone's strength might surpass him, and it was even a 16-year-old youth. She found it hard to accept. Little Yun, whether my guess is correct or not, you'll know very soon. Xiao Yu lightly shook his head and didn't argue with Xiao Yun. Currently, on the star observation platform, there was a young genius from a small clan who had already won 3 rounds in a row. Is there anyone else who wants to battle me? The youth looked at the surroundings and slowly said. I'll do it. A Xiao clan youth flew out and confronted the youth. Quickly, the two of them made their moves. In just a single move, the Xiao clan youth defeated the youth. Thank you. The Xiao clan youth cupped his hands. This Xiao Yong was ranked 5th in the Xiao clan martial meet a month ago. In other words, among the 5 Xiao clan geniuses that came today, his strength is the weakest. As expected of a disciple of a large clan, even the weakest one is so strong. Looks like I don't have a chance to enter the hidden dragon list. Being able to witness the competition between the young geniuses of the 3 great clans can be considered a good gain. Some of the young geniuses from small clans were somewhat discouraged. Of course, there were also some young geniuses from small clans who were filled with battle intent and went up to challenge Xiao Yong. Quickly, Xiao Yong defeated another 3 people. This Xiao Yong's strength isn't bad, he's not inferior to Li Zhong. Li Fei smiled. Not bad. Duan Lingtian yawned. Didn't you sleep enough last night? Li Fei was dazed. Without a wife to hug, naturally I didn't sleep enough. Duan Lingtian laughed wickedly. Rogue. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian. In this short period of time, Xiao Yong had defeated another person. Is there anyone else who wants to battle with me? Xiao Yong said courteously. I'll do it. A voice sounded out from a pavilion on the star observation platform. A green-clothed youth around the age of 18 walked out. The youth had a sturdy figure and a simple and honest appearance. If one only looked at his appearance, one would feel that he was an honest person. However, if one looked carefully, one would notice that the youth's eyes were incomparably lively, and occasionally flickered with a crafty brilliance. Brother, what's your name? Xiao Yong smiled lightly as he asked. Meng Quan. The youth blinked his eyes and said. Brother Meng Quan, please give me your guidance. Xiao Yong got into a fighting stance. Duan Lingtian was originally a little sleepy, but after seeing Meng Quan, his spirit was aroused. What's different about this Meng Quan? Seeing Duan Lingtian like this, Li Fei asked curiously. Interesting. Xiao Yong is about to lose. Duan Lingtian smiled. What did you see? Li Fei asked. Call me Brother Tian, and I'll tell you. Pay. In your dreams, rogue. Damn rogue. Chapter 70. Just when Duan Lingtian's spirit was shaken. This Meng Quan isn't simple. Xiao Yu's expression became serious as well. Brother you wouldn't be trying to say that this person's strength is as strange as Duan Lingtian, right? Xiao Yun didn't mind. Right at this moment, Meng Quan and Xiao Yong had already started exchanging blows. Whoosh! Xiao Yong's figure moved, as if transforming into a falling leaf, lightly flashing towards Meng Quan. Profound rank middle grade movement technique, leaf dance steps. Why would a grown man cultivate a woman's movement technique? Meng Quan shook his head. Stomp. His legs shook, and his entire body shot out like a cannonball, meeting Xiao Yong head-on. His speed surpassed Xiao Yong's by a level. Whirlwind palm. Xiao Yong's gaze focused, and while flying, he struck out with his palm after accumulating strength, his origin energy raging. Barbaric ox fist. Meng Quan struck out with his fist, his origin energy exploding, giving rise to a formless wave of air that met Xiao Yong's palm. Above the two of them, two ancient mammoth silhouettes galloped out, and with a bang, they collided together. Meng Quan's body slightly trembled. Ah! Xiao Yong let out a shrill cry as he flew out. I'm not your match. Xiao Yong slowly stood up, nodded his head towards Meng Quan, and retreated, wholeheartedly convinced. Hee, thank you for letting me win. Meng Quan scratched the back of his head and laughed foolishly. However, his pair of eyes that flickered with a bright light had obviously betrayed him. You could tell earlier that Xiao Yong wasn't his match. Li Fei looked towards Duan Lingtian, as if wanting to obtain an answer from Duan Lingtian's face. This Meng Quan concealed his cultivation, but his true strength is probably not inferior to Li Qing's. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and stared at Meng Quan. Because of the existence of origin energy, it was difficult for others to see through the cultivation of martial artists at the core formation stage and above from the surface. One could only roughly judge the martial artist's strength through the ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed from the energy of heaven and earth. However, Duan Lingtian, who had fused with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, was equivalent to Emperor Wu of Samsara being alive. He had a unique foresight. He was able to discern that Meng Quan wasn't a first-level core formation martial artist. The feeling that Meng Quan gave him was similar to that of Xiao Yu, Lin Zhua, and Li Qing. Second level of the core formation stage. Even though he's able to defeat Xiao Yong, that only shows that his martial skills level is high. Up until now, he's only utilized the strength of two ancient mammoths. How did you see through his concealed cultivation? Li Fei obviously didn't believe him. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He did not argue with Li Fei. It wouldn't take long for the facts to prove everything. So that's how it is. The corners of Xiao Yu's mouth curled into a smile. Obviously, he'd discerned something as well. Xiao Yong, you're really useless. Xiao Yun's beautiful eyebrows knit as her figure flashed and gracefully landed near Meng Quan. This scene caused Xiaoyu to be unable to help himself from bitterly laughing. Brother, can Xiaoyun defeat him? The nearby Xiaolan asked in a light voice. According to my estimations, amongst the young geniuses on the star observation platform, there are at most 3 people that have the confidence to defeat him. Even to the extent that there might not even be 3 people. Xiaoyu shook his head. Xiaolan's beautiful and refined face was shocked. She never expected that besides Duan Lingtian, there would be another person that obtained such a high evaluation from her brother. Big guy, I'll fight you. Xiaoyun shouted in a delicate voice. Woman? I don't bully women. Meng Quan frowned. You. Xiaoyun was angered to the point her face flushed red and her delicate body trembled. This Meng Quan, does he really think that he's invincible just because he defeated Xiaoyong? A month ago, during the Xiao clan's martial meet, Xiaoyong wasn't a match for Xiaoyun either. He actually dares to look down on Xiaoyun. This country bumpkin probably doesn't even know Xiaoyun. When did the Meng clan have such a person? Some of the young geniuses from small clans started to discuss. Go die. Xiaoyun shouted in a delicate voice as her graceful figure seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that flashed straight towards Meng Quan. In terms of speed, she was much faster than Xiaoyong, and could even be compared with Meng Quan's speed. Meng Quan was slightly surprised. He didn't dare look down on Xiaoyun and went up to her. Reckless ox fist. This time, Meng Quan and Xiaoyun were evenly matched when they collided head-on. This Xiaoyun's strength isn't bad. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. That's natural. In the younger generation of the Xiao clan, her talent isn't inferior to Xiaolan's. Li Fei said. Then how about compared to you? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. More or less, Li Fei said again. Xiaoyun is about to lose. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed Meng Quan's small movements and his brows raised. This guy finally couldn't hold back anymore. He could clearly see that the origin energy on Meng Quan's fist had increased explosively in an instant, and had already surpassed the scope of the first level of the core formation stage. But it still hadn't reached the second level of the core formation stage and hadn't drawn upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop a third ancient mammoth silhouette. But even so, it wasn't something that Xiaoyun could compare to. Reckless ox fist. Meng Quan attacked once again with a momentum like thunder. Bang! Xiaoyun was pushed back. Her face was ghastly pale as she looked at Meng Quan with an expression of disbelief. She noticed that this big guy's strength seemed to have increased by a level in an instant, completely suppressing her and causing her to feel powerless. You let me win. Meng Quan grinned. Xiaoyun glared back at him before angrily returning to Xiaoyu and Xiaolan's side. Good. All the young geniuses from the small clans couldn't help but cheer after revealing expressions of disbelief. Even though they were protective of the fairer sex. But Meng Quan was a young genius from a small clan like them after all. Meng Quan's actions caused them to feel proud and elated. I'll go against you. A figure flew out. It was precisely Li Zhong. Although Li Zhong's strength wasn't bad, it was still difficult for him to withstand the might of Meng Quan's fist and was quickly defeated. Alright, you guys play first. I'm going to rest for a bit. After defeating Li Zhong, Meng Quan returned to the pergola and picked up the tea and snacks prepared by the Xiao clan and started gulping them down. As time passed, most of the people on the star observation platform had already fought. Only a few people from the 3 great clans hadn't fought. Amongst them included Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. Whoosh! Li Fei flew out and landed in the center of the star observation platform, attracting numerous burning gazes. In terms of appearance, Li Fei and Xiaolan were similar. However, the two of them were of completely different types. Compared to Xiaolan's fairy-like otherworldly beauty, Li Fei was the other extreme. She, who had a devilish figure and an angelic face, was even more attractive to men. Xiaolan. Li Fei's gaze fell on Xiaolan as she challenged her. Both of them were the 3 great beauties of Aurora City. None of them were willing to submit to the other and wanted to surpass the other in a certain aspect. For a moment, the eyes of everyone present lit up. Two of the three great beauties of Aurora City sparring, this was a rare scene. They all felt that this trip wasn't in vain. Xiaolan moved gracefully and stood in confrontation with Li Fei. As the two beauties stood together, the atmosphere on the star observation platform calmed down. No one was willing to disturb this beautiful scene. Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't miss the battle between the two girls as he watched without blinking. Fleeting shadow. Li Fei moved like a red rose that flew out with a speed as fast as lightning. Cloud soaring steps. Xiaolan moved as well, her otherworldly figure seeming faintly discernible. Above the heads of the two girls, there were two ancient mammoth silhouettes galloping out, as if cheering for them. In terms of speed, the two girls were equally matched. Meteor fist. Li Fei's delicate fist smashed down, releasing origin energy that transformed into numerous fist silhouettes that were like falling meteors. It was difficult to distinguish which was real and which was fake. Cloud pushing palm. Xiaolan's palm swept out and a formless airwave spread out. Her origin energy spilled out as if transforming into lumps of white clouds that seemed calm, but actually contained killing intent. Bang! Amidst the numerous fist silhouettes, Li Fei's real fist blasted out, giving rise to a series of light explosions. Hua! Behind the lumps of clouds, Xiaolan's slender hand appeared and a palm that was suffused with origin energy descended. Bang! Fist and palm collided. The two girls' figures paused and retreated 3 steps at the same time. They saw Li Fei's figure move, seeming to want to continue attacking. Little Fei, let's end it like this. If we continue fighting, we'll be evenly matched. Why don't we stop and rest? Duan Lingtian smiled. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian. But she knew that what Duan Lingtian said was the truth. Exactly, the two of you are considered to be evenly matched. If you go head-on, then both of you will suffer in the end. Xiao Yu stood out and lightly smiled. Are you worried that I'll injure her? After returning to Duan Lingtian's side, Li Fei asked with a questioning tone. I'm innocent. I absolutely don't have such thoughts. I'm only afraid that she'll injure you and affect your ranking on the hidden dragon list. Duan Lingtian hurriedly explained. Really? Li Fei's expression eased up slightly. Of course. Duan Lingtian said resolutely. That Meng Quan. Suddenly, Li Fei raised her head and looked into the distance. Duan Lingtian looked over as well. Meng Quan, who had eaten his fill, burped and once again returned to the center of the star observation platform. His gaze descended onto a proud and aloof figure in the distance. That's right, don't doubt it, it's you. Li Qing, right? Didn't you say that we're all country bumpkins and we can challenge you if we're unconvinced? I'll now represent us country bumpkins and challenge you, the genius of the Li clan. Meng Quan was precisely speaking to Li Qing. Li Qing's face sank. He took a step forward. Are you sure you want to challenge me? The corners of Li Qing's mouth curled into a cold smile, as if he'd heard an enormous joke. Why speak so much nonsense? If you want to fight, then fight. Meng Quan had an impatient expression. Good, very good. Very soon, I'll make you regret your current choice. Li Qing flew into a rage out of humiliation. Whoosh! Li Qing's figure flashed towards Meng Quan, and 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly condensed into form in the air above him. His speed was shockingly swift. I've long since heard that the #1 disciple of the Li clan's younger generation, Li Qing, has cultivated the high-grade profound rank movement technique, swimming dragon steps, to the mastery stage. Seeing it today, it really does live up to its reputation. Meng Quan's courage deserves praise for daring to challenge him. But unfortunately, in front of Li Qing, who's at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, he's still not enough. No matter what, Meng Quan has fought for us. The young geniuses of the small clans whispered in discussion. I finally have a decent opponent. Meng Quan said lazily as his body moved along with him. Whoosh! Instantly, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him as well. Stomp! Meng Quan's legs stomped on the ground, as if transforming into a cannonball whose speed wasn't inferior to Li Qing's as he moved to greet Li Qing. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths, on the star observation platform, besides Duan Ling Tian and Xiao Yu, everyone else was dumbstruck. Chapter 71. Only now did the people present realize. This Meng Quan had been concealing his strength during the previous battle. He wasn't a first-level core formation martial artist. Instead, he was the 4th second-level core formation martial artist besides Xiao Yu, Lin Zhua, and Li Qing. Second level of the core formation stage. Li Qing's pupils constricted as he was startled by Meng Quan's sudden change. Barbaric Ox Fist. Meng Quan's full-force punch contained even more dense origin energy, and it carried the force of 1,000 caddies as it flew straight towards Li Qing. Dark Nether Finger. Li Qing's right index finger was wrapped with origin energy, condensing it into a strange origin energy vortex. When he pointed his finger out, it was as if all the energy had converged onto this finger. This finger pointed onto Meng Quan's fist. Suddenly, Meng Quan's face froze, and his figure flashed backwards, causing a piercingly cold strong wind. As expected of the Li clan's famous high-grade profound rank martial skill, Dark Nether Finger. Being able to cultivate it to the mastery stage, your comprehension ability isn't bad. However, the mastery stage Dark Nether Finger probably isn't enough to defeat me. Meng Quan's eyes flashed as he spoke indifferently. Shameless boasting. Li Qing shouted as his figure flashed, as if transforming into a gust of wind that blew towards Meng Quan. At this moment, Meng Quan turned around and pounced towards the other side. He wants to get a weapon. For a moment, many people realized Meng Quan's intentions. Meng Quan was heading towards the weapon rack. Humph. Seeing this scene, Li Qing didn't pursue and instead stood on the spot. To him, even if he won in the pursuit, it would be an unfair victory, and he disdained to do so. What he wanted to do was to defeat his opponent head-on. Only in this way could he trample on his opponent's dignity, attract the admiring gazes of the surrounding people, and satisfy his arrogant heart. Who? Meng Quan raised his hand and took a weapon from the weapon rack. A black iron rod. Li Qing moved. Swimming dragon steps. It flew straight towards Meng Quan, as if it had transformed into a swift dragon, stirring up the power of wind and thunder. Good! Meng Quan bellowed. The black iron rod in his hand shook and started to tremble slightly. Thousand Shadow Rod. In the blink of an eye, the black iron rod trembled and was flung out along Meng Quan's hand. A series of rod shadows fell, smashing down on Li Qing's head with a ferocious momentum. Is that all you've got? In a hurry, Li Qing's legs shook, and he dodged the black iron rod. He pointed a finger at Meng Quan, tearing the sky apart. Dark mysterious finger. If the finger that contained the elemental energy vortex were to land on Meng Quan's body, one could imagine the consequences. Don't celebrate too early. Meng Quan chuckled. Li Qing had an ominous premonition. Whoosh! A gust of wind came from behind him. Li Qing's face went pale, and he hurriedly withdrew the dark mysterious finger and exerted strength in his legs. Swimming dragon steps. Not only that, but he also instantly circulated his defensive martial skill. Golden Bell Canopy. Bang! The black iron rod flew over fiercely, shattering the defensive chi barrier on the surface of Li Qing's body. It landed on Li Qing's back and sent him flying. Bang! Li Qing lost his balance and fell to the ground in a sorry state. His back was facing the sky, and his face was covered in dust. The mastery stage profound rank middle grade defensive martial skill, Golden Bell Canopy, can't block my 1000 Shadow Rod. However, it's fortunate that you executed the Golden Bell Canopy in time and neutralized most of the strength of the 1000 Shadow Rod. Otherwise, this rod would be enough to break your spine inch by inch. Meng Quan looked at Li Qing and said indifferently. Right, remember in the future, don't randomly call others a country bumpkin. You acting like this now will only make others feel that you're even worse than a country bumpkin. After casually throwing the black iron rod back to the weapon rack, Meng Quan glanced at Li Qing, who had already stood up. In next to no time, the fierceness in Meng Quan's eyes vanished, and his solemn face recovered its simple and honest expression. If it wasn't for everyone witnessing his resolute and ruthless methods earlier, they might have really been deceived by his harmless appearance. You. Li Qing took out a grade 9 gold injury pill and consumed it. His injuries had just recovered slightly, and when he heard Meng Quan's words, he was so angry that he almost fainted. I never thought that Meng Hua's strongest martial skill wasn't his middle-grade profound rank martial skill, Reckless Ox Fist, but the high-grade profound rank martial skill, Thousand Shadow Rod. His Thousand Shadow Rod seems to have already stepped into the mastery stage. In our Aurora City, only the Li clan seems to possess the Thousand Shadow Rod, right? Could it be that he has some sort of relationship with the Li clan? He was so rude to Li Qing. Do you think he has any sort of relationship with the Li clan? I almost forgot about this. Satisfying. This Li Qing called us country bumpkins earlier, but now he's even worse than a country bumpkin. Haha. All the young geniuses from the small clans glanced at Li Qing and felt proud and elated. Li Qing's expression became even more unsightly. It was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip from it. Meng Quan, don't be complacent. I was just careless earlier. If it wasn't for that, you might not have been able to defeat me. Li Qing looked at Meng Quan with a cold voice. As far as he was concerned, his offensive martial skill was on par with Meng Quan, and his movement technique was on par with him as well. The reason why he had lost was because he had underestimated Meng Quan due to his preconceived notions. What? Do all you Li clan members like to act shamelessly? If it was a life and death battle earlier, I would have seized the opportunity to pursue you and you would have died for sure. Meng Quan laughed. Yeah, even if you were careless, that's still your own problem. A young genius from a small clan couldn't help but chime in. Humph. I'll naturally abide by the rules of the Hidden Dragon list. But after today, I'll sooner or later find another chance to battle you and wash away today's shame. Li Qing grunted coldly. You should have said so earlier. You made me think you were going to exhaust my physical strength again. No, I'm hungry again. Meng Quan ran back to the pergola in a few steps, picked up the snacks and started wolfing them down, causing everyone to be unable to help but click their tongues. Could it be that this Meng Quan was the reincarnation of a hungry ghost? This Meng Quan is rather interesting. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed. Quickly tell me the truth. Did you see through him long ago that he was a second-level core formation martial artist? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with an expression that said to be lenient if you confess and severe if you resist. Little Fei, you're not my wife yet, but you act like you're the head of the household. Alas, if you become my wife in the future, then I'll be completely controlled by you. Duan Lingtian sighed as he spoke with a lingering fear in his heart. Go die. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian, then extended her slender hand and rudely twisted Duan Lingtian's thigh. Duan Lingtian's face turned green, in the innermost pergola of the star observation platform. Brother you, did you see through Meng Quan's background long ago? You didn't even tell me, causing me to go up and ask for a snub. Xiao Yun said with slight dissatisfaction. Little Yun, my intuition tells me that he's not simple. As for him being at the second level of the core formation stage, I only found out when he fought Li Qing. Xiao Yu shook his head. Duan Lingtian. Just at this moment, a voice broke the temporary silence of the star observation platform. Lin Qi flew out and his gaze descended upon Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised. Under the gazes of everyone present, Duan Lingtian slowly walked out of the pergola and slowly arrived in front of Lin Qi. Compared to Lin Qi's appearance, it formed a sharp contrast. The body tempering stage is the body tempering stage. No matter how exaggerated the rumors are, it can't change the fact that he's only a body tempering stage martial artist. Many young geniuses from small clans looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain. Of course, these people's eyes obviously revealed traces of jealousy. A faint smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He guessed the reason why these people were targeting him. Li Fei, that little girl, was really a source of calamity. Duan Lingtian, rumor has it that you're able to exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with only a cultivation at the 9th level of the core formation stage. Today, I'd like to experience it for myself. Lin Qi looked at Duan Lingtian as his battle-intent sword. Then let's see if you have the ability to force me to use the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian smiled. Lin Qi didn't continue speaking. With a serious expression, his figure flashed as the strength of 2 ancient mammoths exploded forth. Traceless snow. Duan Lingtian noticed. Lin Qi, whose cultivation had broken through to the 1st level of the core formation stage, relied on the strength of his fleshly body and origin energy to double his speed compared to the last time they fought. However, Lin Qi's high-grade profound rank movement technique, Traceless Snow, was still at the initial stage. Whereas Duan Lingtian's movement technique had already broken through to the mastery stage. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian moved as well. He suppressed his strength to around 19,000 pounds, so a second ancient mammoth silhouette didn't appear. In the eyes of others, he was only using the strength of 1 ancient mammoth. However, relying on his strength that was only 500 pounds lower than Lin Qi's. In terms of speed, Duan Lingtian's Spirit Serpent Movement technique that was at the mastery stage had already completely crushed Lin Qi's Traceless Snow, which was at the initial stage. F***K. I admit defeat. Lin Qi followed Duan Lingtian for a while, but after noticing that he was completely unable to keep up with Duan Lingtian's speed, he couldn't help but curse. He was clear about Duan Lingtian's methods. Under the circumstances where he was unable to catch up to Duan Lingtian could easily defeat him. Since he knew the outcome, he didn't continue persisting. If he persisted, he would only lose even more face. Duan Lingtian, your movement technique seems to have already surpassed my Traceless Snow by a level. Lin Qi glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, who had also stopped moving. Your eyesight isn't bad. Duan Lingtian grinned. The strength that this guy used just now was absolutely close to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Lin Qi thought in his heart. He could sense that Duan Lingtian was intentionally concealing his strength. What movement technique did this Duan Lingtian execute? He only used the strength of 1 ancient mammoth, but he was even faster than Lin Qi, who used the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. My speed is inferior to his. I'm inferior as well. All the young geniuses from the small families didn't dare look down on Duan Lingtian anymore. Is there anyone else who wants to give me some pointers? Since he had already entered the arena, Duan Lingtian didn't plan on directly leaving the arena. After all, walking back and forth was also quite tiring. Li Qing's face was gloomy. He wanted to battle with Duan Lingtian, but his injury still needed some time to heal. Duan Lingtian, you won't be complacent for long. Li Qing took a deep breath as he steeled himself in his heart. I'll do it. A figure flew out from afar and landed in front of Duan Lingtian. Lin Zhua. As the saying goes, one can't beat a tiger without leaving a blood brother. Looks like Lin Zhua, you're planning to imitate the ancient people. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Lin Zhua, the number 1 person in the Lin family's younger generation. Chapter 72. Duan Lingtian and Lin Zhua stood facing each other. The gazes of the people on the star observation platform were completely focused on the two of them. Lin Zhua, 18 years old, 2nd level of the core formation stage, number 1 in the Lin clan's younger generation. Duan Lingtian, 16 years old, 9th level of the body tempering stage, number 2 in the Li clan's younger generation. Lin Zhua's strength was well known. However, this Duan Lingtian was a figure that rose like a comet. Supposedly, he was able to exert the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with his cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. Brother, who do you think will win? Xiaolan blinked her beautiful eyes as she asked. I favored Duan Lingtian. Xiao Yu's cold face revealed a rare smile. Xiao Yun, who was at the side, didn't interrupt this time and looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. This rascal, Li Fei lightly gritted her teeth as her watery eyes descended onto Duan Lingtian. Let's begin. Lin Zhuo nodded to Duan Lingtian and his figure flashed. Thunder travel steps. As Lin Zhuo's figure flashed, it seemed as if it carried the sound of thunder with it, moving forward menacingly. When Duan Lingtian saw this, he moved as well. Spirit serpent movement technique. His entire body seemed to have transformed into a spirit serpent as he scuttled towards Lin Zhuo. Take my palm strike. Lin Zhuo shouted in a low voice as his hands slapped down like a fan. Heaven's net palm. When Lin Zhuo's palm descended, it seemed to have transformed into an inescapable net that enveloped Duan Lingtian within, causing him to be unable to escape. When the people present saw this scene, their hearts trembled. Lin Zhuo's heaven's net palm almost completely covered Duan Lingtian's upper body. Just when everyone thought that Duan Lingtian could only choose to fight Lin Zhuo head-on. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body tilted as if he was about to fall. This scene caused everyone's hearts to rise to their throats. Duan Lingtian's body that was about to fall trembled before abruptly straightening up, as if transforming into a spirit serpent. He leaped behind Lin Zhuo. He actually dodged it. On the star observation platform, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Was this Duan Lingtian even human? He was able to complete such a difficult move. Crushing fist. Duan Lingtian stared at Lin Zhuo's back with a cold look in his eyes. His whole body was like a drawn bow as he threw out a punch with the force of a falling mountain. An invisible gust of wind was stirred up. Surprise flashed in Lin Zhuo's eyes as he felt a strong gust of wind coming from behind him. He accelerated once more. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths exploded. Lightning steps. His speed soared like lightning, and he easily dodged Duan Lingtian's crushing fist. Duan Lingtian, if you want to defeat me, just relying on the strength of 2 ancient mammoths is not enough. Lin Zhuo could tell at a glance that Duan Lingtian was deliberately suppressing his strength. Duan Lingtian didn't answer. His figure moved again. Instantly, 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above him. 29,000 gene of strength exploded. He was only 500 gene of strength away from being able to evolve a 3rd ancient mammoth silhouette. Spirit serpent movement technique. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's speed also increased. It wasn't the slightest bit slower than Lin Zhuo's lightning steps. In terms of movement techniques, his spirit serpent movement technique and Lin Zhuo's lightning steps were both high-grade profound class movement techniques that had been cultivated to the mastery stage. In terms of strength, he was only 500 gene weaker than Lin Zhuo. Therefore, his speed was almost not slower than Lin Zhuo's. Take another one of my palms. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, Lin Zhuo once again charged towards Duan Lingtian. His palm struck out, raging origin energy. Heaven's net palm. This time, the origin energy palms that filled the sky formed an inescapable net that practically enveloped Duan Lingtian's entire body from head to toe, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Duan Lingtian won't be able to dodge this time. On the star observation platform, many people's hearts moved. Li Fei's heart also followed suit. Under everyone's gazes, Duan Lingtian, who was in danger, finally moved. His hand swept past his waist. Sword drawing art. A purple sword ray appeared. Wang. The flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand seemed to have eyes as it directly struck the palm silhouettes that filled the sky. Pa! The sword struck out, emitting a crisp sound. Clang! The sound of the flexible sword entering the sheath sounded at almost the same time. Lin Zhuo's expression changed. Lightning steps. He hurriedly retreated. The intense pain from his palm made Lin Zhuo involuntarily turn his hand over to take a look. There was a 2-finger-wide sword scar on his palm. This scene was also seen by many people. Heavens, Duan Lingtian actually broke Lin Zhua's heaven's net palm with one strike. Unbelievable. Regardless of whether it was the young geniuses from the three great clans or the small clans, they all had an expression of disbelief. I lost. Lin Zhua stared blankly for a moment before looking at Duan Lingtian with a bitter smile. He understood that it was Duan Lingtian who showed mercy. Otherwise, if Duan Lingtian changed the body of the sword to the edge of the sword, his palm would surely be split into two. You let me win. Duan Lingtian smiled at Lin Zhua. The surrounding young geniuses didn't dare look down on Duan Lingtian anymore. A 9th-level body-tempering martial artist displaying the strength of two ancient mammoths. Simply unbelievable. Not only that, he even relied on the strength of two ancient mammoths to defeat Lin Zhua, who was at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian, no wonder the rumors say that your sword skill is miraculous. Seeing it today, it really lives up to its reputation. Xiao Yu walked out in large strides, and behind him followed Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun. At this moment, the two girls looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that contained traces of admiration. In terms of age, this Duan Lingtian was even younger than them. Brother Xiao, you flatter me. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as his gaze descended onto Xiao Lan, who was beside Xiao Yu, and he nodded to Xiao Lan. My brother rarely praises others. Duan Lingtian, you deserve it. Xiao Lan smiled sweetly like a celestial maiden that had descended to the mortal world. That's right, brother Yu has never praised me. Xiao Yun deeply agreed. Then I'm even more terrified. Duan Lingtian smiled. Rascal. A fragrant wind blew over as the young girl with a devilish figure and an angelic face arrived beside Duan Lingtian. She secretly placed her hand on Duan Lingtian's waist and lightly twisted. Intense pain came. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. This jealous lover. Brother Xiao, I exhausted some strength earlier, so I'll go rest first. Duan Lingtian smiled at Xiao Yu. He could imagine that if he hesitated, Li Fei would definitely use even more strength. Yeah, Xiao Yu, among the young geniuses on the star observation platform, it seems that only you and Lian haven't fought yet. Why don't you two have a match? Li Fei suggested. I naturally have no objections, but I don't know if Lian will do me the honor. Xiao Yu looked at Lian who was nearby. Child Yu, spare me, I'm not your match. Lian hurriedly waved his hand. Xiao Yu frowned. What he disdained the most was this type of person that didn't even have the courage to fight with him. In his opinion, this type of person would never have great accomplishments in this lifetime. For a martial artist, besides talent and comprehension ability, courage was extremely important as well. Xiao Yu. Right at this moment, a proud and aloof figure in white returned to the scene once again. Li Qing. Li Qing's gaze flashed past Li Fei, and he just happened to see her leave side by side with Duan Lingtian. His expression was unsightly, and his gaze was gloomy and cold. Li Qing's small actions were naturally noticed by Xiao Yu. Li Qing, have you recovered from the injuries you suffered in the battle with Meng Quan? Xiao Yu asked. He wasn't willing to take advantage of another situation. It's only a flesh wound, and I've already recovered after consuming a grade 9 gold injury pill. Li Qing nodded, and his gaze was still gloomy and cold. Okay. Xiao Yu nodded, and after asking the two girls by his side to return, he stood in confrontation with Li Qing. Then let's begin. Xiao Yu looked at Li Qing. His cold figure was unmoving like a mountain. It was as if he was waiting for Li Qing to make the first move. Li Qing's gaze descended onto Xiao Yu. If I'm able to defeat Xiao Yu, Fei Fei will surely have a whole new level of respect for me, and she'll even leave Duan Lingtian and choose me. Li Qing thought in his heart, and his gaze became feverish. His battle-intense sword. Defeat Xiao Yu. Swimming dragon steps. Li Qing's figure shook, and he exerted the strength of 3 ancient mammoths with all his strength as he charged towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was right before his eyes, yet he seemed to have no intention of making a move. Xiao Yu, I'll defeat you with a single move. Li Qing's gaze was slightly cold, and his hand shook as it tore through the sky with a menacing aura. Dark Nether Finger. Origin energy condensed into a vortex at the tip of his finger, and a piercing howl sounded out as he pointed towards Xiao Yu. Right at the instant Li Qing's finger pointed out, Xiao Yu moved. Above him, only two ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. His sleeve shook as it moved to intercept Li Qing's dark nether finger. Instantly, Li Qing's face went pale. Because he noticed that his fingers seemed to have tapped on a ball of cotton, and he had no place to exert force. In the next moment, he realized the danger and hurriedly withdrew his hand. Too late. A cold voice entered into Li Qing's ears. Instantly, Li Qing's vision went black, and he was slapped flying by Xiao Yu's sleeve, shaking his internal organs to the point they trembled, and he felt a sweetness in his throat. The pride in his heart caused Li Qing to forcefully swallow this mouthful of blood. What a formidable martial skill. Duan Lingtian was slightly moved. Xiao Yu's sleeve swung out, seeming to be casual, but it actually contained a terrifying martial skill, using softness to overcome hardness. It was practically the same as the Tai Chi from his previous life. Unfortunately, Tai Chi had already declined in his previous life. At the very least, Duan Lingtian had never encountered a true Tai Chi expert. Tai Chi only appeared on the old man who did his morning exercise in the park. It only had the form, but not the spirit. Could the martial skill child you used just now be the Shao clan's strongest high-grade profound rank martial skill, universe in the sleeve? Too terrifying, with just a wave of his sleeve, he broke Li Qing's dark nether finger that was at the mastery stage. They're not even on the same level. This Li Qing is impressive looking, but useless. Now I somewhat believe that when Duan Lingtian admitted defeat, it was definitely not voluntary. On the star observation platform, the group of young geniuses discussed animatedly, not suppressing their voices in the slightest. These voices were like sharp needles in Li Qing's ears. I will defeat Duan Lingtian in front of all of you, and let all of you know the difference between us. Li Qing was ruthless in his heart. Xiao Yu, your universe in the sleeve has been cultivated to the perfection stage. Li Qing looked at Xiao Yu and asked in a deep voice. That's right. Xiao Yu nodded indifferently. No wonder. Next time, when my dark nether finger enters the perfection stage, I will definitely battle with you again. I want to see if your universe in the sleeve is stronger, or if my dark nether finger is stronger. After leaving these words, Li Qing retreated to the side. Naturally, I'll accompany you. Xiao Yu's face was cold as he said indifferently. Universe in the sleeve? Duan Lingtian was slightly moved. Chapter 73. Xiao Yu defeating Li Qing could be said to be as easy as blowing off dust and didn't consume any energy. His gaze fell onto Meng Quan, who was eating and drinking in the distance. Meng Quan, have you finished eating? Xiao Yu directly challenged Meng Quan. Meng Quan picked up another piece of dessert and swallowed it. Only then did he slowly walk out of the pavilion. If I fight you, I'll directly use my weapon. Otherwise, I'll surely be like that Li Qing and be sent flying by your sleeve. After informing Xiao Yu, Meng Quan took down the black iron rod from the weapon rack. As you wish. Xiao Yu nodded. Meng Quan held the black iron rod in his hand as he stood before Xiao Yu. The silly smile on his face had vanished and was replaced by a serious expression. Even though I know I might not be a match for you, I still want to try. I want to see the gap between me and you, the publicly acknowledged #1 youth in Aurora City. Meng Quan had a serious expression. Suddenly, he moved. Above his head, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. In the blink of an eye, he arrived before Xiao Yu. The black iron rod in his hand trembled as it whistled down. Thousand Shadow Rod. As the rod descended, it transformed into tens of rod silhouettes that smashed down towards Xiao Yu's head. Xiao Yu still didn't move. He stood there motionless like a mountain. Facing Meng Quan's incoming rod, his sleeve moved once again. Faint origin energy almost coiled around the entire sleeve as it lightly trembled. Universe sleeve. He swung out his sleeve to welcome Meng Quan's menacing rod strike. Meng Quan's black iron rod trembled as it avoided Xiao Yu's sleeve and instantly changed direction, smashing horizontally towards Xiao Yu's waist. Whoosh! A formless wave of air trembled. The might of Meng Quan's rod strike was extremely ferocious. If an ordinary person were to be struck by this rod, they would be paralyzed at best and die at worst. Xiao Yu actually didn't dodge. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. He could see that Xiao Yu would not find it difficult to dodge Meng Quan's strike. However, he did not dodge, nor did he use the universe in the sleeve again. It was as if he was waiting for Meng Quan to smash him with his stick. Is Child Yu planning to take a hit from Meng Quan? Many people widened their eyes in disbelief. Only Xiao Lan and Xiao Yun, including the 4 youths and girls of the Xiao clan, had a calm expression, as if they weren't surprised at all. Boom! Meng Quan's staff finally landed on Xiao Yu's waist. To be more precise, it landed on Xiao Yu's defensive aura shield. The defensive energy suddenly trembled. The next moment, it shattered. The moment the defensive energy shield shattered, Meng Quan let out a miserable cry as he was sent flying with his rod. The rod flew and the person fell, cutting a sorry figure. This is, Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. Wasn't this his defensive martial skill, greater teleportation? How could Xiao Yu know it? Moreover, Xiao Yu's greater teleportation was at a higher level than his, and had already reached the mastery stage. That was why he was able to take on Meng Quan's 1000 shadow rod. After all, they were both high-grade profound rank martial skills at the mastery stage. It's shifting stars. I've long heard that the Xiao clan has a heaven-defying high-grade profound rank martial skill that can give someone a taste of their own medicine. Child Yu was able to use shifting stars to take on Meng Quan's 1000 shadow rod, so he must have cultivated shifting stars to the mastery stage. Oh my god. Perfection stage universe sleeve, mastery stage shifting stars, Child Yu's comprehension ability is really shocking. Many people recognize the defensive martial skill Xiao Yu used. Shifting stars? So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian's heart moved. The greater shifting that he practiced and Xiao Yu's shifting stars should be martial skills that were similar to each other in some way. The defensive martial skill you practice is also stellar transposition. Hearing these discussions, Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a strange expression. She had fought with Duan Lingtian before and knew the strangeness of Duan Lingtian's defensive martial skill. It was almost exactly the same as Xiao Yu's shifting stars. No, it's just that the characteristics are the same. My defensive martial skill is called greater teleportation. Duan Lingtian shook his head. You don't have to be so ruthless. I'd rather you be like when you defeated Li Qing and send me flying with a wave of your sleeve. If I knew your defensive martial skill was so abnormal, I wouldn't have fought with you. Meng Quan crawled up with a face full of dust and looked at Xiao Yu with hidden bitterness. Instantly, it was greeted with a wave of kind laughter. Meng Quan, you're able to make Child Yu use shifting stars, you should be proud. Not bad, at least you're stronger than a certain someone who can't even compare to a country bumpkin. Many people laughed. Don't compare me with someone who lost to me, this is insulting me. Meng Quan glared with a face full of dissatisfaction. Li Qing, who stood at the side, had a gloomy expression and was furious to the extreme. Duan Lingtian, I want to fight with you. Meng Quan looked at Duan Lingtian and issued a challenge. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed as he retreated to Xiao Lan's side. Why did you choose me? Duan Lingtian naturally wouldn't refuse and directly walked out. His goal was to be first in the hidden dragon ranking. If he wanted to be first, he must have the strength to crush all the young geniuses present. But he was somewhat puzzled as to why this Meng Quan directly chose him. He didn't seem to have fought with Lin Zhuo yet, right? Originally, I thought that besides Xiao Yu, my opponents would only be Lin Zhuo and Li Qing. But now, Li Qing has been defeated by me, I can't defeat Xiao Yu, and you defeated Lin Zhuo, so I naturally choose you. If I defeat you, I don't even have to fight with Lin Zhuo. Meng Quan said as a matter of course. Duan Lingtian was stunned. Thinking about it, it did make sense. You're rather astute. Duan Lingtian laughed. In next to no time, Meng Quan made his move. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths exploded forth. His move was like the wind, and the shadows of the rod covered the sky as it smashed down towards Duan Lingtian. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved, and with a tricky angle, he dodged Meng Quan's rod strike. Seeing the black iron rod in Meng Quan's hand sweeping towards him, Duan Lingtian moved once again. As if transforming into a snake, it coiled up along the black iron rod in Meng Quan's hand. As the saying goes, hit a snake with a rod and follow it up. Perhaps it was talking about this. Collapsing fist. Taking advantage of the momentum, Duan Lingtian smashed out a fist, striking Meng Quan's chest and sending him flying. Pooh! Meng Quan spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Duan Lingtian. What movement technique is that? It feels as if it's restraining my 1,000 shadow rod. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian laughed indifferently. Haven't you heard of hit a snake with a rod and follow it up? That's fine too. Meng Quan laughed bitterly and retreated. Hit a snake with a rod and follow it up. Duan Lingtian's movement technique Spirit Serpent Movement Technique seems to have been created to restrain Meng Quan's 1,000 shadow rod. Meng Quan is too unlucky. Many people's faces revealed a strange smile. They could feel Meng Quan's grievance. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, Li Qing walked in large strides to arrive before Duan Lingtian. HM. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows. Li Qing, you seem to be heavily injured. Could it be that you want to fight me in this state? Defeating you is more than enough. Li Qing sneered. Anyone can talk big. Come. Duan Lingtian quietly waited for Li Qing to make his move. Wait. Unexpectedly, Li Qing suddenly spoke. What's the matter? Duan Lingtian frowned. This Li Qing still had many things to do. Let's make a bet, how about it? Li Qing took a deep breath. His eyes were like bright stars, shining brightly. What bet? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. The two of us will fight. The person who loses will not be able to have any contact with Feifei for the rest of his life. If he sees Feifei from afar, he will have to take a detour. Do you dare to accept this bet? Li Qing directly said. Duan Lingtian's expression froze. He originally thought that Li Qing was talking about pills, silver, or something like that. Duan Lingtian laughed. What are you laughing at? Li Qing flew into a rage out of humiliation. Nothing, I just think it's funny. Who are you to little Fei Heir? What qualifications do you have to use little Fei Heir to make a bet? Have you asked for little Fei Heir's opinion? Also, little Fei Heir is a person and not an object. She has her own thoughts. What are you thinking by using her as a bet? Do you think she's something that you can casually lose? Every sentence that Duan Lingtian asked made Li Qing's expression change. Li Qing was embarrassed and angry, but he did not know how to refute. Well said. Meng Quan praised. The gazes that the others looked at Li Qing with had a bit more disdain. He even dared to say such a bet. This Li Qing was really shameless. People with discerning eyes could tell that the person that Li Fei liked was Duan Lingtian. Looks like he likes Li Fei very much. Xiao Lan's autumn eyes flashed, faintly flickering with a trace of disappointment. When Li Qing spoke of the bet, Li Fei's face was suffused with a layer of frost. Now that she heard Duan Lingtian's words, her expression eased up. For the first time, she felt that Duan Lingtian was actually so lofty. Her heart was warm. Duan Lingtian, I want you dead. Under extreme rage, Li Qing almost lost all reason. Above the sky, the energy of heaven and earth trembled, and 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Roaming dragon steps. Dark nether finger. Li Qing attacked in a frenzy. Every move contained bloodthirsty killing intent, and he didn't hold back in the slightest as he directly targeted Duan Lingtian's vital points. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. At the same time that he dodged, Duan Lingtian's face sank. Even a clay figurine has a temper. Li Qing, you're going too far. Duan Lingtian sneered. His right hand swiped past his waist, and a violet sword light appeared once more. Sword Drawing Arts. A fierce and icy cold sword strike greeted Li Qing's dark nether finger. Whoosh! Li Qing withdrew his hand like a bolt of lightning and dodged Duan Lingtian's sword strike, then pointed out with his finger towards the body of the violet meteorite flexible sword. Clang! However, when he pointed his finger out, it landed on empty air. Duan Lingtian had already sheathed his sword. Since you want to kill me, I'll break off one of your fingers. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent voice had just sounded out. In a flash of lightning. Whoosh! He drew his sword once more, and a violet sword light flashed past. The sword rose, and the finger was broken. Ah! Li Qing emitted a shrill cry. His left hand grabbed onto the bloody severed finger of his right hand, and his face was ghastly pale. At this moment, his severed finger fell to the ground. He endured the pain and allowed his cold sweat to flow. He stretched out his left hand to grab his severed finger and left the star observation platform as if he was flying. At this moment, he didn't care about his ranking on the Hidden Dragon ranking or Li Fei. He only knew that if his severed finger wasn't reattached in time, the dark nether finger that he had painstakingly cultivated for many years would be completely wasted. The power of his dark nether finger was concentrated on the index finger of his right hand. Duan Lingtian, I will return today's humiliation 100-fold, 1,000-fold. As he left, Li Qing didn't forget to roar. Chapter 74. The young geniuses on the star observation platform only reacted when Li Qing's figure disappeared before their eyes. Swish! 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 Numerous gazes uniformly descended onto the violet-clothed youth. They all felt their hairs stand on end. This Duan Lingtian was really decisive. He said he'd broken Li Qing's finger, and then broke Li Qing's second finger. A trace of reverence appeared in the eyes of most of the young geniuses. Duan Lingtian had used his formidable strength and decisive methods to win the reverence of these young geniuses. Unlike the other young geniuses. A cold smile appeared on the corners of Li An's mouth, and pleasure arose in his heart. Duan Lingtian, no matter what, Li Qing is still the Grand Elder's grandson. I want to see how a tiny branch family disciple like you will deal with the rage of the Grand Elder. He was happy that Li Qing was crippled. He was happy that Duan Lingtian caused trouble. You're too impulsive. Li Qing is the grandson of the Grand Elder after all, and the Grand Elder has always been protective. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian who had returned, and her beautiful brows frowned slightly. Little Fei, are you worried about me? Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. You can still smile at a time like this. Li Fei panted with rage. Don't worry, there are so many witnesses for today's matter. If it wasn't for Li Qing being overbearing and relentlessly pursuing me, I wouldn't have broken his finger. I'm already giving the Grand Elder enough face by not killing him. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. The Grand Elder indeed won't openly find trouble with you for today's matter, but it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but difficult to guard against a stab in the dark. I heard from my grandfather that the Grand Elder isn't someone easy to deal with. Li Fei said anxiously. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled lightly. Is that so? You? Li Fei was completely helpless. Duan Lingtian was simply stubborn. However, she already had a plan in mind. When she returned home today, she would tell her grandfather about this matter and ask him to protect Duan Lingtian. Linjua, do we still need to fight? Xiao Yu's gaze landed on Linjua. Let's skip it. We just sparred a few days ago, and we haven't had any breakthroughs in the past few days. Linjua waved his hand and said casually. Xiao Yu nodded, then you will fight with Meng Quan. After Duan Lingtian recovers a little, I will fight with him, to fight for the first place of the hidden dragon ranking. Does anyone else have any objections? As he spoke, Xiao Yu's gaze swept over the remaining young geniuses on the star observation platform. No one made a sound. Very good. Xiao Yu nodded. The first and second place of this year's hidden dragon ranking will be decided between me and Duan Lingtian. The third and fourth place will be decided between Lin Zhua and Wang Quan. The fifth place will be Li Qing. Meng Quan. Lin Zhua looked at Meng Quan. Wait. I haven't rested enough. Let's decide on the last 5 first, then we can fight later. Meng Quan stuffed a snack into his mouth, and said vaguely. Lin Zhua was speechless. Alright, let's start the battle for the last 5 places of the hidden dragon ranking, Xiao Yu nodded. Under his direction, the more outstanding young geniuses of the 3 big clans and the outstanding young geniuses of the small clans fought one after another. In the end, they came to a conclusion. The 6th place of the hidden dragon ranking, Lian. The 7th and 8th places were tied, Li Fei and Xiao Lan respectively. The 9th and 10th places were tied, Xiao Yun and Lin Qi respectively. Of the 10 people on the hidden dragon ranking, only Meng Quan came from a small clan. The other 9 people were all from the 3 big clans. The young geniuses of the small clans present were not surprised by this result. This time, at least Meng Quan was the only one on the list. In the previous season, the 10 people on the hidden dragon ranking were all from the 3 big clans. At this time, the sky was already close to dusk. All right. Meng Quan stepped out and picked up the black iron rod. He looked at Lin Zhua with battle intent in his eyes. Lin Zhua flew out and confronted Meng Quan. Suddenly, the two of them moved at the same time. Instantly, half of the stargazing platform was covered by shadows of rods and palms. The heaven's net palm formed an inescapable net that made it impossible for one to escape. The 1000 shadow rod was like a shadow that could always strike the opponent at the most critical moment. Whoosh! The two of them exchanged dozens of moves. In the end, Lin Zhua showed a flaw, and the heaven's net palm enveloped Meng Quan and injured him. F***K. The third one is gone. Meng Quan could not help but curse. He was somewhat annoyed and casually threw the black iron rod to the side. Although Meng Quan lost, he still received everyone's respect. It was rare for a disciple of a small clan to have such an achievement. One could imagine that with his talent, if he was nurtured by the 3 big clans, it would not be impossible for him to surpass Lin Zhua in the future. Meng Quan. At this time, Xiao Yu stepped out and looked at Meng Quan. If you are interested in joining our Xiao clan and becoming a disciple with a different surname, the Xiao clan will spare no effort to nurture you. Obviously, Xiao Yu had taken a fancy to Meng Quan's talent and extended an olive branch. Meng Quan, if you are willing to join our Lin clan, we will not give you any less than the Xiao clan. Lin Zhua was unwilling to fall behind. Lin Zhua is the son of the Lin clan's patriarch, so it's normal for him to fight for Meng Quan for the Lin clan. This Xiao Yu shouldn't be the son of the Xiao clan's patriarch, right? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask Li Fei when he saw this scene. You don't know Xiao Yu's background? Li Fei had a strange gaze. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although Xiao Yu isn't the son of the Xiao clan's patriarch, his status in the Xiao clan is even higher than the son of the Xiao clan's patriarch. Xiao Yu's grandfather is the Xiao clan's supreme elder and one of the Xiao clan's nascent soul experts. Li Fei explained. Duan Lingtian's gaze flashed. So that's how it is. No wonder. I'm sorry, I'm preparing to leave Aurora City soon and head to Iron Blood City to join the army. Meng Quan smiled apologetically to Xiao Yu and Lin Zhua. Iron Blood City, join the army? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Xiao Yu and Lin Zhua were shocked as well. The young geniuses present looked at Meng Quan as if they'd seen a ghost. Could it be that Meng Quan wants to go to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? Although Meng Quan's strength isn't bad, it seems to be slightly difficult for him to enter the genius camp. Yeah, the Genius Camp test doesn't only require one to be 19 years old and below, it also has a high requirement for one's strength. Supposedly, even a genius martial artist at the third level of the core formation stage or above might not be able to pass. This Meng Quan is simply crazy. Some of the young geniuses couldn't help but shake their heads as they didn't look favorably upon Meng Quan. Meng Quan, you plan to go to the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp? Lin Zhuo's gaze focused as he asked. I do plan to, but I don't know if I can pass the test. I heard that the Genius Camp test is extremely strict. Meng Quan laughed foolishly. It's not just strict. According to the disciples of our Lin clan who left and returned, the Genius Camp test is simply abnormal. Speaking of which, the number of young geniuses in our Aurora city that were able to pass the test and enter the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp can be counted on one hand. Lin Zhuo sighed. Unfortunately, my father isn't willing to let me go. Otherwise, would want to give it a try. The Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp was filled with cruelty. Supposedly, every year, many young geniuses would die inside. However, if you're unable to pass the Genius Camp test, then our Lin clan's door will always be open for you. Lin Zhuo's expression turned serious as he spoke. He wasn't willing to let go of a talent like Meng Quan. All right. Meng Quan nodded and agreed. Meng Quan, when do you plan to leave? Suddenly, Xiaoyu looked at Meng Quan as a flowing light flashed within his eyes. The Genius Camp test that occurs once a year is in half a year. I plan to leave in 5 months. Meng Quan laughed foolishly. 5 months later? At that time, you can come to the Xiao clan to find me. I'll go with you. Xiaoyu said. You're going as well? Meng Quan was stunned. Big guy, brother, you already planned to go to the Genius Camp a few months ago. Xiaoyun snorted. Child, you also wants to go to the Genius Camp? The group of young geniuses on the star observation platform all looked at Xiaoyu in surprise. In their opinion, Xiaoyu was the most outstanding genius disciple of the Xiao clan in the past 100 years. As long as he stayed in the Xiao clan, becoming the Xiao clan's patriarch in the future was almost certain. But once he entered the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, it would be a narrow escape. If they were Xiaoyu, they would definitely not take the risk. Although the rewards were great. But that was on the premise of surviving. Once he died, then there would be nothing left. Alright, I'll go with you at that time so we can take care of each other. Meng Quan smiled. Xiaoyu nodded, and then his gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was just about to ask Li Fei what the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp was, when he noticed Xiaoyu's gaze. Duan Lingtian's figure moved, and he directly entered the arena. He stood opposite of Xiaoyu. On the star observation platform, everyone's gaze fell on the two. The battle between Duan Lingtian and Xiaoyu. The number 1 of this year's Hidden Dragon ranking would be decided. Do you guys think that Duan Lingtian has a chance of defeating Xiaoyu? How is that possible? Although I admit that Duan Lingtian is very strong, and his talent isn't inferior to Xiaoyu's, he's only 16 years old after all, he definitely can't compare to Xiaoyu. That's right. I think so too. Amidst the whispers of the young geniuses, Duan Lingtian moved. On the other hand, Xiaoyu still stood on the spot, not moving like a mountain. Sword drawing arts. Duan Lingtian used his strongest move as soon as he attacked. At the same time, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. He didn't hold back in the battle with Xiaoyu. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes. Some of the surrounding young geniuses were stunned. The 9th level of the body tempering stage, displaying the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Looks like the rumors were true. Swish. A violet sword light that contained a cold and fierce aura flashed straight towards Xiaoyu. Universe sleeve. Xiaoyu swept out his sleeve with origin energy covering it as it swept towards the flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Humph. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth carried a trace of a smile. The hand that held the sword trembled. Rip. The sword passed through Xiao Yu's origin energy and pierced through Xiao Yu's sleeve, tearing it apart. Spirit weapon. At the same time that Xiao Yu exclaimed in surprise, his face went grim as he swiftly retreated. Shadowless floating light. Instantly, Xiao Yu flashed backwards, leaving behind a few afterimages. His speed was swift to the extreme as he dodged Duan Lingtian's sword strike. Above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes gradually condensed into form. Spirit weapon? Everyone on the star observation platform was stunned. This Duan Lingtian actually has a spirit weapon. Isn't he a branch family disciple of the Li clan? Chapter 75. Spirit weapon? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian as well. He has a spirit weapon as well? No. It doesn't seem to be a spirit weapon. Your strength doesn't seem to have received any amplification. Moreover, even if it's a spirit weapon, it's impossible for it to completely ignore my origin energy. What sword is your sword? After Xiao Yu stood still, he glanced at Duan Lingtian with slight fear. Correct, my sword isn't a spirit weapon. However, there's a type of material within my sword that's sufficient to ignore origin energy below the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian nodded as he spoke. This was one of the characteristics of violet meteorite. Ignore origin energy below the origin core stage. Duan Lingtian spoke simply, but in the ears of Xiao Yu and the others present, it caused their scalps to go numb. Ignore origin energy below the origin core stage. In other words, Duan Lingtian only needed to catch his opponent off guard to gain the upper hand when using this sword. Even a 9th level core formation martial artist could die under his sword if they were slightly careless. Then I'll change to another sword. After Duan Lingtian sheathed his sword, he looked at the weapon rack at the side. No need, I'll use a weapon. Xiao Yu shook his head and took a spear from the weapon rack. Origin energy suffused the spear with a shake of his hand. Come. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian. Spirit serpent movement technique. Sword drawing arts. The violet meteorite flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was like a shadow that followed closely behind as it flashed towards Xiao Yu. Sleeve dimension. Xiao Yu's spear shook and swept towards Duan Lingtian's sword. As the spear swayed, it perfectly contained the force exertion of sleeve dimension. Ka. A clear sound echoed out. It was Duan Lingtian's sword that broke the spear in Xiao Yu's hand. Duan Lingtian's purple meteorite flexible sword could even break a steel sword, not to mention Xiao Yu's ordinary spear. Looks like I can't fight you head on. Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed. Holding the short spear in his hand, his figure flashed. Shadowless floating light. He executed his movement technique, and his speed was extremely fast. Spirit snake movement technique. Duan Lingtian discovered that even if he went all out, it would still be difficult for him to catch up to Xiao Yu's speed. A high-grade profound class movement skill at the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian's heart shook as he understood. He didn't expect this. This Xiao Yu had actually cultivated a profound rank high-tier offensive martial skill and movement martial skill to the perfection stage. Even his high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill had been cultivated to the great success stage. Such a level of comprehension was monstrous. Of all the martial techniques in the world, only speed is invincible. Duan Lingtian, be careful. I'm about to attack. Xiao Yu's voice was clear and cold. Duan Lingtian was the only person who was able to make him execute 3 different martial skills today. He had received the respect he deserved. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard this. He felt the pressure. He began to be vigilant. Universe Creator. Xiao Yu rushed forward like a bolt of lightning, arriving behind Duan Lingtian. He swung the broken spear in his hand and aimed it at Duan Lingtian's back. Just when he thought that Duan Lingtian would be sent flying by his spear. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's body leaned forward like a spirit snake, barely dodging Xiao Yu's attack. You have some skills. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up, his battle intent rising. Even though Duan Lingtian dodged Xiao Yu's attack, he was still drenched in cold sweat. If it wasn't for the reflexes he developed as a special forces soldier in his previous life, it would have been very difficult for him to dodge Xiao Yu's attack just now with his great success stage spirit snake movement technique. Following that, Xiao Yu attacked several times. Every time, he caught Duan Lingtian off guard, but he realized that Duan Lingtian was always able to dodge his attacks, which made him a little suspicious. Did this Duan Lingtian have an intuition that was not inferior to his? What he didn't know was that after dodging his attacks a few times, Duan Lingtian's nerves were already extremely tired. Universe Creator. Xiao Yu once again used a speed that far surpassed Duan Lingtian's and arrived behind Duan Lingtian. The broken spear once again descended. Ah! This time, Duan Lingtian, whose nerves were in pain, couldn't help but cry out in surprise. And at this moment, his legs trembled and his entire body instantly shot out into the distance, causing Xiao Yu's attack to hit empty air. That is, looking at the white light that suffused Duan Lingtian's legs, Xiao Yu was stunned. Its origin force. Oh my god. Duan Lingtian broke through? Duan Lingtian actually managed to develop origin force during his battle with Xiao Yu. Unbelievable. Many people were dumbstruck. He broke through. Li Fei looked at this scene and was stunned. Brother is probably going to lose. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Lan's mouth. This Duan Lingtian is simply a monster. Xiao Yan frowned and said. Haha. Xiao Yu, take my sword. Duan Lingtian laughed loudly as origin force flashed beneath his feet. Above his head, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's current speed was slightly faster than Xiao Yu's. Developing origin force under pressure and breaking through to the core formation stage, even Duan Lingtian was somewhat caught off guard. He originally thought that he still needed a period of time to break through, but he didn't expect that he would break through under these circumstances. At the end of the day, he still had to thank Xiao Yu. Duan Lingtian instantly arrived before Xiao Yu and swung his sword downwards. Universe in the sleeve. Xiao Yu knew that Duan Lingtian's current speed surpassed his, so he could only choose to fight head-on with Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, Duan Lingtian didn't use a sword blade. It couldn't be considered as relying on a sharp weapon. But even so. Pa! The violet meteorite flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand slapped onto the broken spear in Xiao Yu's hand. The broken spear started to tremble. Xiao Yu discovered that the strength of universe in the sleeve was completely crushed. Intense pain came from the web between his thumb and forefinger. Only then did Xiao Yu notice that his web between his thumb and forefinger had been split open by Duan Lingtian's sword and was dripping with blood. I've lost. Xiao Yu said calmly. If I hadn't just broken through to the core formation stage, the one who lost would have been me, Duan Lingtian smiled. Luck is also a part of strength. Xiao Yu smiled. Duan Lingtian displayed the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Even if Duan Lingtian's movement technique was a stage lower than his speed had already steadily surpassed his. The extra strength of an ancient mammoth completely surpassed the difference of a stage between a high-grade profound rank martial skill. Developing origin force during battle and breaking through to the core formation stage. This is also possible. Many people were dumbstruck. Until now, they still hadn't been able to react to the scene from before. When they saw Duan Lingtian being suppressed by Xiao Yu, they all thought that Duan Lingtian wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. But who would have thought? Duan Lingtian actually developed origin force at the critical moment and broke through to the first level of the core formation stage, controlling the strength of 4 ancient mammoths and launching a counterattack to suppress Xiao Yu. Obtaining the final victory. Good. Only when they reacted did they start cheering. Duan Lingtian, you fully deserve to be first in this year's Hidden Dragon list. As for the reward, our Xiao clan members will personally deliver it to you. Xiao Yu nodded and smiled at Duan Lingtian. He wholeheartedly accepted his defeat under Duan Lingtian's strength of 4 ancient mammoths. But a soaring battle intent still arose within his heart. Once he breaks through to the third level of the core formation stage, he would surely challenge Duan Lingtian again. Sorry for the trouble. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled. Right, I still have a question, but I don't know if it's convenient for you to answer. Suddenly, Xiaoyu asked. You want to ask me why I'm able to possess the strength of 3 ancient mammoths when I'm only at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, right? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Xiaoyu nodded. He was slightly surprised at Duan Lingtian's wisdom. When I went to the Misty Forest last time, I found a spirit fruit. After consuming it, I noticed that my body underwent a transformation and had the strength of 2 ancient mammoths. Duan Lingtian explained. He naturally wouldn't mention the matter of the 9 dragons' war sovereign technique and casually found an excuse. Moreover, there were indeed similar spirit fruits in Cloud Continent. So that's how it is. Your luck is pretty good. However, to be able to break through to the core formation stage at the age of 16, with the natural talent you've displayed now, even in the entire Aurora City, you're the first person to do so in the past 100 years. Xiaoyu glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. It's all thanks to you that I was able to break through today. Duan Lingtian smiled. If it wasn't for the pressure that Xiaoyu gave him, he wouldn't have been able to directly complete the breakthrough. In that case, you owe me a favor? Xiaoyu seized the opportunity. You can say that. Duan Lingtian didn't deny it. If that's the case, I'll treat you and Li Fei to a banquet tonight. You shouldn't refuse, right? Xiaoyu asked again. You'll have to ask her. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei. Li Fei was walking over when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Her angelic face flushed red, and her heart slightly trembled, thinking of the agreement she made with Duan Lingtian before. She wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. Then let's have a meal before going back. Li Fei nodded. Next, Xiaoyu invited Lin Zhua, Lin Qi, and Meng Quan. Besides Meng Quan, who was in a hurry to go back, Lin Zhua and Lin Qi stayed behind. The others went back to their own homes. They knew their own limitations. They didn't have the qualifications to be invited by Xiaoyu. Today's gathering of geniuses came to an end. The rankings of this year's Hidden Dragon ranking were out. First, Duan Lingtian. Second, Xiaoyu. Third, Lin Zhua. Fourth, Meng Quan. Fifth, Li Qing. Sixth, Li, and 7th and 8th were tied, Li Fei and Xiao Lan respectively. 9th and 10th were tied, Xiao Yun and Lin Qi respectively. That night, Xiaoyu held a banquet in a spacious courtyard. Apart from Duan Lingtian, Li Rou, Lin Zhua, and Lin Qi, there was only Xiaoyu, Xiao Lan, and Xiao Yun. Lin Zhua, your strength isn't any weaker than Meng Quan. Why don't you try the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? At the banquet, Xiaoyu asked Lin Zhua. Hearing this, Lin Zhua bitterly smiled. Xiaoyu, I want to go, but my father won't allow it. You know that it's fine if you don't pass the genius camp's exam. But if you pass the exam and enter the genius camp, it's almost certain death. I'm not afraid, but my father won't let me take the risk. A person's life is naturally filled with difficulties and obstacles. I feel that this is an opportunity for me. Xiaoyu's eyes flickered, filled with yearning. Your grandfather is willing to let you go? Lin Zhua had a strange look in his eyes. On this point, he's more open-minded than your father. However, even if he doesn't allow it, I'll still go. Aurora City isn't the stage I yearn for. If I continue to stay in Aurora City, I'll only walk the same path as my grandfather. The nascent soul stage is the end, and then I'll just be waiting for death. Maybe it's because he's experienced it before that he didn't stop me. Chapter 76. With your talent, as long as nothing unexpected happens, it shouldn't be difficult for you to enter the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. Lin Zhua looked at Xiaoyu and smiled. It's not difficult to enter, but it's not easy to survive. In the past 30 years, among the genius disciples of the 3 great clans of Aurora City, at least 100 of them passed the test and entered the genius camp, but in the end, not a single one survived. Xiaoyu's eyes flashed. You guys have been talking about this Iron Blood Army's genius camp for so long, what is it for? Duan Lingtian asked the question in his heart. You don't know about the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? Lin Chi looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at an alien. Is it strange? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Soon after, under Lin Zhu's explanation, Duan Lingtian finally knew what kind of place the Iron Blood Army's genius camp was. The Iron Blood Army was a powerful army under the Crimson Sky Kingdom that was stationed at the border of Iron Blood City. The soldiers of the Iron Blood Army were said to be able to fight 1 against 10, and their might was unstoppable. The genius camp of the Iron Blood Army was an independent army camp that collected young geniuses and was directly subordinate to the imperial family. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom's imperial city, there was a paladin academy. As long as one graduated from this academy, almost all of them would be conferred an official position by the imperial family and be given a piece of land, becoming a noble of a region. At that time, they would only need to say a word to annihilate powers like the 3 great clans of Aurora City. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were countless small cities like Aurora City. There were even more powers similar to the 3 great clans. The threshold for Paladin Academy was also very high. Apart from the imperial family's disciples and a few outstanding disciples from prominent families in the imperial city who could directly enter, ordinary people who wanted to enter had to go through a cruel test in order to obtain the qualifications to enter. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp was one of the many cruel tests. The genius camp special training lasted for a year. Only those who survived the special training had the qualifications to become a member of Paladin Academy. In the past 30 years, nearly 100 people from the 3 great clans of Aurora City passed the test and entered the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. However, all of these people died in the genius camp special training, without exception. The genius camp's cruelty. It was said that only 10% of the young geniuses gathered by the genius camp would be able to survive after a year. There was a saying, 9 deaths and 1 life in the genius camp. Without a certain level of strength, confidence, and courage, young geniuses wouldn't dare enter the genius camp. Once one entered the genius camp, one would only face 2 paths. First, death. The second was to soar to the heavens. Imperial City. Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian began to ponder. The Duan family was in the Imperial City. According to his mother, Li Ro, the Duan family seemed to be a prominent family in the Imperial City. One day, he would go to the Duan clan. There was only one purpose. Take Duan Lingxing's life. In the past, Duan Lingxing had injured Ke and Li Xian, which had completely infuriated him. Perhaps, this is an opportunity. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it was because of his military experience in his previous life, but Duan Lingtian felt a sense of familiarity with the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. How about it, Duan Lingtian? Are you interested? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. You said to Meng Quan before that the genius camp exam would be in half a year? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. However, if you want to go, you must leave 1 month in advance. Because even if we ride at top speed, it would still take us almost a month to get to Iron Blood City from Aurora City. Xiao Yu slowly said. If you want to go, you can travel with me and Meng Quan. Xiao Yu said again. I'll consider it. Duan Lingtian lightly nodded. He didn't go, nor did he say that he wouldn't go. No rush, there's still 5 months. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled. The group of youths and girls ate and drank, and the banquet quickly came to an end. By the way, Duan Lingtian, you broke Li Qing's finger today. Even if he could reconnect it in time, his dark nether finger would be crippled. Li Qing doesn't have a brain, so there's nothing to be afraid of. But his grandfather, the Li family's great elder, is a powerful person. You must be careful. Xiao Yu and his sister personally sent Duan Lingtian and the others out of the Xiao family mansion. Xiao Yu warned Duan Lingtian with a solemn expression. Thank you for the reminder. Duan Lingtian nodded. Watching Duan Lingtian and the others leave, Xiao Yu looked at his sister, Xiaolan, beside him. Xiao Lan's autumn eyes shone with a strange light. Lawn air, are you tempted? Xiao Yu smiled faintly. Brother, what are you talking about? Xiao Lan's cheeks flushed red, and she shyly turned around and left. Xiao Yu laughed. Which girl didn't yearn for love? He didn't care. Besides, Duan Lingtian was indeed very outstanding. It was no wonder that his sister, who had high standards, was tempted. Duan Lingtian, if you really want to go to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, I suggest that you go in 1 or 2 years. You're different from Xiao Yu and Meng Quan. If they don't go this time, they won't have another chance in the future. You're only 16. Even if you don't go this time, you still have 2 more chances. On the way back to Aurora City, Lin Zhua suggested. The Iron Blood Army's genius camp only recruited young geniuses below the age of 19. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly and declined to comment. Soon, they arrived at Aurora City. Duan Lingtian, if you need any help in the future, you can come to the Lin family to find us brothers. As long as it's within our power, we won't refuse. Before parting ways, Lin Zhua smiled at Duan Lingtian. Yeah, we're already friends. There's no need to be courteous with us. Lin Qi also said. Of course. Duan Lingtian smiled at the two of them in a friendly manner. He, Lin Zhua, and Lin Qi could be considered to have gotten to know each other through fighting. They appreciated each other's talents. Since you've broken through to the core condensation stage, can you treat my grandfather? On the way back to the Li family's mansion, Li Fei glanced at Duan Lingtian. Yes, my dear wife. Duan Lingtian replied in all seriousness. What's a wife? Li Fei was dazed. It means wife. It's what we call it in a small town in the countryside. Duan Lingtian realized that he had misspoken. In this world, there was no such thing as a wife. Pei. Who's your wife? Li Fei blushed. My good wife, have you forgotten our promise? Duan Lingtian reached out and grabbed Li Fei's slender waist. Her softness touched his hand. Hurry and let go. There's someone in front. Li Fei's body trembled and stiffened. She didn't resist and said softly. Duan Lingtian laughed and stopped teasing her. Okay, I'll go to your house tomorrow morning to find you and grandfather. I'm a bit tired today. I need to go back and have a good sleep. After returning to the Li family's mansion and sending Li Fei home, Duan Lingtian returned home. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he found the girl sitting at the table. She looked tired and was dozing off. The table was filled with food. Duan Lingtian's heart ached. He could guess that Kerr must have waited for him the entire night. Young master. Kerr drowsily rubbed her eyes when she heard his voice. She stood up and welcomed Duan Lingtian to the table. Madam said that you must have eaten outside, but I still made a few dishes. Young master, have you eaten yet? Silly girl, I haven't eaten yet. I'm just hungry. Come eat with me. Duan Lingtian sat down and finished all the food on the table with the girl's accompaniment. Although he endured until the end, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with warmth. No matter what, this was Kerr's good intentions. He didn't want to disappoint her. Seeing that Duan Lingtian had finished eating, Kerr revealed a satisfied smile. After clearing away the dishes, she greeted Duan Lingtian and prepared to return to her room to sleep. Kerr, sleep in my room tonight. I want to hug you. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and looked at the girl. The girl was startled and a little panicked. Her cheeks were red, but she still nodded lightly. Lying on the bed and smelling the girl's fresh body fragrance, Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen heated up and had a reaction. But he didn't take any further action. He just hugged the girl, one hand holding the bud in front of the girl's chest, and lay there peacefully. Young master, the girl's delicate body trembled slightly. She could feel a hot and hard thing poking her from behind. Kerr, sleep. Hugging the girl and smelling the girl's fragrance, Duan Lingtian fell asleep. He wasn't Lu Xiaohui. He was a man full of vigor. However, the girl was still young. He didn't want to take her at this time. If the girl in his arms was Li Fei, he would have pounced on her without a care for anything, taking and venting to his heart's content. The girl heard Duan Lingtian's steady breathing. She took a deep breath and a blissful smile appeared on her face. The next day, near noon, Duan Lingtian woke up. Not good. Duan Lingtian remembered his promise with Li Fei. Young master. At this time, the girl in his arms was also awakened by him. If you're still sleepy, you can sleep a little longer. Duan Lingtian hugged the girl and kissed her forehead. He got off the bed and put on his clothes. The girl also got off the bed. After putting on her clothes, she walked out of the room with Duan Lingtian. Who knew, just as they opened the door, they saw a girl with a hot body standing in the courtyard, looking over at them. You guys, Li Fei looked at the scene in front of her. She was so angry that she couldn't speak. Sister Fei Fei. Greeted Li Fei and ran back to her room in embarrassment. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei with a natural expression. Little Fei, let's go. I was really too tired yesterday and accidentally overslept. Careless? Li Fei's eyes looked like they were about to spit fire, but when she thought about how she still needed Duan Lingtian to treat her grandfather, she endured it. Walking out of the courtyard with Li Fei, Duan Lingtian could still feel the smell of gunpowder around him. He shook his head and smiled. What a jealous lover. You guys last night, finally, Li Fei couldn't hold it in anymore. You want to ask what we did last night, right? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly, as if he could see through Li Fei's thoughts. Li Fei didn't reply, but her expression said everything. Sigh, when will my grow up to be as big as you? Otherwise, I wouldn't have to sleep with a body full of fire. Duan Lingtian sighed and looked at Li Fei's hot body without restraint. Little Fei, why don't you sleep with me tonight? Pei. Why don't you let Kuer sleep with you? Chapter 77. Then he followed Li Fei to her house. After a month, Duan Lingtian saw the old man once again. I really didn't expect that you would complete your breakthrough so quickly. Although he heard Li Fei talk about Duan Lingtian's breakthrough last night, the old man still couldn't help but be surprised when he actually saw Duan Lingtian. A 16-year-old at the first level of the core formation stage, such natural talent. Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, such an existence was as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. If he knew that there was a 16-year-old core formation martial artist in Duan Lingtian's house, who knew what he would think? Grandfather, I can help you refine medicinal pills today and completely eradicate your hidden illness. However, I need a cauldron. As a weapons craftsman, you should have one in your collection, right? Duan Lingtian blinked and a trace of a sly smile flashed past his eyes. Kid, you actually have ideas about me. I do have a cauldron here, and it's even a grade 8 spirit weapon. But, can you really refine medicinal pills? The old man's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Duan Lingtian didn't waste his breath and directly raised his hand with his palm facing up. He circulated his origin energy. In the next moment, it was as if Emperor Wu of Samsara possessed him. With a skillful technique, he transformed his origin energy into a milky white flame. It was precisely a grade 9 pill fire. The various grades of alchemists were graded according to their pill fire. This is a grade 9 pill fire. You're really a little monster that people can't see through. The old man glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. If you can really refine a medicinal pill that can eradicate my hidden illness, then there's no harm in giving that cauldron to you. Grandfather, isn't that cauldron something your teacher left behind for you? Li Fei's beautiful eyebrows slightly twitched. She knew what that cauldron meant to her grandfather. Grandfather, since that cauldron means so much to you, then forget it. I'll just casually refine a cauldron for myself to play with. Duan Lingtian smiled at the old man. He didn't want to steal someone's love. It doesn't matter. That medicinal cauldron was teacher's masterpiece back in the day. It's like a pearl covered in dust in my hands. It's better for it to shine again in your hands. However, Ling Tian brat, you said just now that you were casually refining a medicinal cauldron for fun? Don't tell me you can condense weapon flames as well. The old man had a strange look in his eyes. Chi. The alchemic fire in Duan Lingtian's palm changed and began to wreak havoc. In an instant, the surrounding air seemed to have become scorching hot. 9th grade artifact flame. As a refiner, the old man naturally knew the difference between pill fire and tool fire. Alchemy fire was more reserved. The weapon flame was inclined to wreak havoc and be flamboyant. You, the old man's breathing quickened, and he was a little out of breath. Even the most talented of alchemists and blacksmiths would require several years of hard work to condense alchemy fire and weapon fire with their elemental energy. The purple-clothed youth before his eyes had completely subverted his understanding of alchemists and artificers. That year, he spent 5 years to successfully condense his elemental energy into pill fire. But even then, his teacher said that his natural talent was extraordinary. Grandfather, don't be agitated. Duan Lingtian put away the weapon flame and smiled. Li Fei, who was at the side, was dumbstruck long ago. Although she wasn't an alchemist or an artificer, she had been by her grandfather's side since she was young and had long since been influenced by what she saw and heard. She knew how difficult it was to become a graded alchemist or artificer. But now, she discovered that everything before her eyes had completely overturned what her grandfather had said in the past. I've really lived all these years in vain. The old man caught his breath and had a bitter smile on his face. Duan Lingtian hurriedly diverted the topic. Grandfather, some of the medicinal herbs I want to refine for you are relatively rare and can't be sold in ordinary pharmacies. Is there an alchemist guild in Aurora City? As he spoke, his gaze descended onto the other crest beside the Li family crest on the old man's body. He recognized it. This was the Grade 9 Weapons Craftsman crest issued by the Alchemist Guild. Relying on this crest, no matter where one went in the entire Cloud Continent, one would be able to obtain extremely high treatment. He still remembered that the Fresh Breeze Town Branch family's Grand Elder, Li Hua, also had an Alchemist Guild crest pinned on his chest at all times, indicating his identity as a Grade 9 alchemist. You want to go to the Alchemist Guild to buy medicinal herbs? The old man's brows slightly frowned. According to my knowledge, the medicinal herbs in the Alchemist Guild can't be directly purchased with gold or silver. They must be purchased with the Alchemist Guild's unique points. I know this. Duan Lingtian nodded. What a joke. That year, no matter what, Samsara Emperor Wu was the one and only royal grade alchemist on Cloud Continent. Moreover, he was the honorary guild master of the Cloud Continent's Alchemist Guild. He was extremely clear about the matters of the Alchemist Guild. If one wanted to obtain the Alchemist Guild's points, one must make a contribution to the Alchemist Guild. For example, completing the missions issued by the Alchemist Guild or offering a rare medicinal formula would allow one to obtain abundant points. The old man told Duan Lingtian an address. Duan Lingtian left the Li family estate. Li Fei was curious as she followed Duan Lingtian. This lousy place is the Alchemist Guild? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched as they arrived at the end of a small alley and looked at the dangerous building that was on the verge of collapse. But in the next moment, Li Fei's words caused Duan Lingtian to be completely speechless. Not bad, slightly better than the Weapons Craftsman Guild. Li Fei looked at the dangerous building and commented. Duan Lingtian could imagine that the Aurora City's Weapons Craftsman Guild would surely be even more difficult to look at. Walking into the Alchemist Guild was completely different from what they had expected. Although the hall was old, it was very simple. When they entered, besides a young girl standing behind the counter in the distance, there was no one else. The two of them arrived before the counter. Customers, may I ask if you want to post a mission or receive a medicinal pill that you've entrusted to our Alchemist Guild to refine? The young girl's appearance was ordinary, but she was very spirited, and her pair of large eyes were bright and full of expression. Ordinary people could go to the Alchemist Guild and post missions with gold and silver, entrusting the Alchemist Guild to refine medicinal pills. And these missions would be posted by the Alchemist Guild for the alchemists of the Alchemist Guild to accept, and the mission rewards would become the Alchemist Guild's points. These points were useless to ordinary people, but to alchemists, they were extremely precious. Sometimes, some alchemists would even spend a large amount of gold and silver to post missions, and then complete the missions themselves to earn points. It was equivalent to exchanging gold and silver for points. In the Alchemist Guild, according to the rules, gold and silver couldn't be directly exchanged for points. But as the saying goes, the devil is as tall as 10. I'm here to register as a grade 9 alchemist. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and stated his purpose for coming. Register as a grade 9 alchemist? The young girl was stunned, thinking that she had misheard. This youth that looked even younger than her wanted to register as a grade 9 alchemist? Not to mention that a grade 9 alchemist must be a core formation martial artist, even if the youth in front of her had good natural talent in the martial Dao and high natural talent in alchemy. Once he broke through to the core formation stage, he would still need to spend at least a few years before he could condense pill fire with his origin energy. This was the iron law of Cloud Continent. What? You can't make the decision? Duan Lingtian frowned as he asked. Guest, please wait a moment. I'll go invite our guild master out. Although the young girl felt that it was slightly inconceivable, the other party was a guest after all. She couldn't distinguish whether it was true or false, so she could only go find the Aurora City Alchemist Guild's guild master. Before long, the young girl brought out an old man. The old man was in high spirits, and his eyes emitted a bright light. Who wants to register as a grade 9 alchemist? The old man's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and Li Fei, and his brows slightly furrowed. Me. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man. You? Where did this little kid come from? Hurry up and go home. This isn't a place for you to have fun. The old man frowned as he shouted in a low voice. Geezer, why are you so impolite? Li Fei couldn't stand it anymore. Humph. What does a little girl like you know about manners? You came to have fun with me, and this is called being polite? I thought that Aurora City had produced another alchemist, but I didn't expect that it's actually just two little kids fooling around. As he finished speaking, the old man was slightly embarrassed and angry. Geezer, nothing is absolute. Don't just look at the surface. Duan Lingtian indifferently swept the old man with his gaze. As soon as he finished speaking, his palm faced up, and a strand of milky white pill fire jumped up. The old man and the young girl beside him were both stunned. Grade 9 pill fire, it wasn't that they hadn't seen it before, but it appeared in the hands of a 16-year-old youth. This was the first time they had seen it. Little guy, do you have a master? The old man's eyes shone, and his attitude underwent a 360-degree change. He looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a treasure. Nonsense. If I didn't have a master, how could I become a grade 9 alchemist at such a young age? Duan Lingtian disdainfully glanced at the old man. How could he not see that the old man had the intention of taking him in as a disciple? However, as far as he was concerned, a mere grade 8 alchemist didn't have the qualifications to be his teacher. The old man's expression froze, and he was slightly embarrassed. Soon after, the old man helped Duan Lingtian register, and gave Duan Lingtian a grade 9 alchemist badge and a crystal card. The crystal card was the Alchemist Guild's exclusive point card. When Duan Lingtian infused his origin energy into it, he noticed that the balance inside was 0. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. A 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist, he suddenly felt that the resentment that he had accumulated these past few years when he was sent to this godforsaken place had imperceptibly dissipated a little. Right, geezer, I need some materials. Duan Lingtian said again. Little guy, I'm not some old geezer, I'm Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's Guild Master Su Mo. As for the materials you need, sure, as long as you can complete missions and contribute pill formulas and exchange them for points, you can use points to buy them. Su Mo glared at Duan Lingtian. Humph. Then I'll post some missions right now. Duan Lingtian took out a handful of silver notes. Little guy, I have to remind you. When a customer posts a mission in the Alchemist Guild, I, as the guild master of the Alchemist Guild, have the priority to accept it. So, if you want to use gold and silver to exchange for points, you better give up on this idea as soon as possible. A mocking smile appeared on the corners of Su Mo's mouth, as if he was certain that he had Duan Lingtian under control. Geezer, you're really shameless. Chapter 78. Little girl, I'm not being shameless, I'm just following the rules of the Alchemist Association. Su Mo's lips curled into a smug smile. You. Li Fei was furious. Little Fei, why are you angry with the old man? His heart isn't good. If you're not careful and anger him, we'll have to pay a lot of money. Duan Lingtian reached out and held Li Fei's hand, squeezing her palm to reassure her. Li Fei took a deep breath and looked at Duan Lingtian, puzzled. Duan Lingtian looked at the stunned Su Mo, and a smile appeared on his lips. Want to steal business from him? Help me register, I want to issue a mission. Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl beside Su Mo. The young girl hesitated and looked at the old man. He's now a guest of the Alchemist Association. After registering, give me the mission. Su Mo nodded to the young girl. But soon, when he heard Duan Lingtian's mission, the smile on his face froze. 100,000 taels of silver to refine 3 phosphorescence pills. Phosphorescence pill? What kind of pill was that? He had never heard of this kind of pill. Old man, according to the rules of the Alchemist Association, if an alchemist can refine the pill for the mission, he can use points in advance to buy the herbs he needs, and after completing the mission, the corresponding points will be deducted from the reward. Am I right? Duan Lingtian looked deeply at Su Mo. Su Mo was furious. There was indeed such a rule. Su Mo reluctantly took out the materials Duan Lingtian needed and arranged a quiet room for Duan Lingtian. Old man, you wouldn't mind lending me your cauldron, would you? Duan Lingtian blinked, making Su Mo's mouth twitch. I can lend it to you, but I'll charge you 10 points. Su Mo took a deep breath. This kid, as an alchemist, actually wanted to borrow someone else's cauldron. How unprofessional. 10 points? Duan Lingtian frowned. This 100,000 taels of silver is only worth 100 points, right? Also, how many points do the materials you gave me cost? Not much, just 30 points. When Su Mo saw Duan Lingtian frown, a smile finally appeared on his tense face. You're so evil, but don't regret it. Duan Lingtian took the medicine cauldron from Su Mo's hand. After giving Su Mo a deep look, he led Li Fei into the quiet room and closed the door. Regret? What's there to regret? Su Mo did not mind. In the quiet room, Duan Lingtian shook the medicinal cauldron in his hand and nodded. That old man is treacherous, but his medicinal cauldron is indeed not bad. It can be considered a fine grade 8 spirit tool. Alchemists also had many requirements for medicinal cauldrons when refining pills. For example, a Tier 9 alchemist must use a medicinal cauldron that was a Tier 9 spirit weapon or above to ensure that the medicinal cauldron would not be melted by the alchemy fire. A Tier 8 alchemist would need a cauldron that was a Tier 8 spirit artifact or above. And so on and so forth. The higher the grade of the alchemist, the higher the requirements for the medicinal cauldron. Did you just say that you want to make that old man regret? Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of curiosity. You'll know very soon. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. Placing the medicinal cauldron on the stone table in the quiet room, Duan Lingtian lit up a milky white alchemic fire in his palm. He opened the lid of the medicinal cauldron and merged the alchemic fire into the medicinal cauldron. At the same time, Duan Lingtian began to put the materials in one by one. When refining pills, the order and quantity of materials were very particular. A slight mistake could lead to 1,000 miles of error. Then there was the heat. When Duan Lingtian had put all the materials in the medicinal cauldron, he closed the lid of the medicinal cauldron. Yuan power pulsed in his palms, condensing into alchemic fire and pressing it against the vents at both ends of the medicinal cauldron. The alchemic fire entered and he began to refine pills with a high intensity. A series of movements, like moving clouds and flowing water, was as if an experienced alchemist was performing. Li Fei, who was at the side, was completely dumbfounded. Is he really only 16 years old? Li Fei's heart was shaken. Everything that this youth had displayed in front of her was simply not something that a 16-year-old youth should have. She felt that the youth was even more mysterious. There was a feeling that made it hard for her to fathom. An hour later, Duan Lingtian's hands shook, and the alchemic fire soared and blasted into the medicinal cauldron. Pill collection. In an instant, 3 pills flickering with a fiery red halo flew out from the pill outlet at one end of the medicinal cauldron and landed in Duan Lingtian's hands. Seems like the first time refining pills is not bad, the purity is over 90%. Looking at the 3 pills, Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction. Different alchemists, even if refining the same type of pill, would refine different finished products. Different purity. The less impurities remained in the pill, the better the medicinal effect of the pill. If an average 9th level alchemist were to refine the phosphorescence pill, the purity would not exceed 60%. For example, the head elder of the Li family in Fresh Breeze Town, Li Hua, refined the Thunder Fire pill with a purity of only a little more than 50%, greatly reducing the medicinal effect. The phosphorescence pill was the pill that he had refined for Li Fei's grandfather. Given Li Fei's grandfather's condition, only a phosphorescence pill with a purity of 80% or more could completely cure his unmentionable illness. Therefore, Duan Lingtian was the only one who could refine such a high-purity medicinal pill. Purity above 90%. Any alchemist would realize how rare this purity was. Therefore, when Duan Lingtian took the phosphorescence pill to hand over the task points, Su Mo's expression was unusually interesting. Picking up a phosphorescence pill, Su Mo's gaze trembled. Although he had never heard of the phosphorescence pill and did not know what it was used for, at this moment, he could sense with his 8th level alchemist's perception that this pill was extraordinary. Based on his rough estimation, this phosphorescence pill's purity was absolutely above 90%. What kind of concept was this? As an alchemist, he naturally knew. Even a first-level alchemist on Cloud Continent might not be able to refine a 9th-level medicinal pill to such a degree of purity. One must know that for the same type of medicinal pill, 60% purity and 90% purity were simply the difference between heaven and earth. The medicinal effect was on a completely different level. Little guy, how did you do it? Su Mo looked at Duan Lingtian with slight excitement. I just casually refined it and accidentally made it like this. How is it? Not bad, right? Right, this is the first time I've refined a pill since breaking through to the core formation stage yesterday. Duan Lingtian glanced at Su Mo and grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. Broke through to the core formation stage yesterday? First time refining a pill? Hearing this, the corners of Su Mo's mouth twitched. Don't joke around. Su Mo frowned. I'm not joking. Duan Lingtian spread out his hands with an innocent expression. I can testify. Seeing Su Mo's current appearance, Li Fei's mood improved greatly and a slight smile appeared on her beautiful face. Yesterday, at the genius gathering hosted by the Shao family estate, many of the young geniuses of Aurora City saw him break through with their own eyes. Also, he's ranked first on the new Hidden Dragon list. Ranked first on the Hidden Dragon list? Su Mo's eyes focused. He had been in Aurora City for a few years and naturally heard that there was a Hidden Dragon list ranking for young geniuses in Aurora City. The young geniuses that were able to be ranked on the Hidden Dragon list were all extremely outstanding figures. I remember that the Shao family's Shao Yu was ranked second on the Hidden Dragon list at the age of 17 last year. Could it be that he lost to this little guy this year? Su Mo glanced at Li Fei and then looked at Duan Lingtian with some shock. That's right, Shao Yu is still ranked second this time. Li Fei's clear eyes slightly moved as she slowly spoke. Su Mo sucked in a cold breath. A 16-year-old core formation martial artist was enough to shock him. A 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist was even more shocking to him. But all of this seemed to be never-ending. First was a medicinal pill with a purity of over 90%. Then it was first on the hidden dragon list. What kind of monster was this violet-clothed youth? Even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, he had never heard of such an abnormal person. Duan Lingtian. Su Mo deeply remembered the name that was exposed when the youth registered. Done. At this moment, the young girl behind the counter returned the crystal card to Duan Lingtian. Balance, 60 points. Let's go back. Duan Lingtian took back the phosphor fire pill from Su Mo's hand and called out to Li Fei. Seeing that Duan Lingtian and Li Fei were about to leave. Wait. Su Mo couldn't help but speak out. Is there something else? Duan Lingtian turned around and glanced at him with a spurious smile. You said earlier that I should never regret it. I want to know, what were you referring to? Su Mo asked. If it was before, he wouldn't have paid attention to Duan Lingtian's words. But now that he'd seen how miraculous Duan Lingtian was, he had no choice but to treat it seriously. Actually, it's not a big deal. I just noticed that you've been trying to break through to become a grade 7 alchemist. But, you seem to have taken a wrong path. Originally, with your current foundation, you could have perfectly broken through to become a grade 7 alchemist. What a pity. Duan Lingtian's brows twitched as he smiled. Su Mo's face darkened. This was called not a big deal? At this moment, he even wondered if Duan Lingtian was doing it on purpose. Alright, old man, I still have things to do, I'll be leaving first. Duan Lingtian waved his hand and was about to leave. Wait. Su Mo once again called out to Duan Lingtian. Is there something else? Duan Lingtian frowned and was slightly impatient. But if one looked carefully, one would notice that deep within his eyes was a trace of a smile. You have a way? Su Mo asked, his breathing slightly hurried. Yes. Duan Lingtian's answer was very straightforward. What are your conditions? Su Mo was even more straightforward, his expression pained. He knew that with Duan Lingtian's previous attitude, he was probably going to bleed. I'm not greedy, I only want half of the points in your crystal card. Duan Lingtian grinned. This was not greedy. That was half his life savings. The corner of Su Mo's mouth twitched as he silently cursed, little fox. I promise you. However, Su Mo still resolutely agreed, his gaze falling on Duan Lingtian. But, I want to inspect the goods first before I give you the points. What, are you afraid that I'll cheat you? Then forget it, we're not in debt. Duan Lingtian reached out and grabbed Li Fei's hand, quickly walking out. Whoosh. In an instant, Su Mo blocked Duan Lingtian's path. Chapter 79. Even in the entire Aurora City, among the 3 great families, only the Grand Elders were slightly better than Su Mo. However, with Su Mo's status as a grade 8 alchemist and the Alchemist Guild behind him, even if the Grand Elders of the 3 great families saw him, they would have to politely address him as President Su. Give me the crystal card. Su Mo looked at Duan Lingtian and extended his hand. He chose to compromise, although he was helpless in his heart. He had already discovered what Duan Lingtian had just said. However, he did not have the experience of becoming a grade 7 alchemist and could only walk this path to the end, bumping into many obstacles. Now that he had the opportunity to break through to become a grade 7 alchemist, he naturally would not let it go easily. In his opinion, as long as he broke through to become a grade 7 alchemist, he could apply to the Alchemist Guild and leave this godforsaken place. Aurora City was only a small city in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Back then, if he had not offended a powerful person, he would not have been sent here. As long as he broke through to become a grade 7 alchemist, that person would not be able to do anything to him. Although a grade 7 alchemist and a grade 8 alchemist were only 1 grade apart, the difference was like heaven and earth. In the large Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were more than 1,000 grade 8 alchemists registered in the Alchemist Guild. As for grade 7 alchemists, there were only a few dozen of them. A grade 7 alchemist had a noble status. Even the royal family of the Crimson Sky Kingdom would extend an olive branch to them. Old man, don't worry, you won't lose out. Duan Lingtian's mouth was full of smiles as he handed over the crystal card. Soon, the crystal card in Su Mo's hand flashed, showing the balance. 10,000 points. Seeing this number, Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue. One must know that 100,000 taels of silver was only worth 100 points. If these 10,000 points were to be converted into silver, it would be 10 million taels of silver. 10 million taels of silver, what kind of concept was that? Soon, 5,000 points were added to Duan Lingtian's crystal card, for a total of 5,060 points. Old man, I originally only planned to take a third of your wealth. But who asked you to cheat me of 10 points for lending me a cauldron? Then I can only be impolite. Duan Lingtian took the crystal card with satisfaction and smiled. Su Mo's mouth twitched. Then, wouldn't he have given up nearly 2,000 points for 10 points? His intestines were green with regret. Puchi. Li Fei smiled like a flower. She finally understood what Duan Lingtian meant when he said, "Don't regret it." It turned out that he had planned this from the very beginning. From tomorrow onwards, come to the Li clan to look for me at noon. Oh right, remember to eat before coming back. I don't provide meals over there. Duan Lingtian took Li Fei's hand, walked around Su Mo, and headed out. Su Mo narrowed his eyes as he watched the Duan Lingtian duo leave. When did such a figure appear in the Li clan? On the way back. You're too ruthless. You took half of his points. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and smiled. However, seeing Su Mo suffer, her heart was also filled with pleasure. Who told him to cheat me first? A lousy cauldron, casually using it, and he took 10 points from me. That's a whole 10,000 taels of silver. Duan Lingtian said with a pained expression. He took 10,000 taels and lost 5 million taels. I don't know if he can sleep tonight. Li Fei giggled. Duan Lingtian was stunned. What are you looking at? Li Fei was angry. Little Fei, my wife, you're so beautiful. Duan Lingtian said eagerly. Bah. Who's your wife? Go find your cur. You're so jealous. You still won't admit that you're my wife? I'm not. Then I can only go and pursue Xiaolan, you dare. Amidst the laughter, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei returned to the Li family mansion and returned to Li Fei's home. You finished refining so quickly? When the old man saw the 3 medicinal pills that Duan Lingtian passed over, he was stunned. It's only a grade 9 medicinal pill, it didn't take much time. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Where did you get the cauldron? Don't tell me that you refined a cauldron yourself in this short amount of time. The old man looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a monster. I didn't. Duan Lingtian smiled embarrassedly. Grandfather, he used the cauldron of our Aurora City's Alchemist Guild's guild master, Su Mo. But that Su Mo is really stingy. I only used his cauldron for an hour and he actually asked Duan Lingtian for 10,000 taels of silver. Li Fei's beautiful brows frowned slightly as she spoke with a face full of dissatisfaction. It's fine. It's only 10,000 taels of silver. Grandfather can still afford it. As the old man spoke, he looked at Duan Lingtian. Lingtian kid, how much did these 3 medicinal pills cost in total? I'll give them all to you. Grandfather, this is a gift from me to you. I don't dare accept your money. When the old man spoke these words, Duan Lingtian noticed that Li Fei was glaring at him with an attitude that said, if you dare accept my grandfather's money, I won't forgive you. Ha. Fine. In any case, this old fellow's money will be Fei's in the future. The old man nodded and didn't insist. In his heart, he'd already taken Duan Lingtian to be his future son-in-law. Grandfather, what are you talking about? You'll surely live a long life. As for this fellow, he doesn't lack money at all. He just cheated Su Mo of 5 million taels of silver. Li Fei frowned and sold out Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye. 5 million taels? The old man was stunned. Although he was a grade 9 weapon craftsman, the sum of his savings for most of his life didn't even add up to 5 million taels. What's going on? The old man was curious as well. Li Fei explained the whole sequence of events in detail. In this case, President Su lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot this time. The old man couldn't help but laugh. Very quickly, the old man restrained his laughter and looked at Duan Lingtian with a serious expression. Ling Tian kid, you can be considered lucky this time. This President Su is famous for his good temper. Next time, you mustn't use similar methods to tease other experts. Otherwise, once he achieves his goal and kills you, your gains won't make up for your losses. Grandfather, don't worry. I know what to do. Duan Lingtian nodded with an expression of being taught a lesson. However, in his heart, he was thinking of something else. He'd long since thought of what the old man said and had a way to deal with it that could ensure his safety. In a spacious courtyard. An incomparably swift figure flashed, and at the same time, his right hand pointed out and a piercing whistle exploded out. Dark Nether Finger. The person who attacked was precisely Li Qing. Presently, his right index finger had already been completely reattached and healed, and he was testing the degree of recovery. Clang! The dark nether finger flashed out and pointed at a stone pillar in the courtyard. Instantly, with the point of contact as the center, numerous cracks split open on the stone pillar and it exploded with a bang. Ah! Li Qing let out a shrill cry as he clenched his right index finger and cold sweat flowed. Qing, what's wrong? A tall and aged old man among the spectators walked over with large strides, and the space between his brows emitted a trace of worry. It was precisely Li Qing's grandfather, the grand elder of the Li clan, Li Tai. Grandfather, my dark nether finger is crippled. Li Qing's face went pale as he was unable to accept this fact. For the sake of cultivating the dark nether finger, only he knew how much effort he'd spent. While the might of a finger technique martial skill was formidable, it was also 10 times harder to cultivate than an ordinary martial skill. If he used the effort he spent on the dark nether finger on other high-grade profound rank offensive martial skills, he would have long since cultivated it to the perfection stage. Qing, if you can't use your right index finger, then use your left index finger. Grandfather believes that you'll eventually be able to restore the dark nether finger to its former might. Li Tai consoled. In this way, I'll have to start cultivating the dark nether finger all over again. Moreover, I'm not left-handed after all, and wanting to cultivate the dark nether finger to the mastery stage will be many times harder than before. Li Qing's expression was unsightly as he spoke unwillingly. It's all because of that Duan Lingtian, it's all because of him. If it wasn't for him, my index finger wouldn't have been broken. Grandfather, I want him dead, I want to kill him, I want to kill him. Li Qing suddenly went crazy, and his face was savage as he roared. Li Tai took a deep breath, and a cold light flashed within his muddy eyes. Duan Lingtian. Qing, don't worry. Grandfather will seek justice for you. He's only a branch family disciple. If you want him dead, then he won't be able to live. Li Tai's voice revealed a trace of coldness. Thank you, grandfather, thank you, grandfather. Hearing Li Tai's words, Li Qing's mood finally calmed down. On the other side. After Duan Lingtian told the old man the things to take note of when consuming the phosphorus flame pill, he left and returned home. He just happened to bump into a person walking out of his own courtyard. Young Master Ling Tian. The person smiled at Duan Lingtian before leaving. Duan Lingtian recognized this person. This person was precisely the person who gave the hidden dragon invitation to him, a member of the Shao clan. He guessed the purpose of this person's visit. The Shao clan's actions are really fast. Duan Lingtian walked into his house and saw his mother, Li Ro, counting a pile of things. It was the reward for the first place of the hidden dragon list. Tian, first place of the hidden dragon list? Li Ro saw Duan Lingtian return and had a spurious smile. Mom, aren't you happy? Duan Lingtian smiled. Happy, of course I'm happy. My Tian, you're really extraordinary. Li Ro lightly smiled as she nodded. For a moment, she couldn't help but think of her husband who had been missing for many years. Her son had inherited her husband's natural talent in the martial Dao. "Little Black, where are you going?" Suddenly, Ker's voice sounded from the room. Whoosh! A black bolt of lightning flashed out and coiled around Duan Lingtian's wrist. It was the little black snake that had been in a deep slumber for over a month after swallowing half of the snow python's inner core. Hiss hiss, the little black snake flicked its forked tongue at Duan Lingtian, seeming to be very happy. Duan Lingtian noticed that the little black snake had changed. The golden markings on its body had become even deeper. Its eyes had transformed into a pair of golden eyes, and they were incomparably sharp. Moreover, the little black snake's speed earlier had obviously far surpassed its mother, the black python. "Little Black, looks like you've transformed." Duan Lingtian rubbed the little black snake's head and lightly smiled. "Young master." At this moment, Ker came out as well. The little white snake coiled around her hand was slightly excited when it saw Duan Lingtian. The little white snake was the same as the little black snake. Both of them had undergone a great change. The silver markings on its body had also become deeper. Chapter 80. Duan Lingtian noticed the changes in the two mutated little pythons. They were the children of the snow python and had swallowed the snow python's beast core. Their current strength would surely be extremely terrifying. After probing for a while, Duan Lingtian noticed. Even if he exploded out with the strength of his fleshly body and origin energy, relying on the strength of 4 ancient mammoths and executing the spirit serpent movement technique, his speed would still be far inferior to these 2 little pythons. What a fellow! Duan Lingtian was extremely shocked. However, although your speed is fast, I wonder how your strength is. Duan Lingtian brought the 2 little pythons to the side of the courtyard. There was an entire row of stone pillars there for daily cultivation. Collapsing fist. Duan Lingtian took a few steps forward and punched out. A strong wind swept out and broke a stone pillar. Hiss hiss, the eyes of the 2 little pythons shone as they transformed into 2 black and white bolts of lightning that flashed towards another stone pillar. Duan Lingtian noticed. In the air, 20 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared out of thin air. In other words, the strength of a single little python was comparable to the strength of 10 ancient mammoths. An ordinary martial artist would only be able to exert such a formidable strength after cultivating to the 7th level of the core formation stage. Clang! Clang! The 2 bolts of lightning directly penetrated the stone pillars and left behind 2 small holes. This, Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. The 2 small holes penetrated by the little pythons were extremely smooth and didn't leave behind the slightest crack on the stone pillars. It could be imagined how condensed the little python's penetrating attacks were. Completely condensed into a single point. It could be said to be perfect. You 2 are the real little monsters. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto the heads of the 2 little pythons. The 2 lumps of flesh had already begun to bloom. On the lumps of flesh on the little black snake's head, traces of a golden horn had already appeared. On the little white snake's head, traces of a silver horn had appeared. Their individual strengths are comparable to a 7th level core formation martial artist. However, even a 7th level core formation martial artist might not be a match for them. After all, their small size and speed occupy a huge advantage. Duan Lingtian gasped. Fortunately, these 2 mutated pythons were not his enemies. If there was such an enemy, Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb just thinking about it. Ker, who was standing at the side, was stunned. "Little White, I didn't know you were so powerful." Ker smiled as she stroked the little white snake's head. The little white snake seemed to have noticed that Ker was praising it. It raised its little head proudly and stuck out its tongue playfully. That night, Duan Lingtian had passed on to his mother, Li Ro, a top-notch cultivation technique. The name of this technique was Xian Pin Divine Skill. This was one of the top techniques collected by reincarnation Emperor Wu in his first life. It was the cultivation technique of Xian Ku Emperor Wu, and it could be cultivated all the way to Emperor Wu's level. This cultivation technique, after Li Ro mastered the Xian Beauty Divine Skill, she also realized how terrifying this cultivation technique was. She felt a little numb. Her son had too many secrets. Ker's Hanbing sword technique was not inferior to the Xianpin divine skill. Mother, you have to comprehend it properly. I'll go buy the ingredients tomorrow and refine the spirit accumulation pill for you. At that time, the spirit accumulation pill will absorb all of your yuan qi. After you switch to the Xianpin divine skill, the yuan qi in the spirit accumulation pill will be released. Within half a month, you will be able to recover to your peak state, or even stronger than your peak state. Duan Lingtian smiled. Okay. Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian dotingly and nodded repeatedly. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian left the Li family mansion with Ker and went to the market. Duan Lingtian first found the shopkeeper of the medicine shop to collect the bill, and then gave him 2 jars of 6 treasures body tempering liquid. The ingredients for the spirit accumulation pill were relatively ordinary. Very quickly, the shopkeeper of the medicine shop finished preparing the ingredients for Duan Lingtian. Shopkeeper, how much are these ingredients? Duan Lingtian asked. Customer, these ingredients only add up to a few hundred taels of silver. There's no need to pay. The shopkeeper's face was full of smiles. Ever since Duan Lingtian started selling the 6 treasures body tempering liquid here, his medicine shop could be considered to be making a lot of money every day. Who knew how many medicine shops were envious and jealous? Then I won't be polite. Duan Lingtian nodded and looked deeply at the shopkeeper before leaving with Ker. Originally, Duan Lingtian thought that the shopkeeper would encounter some trouble when the 6 treasures body tempering liquid was selling like hotcakes. After all, there were definitely many people who were jealous. But until now, nothing had happened to the shopkeeper. It could be imagined that he was absolutely not as simple as he looked on the surface. However, all this had nothing to do with Duan Lingtian. After he and Ker returned home, they went into their room and prepared to refine the spirit accumulation pill. Whoosh! With a thought, he took out a cauldron from his storage ring. The cauldron looked very exquisite. 9 lifelike 5-clawed divine dragons were engraved on all sides. It was precisely the cauldron that Li Fei's grandfather gave to him. Originally, he wasn't willing to take away someone's beloved. But the old man was very insistent. In the end, even Li Fei persuaded him to accept it. Looks like grandfather's teacher wasn't simple. This cauldron already has a trace of the aura of a grade 7 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused and he was slightly surprised. The material of this cauldron. F***CK. It can't be Millennium Meteoric Iron? Soon, Duan Lingtian's hand shook and he cursed in surprise. The Millennium Meteoric Iron was an extremely precious material for refining weapons. Its limit was that it could withstand a grade 6 weapon flame. In other words, Millennium Meteoric Iron was enough to refine a grade 6 spirit weapon. The entire body is made of Millennium Meteoric Iron. Extravagant, too extravagant. With this cauldron as the foundation, even if I become a grade 6 alchemist in the future, I won't need to exchange for another cauldron. I can directly refine it into a grade 6 spirit weapon. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone. After fusing with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, the current him wasn't just an experienced alchemist, he was also an experienced weapons craftsman. Soon, Duan Lingtian started refining the medicinal pill. Compared to the phosphorescence pill, the refining process of the spirit containment pill was slightly simpler. After spending half an hour, Duan Lingtian finished refining the spirit containment pill. He refined a total of 2 pills. One of the pills was for his mother. As for the other one, he planned to leave it for Li Fei. After delivering the spirit containment pill to his mother, Li Ro, and telling her how to consume it and what she needed to pay attention to, Duan Lingtian returned to his room. He started cultivating. 9 dragons war sovereign technique, raging python form. Currently, Duan Lingtian had already developed origin energy and became a first-level core formation martial artist. If he cultivated an ordinary cultivation method, then what he would do next would be to charge towards the second level of the core formation stage. However, because of the uniqueness of the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, What he needed to do now was to use his origin energy to temper his body and increase the limits of his fleshly body to transform the strength of his fleshly body from the strength of 3 ancient mammoths to the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Once the tempering was completed, his strength would be 1 ancient mammoth's worth more than what it was now. At that time, even though he would still be a first-level core formation martial artist. He would still be a first-level core formation martial artist with the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. In terms of strength, stronger than a third-level core formation martial artist, but weaker than a fourth-level core formation martial artist. An ordinary third-level core formation martial artist possessed the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. For example, the Fresh Breeze Town Branch family's 7th elder, Li Kuan. A fourth-level core formation martial artist possessed the strength of 6 ancient mammoths. For example, his mother, Li Ro. Using origin energy to temper my fleshly body is truly exciting. After tempering his body with origin energy for a short moment according to the Raging Python form's mental cultivation method, Duan Lingtian's body shook and he directly stopped, revealing a bitter smile. Tempering his body with origin energy didn't cause him to feel any pain. However, the feeling of his entire body being limp, numb, and itchy caused him to feel especially ecstatic. If he really had to make an analogy, it was equivalent to having thousands upon thousands of ants scurrying about in his body. This feeling was even more unbearable than direct pain. I'll risk it all. Gritting his teeth, Duan Lingtian's gaze was firm. His fleshly body became even more condensed after being tempered by origin energy. His vital energy, blood, and fleshly body that had originally reached a critical point were ceaselessly strengthening and transforming at an extremely fast speed. Only with effort would there be returns. Duan Lingtian deeply understood this principle. After cultivating all the way until noon, Duan Lingtian was already drenched in sweat, and his clothes were completely drenched and sticky, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. After taking a bath and changing into a set of dry clothes, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room. At noon, when Duan Lingtian's family was eating, they received an unexpected guest. President Su, Duan Lingtian lives here. A respectful voice sounded out from outside the courtyard. Tian, someone's looking for you. Li Ro looked at Duan Lingtian. It's nothing, let him wait. We'll eat first. Duan Lingtian's expression was natural as he picked up food and ate smoothly like flowing water. Duan Lingtian, I'm the manager of the inner court, Li Chang. President Su wants to see you. Outside the courtyard, a shout sounded out into the courtyard. Let him in himself. Duan Lingtian was slightly impatient. Outside the courtyard, Li Chang was stunned. This Duan Lingtian is really lawless. Who's this old man that's standing by his side? This was an existence that even their Li clan's patriarch had to respectfully greet. The Aurora City's Alchemist Association's president. Su Mo. President. President Su, Duan Lingtian is young and doesn't know any better. What do you think? Li Chang broke out in cold sweat and looked at the old man with a bitter smile, deeply afraid that the old man would get angry because of this. But in the next moment, he was dumbstruck. You leave first, I'll go in myself. Su Mo nodded to Li Chang, then flicked his finger and shot out a medicinal pill. After Li Chang caught the medicinal pill, he noticed that Su Mo wasn't angry or annoyed as he slowly walked into Duan Lingtian's courtyard. Origin increasing pill. Li Chang's eyes lit up when he saw the medicinal pill in his hand. This primary increasing pill was worth 5,000 taels of silver. As expected of the Alchemist Association's president, he's really generous. I only showed him the way and he bestowed me with an origin increasing pill. Li Chang took a deep breath and was slightly excited. Although he was the manager of the Li clan's inner court, his monthly salary was only 1,000 silver. Normally, he couldn't bear to buy an origin increasing pill to increase his cultivation. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, the voice that came from the courtyard behind him caused his expression to freeze, and he was almost scared to the ground. Chapter 81. This Duan Lingtian is simply a madman. Even if I wanted to invite President Su to a meal, President Su might not even give me face. But he directly told President Su not to freeload. Li Chang's expression was strange as he pricked up his ears to listen. As far as he was concerned, this Duan Ling Tian was going to be out of luck, who knew? Little fellow, don't worry. I've already eaten. Take your time, I'll wait for you. Su Mo's calm words made Li Chang feel as if he was struck by lightning. How was this possible? In an instant, a myriad of questions arose in his heart. Wasn't this Duan Ling Tian just a branch family disciple? Why was even the president of Aurora City's Alchemist Association, the only grade 8 alchemist in Aurora City, so courteous to him? He couldn't figure it out. But he'd already made up his mind. No matter when, he absolutely couldn't offend this Duan Ling Tian. After Duan Ling Tian finished eating, he started to guide Su Mo. An entire afternoon passed, and the astonished expression on Su Mo's face never stopped. He discovered that this 16-year-old youth knew even more than him, and his understanding of grade 7 alchemists had reached a level that was difficult for him to reach. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Mo was only a youth, he probably would have directly taken him as his master. Even though it was only an afternoon, Su Mo had benefited greatly. He believed that as long as he came for a few more days, the bottleneck that had perplexed him for a long time would surely be broken, and it would be sufficient for him to smoothly become a grade 7 alchemist. Little fellow, what grade is your teacher? Before leaving, Su Mo asked Duan Ling Tian with a serious expression. As far as he was concerned, the reason why Duan Ling Tian was so knowledgeable was surely because he had a master teacher behind him. Moreover, this master teacher was far from what a grade 7 alchemist could compare to. No, even a grade 6 alchemist, grade 5 alchemist, or even grade 4 alchemist might not be able to teach such a disciple. A crazy guess arose in his heart. But he still wanted to confirm it. I also don't know what grade my teacher is, but I was fortunate enough to see him refine medicinal pills. At that time, the pill fire he condensed from his origin energy was a violet-colored flame. Oh right, around the violet-colored flame, there was also a trace of silver border. Duan Ling Tian had a serious expression as he spoke with an air of seriousness. Purple-silver elixir fire? Su Mo's pupils shrank. He had once flipped through an ancient book in the county city's alchemist guild, and there were records of the various grades of alchemists in Cloud Continent. A grade 3 alchemist's alchemy fire was purple in color, surrounded by copper edges, the purple-copper elixir fire. The purple alchemy fire was surrounded by a silver border. That was the purple-silver alchemy fire. This was the alchemy fire of a second-rank alchemist. Second-grade alchemy fire. In that instant, Su Mo felt as if the sky was about to collapse. Grade 2 alchemist, little guy, are you sure your teacher's alchemy fire is purple? There's a silver border around it? Su Mo's chest heaved like a bellows. Even when he had condensed alchemy fire and become an alchemist at a young age, he had not been as excited as he was now. Of course. Oh, right. Teacher told me that he came from some foreign lands and came out to relax by chance. It just so happened that he noticed my natural talent, so he took me in as his disciple. Duan Ling Tian seemed to have thought of something and said. Outer realm? Su Mo's pupils shrank. As expected, he had guessed earlier, and now that Duan Ling Tian said it out loud, he confirmed it. He believed that not to mention Duan Ling Tian, even the supreme elders of the 3 great clans of Aurora City knew nothing about the foreign lands. The reason he knew was because he had read some ancient books in the Alchemist Guild. Since Duan Ling Tian was able to say it out loud, it proved that he was not lying. At this instant, he felt his scalp go numb. The violet-clothed youth standing before him seemed to have become incomparably tall, the disciple of a grade 2 alchemist. He believed it. If this matter were to spread out, even the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom would probably put in great effort to build a good relationship with the youth before him. A disciple that a grade 2 alchemist took a fancy to would surely have extraordinary accomplishments in the future. Little guy, where's your teacher? I wonder if I'll have the fortune to meet him. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Mo asked in a slightly perturbed manner. Teacher left for the time being and told me to properly train myself. He comes back to visit me every once in a while. If you want to see him, I'll let him see you the next time he comes. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows twitched slightly. Thank you, little brother. Su Mo's face was full of excitement, and even the way he addressed Duan Lingtian had changed. It's a small matter. Teacher loves me the most. He said that I'm the most talented disciple he's ever taken in his life. He also said that those senior brothers and sisters he took in from the foreign lands can't even compare to a single finger of mine. Sigh, you don't know, but at that time, he made me blush. Duan Lingtian continued. Su Mo's expression froze, but he deeply believed it. What a joke. In terms of talent. A 16-year-old grade 9 alchemist, even in the entire foreign lands, was probably an extremely rare existence. Su Mo did not notice. At this moment, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth were slightly twitching. It was as if he was suppressing a smile. Little brother, I wonder if you're interested in joining our alchemist guild? I guarantee that once you join, you'll definitely receive the best treatment. In the future, even His Majesty the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom won't dare to breathe loudly in front of you. Su Mo said to Duan Lingtian, his tone full of temptation. That seems not bad. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. Su Mo's eyes lit up. There was hope. However, teacher said that I can't casually tell others about him, and that I can't use his name to make others pave the way for me. He wants me to carve my own path. Only then will I be qualified to become a true powerhouse. Duan Lingtian sighed. I've already disobeyed teacher's orders by telling you so much. Old man, you mustn't tell a third person what I just said to you. Otherwise, when my teacher comes next time, I'll say that you forced me to tell you all this. As he said this, a sly smile flashed across Duan Lingtian's eyes. Whoosh. Su Mo's face turned completely green. Little brother. Don't. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. Since your teacher said so, you must respect him and don't do anything to harm me. Su Mo was a little flustered. Su Mo knew very well what a grade 2 alchemist represented. Apart from having superb alchemy skills, he was also an extremely frightening martial artist. Such a powerhouse had the means to reach the heavens. At this moment, he still had some lingering fear. Because before today, a fleeting thought had appeared in his mind. After Duan Lingtian helped him become a grade 7 alchemist, he would deal with Duan Lingtian and take back his alchemist guild points. Now it seemed that fortunately, his rationality and conscience had prevailed over this crazy thought. Otherwise, once something happened to Duan Lingtian, no matter how cleanly he dealt with it, with the means of a grade 2 alchemist, he could easily find out everything. At that time, his fate could be imagined. Little brother, don't worry. What you said to me today, I won't tell a second person. Also, if you need anything, just tell me. As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. Su Mo's expression turned serious as he vowed solemnly. Old man, you're too polite. However, since you're so enthusiastic, I won't hold back. I really do need some materials recently. These materials aren't available in Aurora City, but I wonder if you can help me get them. Duan Lingtian wrote a piece of paper and handed it to Su Mo. Su Mo lowered his head to look. There were a total of 5 materials. He had heard of 2 of them and knew that they were very rare alchemy materials with extraordinary value. However, he had no impression of the other 3 materials. I'll gather these materials for you as quickly as possible. Once I've gathered them, I'll send them to you immediately. Su Mo solemnly promised Duan Lingtian. Then I'll thank you in advance. Duan Lingtian smiled and thanked him. After Su Mo left, Duan Lingtian finally broke into a grin. Everything he fabricated earlier was a method he used to protect himself. As for the foreign lands and the alchemy fire of a grade 2 alchemist, he knew all of this from the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. If he used it to scare people, no one would suspect him. After all, these things, not to mention him, a branch family disciple of Aurora City's Li clan, even the grand elders of the 3 great clans of Aurora City wouldn't know. Su Mo knew because he was a member of the Alchemist Guild. The Alchemist Guild's headquarters was in the foreign lands. I hope the old man can gather those 5 materials for me as soon as possible. That way, I can start inscribing. Although the Blood Crescent inscription isn't as strong as the Blood Explosion inscription inscribed on the spirit weapon of Aqua Mist City's Hizhu Dao, it's not much inferior. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. The art of inscription was extensive and profound. Inscription masters were different from alchemists and weapon craftsmen. The latter required a certain level of cultivation and relied on origin energy to condense alchemy fire and weapon fire to refine medicinal pills and spirit weapons. The former, however, only required spiritual force. So long as an inscription master had sufficient spiritual force and was able to obtain materials, no matter how terrifying an inscription was, one could inscribe it. In the eyes of an inscription master, origin energy was only a tool to inscribe and activate the inscription. Spiritual force originated from the soul. Perhaps it was because he transmigrated to this world, or perhaps it was because he'd fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu. Duan Lingtian's soul was shockingly strong. Through the inference of Samsara Emperor Wu's memories, Duan Lingtian was almost certain that his current spiritual force was sufficient to compare to an ordinary origin core martial artist. But unfortunately, in Cloud Continent, only an expert like Emperor Wu was able to use spiritual force to fight his enemies. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's current spiritual force, it was sufficient to easily annihilate martial artists below the origin core stage. And it was precisely because of Duan Lingtian's shocking spiritual force that as long as he was given sufficient materials, he would be able to inscribe inscriptions that only ordinary origin core stage inscriptionists could inscribe. Just like the Blood Crescent inscription he planned to inscribe. The Blood Crescent inscription was the inscription with the greatest might that he was currently able to inscribe. After breaking through to the core formation stage, it's different. Since I've developed origin energy and used origin energy to inscribe, so long as my spiritual force satisfies the requirements, I can easily inscribe it. Chapter 82. In the spacious courtyard. The old man stood at the side with a gloomy expression. "Grandfather, what's wrong?" A youth in fluttering white clothes walked out of the room. That Duan Lingtian seems to be related to the Alchemist Guild's guild master, Su Mo. The old man frowned as he slowly spoke. How is that possible? He's only a branch family disciple, and a disciple with a different surname. How could he be related to the Alchemist Guild? Li Qing kept shaking his head. He wasn't willing to believe it. These past few days, Su Mo has been looking for Duan Lingtian at noon every day. I wonder why. Li Tai was slightly fearful. Although he was the Li clan's grand elder, in front of Su Mo, he was nothing. Not to mention that Su Mo's strength was stronger than his. Just based on Su Mo's status as a grade 8 alchemist, if Su Mo wanted to deal with him, he didn't even need to make a move himself. He only needed to say a word, and a group of people would rush forward to kill him, just to sell a favor to Su Mo. This was the influence of a grade 8 alchemist. Grandfather, could it be that the enmity of my finger is just going to be forgotten? I'm not willing. Li Qing's expression was gloomy, and his breathing became hurried. Qing, you can be at ease. Grandfather will definitely avenge you. Now, since Su Mo is related to Duan Lingtian, I'll stay out of it and let others deal with him. A cold smile appeared on Li Tai's face. Grandfather, what do you mean? Li Qing was puzzled. Money makes the world go round. Li Tai's brows raised. Grandfather, what you mean is, look for Ghastly Shadow? Li Qing's eyes lit up. Ghastly Shadow, the top assassin organization of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, rose up 20 years ago and swept through the Crimson Sky Kingdom like a hurricane. As long as it was a mission accepted by Ghastly Shadow, the success rate was 100%. Of course, this was also closely related to Ghastly Shadow's rules. If you want to issue a mission, you have to first pay a deposit and say the target. 3 days later, you have to confirm. See if Ghastly Shadow is willing to accept this mission. If not, you have to return the deposit. If you are willing, you have to pay the rest of the mission fee. Phantom only accepted missions that he was confident in. In Li Qing's opinion, how powerful were the assassins of the Ghost Shadow organization? Wouldn't it be easy to kill Duan Lingtian? Late at night, a tall figure flew out of the Li family mansion. Soon, this person arrived in front of an old building in a remote area of Aurora City and walked in. The hall was spacious, and the lights were dim. Behind the counter, a young man with a slightly pale face stood there. Noticing the commotion, he raised his head and looked at the newcomer with a cold gaze. I will issue a mission. Li family, Duan Lingtian. This is the deposit. The person was very straightforward. He took out a stack of banknotes and slapped it on the counter. Then, he turned around and left. Li clan, Duan Lingtian. The young man buried himself in the registration. Early morning. As the dawn illuminated the earth, Duan Lingtian walked out of his room and stretched. It was a new day. Duan Lingtian glanced over and noticed that two young girls were happily chatting in the courtyard. Little Fei, you came over so early. Did you miss me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he greedily sized up the young girl's hot and devilish figure. I'm not here to find you. I'm here to find little sister Ker. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian and said unhappily. Duan Lingtian didn't mind. He ate his breakfast while eavesdropping on the conversation between the two girls. In the end, he found that the two girls were talking about interesting things from their childhood. After finishing breakfast, Duan Lingtian left the Li family mansion alone. Su Mo had brought him good news yesterday. Of the 5 rare materials needed for the Blood Crescent inscription, the remaining 2 would arrive in Aurora City in 2 days. Therefore, he started to prepare the other materials. A total of 11 materials were needed to inscribe the Blood Crescent inscription. The other 6 materials were relatively common. Arriving at the huge trade market of Aurora City, Duan Lingtian walked into the medicine store that sold the 6 treasures body-tempering liquid. Among the 6 materials, 3 of them were relatively common. Shopkeeper. As soon as he entered, Duan Lingtian greeted the shopkeeper. Soon, under Duan Lingtian's puzzled gaze, the shopkeeper welcomed him into a small room in the medicine store. Shopkeeper, what are you doing? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Someone wants your life. The shopkeeper's gaze constricted as he spoke bluntly. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. At this moment, Duan Lingtian even had the misconception that the shopkeeper's temperament had changed. If it was said that the shopkeeper in the past was only a pure and scrupulous merchant, the current shopkeeper faintly revealed a profound and unfathomable aura. It seemed that his previous guess was correct. This medicine store's shopkeeper wasn't simple. The Li clan's grand elder, Li Tai, issued a mission at Ghastly Shadow last night, and the target is you. The shopkeeper spoke bluntly. Ghastly Shadow? Duan Lingtian's gaze constricted. He had heard of this famous assassin organization in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. You're a member of Ghastly Shadow? Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. Exactly. During the day, I'm the shopkeeper of this medicine store, and at night, I'm the person in charge of Ghastly Shadow in Aurora City. The shopkeeper slowly nodded. Shopkeeper, what you're doing seems to be against the rules for Ghastly Shadow, right? Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly moved. Rules are dead, but people are alive. I don't want my business partner to be killed because of some people and ruin my road to riches for nothing. The shopkeeper was very straightforward. As far as he was concerned, the money Li Tai used to hire assassins wasn't even enough to cover a fraction of the benefits Duan Lingtian's 6 treasures body-tempering liquid would bring him. He naturally knew what was more important and what was more important. Then what you mean now is to refuse his mission? Duan Lingtian asked. Of course. The shopkeeper nodded. If I issue a mission to you now that targets this Li Tai, would your Ghastly Shadow accept? Duan Lingtian asked again. Of course, Ghastly Shadow only recognizes money and not people. However, the price of the Li clan's Grand Elder is extremely expensive. The shopkeeper said. How much? 1 million silver. So expensive? Of course, Li Tai is the Li clan's grand elder after all, an existence at the 8th level of the origin core stage. If you really want to issue this mission, then seeing that we're business partners, I can give you a 20% discount. 20% discount? 20% discount is still 800,000 silver. You ghastly shadow are too greedy. You can owe me, but I won't charge you interest and deduct it from the profits of the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. Forget it, I can't bear to part with 800,000 silver. I'll do it myself. You? What? You doubt me? A little. How about this? I don't need your ghastly shadow to kill him, just do me a small favor. After obtaining the shopkeeper's agreement and buying the required medicinal materials, Duan Lingtian left the medicine store in satisfaction. 800,000 silver, killing Li Tai. To Duan Lingtian, it wasn't worth it. However, Li Tai actually issued a mission to kill him in ghastly shadow. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with a cold light. After buying the remaining materials, Duan Lingtian returned home. Su Mo didn't come this afternoon. Duan Lingtian had taught him everything he could. The rest could only rely on himself to comprehend. 3 days later. Late at night, ghastly shadow's stronghold in Aurora City. How's the confirmation of the mission I issued 3 days ago? Killing a first-level core formation martial artist like him, 100,000 silver should be enough, right? Li Tai looked at the young man behind the counter and asked. 100,000 silver? Customer, are you joking? A cold light flashed within the eyes of the pale-faced young man, causing others to tremble with fear. What? Li Tai's heart jerked as he had a bad premonition. According to the information Ghastly Shadow obtained, this Duan Lingtian is the young genius ranked number 1 on the Aurora City's hidden dragon list. Just this point alone, we'll have to charge you at least 300,000 silver. The young man slowly said. 300,000 silver? Sure. Li Tai clenched his teeth. Although it was slightly painful, he still agreed. Customer, I haven't finished speaking. The young man frowned. What else do you want to say? Li Tai was puzzled. Besides that, we also found out that this Duan Ling Tian is extremely close to the Alchemist Guild's guild master, Su Mo. Su Mo is a member of the Alchemist Guild, so killing someone who has a close relationship with him is extremely risky for us. So, in summary, our ghastly shadow wants 1 million silver for this Duan Ling Tian. The young man continued. 1 million silver? Li Tai was dumbstruck. Although when the young man mentioned Su Mo, he already guessed that this mission couldn't be completed, he never imagined that the ghastly shadow would set the price of Duan Ling Tian at 1 million silver. Not to mention that he didn't have so much silver on him. Even if he did, he wouldn't be willing to part with it. It was only a kid at the first level of the core formation stage. Even if his strength was slightly strange, it was only comparable to a kid at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. To him, killing a kid like this was as easy as cutting grass. Customer, may I ask if you still want to issue this mission? The young man looked at Li Tai and asked. No, return the deposit to me. Li Tai hurriedly shook his head. What a joke. 1 million silver, with so much money, he could issue a mission to kill an origin core martial artist in ghastly shadow. After Li Tai left, a middle-aged man slowly walked out from the inner room. Manager. The young man hurriedly bowed to the person who came. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this middle-aged man was the manager of the medicine store. I'm curious how he killed Li Tai. The middle-aged man's heart jerked and a faint smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Li family estate. Grandfather, how was it? When Li Qing saw Li Tai return, he hurriedly asked. He knew what Li Tai went out to do, so he had been waiting at home for the results. I cancelled the mission. Li Tai shook his head. Li Qing was stupefied. Grandfather, why? That ghastly shadow actually offered a price of 1 million silver. Li Tai's face sank. What? It's only a kid at the core formation stage, 1 million silver, are they robbing money? Li Qing had a face full of disbelief. They found out about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Su Mo, so they were afraid and offered such a high price. Qing, don't worry, even if Ghastly Shadow doesn't accept this mission, grandfather won't let that Duan Lingtian live. Li Tai guaranteed to Li Qing. Thank you, grandfather. Li Qing said excitedly. Chapter 83. In the quiet room, Duan Lingtian sat cross-legged. In front of him, there was a cauldron and a pile of materials. Besides that, there were also 2 violet flexible swords that were as thin as cicadas' wings. They were precisely the violet meteorite flexible swords. First, refined 3 spirit swords. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and with a raise of his hand, the 2 violet meteorite flexible swords appeared in his hands. Whoosh! The weapon flame burned, and not long after, the 2 violet meteorite flexible swords transformed into a ball of liquid. The liquefied form of violet meteorite. Immediately after, the other metal materials were also melted by the weapon flame in Duan Lingtian's hands. After the impurities were extracted, they transformed into pools of liquid that jumped and boiled in the air. Under Duan Lingtian's control, the liquid formed from the violet meteorite merged with the liquid formed from the other few metals. Along with Duan Lingtian's mysterious movements, the liquid that had fused together finally divided into 3 balls. Finally, they transformed into 3 dark violet flexible swords. The 3 flexible swords were similar in size to the violet meteorite flexible swords from before, and were similarly as thin as cicadas' wings. Done. Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand, and the 3 flexible swords fell into his hands. Holding one of the flexible swords, his origin energy flashed, and the strength of 4 ancient mammoths poured into it. The sword hummed. Not bad, it's stronger than an ordinary grade 9 spirit weapon. The amplification is more than 10%, and the strength has increased by around 2,500 pounds, comparable to the strength of half an ancient mammoth. Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction. A spirit weapon refined by a grade 9 weapon craftsman would usually only increase the strength by close to 10%. A grade 9 spirit weapon that was able to increase strength by 10% was already considered a fine product. The grade 9 spirit weapon that Duan Lingtian refined for the first time obviously surpassed a fine product. In the future, I'll call you Violet Myrtle Flexible Sword. Duan Lingtian glanced at the dark violet flexible sword in his hand, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Immediately after, Duan Lingtian used all the remaining materials. He started to inscribe inscriptions on the 3 violet myrtle flexible swords. Now, the 5 materials that Duan Lingtian had asked Su Mo to help him collect were all here. Together with the materials that Duan Lingtian had bought from the market, it was enough to inscribe the blood crescent inscription. Duan Lingtian only spent 2 hours to refine 3 9th-grade spirit swords. It took him half a day to inscribe the 3 blood ruin inscriptions. He didn't even have time to eat lunch. Done. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the blood-red glow on the sword. The 3 crepe myrtle soft swords were all inscribed with the blood crescent inscription. At this time, he only felt a wave of exhaustion hit him, and he was drowsy. After asking Kerr to heat up the meal, Duan Lingtian fell into a deep sleep before the sky turned dark. He slept until the next morning. After waking up, he still felt a little dizzy. Inscribing inscriptions really consumes a lot of mental energy. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. However, when he saw his work yesterday, he felt that it was all worth it. Duan Lingtian kept one of the 3 crepe myrtle soft swords. As for the other 2, Duan Lingtian gave one each to Kerr and his mother, Li Ro. Young master, I feel that cultivating sword skills with the crepe myrtle soft sword seems to be much stronger. Is it my imagination? The young girl looked at Duan Lingtian with a bewildered expression. Whoosh! The nearby Li Ro brandished her sword as well. Spirit weapon. Li Ro was more knowledgeable than the young girl and couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice. She looked at the nearby youth with a stupefied expression. Tian, this is Mom, besides being a grade 9 alchemist, I'm also a grade 9 weapons craftsman. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Also, I've inscribed the blood crescent inscription on both your and Ker's crepe myrtle soft swords. You only have to control your origin energy and slightly fuse it into the sword to activate it. If this blood crescent inscription can be used unexpectedly, even if it's an origin core stage martial artist, once struck by it, it would still be a narrow escape. Blood crescent inscription? Able to annihilate an origin core stage martial artist? The young and old beauties were stunned and couldn't recover from their shock for a long time. Young master, you're really formidable. The young girl looked at Duan Lingtian with adoration, causing Duan Lingtian to feel slightly complacent. Li Ro's gaze became slightly absent-minded and her heart trembled. Brother Feng, did you see? Our son is very capable. Even if he doesn't have the Duan clan to rely on, he isn't inferior to his peers in the Duan clan. In front of Li Ro's eyes, that tall and sturdy figure seemed to appear again. That figure was once her Sky. Right, Tian, Ker, Shirshir's family moved away a few days ago. What happened? I haven't seen you two interact with Shirshir recently. Did you two get into a fight? Li Ro suddenly asked. I don't know. Duan Lingtian shrugged with an innocent expression. That day, after he admitted defeat to Li Qing during the clan's martial meet, Li Shirshir had started to intentionally distance herself from him. Later on, he'd coincidentally met Li Shirshir a few times, but the gaze Li Shirshir looked at him with had become extremely unfamiliar, and even had a trace of disdain mixed within. He never expected that Li Shirshir would actually move away from his house. I don't know either. Ker lightly shook her head as well. Inner court. In a large courtyard extremely far away from Duan Lingtian's house. Whoosh. The sword in the young girl's hand moved along with her body. She was dripping with sweat, and the bitter corners of her mouth faintly had a trace of self-ridicule mixed within. It was precisely Li Shirshir. During this period of time, Li Shirshir's mood was extremely depressed. Ever since she'd witnessed Duan Lingtian's formidable strength, she'd started to have an infatuated feeling towards Duan Lingtian. However, when Duan Lingtian admitted defeat during the clan's martial meet and gave the first place to Li Qing, the lofty image of Duan Lingtian in her heart had completely collapsed. Because of this, she'd started to reject Duan Lingtian and intentionally distanced herself from him. However, at this moment, a shocking news caused her to feel as if she'd fallen into an ice cave. During this year's Genius Gathering, Duan Lingtian had chopped off Li Qing's finger and successively defeated the Shao clan's and Lin clan's younger generation's number 1, becoming number 1 in the Hidden Dragon ranking. At that moment, she felt extremely ashamed in her heart. The youth she'd looked down upon had used his formidable strength to prove everything. Of course, all of this, in her eyes, seemed to be mocking her short-sightedness. Because of this, she didn't have the courage to face Duan Lingtian again, and directly went to find the inner court manager to move out. If I hadn't distanced myself from him at that time. Perhaps, Li Shirshir felt a wave of bitterness in her heart. But unfortunately, in this world, there were no ifs, and there was no medicine for regret. Duan Lingtian had just arrived at Li Fei's door. He heard a burst of hearty laughter that was full of energy. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He knew that the old man had surely broken through to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman. Congratulations, grandfather. Stepping in, Duan Lingtian spoke loudly. At this moment, the old man came out of his room, his face glowing. When he saw Duan Lingtian, it was as if he'd seen his future grandson-in-law. Lingtian kid, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, even if I forcefully broke through to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman, this old life of mine wouldn't be able to live for long. Grandfather, you're too courteous, we're all family. Duan Lingtian smiled. Bah. Who's your family? Li Fei, who heard the commotion and walked out of her room, heard Duan Lingtian's words, and her pretty face turned slightly red as she angrily said. Fei, you little girl, you were still talking about this brat Lingtian to me last night, why don't you recognize him now? Alright, grandfather is going to make a trip to the Weapons Craftsman Guild. This brat Ling Tian is grandfather's guest, and also my benefactor. You can't neglect him. The old man said goodbye to Li Fei and left. Grandfather, what are you talking about? Being betrayed by the old man, Li Fei was a little embarrassed and angry. Little Fei, what are you talking about? Also, you have to listen to grandfather's words, don't neglect me. Duan Lingtian stepped out and unceremoniously walked into Li Fei's room. You actually entered my room. Li Fei's autumn eyes stared and angrily followed in. What's wrong with entering your room? I still want to sleep on your bed. Duan Lingtian chuckled and took advantage of the situation to fall directly onto Li Fei's bed. You! Li Fei angrily shouted and was about to stretch out her hand to pull Duan Lingtian up. But how could her strength be compared to Duan Lingtian? Duan Lingtian pulled her into his embrace and fell onto the bed together. Little Fei, don't make trouble. Li Fei struggled but was unable to break free from Duan Lingtian. Her pair of autumn eyes were filled with tears. You bully me. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Seeing this, Duan Lingtian's heart softened and released Li Fei. You're a rascal. Li Fei angrily said. Didn't you already know this long ago? Duan Lingtian laughed. Humph. Stinking rascal. But, thank you for grandfather's matter. As she finished speaking, Li Fei's voice was no different from the sound of a mosquito. What's there to thank? You're my wife, so your grandfather is also my grandfather. Duan Lingtian said with a thick face. Right, little Fei, tell me about yourself. Where are your parents? Duan Lingtian suddenly asked. Parents? Li Fei took a deep breath. My parents met with an accident when I was still young and didn't understand anything, and they passed away. Duan Lingtian found out about Li Fei's parents from Li Fei. It turned out that many years ago, the Li clan had once met with a calamity. At that time, many people died, including Li Fei's parents. Although the Li clan had taken their revenge later on, it was impossible for the dead to be resurrected. I really miss my father, I really miss my mother. I heard grandfather say that they doted on me very much in the past. Li Fei's delicate body started trembling, and tears fell like rain. Little Fei, it's all in the past, don't be sad. Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand and pulled Li Fei into his embrace as he consoled her. In the end, perhaps because she was tired from crying, Li Fei directly fell asleep in Duan Lingtian's embrace. I never thought that this girl had such a past. Duan Lingtian stared at Li Fei's exquisite cheeks and sighed in his heart. At this moment, although a beauty was in his embrace, he didn't have any evil thoughts, and only felt pity. Bad guy, you only know how to bully me, only know how to bully me. Suddenly, Li Fei stretched out her delicate fists and randomly smashed at Duan Lingtian as she muttered. At the beginning, Duan Lingtian thought that Li Fei had woken up, but when he looked carefully, he realized that Li Fei was talking in her sleep. Duan Lingtian, you big scoundrel, you're not allowed to look at Xiaolan. If you do, I'll dig out your eyes. Li Fei seemed to be dreaming, and only after muttering to herself for a while did she recover her calm. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. What kind of dream was this little Fei having? Approximately an hour later, Li Fei woke up. You. Only now did she realize that she had fallen asleep in Duan Lingtian's embrace, and her face instantly flushed red. Little Fei, I never thought that you have the habit of talking in your sleep. But, when did I look at Xiaolan? You actually want to dig out my eyes, too ruthless. Chapter 84. Did you hear that? Li Fei's angelic face was as red as an apple. Little Fei, I'll take good care of you in the future. Duan Lingtian's hand slowly rubbed the girl's hair as he said softly. If you dare to bully me in the future, I'll cut you. Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian and pretended to cut Duan Lingtian's little brother. Who did you learn that from? Duan Lingtian's face turned pale. This was not a joke. Are you scared? Li Fei smiled proudly. Why do I feel like I'm a sheep in a tiger's den? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Looking at Li Fei's beautiful cheeks and feeling the warmth of Li Fei's body, Duan Lingtian's lower abdomen heated up and his eyes became somewhat blurred. Just as he was about to make a move. Fei, did that boy Ling Tian leave? The old man's voice came from outside. When the old man saw the boy and girl coming out of the room, his face was strange. Grandpa, there's nothing between us. Li Fei hurriedly explained. Yes, there's nothing between us. Grandpa, I'll leave first. Duan Ling Tian was like a child that was caught stealing candy, and he hurriedly ran away. When leaving Li Fei's house, Duan Ling Tian was in a good mood. After this incident, the relationship between him and Li Fei was completely clear. At the same time, he couldn't help but be vigilant. After all, there were still people eyeing him covetously. Maybe, it's time to solve it. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Thinking of this, he directly left the Li family mansion and entered the inner area of the fog forest alone to hunt ferocious beasts. In the next few days, he would leave the Li family mansion at the same time. He's able to keep his composure. In the inner area of the fog forest, after killing a ferocious beast, Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. However, what he did not lack the most was patience. Late at night. In the spacious courtyard, Li Qing greeted the old man who had just entered. Grandpa, that Duan Lingtian has been going to the fog forest alone for several days. You've been secretly observing him these past few days. Have you found anything? I was originally worried that Su Mo would follow him to protect him, but I noticed that when Duan Ling Tian went to the misty forest these past few days, Su Mo had always stayed in the Alchemist Guild and didn't go out at all. Since some time ago, he seems to have completely cut off all ties with Duan Ling Tian. Li Tai's eyebrows twitched. Maybe they don't have anything to do with each other in the first place. We're just overthinking it. Li Qing said again. Perhaps. Li Tai nodded. The next morning. Success. Looking at the 5 ancient mammoth silhouettes above him, Duan Lingtian revealed a smile on his face. After many days of hard work, he finally completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the first level of the body tempering stage, causing his fleshly body to gain the strength of an ancient mammoth. Now, he was confident. Even if he faced a martial artist at the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he would still be able to crush them. After eating breakfast, Duan Lingtian once again went out alone. After entering the fog forest this time, he started to walk deeper into the inner area. With his current strength, the fierce beasts at the edge of the inner area were no longer able to give him any pressure. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian encountered a savage fierce beast. It had sarcomas that were like thorns growing on its body and a pair of eyes that flickered with an azure light. Its appearance was similar to a wolf, but it was an entire size larger than a wolf. Ow! The fierce beast roared and pounced towards Duan Lingtian. Instantly, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the fierce beast. In other words, this fierce beast's strength was comparable to a martial artist at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. However, fierce beasts were innately sensitive towards the control of strength. It could even be said to have reached the acme of perfection. Its strength even surpassed an ordinary martial artist at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Come at me. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone brightly. He didn't even plan on using the violet myrtle flexible sword. Spirit serpent movement technique. Duan Lingtian's entire body flashed out with a speed that far surpassed the fierce beast that pounced towards him. The strength of 5 ancient mammoths exploded forth. Collapsing fist. His body was like a strong bow that was pulled taut. Duan Lingtian's fist swung out and smashed onto the fierce beast's head, blasting it flying. Bang! The fierce beast's body was enormous, and dust filled the air when it landed. Satisfying. Spitting out a mouthful of foul air, Duan Lingtian quickly walked forward towards the fierce beast. A trace of fear vaguely flashed within the fierce beast's eyes that flickered with an azure light. It slowly stood up and roared at Duan Lingtian before turning around and fleeing. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He reacted. Want to flee? A trace of a smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth as his figure flashed. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's speed was much faster than the fierce beast, and he caught up to the fierce beast in the blink of an eye. Ow! Perhaps knowing that it couldn't escape today, the fierce beast's eyes emitted an ominous glint as it desperately pounced towards Duan Lingtian. This time, Duan Lingtian seized the opportunity to pursue and attack, shattering the fierce beast's skull with a few punches. I don't know what fierce beast this is, but its fur and parts should be able to sell for some money. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. This is a spiky wolf. Its fur and parts can be sold for 1,000 silver. Right at this moment, an aged voice sounded from behind Duan Lingtian, dispelling his doubts. Duan Lingtian slowly turned around. Standing before him was a tall old man. The old man's clothes also had the Li family's emblem. A member of the Li family. Duan Lingtian's heart moved as he faintly guessed the identity of the person who came. Only 16 years old, the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Needless to say, your natural talent, not to mention Aurora City, even in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, is sufficient to be ranked at the top. The old man's gaze fell on Duan Lingtian as he said with slight regret, unfortunately, today, you will die for sure. Grand Elder, are you so sure that I will die for sure? Duan Lingtian laughed. You know me? Li Tai's pupils constricted. In his impression, Duan Lingtian should have never seen him before. Among the elders of the Li family, apart from you, Li Qing's grandfather, I really can't think of a second person who wants to kill me. Duan Lingtian laughed. You're about to die, yet you can still laugh? Li Tai's face sank. At the same time, he couldn't help but vigilantly look at the surroundings. In his opinion, since Duan Lingtian dared to be so calm, it was very likely that someone was protecting him. Grand Elder, there's no need to look, no one followed me. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. No one followed you? Li Tai's eyebrows raised. You're not afraid of death? Of course I am, there's no one who isn't afraid of death. Duan Lingtian said honestly. Then you can still laugh? Li Tai asked in a deep voice. Grand Elder, I'm very curious, if I don't laugh now, will you let me go? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked. Of course not, today, you will die for sure. Li Tai snorted coldly. Then isn't that right? Whether I laugh or not makes no difference, why do I have to put on a long face? The smile on Duan Lingtian's face grew wider and wider. I can't be bothered to waste my breath with you, die. Li Tai's gaze turned cold as he took a step forward, leaving behind a string of afterimages. His speed was extremely fast. Above his head, close to 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes galloped out, their imposing auras like rainbows. Boom! Li Tai slapped out with his palm, a vast amount of yuan power suddenly descended. Instantly, the sound of air exploding rose and fell in succession. A formless strong wind swept through the surrounding forest, causing the surrounding forest to flutter. A wave of pressure enveloped Duan Lingtian's body. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Under Li Tai's slightly astonished gaze, Duan Lingtian directly charged towards him, as if he wanted to welcome Li Tai's palm strike head-on. Has this kid gone mad? Duan Lingtian's hand grasped onto the hilt of the violet myrtle flexible sword at his waist. Sword drawing arts. His sword was like a bolt of lightning, aiming straight for Li Tai's chest as it flashed out, as if transforming into a violet venomous snake. Insignificant skill. Li Tai laughed coldly as his palm descended and slapped towards the body of the violet myrtle flexible sword. Now is the time. Duan Lingtian's yuan power fiercely trembled as it gushed into the body of the violet myrtle flexible sword. Instantly, a strand of bloody light leaped up on the body of the sword. Swish! A strand of bloody light, like a crescent moon, flashed towards Li Tai's chest. At this moment, Li Tai's palm descended and slapped the violet myrtle flexible sword away from Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian's hand trembled as the webbing between his thumb and index finger split open, dripping with fresh blood. Inscription pattern. Li Tai's low cry sounded out. Clang. The blood-red crescent moon shattered Li Tai's defensive chi barrier. Just when Duan Lingtian thought that Li Tai's body was going to be penetrated by the power of the blood crescent pattern. Hua. The pendant on Li Tai's neck flickered with a strand of dark blue brilliance, condensing into a dark blue crystal wall, blocking the power of the blood crescent pattern. Crack. The pendant shattered, completing its mission. Crystal wall inscription pattern. Duan Lingtian's expression changed greatly. No matter how much he calculated, he didn't expect Li Tai to have the crystal wall inscription pattern on his body. The crystal wall inscription pattern was a defensive inscription pattern. In terms of grade, it wasn't inferior to the blood crescent pattern. Duan Lingtian felt a wave of helplessness. For the past few days, he had been entering the misty forest every day. He wanted to use himself as bait to lure Li Tai, this big fish, to take the bait. In his opinion, with the blood crescent pattern, he was confident that he could kill Li Tai. But who would have thought that Li Tai would have the crystal wall inscription pattern? It blocked his only trump card. Boom! The power of the inscription patterns clashed. Li Tai's body was affected by the shockwave. He flew for more than 10 meters before he staggered and stabilized himself. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to have such a terrifying inscription pattern. Li Tai's expression was gloomy. Today, he almost failed miserably. Just now, if he didn't activate the defensive inscription pattern in time, he would have died without a doubt. A chill rose in his heart. I also didn't expect you to have a defensive inscription pattern. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, feeling helpless. There were many types of inscriptions. There were offensive inscriptions, defensive inscriptions and support inscriptions. The blood crescent pattern belonged to the offensive inscription pattern. Today, if I didn't have the defensive inscription pattern, would have died without a doubt. No wonder, when you saw me, you didn't seem surprised at all. You knew I was coming and planned to kill me with the inscription pattern, right? Li Tai took a deep breath and asked word by word. At this moment, the 16-year-old youth in front of him made him feel a wave of fear. At such a young age, his thoughts were already so meticulous. If he grew up in the future, he would definitely be a formidable person. He couldn't help but think that if his grandson Li Qing was half as good as the youth in front of him, he wouldn't have to worry about him. Yes. At this moment, Duan Lingtian wasn't afraid to admit it. His heart felt bitter. It wasn't easy for me to travel to this world and be reborn. Chapter 85. Duan Lingtian regretted it. If he knew earlier, he wouldn't have saved that 800,000 silver. But now, for the sake of 800,000 silver, he was about to lose his life. Little Fei, Kerr. I haven't had the time to dote on all of you. I don't want to die yet. Duan Lingtian, looks like even the heavens want you dead. You didn't even investigate clearly before wanting to kill me with an offensive inscription. My defensive inscription, crystal wall inscription, was bestowed to me by the senior patriarch that year. Who in the older generation of the Li clan doesn't know about it? Li Tai walked over in large strides, and every step seemed to be a talisman that hastened Duan Lingtian's death. Duan Lingtian picked up his sword once again and stood ramrod straight, not saying a word as he waited for Li Tai's arrival. Even if he wasn't a match for Li Tai, he would still fight. Even if he died, he would die heroically. An awe-inspiring aura stretched out from his body. It was an unyieldingness that would rather die than submit. Li Tai was moved once again. The cold light in his eyes grew deeper. If this kid doesn't die, then he'll surely be a great calamity. Bang! Li Tai's palm followed like a shadow as it flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand swept out to intercept Li Tai's palm. Slap! Li Tai's palm slapped down, slapping the sword flying, and his momentum didn't decrease as it pressed towards Duan Lingtian's chest. Above him, 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes moved with a thunderous momentum. The strength of an 8th-level origin core stage martial artist fully exploded out. Feeling the oppressive and suffocating aura, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Am I going to die again? But in the next moment, the ear-piercing sound of a saber accompanied by Li Tai's shrill cry caused Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. In an instant, he felt a hand on his shoulder, pulling him to the side. He focused his eyes and looked. Presently, Li Tai's right hand that struck out with his palm was severed at the wrist, spraying out hot blood, and his body was thrown out over 10 meters due to inertia. Duan Lingtian looked at the person who saved him. He wore tight black clothes and wore a demonic mask. The blood trough of the crescent blade in his hand was still dripping with Li Tai's blood, grade 8 spirit artifact. With just a glance, Duan Lingtian could tell the grade of the crescent blade. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian discovered that the eyes behind the black-clothed man's devil mask flashed with a trace of a smile. So it was him. Duan Lingtian was shocked. You're from the Phantom? At this time, the pale-faced Li Tai who had stopped the bleeding looked at the black-clothed man with fear. The black-clothed man ignored Li Tai. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Now, are you going to issue a mission to kill Li Tai? If not, I'll leave. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at him and said exasperatedly, Of course. You've been hiding at the side to watch the show, haven't you? The black-clothed man laughed dryly and strode out. Above him, 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly appeared, like dark clouds covering the sun, with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Ninth level of the Origin Core Stage. Li Tai's face went pale. 1 million silver, 1 million silver. I'll pay 1 million silver to buy Duan Lingtian's life. Li Tai panicked. Not to mention him who had lost his most important arm, even if he was at his prime, he might not be a match for a 9th level Origin Core Stage expert. In my eyes, his life is far worth more than 1 million silver. The black-clothed man replied to Li Tai. Li Tai's face went pale. Flee. He didn't dare hesitate and turned around to flee, transforming into a string of afterimages as he executed his movement technique to the limit. However, the black-clothed man's speed was even faster, like a ghost, catching up to him in the blink of an eye. A strand of white light flashed past. Li Tai's body trembled and flew out. His hands tightly clutched at his throat, but he was unable to stop the blood from gushing out. The dignified Li clan's grand elder ended his life just like that. Meanwhile, the black-clothed man took off his mask. It was precisely the medicine store's manager. Duan Lingtian wasn't surprised when he saw the black-clothed man's true appearance, because he noticed it long ago. However, the black-clothed man's cultivation still gave him a fright. 9th level Origin Core Stage. Such a cultivation was comparable to the Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao. Manager, I've known you for so long, but I seem to still not know your name. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered as he stared at the black-clothed man. During the day, I'm called Tang Anu. At night, I'm Tang Ying, codenamed Blood Moon. Tang Ying smiled. Tang Anu? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. No matter what, it was difficult for him to connect this name with the ghost shadow assassin who killed decisively earlier. The inscription you used earlier was the Blood Crescent inscription? Suddenly, Tang Ying looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Exactly. Duan Lingtian nodded. You inscribed it yourself? Tang Ying asked again. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded once more. Tang Ying glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then sized up Duan Lingtian. I really want to capture you and dissect you to see what other secrets you have. Duan Lingtian's expression froze. There's no need for that. I want some Blood Crescent inscriptions. Tang Ying suddenly spoke. Sure, but you have to prepare the materials yourself. Besides that, I'll charge 100,000 silver for each Blood Crescent inscription. A trace of craftiness flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. You. Really ruthless. The corners of Tang Ying's mouth twitched, but he still said, deal. Before Tang Ying left, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. "You've been following behind me these past few days?" Tang Ying rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian and said angrily, "Do you think I'm like you, having so much free time? I still have to look after the store during the day. I asked someone to monitor Li Tai, and when Li Tai left Aurora City, I followed him here. I'm also curious as to why you're so confident that you can kill Li Tai." In the end, someone failed miserably. Ha 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 ha. As he finished speaking, Tang Ying couldn't help but laugh out loud. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. "No matter what, I owe you my life this time. I'll inscribe the first 10 blood crescent inscriptions for you for free." Duan Lingtian never liked owing favors. "So generous? Then I won't be stingy either. I'll waive the mission fee for killing Li Tai." Tang Ying looked at Duan Lingtian with a bit of surprise. His figure moved like a ghost, and with a few ups and downs, he disappeared from Duan Lingtian's line of sight. "Looks like in the future, when it concerns my life, I can't be too stingy." Duan Lingtian deeply remembered this lesson in his heart. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's ears twitched slightly. His expression changed. He noticed that there was a group of people in the distance that was heading this way. He didn't have time to deal with Li Tai's body, so he flew up to a nearby tree and hid there, overlooking everything beneath his feet. Soon, 7 young men walked over in large strides. On the clothes of these young men hung an emblem. Wang family. Could it be that they're from Triumph City's Wang family? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. There were 3 cities around the Misty Forest: Aurora City, Aqua Mist City, and Triumph City. The nascent soul stage powerhouse He Zhu Dao he met in the Misty Forest was from Aqua Mist City's He family. There's a corpse here. A young man noticed Li Tai's body and cried out in surprise. Humph. Daring to enter the inner area of the Misty Forest without any strength, he deserved to die. A person walked over in disdain. No. He wasn't killed by a fierce beast. Look, his cut-off arm is clean. He was killed by a sharp weapon that slit his throat. A young woman who was more attentive said. It's true. There's an emblem on his clothes. Another young man walked up and wiped Li Tai's emblem clean. The Li family. Instantly, a few people cried out in surprise. Duan Lingtian didn't panic when these people discovered Li Tai's identity. No one would think that he had the strength to kill Li Tai. Humph. So it's a member of the Li family, he deserved to die. A young man in blue seemed to be extremely angry when he mentioned the Li family. Yeah, the members of the Li clan are too detestable. Wang Huai's younger brother, Wang Zhen, and a few outer court disciples came to the Misty Forest to hunt black pythons, and at the critical moment, it was a youth and a young girl from the Li clan who acted as the Oriole behind the scenes. Not only did they obtain the benefits, they even killed the few outer court disciples of our Wang clan who survived. Fortunately, Wang Zhen was born with a deviated heart. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have become a wandering ghost in the Misty Forest. Even so, Wang Zhen's internal organs were still pierced, and he's still recuperating now. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Zhen's body isn't suitable for running around, the patriarch would have already personally brought him to the Li family to identify the culprits. When Wang Zhen recovers, I'll also go with him to the Li family. I want to see just what kind of person is so vicious. A group of Triumph City's Wang family disciples were discussing spiritedly. Their casual discussion fell into Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change slightly. Black Python? The Oriole behind? Weren't the Li family disciples these people were talking about him and Kerr? I didn't think that my luck would be so good that I could even meet someone with a deviated heart. Duan Lingtian had the urge to vomit blood. As far as he knew, 1 in 10,000 people with a deviated heart was 1 in 10,000. Although he had killed countless people in his previous life, he had never met such a person. In this life, he had only killed a few people in total, but he had actually met such a person. How unlucky. What should we do with this old guy from the Li family? I think we should send him back to the Li family. This way, the Li family will owe us a favor. Who knows, Maybe the next time the patriarch brings Wang Zhen to identify the culprits, the Li family will be willing to hand over the murderer for us to personally deal with. That makes sense. Seeing the group of Wang family youths take Li Tai's body away, Duan Lingtian flew down and left the fog forest. After returning to Aurora City, he didn't directly return to the Li family mansion. He went straight to the medicine shop to find Tang Ying. "Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Is something the matter?" Tang Ying was a little surprised to see Duan Lingtian arrive. "I want to issue a mission." Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. "Target?" Tang Ying asked. "Wang Zhen, a member of the Wang family in Triumph City," Duan Lingtian said unhurriedly. As far as he was concerned, Wang Zhen's survival was a potential threat to him. He had to be eliminated. Triumph City? Chapter 86. "Alright, I'll take care of this matter myself." After hearing Tang Ying's apprehensive words, Duan Lingtian lightly nodded his head to express his understanding. After bidding farewell to Tang Ying, Duan Lingtian returned to the Li family estate. Everything was as usual. However, in the afternoon, the Li family estate was in an uproar. The Li family's grand elder had died in the misty forest. Duan Lingtian originally didn't intend to join in the fun, but Li Fei had dragged him and Kerr out. The outer court martial arts practice field of the Li family estate was currently filled with people. When they saw Duan Lingtian walk over, the crowd automatically parted to form a path towards Duan Lingtian, the number one person on the hidden dragon ranking and the future pillar of the Li family. Everyone had to give him some face. "Little Fei, you didn't drag me here just to have me open a path for you, right?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched as he asked somewhat suspiciously. "I didn't. Could it be that you didn't want to join in the fun? I heard that the Wang family of Triumph City discovered the Grand Elder's corpse. Alas, now that the Grand Elder is dead, Li Qing has completely no one to rely on." As she finished speaking, Li Fei's gaze was somewhat complicated. "What, you're concerned about him?" Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched. "No, I'm just a little emotional. Li Qing is the same as me. His parents also died in that calamity that year, so he and his grandfather relied on each other for survival since he was young." Li Fei shook her head. "So it's like this." Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, he also brought Li Fei and Kerr to stand in front of the surrounding crowd. Within the martial arts practice field, a group of Li family elders stood behind Li Ao. Opposite them stood 7 young people, both male and female. These 7 people were the Wang family's disciples that Duan Lingtian had met in the fog forest this morning. In the middle of the 2 groups of people, Grand Elder Li Tai was lying there. He had died a miserable death. Besides his right hand being chopped off, his throat was also slit by a sharp weapon. Li Ao and the other Li family elders didn't look too good. "Dear nephews, when you found the great elder's body, did you find anything else in the surroundings?" Li Ao looked at the 7 people from the Wang family and asked. "Patriarchally, we've looked around, but we didn't find anything," a Wang family disciple said. "I'll have to trouble all of you. This is an important matter, and the Li family has no time to entertain all of you. Consider these origin-increasing pills as a token of my appreciation." Li Ao took out a bottle of origin-increasing pills and handed it over. The disciples of the Wang family accepted the pills and were all overjoyed. "Patriarchally, we understand. Farewell." The 7 members of the Wang clan came and went like the wind. "Grandfather." Suddenly, a shrill scream came from outside the crowd. A youth in white rushed into the crowd and knelt beside Li Tai's body. His body trembled as he cried bitterly. It was precisely Li Qing. "Li Qing, my condolences. Our Li family will surely do our best to investigate this matter and seek justice for the Grand Elder." Patriarch Li Ao consoled. "Investigate? There's no need to investigate, I know who the murderer is." Li Qing's eyes were crimson red as he raised his head with a savage expression. "You know?" Li Ao was stunned. "Li Qing, if you know, you can say it." I want to know who is so audacious as to dare kill our Li family's grand elder. Does he really think our Li family is a bunch of sick cats? An old man behind Li Ao spoke in a low voice that contained boundless rage. Exactly. Killing the grand elder is tantamount to slapping our Li family's face. Li Qing, you don't have to be afraid, you can speak frankly. I also want to know who is the one who ate the bear's heart and leopard's courage. If we find this person, we must tear him into 1,000 pieces. Each and every one of the Li clan elders were enraged. The gazes of the surrounding crowd landed on Li Qing's figure. They all wanted to know. Who was the murderer Li Qing spoke of? Finally, Li Qing's gaze flashed past the surrounding crowd. In the end, his gaze stopped on a violet-colored figure. Patriarch, it's him, Duan Lingtian. Li Qing pointed at the violet-clothed youth in the distance with a face full of rage. Seeing Li Qing point at him and even say that he was the murderer, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change as he calmly met Li Qing's gaze. Neither servile nor overbearing. When everyone present heard Li Qing's words, their gazes followed Li Qing's finger and descended onto the violet-clothed youth in the distance. For a moment, the scene went slightly out of control. Has Li Qing gone mad? He actually said that the murderer is Duan Lingtian. What a joke. Even if Duan Lingtian consumed a spirit fruit and his fleshly body has the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, even if he broke through to the core formation stage now, his strength would only be comparable to a 3rd-level core formation martial artist. Killing an 8th-level origin core stage grand elder with a strength at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. To think that Li Qing could say that. He wouldn't have gone mad from the shock of the grand elder's death, right? Duan Lingtian? How could that be possible? This Li Qing wouldn't be trying to use his position to avenge a private grudge, right? I heard that during this year's Hidden Dragon List competition, Duan Lingtian even broke his finger because he was overbearing. Could it be because of that? Even if he wants to use his position to avenge a private grudge, he should find a reasonable excuse. Exactly, actually framing Duan Lingtian as the murderer, who would believe that? When the discussions of the crowd entered into Li Qing's ears, it caused Li Qing's face to go ghastly pale. I'm not lying, Duan Lingtian is the murderer, he's the murderer. Li Qing roared as he abruptly stood up. His body moved, and the strength of 3 ancient mammoths exploded out as he flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a madman. Swimming dragon steps. Dark nether finger. The moment he attacked, it was a killing move that directly targeted Duan Lingtian's vital point. Li Qing. Patriarch Li Ao's face sank as he shouted in a low voice. But how could the current Li Qing pay attention to Li Ao? You overestimate yourself. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he took a step forward. He didn't even bother to use a martial skill and casually threw out a punch. 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above him. Bang! This punch's speed far surpassed Li Qing's finger and blasted Li Qing flying. Li Qing crashed onto the ground with a bang, his expression unsightly. He struggled to get up and intended to attack once more. Enough. Li Ao's tall figure blocked Li Qing's path and his gaze was cold and indifferent. Li Qing, if you can produce evidence, then speak frankly. If you want to use the death of the Grand Elder to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian and avenge a private grudge, then I'll punish you according to the clan's rules right now. Don't forget, the Grand Elder is your grandfather. His corpse hasn't even turned cold yet you're busy taking revenge. How can he rest in peace in the netherworld? Patriarch. Li Qing knelt on the ground sorrowfully. I didn't avenge a private grudge. Everything I said is true. Then why don't you tell me why you say Duan Lingtian is the murderer? Li Ao asked in a low voice. The gazes of everyone descended onto Li Ao. Patriarch, since my grandfather is already dead, there are some things that I won't conceal anymore. Li Qing took a deep breath and slowly said, during the gathering of geniuses, Duan Lingtian broke one of my fingers and almost crippled my dark nether finger. Grandfather was very angry because of this and had said many times that he would teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. Hearing Li Qing's words, Li Ao's expression was unsightly. No matter what, Li Tai was still the Li clan's Grand Elder, yet he was actually so narrow-minded. The gathering of geniuses and the competition for the Hidden Dragon ranking were all approved by the 3 great clans of Aurora City, so it couldn't be any fairer. Injuries were unavoidable in a sparring match. The crowd went into an uproar. So the Grand Elder is this kind of person. I thought the Grand Elder was different from us, but I didn't expect him to be the same as us, and even more selfish. Li Qing was injured by Duan Lingtian at the gathering of geniuses. Many people witnessed it. Li Qing was overbearing first, so Duan Lingtian wasn't wrong. Thinking about it, Li Qing is his only grandson after all. Humph. To think that I respected the Grand Elder so much in the past. So he's this kind of person. Duan Lingtian's gaze was strange. Was this Li Qing an idiot? His grandfather was already dead, yet he still dared to ruin his grandfather's reputation. It could be imagined that if Li Tai came back from the dead, he would very likely be angered to death by Li Qing. However, at this moment, Li Qing had already lost his reason as he continued. These past few days, I noticed that Duan Lingtian went to the misty forest every day, so I told grandfather. Early this morning, grandfather followed Duan Lingtian. But, I never imagined that what I waited for would be grandfather's corpse. Patriarch, if the murderer wasn't Duan Lingtian, then who could it be? Li Qing said hysterically. But he didn't notice that Li Ao's expression was becoming more and more unsightly. Hua. Almost at the same time Li Qing finished speaking, the crowd went into a restless uproar. Followed Duan Lingtian to the misty forest? This doesn't seem like someone purely intending to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. Duan Lingtian entered the misty forest. Even if he died, no one would suspect the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder is too overbearing. Li Qing only had a finger severed, and it was reattached later on. Because of this, he actually had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. The Grand Elder is too terrifying. The expressions of all the Li clan disciples froze. Following Duan Lingtian into the misty forest purely for the sake of teaching Duan Lingtian a lesson? Only an idiot would believe that. Li Qing, don't speak without thinking. How could the Grand Elder be such a person? Li Ao's face sank as he shouted in a stern voice. Exactly. I believe that with the Grand Elder's character, he would absolutely not do such a thing. I believe it as well. Li Qing, don't be blinded by hatred. Slandering your grandfather for your own selfish desires is truly wrong. The Li clan elders all expressed their opinions. What a joke. There were so many Li clan disciples present today. Even if Grand Elder Li Tai really did such a thing, they wouldn't admit it. The Li clan's Grand Elder was no longer purely an individual, but represented the entire Li clan. Patriarch, I'm not lying. Li Qing instantly became anxious and roared when he saw that no one believed him. Enough. Li Ao shouted explosively. Where's the enforcement elder? Patriarch. From the group of elders behind Li Ao, an old man in a black robe walked out. Li Qing slandered my Li clan's Grand Elder. Drag him out and give him 30 beatings as a warning to others. Li Ao ordered. Yes, Patriarch. The enforcement elder strode out and grabbed Li Qing like an eagle catching a chick. Patriarch, what I said is true, what I said is true. Chapter 87. When they saw Li Qing being so stubborn, the crowd began to denounce him again. Li Qing has really gone mad. The Patriarch obviously wants to suppress this matter, yet he's still blabbering on and on. Who should we punish if not him? If the Grand Elder knew that his grandson treated him like this after his death, I wonder how he would feel. Exactly, even if the Grand Elder really wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, it was for him. With such a grandson, the Grand Elder probably wouldn't be able to rest in peace even in the afterlife. Pfft. To think that I let my son worship him as an idol in the past. I was really blind. You should let your son worship Duan Lingtian as an idol. He's the #1 person in this year's Hidden Dragon ranking. Moreover, he's only 16 years old. The next 2 years #1 in the Hidden Dragon ranking will surely be him. At the same time that they were denouncing, they didn't forget to compare Duan Lingtian and Li Qing. It was fine if they didn't compare. When they made the comparison, Li Qing was even more trampled, to the point that he was covered in cuts and bruises. I didn't expect that you'd be so popular now. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian. So, it's your fortune to be able to be my wife. Duan Lingtian laughed slyly. Bah. Li Fei noticed that Kerr was looking at her with a smile, and she instantly blushed. Young master, then should I call big sister Fei Fei young madam in the future? Kerr smiled lightly. Kerr, you've been led astray by him. Li Fei's originally rosy cheeks seemed as if blood would drip out at any moment. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, his brows twitched. Duan Lingtian, I'll come to your house to look for you in an hour. This was the Li clan's patriarch Li Ao's sound condensed technique, and only Duan Lingtian could hear it. Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Ao and lightly nodded. He was mentally prepared. Even if Li Ao felt that this matter had nothing to do with him, since Li Qing had said so, if the Li clan wanted to find the culprit, they would definitely use him as a breakthrough point and search for clues. The crowd in the outer court martial arts practice field gradually dispersed. Let's go out for a walk. I have some things I want to buy. Li Fei suggested. I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically. Li Fei frowned and said with dissatisfaction, What do you want? Clan leader just informed me via voice transmission that he will come to my house to look for me in an hour. You can't be thinking of me standing him up, right? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. What? The patriarch is looking for you? He doesn't really think that you killed the great elder, does he? Li Fei froze. At the side, Kerr also had a worried look on her face. Don't worry, the patriarch probably just wants to ask if I have any clues to provide. Li Qing said that I was able to kill the great elder, but all of you didn't believe it, let alone the patriarch. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. An hour later, Patriarch Li Ao arrived as promised. Duan Lingtian received him in his own courtyard. Duan Lingtian, I know that with your strength, it's absolutely impossible for you to be the culprit that killed the great elder. However, since the great elder followed you, have you seen him? Li Ao went straight to the point. His feelings towards Duan Lingtian were extremely complicated. He originally thought that Duan Lingtian was only slightly stronger than Li Qing. Who knew? During the genius gathering, he actually defeated the Lin clan's Lin Zhua and the Shao clan's Xiao Yu. Lin Zhua was one thing. Xiao Yu was not only the Shao clan's #1 genius in 100 years, he was also Aurora City's #1 genius in 100 years. Even he, the Li clan's patriarch, often sighed with emotion. How good would it be if Xiao Yu was a member of the Li clan? Today, Duan Lingtian defeating Xiao Yu had truly given him a great surprise. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian was only 16 years old. He was younger than Xiao Yu by an entire 2 years. It could be imagined that when Duan Lingtian was 18 years old, his strength would definitely be even more formidable, and he would leave his peers far behind. Patriarch, I know what you mean. However, when I entered the misty forest, I wholeheartedly hunted fierce beasts and didn't notice anything amiss, nor did I see the great elder. Moreover, with the great elder's strength, if he wanted to follow me, it would be impossible for me to notice. As Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he had a face full of self-ridicule. I understand this, I'm only asking as a matter of routine. Also, even if you weren't able to notice the great elder, you don't have to worry about it. After all, he's an origin core stage martial artist. With your natural talent, you'll definitely be able to surpass him before the age of 30. Li Ao lightly nodded and consoled him at the same time. I'll work hard. Duan Lingtian nodded, and his gaze was firm like iron. Also, I hope you don't take the matter from last time to heart. I was only doing it for the sake of the Li clan's face. Li Ao hesitated for a moment, but still spoke out. In his eyes, the current Duan Lingtian was no longer the Duan Lingtian of the past. Being able to ascend to first place in the Hidden Dragon list at the age of 16, such an accomplishment was the first time since the Aurora City's Hidden Dragon list appeared in the world. Duan Lingtian could be said to have opened up a new path. Now, even if Duan Lingtian was only a branch family disciple, a disciple with a different surname, he was still worthy of the Li clan's attention. Patriarch, you're thinking too much. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. These silver taels are a small token of the clan's appreciation. Li Ao took out a stack of silver from his bosom and placed it on the table as he lightly smiled. Patriarch, this is, Duan Lingtian was stunned. These silver taels were of the largest denomination, and a single one was 10,000 taels. This thick and heavy stack was estimated to be around 1 million taels. You've brought honor to the clan in this year's Hidden Dragon list. This is the reward the clan is giving you. I've already informed the 3 alchemy elders of the clan. If you need to refine medicine, you can pay for the materials and ask them to refine it for you. They won't charge you a single cent, Li Ao lightly smiled. Being ranked first in the Hidden Dragon list, no one in the Li clan had obtained such an honor in the past 10 years. This time, Duan Lingtian had brought honor to the Li clan. Recalling the envious and jealous expressions of the patriarchs of the Shao clan and Lin clan a few days ago, he felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his thanks. If you want to refine a weapon, you can go find Elder Li De. You're on good terms with Li Fei, and I think he'll be willing to refine a spirit weapon for you out of respect for Li Fei. Li Ao continued. Li De? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Patriarch, you don't have to worry about this. If that kid Lingtian really wants me to help refine a spirit weapon, then I'll help him even if I have to risk my life. Right at this moment, a clear voice sounded out, breaking the short silence. Duan Lingtian saw it. Li Fei was supporting her grandfather as they slowly walked in. Duan Lingtian came to his senses. So Li Fei's grandfather was the elder Li De that the patriarch spoke of. A trace of being moved flashed past his eyes. He knew that it was surely Li Fei who was worried that he would suffer a loss, so she brought the old man over to support him. Elder Li De. Li Ao hurriedly stood up when he saw the old man, and his tone contained a trace of respect mixed within. The Li clan had 3 grade 9 alchemists. Since his father, the previous patriarch of the Li clan, left, only Li De remained as a grade 9 weapons craftsman. Patriarch, there's no need to be so courteous. Li De spoke indifferently. Suddenly, Li Ao's pupils constricted. His gaze descended onto the weapons craftsman guild badge on Li De's body. The 2 words, grade 8, tattooed red on it caused his heart to tremble. Elder Li De, you've broken through to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman? Li Ao took a deep breath and asked, slightly forgetting himself. Patriarch's eyes are sharp. Li De lightly nodded. After obtaining confirmation, Li Ao's breathing became hurried once more, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows. According to his knowledge. In the past, in Aurora City, only the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild was a grade 8 weapons craftsman. And now, an grade 8 weapons craftsman had actually appeared in their Li clan. This was shockingly good news. Congratulations, Elder Li De, your wish has been fulfilled and you've become a grade 8 weapons craftsman. Since Elder Li De has some business with Duan Lingtian, then I'll take my leave first. Li Ao said to Li De, then nodded to Duan Lingtian and Li Fei before leaving. Rascal, he didn't make things difficult for you, right? Li Fei asked with concern. No, Patriarch is here to give me money. Duan Lingtian looked at the stack of silver bills on the table. Li Fei went up and flipped through it for a while before crying out in surprise, 1 million taels. Patriarch is really generous. Lingtian kid, your current wealth is probably going to be even richer than mine. Li De laughed. Grandfather, how can I compare to you? If it wasn't for the fact that you've only been helping the clan refine weapons and didn't receive any hard work fees, your wealth would probably have been innumerable long ago. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he spoke. These things were all learned from Li Fei. Looks like Faye sold me out long ago. Girls really do side with outsiders. As he finished speaking, Li sighed. A grown girl can't be kept at home, grandfather, what are you talking about? I'll always be your good granddaughter. Li Fei hurriedly held onto Lida's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Elder Lida. Hearing the commotion, Li Ro also walked out of the room and slightly respectfully looked at the old man. You're Ling Tian kid's mother, right? You have a good son. Lida nodded and smiled at Li Ro, his face revealing an amiable expression. Elder, you flatter me. Li Ro said modestly. This time, I came to ask for your opinion on something. You see, Ling Tian kid and my granddaughter are both in love with each other. How about we arrange a marriage for them? Lida asked with a smile. Grandfather. Li Fei blushed. She didn't know about this decision of Lida's. What, you don't want to marry Ling Tian kid? Lida laughed mockingly. Grandfather, you're bullying Fei, Li Fei lowered her head, not daring to look at Li Ro and Duan Ling Tian. Elder, of course, I won't refuse this matter. In my opinion, as long as Tian likes it, it's fine. However, I still have to inform the elders that my son has already been engaged to someone else. Li Ro said. I know this. It's that girl called Kerr, right? Lida nodded. Greetings, elder. At this time, Kerr also came out and bowed to the old man. As expected of a good girl who's both beautiful and intelligent. Ling Tian kid is really lucky. Chapter 88. After the two parents decided on the marriage between Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei, they gathered for dinner that night. After dinner, Duan Ling Tian sent the two of them home. The old man went back to his room first. Little Fei, from today onwards, you're my fiancée, Duan Ling Tian chuckled. Bah. It's just an engagement, we're not married yet. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tian. Grandpa said that in 2 years, when I'm 18, we'll get married. Little Fei, how about I sleep at your place tonight? Duan Ling Tian swallowed his saliva and said greedily as he sized up Li Fei's hot body with a burning gaze. You wish. Li Fei's face was full of vigilance. She dashed into the room with light steps and closed the door with a bang. Duan Ling Tian could only leave with a bitter smile. When he got home, Duan Ling Tian found that Kerr was still waiting for him. Silly girl. Duan Ling Tian extended his hand and carried Ku Er by the waist before sending her back to her room. Young master. Just as Duan Ling Tian was about to leave, Kerr called out softly. What's wrong? Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. Young master, can you accompany Kerr tonight? Kerr said pitifully. Silly girl, what's wrong? Duan Ling Tian asked gently as he took off his coat and got into bed. He held Kerr in his arms. Young master, when you have Sister Fei Fei in the future, will you not want Kerr anymore? The girl voiced her concerns. Silly girl, remember, you're mine for the rest of your life. No one can change that. No one can replace your position in my heart, understand? Duan Ling Tian hugged the girl and comforted her softly. It was rare that he did not touch her. Young master. The girl hugged Duan Ling Tian tightly and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, when they were having breakfast. Mother, Kerr, I'm going out for a few days. Don't wait for me at night. Go to bed early. Duan Ling Tian said in advance. Be careful. Li Ro nodded. Although Duan Ling Tian didn't say what he was going to do, she knew that he had something to do. Her son had grown up. He was no longer the young eagle that curled up under her wings. Young master, when are you coming back? Kerr asked. 4 days from now. If little Fei, comes looking for me, tell her. Duan Ling Tian pondered for a while before he opened his mouth. His departure this time was precisely to prepare to head to Triumph City. Although the current him could be considered to have a foothold in the Li family and even obtained the protection of the only grade 8 weapons craftsman in the Li family, he didn't have to fear the Triumph City's Wang family bringing fish that escaped the net to denounce him. However, he didn't want to expose himself before the Wang family. Once exposed, the Li family could protect him for a while, but they couldn't protect him forever. He must cut the weeds and eliminate the roots to avoid future troubles. After exiting the Li family estate, Duan Lingtian removed the Li family crest from his clothes and put it into his spatial ring. Presently, the spatial ring was covered with a layer of dark gray metal by his equipment refinement technique. It didn't have the appearance of the past and looked like an ordinary ring that was extremely convenient to wear on his hand. After buying a horse and some rations for the journey at the trade market, Duan Lingtian set out to leave Aurora City. Aurora City, Triumph City, and Aqua Mist City formed a triangle that surrounded the misty forest. The distance from Aurora City to Triumph City wasn't shorter than the distance from Aurora City to the misty forest. Even if he rode a fast horse to Triumph City, it would still take him 8 or 9 hours. Duan Lingtian set out early in the morning and passed through the misty forest at noon, galloping towards the other end of the main road. At dusk, the outline of Triumph City appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Under his agitated mood, he spurred the horse beneath him to increase its speed and galloped out. Giddy up! Giddy up! Just at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard 2 voices from behind him, a male and a female. When he turned around to look, he noticed a youth and a young girl galloping towards him at lightning speed. The youth and young girl were around 17 years old. Their clothes were gorgeous, obviously of extraordinary birth. Fergana horses. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended onto the fine horses under the 2 people. As the 2 horses galloped, they were dripping with blood and sweat. In terms of speed, it wasn't something the horse under him could compare to. A Fergana horse is worth 10,000 gold, and it's priceless. Duan Lingtian's heart slightly moved. 10,000 gold was 10,000 taels of gold. In the Cloud Continent, 1 tael of gold was comparable to 100 taels of silver. In other words, a Fergana horse was worth 1 million taels of silver. Even the patriarchs of the 3 great clans of Aurora City weren't so extravagant. It could be guessed that this pair of youth and young girl didn't come from any of the 3 great cities around the misty forest. Could it be that they're from the county cities? The Crimson Sky Kingdom was divided into 18 counties and 18 county cities, and their scale was only below the imperial city. Under each county, there were 81 small cities. Aurora City was one of the thousands of small cities in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Halt! Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian stopped his horse and galloped it to the side of the main road. He didn't want to cause trouble. But sometimes, even if he didn't want to cause trouble, it didn't mean that others didn't want to cause trouble. Sister Ru, do you see that commoner in front? When he saw us, he was so scared that he hid on the side of the road. The youth who galloped wildly on his horse laughed heartily. He's afraid of being knocked flying by our Fergana horse. The young girl laughed as well. Sister Ru, how about we have a competition? The youth's gaze flickered as he asked. How? The young girl's interest was piqued. Let's compete on who gets to that commoner's side first and uses the horsewhip to knock him off his horse first. How about it? The youth laughed. All right. Giddy up. The young girl replied, and her horsewhip descended onto the Fergana horse. Instantly, the Fergana horse galloped like the wind. Sister Ru, you're cheating. The youth cried out in alarm and followed up. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't hear the conversation between the 2 of them. Duan Lingtian looked at the youth and young girl galloping over from afar. He planned to wait for them to pass before he set off on his own to avoid causing trouble. Unexpectedly, whoosh! The young girl took the lead and passed by his side first, causing a gust of fierce wind to arise. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Because he saw the horsewhip in the young girl's hand tremble as origin energy suffused the air. She actually swung the horsewhip towards him, flashing straight towards his face. Above the young girl, 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. A 17-year-old at the first level of the core formation stage. Whoosh! The horsewhip hadn't even arrived when he felt a gust of strong wind assault his face, scraping his face to the point it hurt. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Like a bolt of lightning, his hand grabbed out. The strength of close to 3 ancient mammoths exploded out. 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian's head. Slap. Duan Lingtian easily grabbed onto the horsewhip. The young girl obviously didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would be able to receive her whip. At the same time that she was stunned, she subconsciously wanted to pull back the horsewhip from Duan Lingtian's hand. Humph. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he exerted strength in his hand. Bang! The Fergana horse galloped away by itself. The young girl was thrown off the horse by Duan Lingtian and emitted a shrill cry. Sister Ru. Nay, the expression of the youth behind her changed greatly as he stopped the horse and flashed to the young girl's side in a few steps before helping her up. Third brother, it hurts. The young girl's face was pale. Lowly commoner, do you know who we are? The youth's face sank as he spoke with an incomparably cold and indifferent voice. I don't know and I'm not interested in knowing. Duan Lingtian frowned as he spoke indifferently. You're courting death. The youth's expression changed greatly as his figure flashed out. In the blink of an eye, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the youth's head, displaying his cultivation. 3rd level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian was slightly moved. A 17-year-old 3rd level of the core formation stage, this talent was simply even more abnormal than Xiao Yu's. Bang! The youth dashed out with a speed as fast as lightning and struck out with his palm, striking the horse under Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression changed as he used the horse's momentum to fly down. The horse emitted a shrill cry as it flew out without a sound. Dead. Die. The youth's icy cold gaze condensed onto Duan Lingtian. Whoosh. His figure flashed like the wind as he struck out with his palm once again. Over 10 palm silhouettes condensed into one in the air before whistling down, enveloping Duan Lingtian. A high-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian's heart jumped. The youth's offensive martial skill wasn't inferior to Xiao Yu's sleeve dimension. Coupled with the youth's cultivation being a level higher than Xiao Yu's. Even Xiao Yu would find it difficult to receive a palm strike from the youth. You're unlucky to have encountered me. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he took a step forward to meet the youth. The strength of nearly 5 ancient mammoths exploded out, sword-drawing arts. Whoosh! A dark violet sword light followed like a shadow. Ah! The youth emitted a shrill cry as his body flew out with a bang, crashing into the distance in a sorry state as he rolled about in pain. A severed arm fell to the ground. Third brother. The young girl was stupefied. Grandpa, why? The young girl cried out sorrowfully as her voice sounded out. Instantly, Duan Lingtian clearly saw an aged figure abandoning his horse and dashing out from behind the main road in the distance, within Duan Lingtian's field of vision. This figure went from the size of an ant to the size of a fist, and it was still gradually enlarging, closer and closer. Not good. Duan Lingtian's face went grim as he realized the strength of this person. He stomped on the ground and descended onto the youth's Fergana horse. Flee! Duan Lingtian's legs clamped onto the horse's waist as he spurred the horse out, dashing like the wind. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he glanced at the nearby Triumph City, then turned around to look at the old man who was getting closer and closer. Now, he could only hope that the old man would take the youth's injuries into consideration and reattach the youth's severed arm. Otherwise, he would die without a doubt. This old man's speed far surpassed the Li clan's grand elder, Li Tai. He wasn't even slower than Aqua Mist City's He clan's supreme elder, He Zhu Dao. Obviously, this was a nascent soul stage expert. At the same time that he spurred the horse out, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with nervousness and uneasiness. What he was most afraid of now was the old man abandoning the youth and chasing after him. With the old man's strength, once the old man caught up to him, it would be impossible for him to survive. Quick, quick! Duan Lingtian's legs unceasingly clamped onto the Fergana horse's waist as his heart burned with anxiety. Although the Fergana horse's speed was twice as fast as his previous horse. Chapter 89. Quick. 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 Now, Duan Lingtian wished for nothing more than to grow a pair of wings and directly fly into Triumph City. As long as he entered the city, he would be safe. Finally, under Duan Lingtian's perturbed and fearful gaze, the old man stopped, obviously going to look at the youth's injuries. Who? Duan Lingtian heaved a long sigh of relief, and only now did he notice that his clothes were already drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, he had a feeling as if he had suddenly ascended from hell to heaven. Although the old man didn't chase after him, Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate and rode the Fergana horse directly into the city. As soon as he entered the city, he heard the pedestrians exclaim in surprise. Look! It's a Fergana horse again. Could it be that the Fergana horse that passed by earlier was his as well? Duan Lingtian heard the discussions of the crowd. He frowned, then directly jumped off and took the opportunity to leave when everyone's gazes descended onto the Fergana horse. He blended into the endless stream of people and disappeared without a trace. Could it be that it's popular to throw Fergana horses everywhere? That's a Fergana horse that's worth 10,000 gold. That youth just threw it away like trash. Many people were dumbstruck. Who? Right at this moment, everyone's gazes descended onto the direction of the city gate. An aged figure pulled out a string of afterimages and instantly arrived in front of the Fergana horse. Did you see that violet-clothed youth that rode his horse into the city? The old man's gaze was like lightning as it swept past the surrounding crowd, causing everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. He went that way. Someone pointed towards the direction Duan Lingtian left. Who? The old man's figure vanished into the crowd. So fast. Too fast. I'm a core formation martial artist at any rate, but I can't even grasp his figure. He's probably an origin core martial artist. I've seen the Zhong family's second elder, Zhongying, attack. Zhongying is a 7th level origin core martial artist, but his speed doesn't seem to be so fast. The crowd clamored. Duan Lingtian took 7 or 8 detours, circling more than half of Triumph City. Only when the sky turned dark did he finally relax. Now, I need to change out of this set of clothes, or else it will be too obvious. Duan Lingtian looked at his clothes and thought to himself. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed a figure walking towards him. Looking at the figure, it was a young man about the same height as him. Father and mother will definitely be very happy. From tomorrow onwards, I will be a servant of the Zhong family. I will have a salary of 10 taels a month. The young man muttered to himself and hummed a little tune as he walked into the alley. However, he soon quieted down. It was as if his throat was being gripped. Under the moonlight, the dark purple sword flickered with a cold luster. Spare me, hero. I don't have money. I really don't have money. The young man was so scared that he closed his eyes and said in horror. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Who wants your money? Take off your clothes. Duan Lingtian said. Ah. Hero, you want to. The young man's body trembled and his voice trembled. Cut the crap. Take off your clothes. Duan Lingtian said impatiently. Yes. The young man nodded and quickly took off his outer clothes. Duan Lingtian took off his clothes and changed into the young man's clothes. However, after he changed his clothes, he found that the young man had taken off his pants and was leaning against the wall. His naked buttocks were facing him and his body was still trembling. Hero, you must be gentle. This is my first time. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. What kind of person did this guy think he was? Even if he wanted to rape, he didn't have to find a man to do it with, right? Scram. I only want your clothes. Duan Lingtian kept his sword and kicked the young man's naked buttocks. The young man cried out in pain and said with an aggrieved face, Hero, you should have said so earlier. Woo woo. My innocence, do I look like that kind of person? Glaring at the young man, Duan Lingtian muttered and left the alley. Triumph City's night market was similar to Aurora City's and was quite lively. After buying a mask from a night market stall and finding a remote place to put it on, Duan Lingtian headed for Ghost Shadow's stronghold in Triumph City. Tang Ying had told him in advance where Ghost Shadow's stronghold was, so he quickly found it. He walked in and arrived in front of the counter. Behind the counter was a young woman around 22 or 23 years old. She had an enchanting body like a water snake and a pair of majestic jade peaks that were ready to burst out. Coupled with her cold face, it formed a sharp contrast. Seeing Duan Lingtian wearing a mask, the woman wasn't surprised, as if it was a common occurrence. Wang Clan, outer court disciple, Wang Zhen. Duan Lingtian looked at the woman and lowered his voice, pretending to be hoarse as he spoke. 10,000 taels deposit, confirmed in 3 days. The woman's voice was incomparably cold, without the slightest trace of emotion. Duan Lingtian had already taken out 10,000 taels of silver from his storage ring and placed it on the counter, then turned around and left. He had already learned of Ghost Shadow's rules from Tang Ying. After leaving Ghost Shadow's stronghold, Duan Lingtian circled the surroundings once more. After confirming that he wasn't being followed, he took off his mask and smashed it with a palm strike. Immediately after, he went to the downtown area of Triumph City to eat some barbecue before finding a nearby inn to stay in. 2 Fergana horses, a nascent soul stage powerhouse. Recalling what he encountered outside of Triumph City today, Duan Lingtian's heart sank. To be able to have a nascent soul stage powerhouse escort them, the identity of the young man and young woman was definitely not simple. It was very likely that they were members of a large family in the county city. However, only that young man and young woman recognized my appearance. Thinking of this, he let out a sigh of relief. After thinking for a while, he went to buy some rouge and face powder. In his previous life, as a mercenary, Duan Lingtian was proficient in various concealment techniques, including disguise. After spending half an hour, Duan Lingtian's handsome cheeks changed, becoming very ordinary. Not bad, my skills haven't fallen behind. Looking at himself in the mirror, Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. At first glance, one couldn't see any traces of makeup on his ordinary cheeks. This face belonged to the type that couldn't be found in a crowd. Now, even if they see me again, it's impossible for them to recognize me. After finishing his makeup, Duan Lingtian temporarily felt at ease. Early the next morning, taking advantage of the fact that the innkeeper was still drowsy and dozing off, he directly checked out of the room. If he wanted to completely conceal himself, he must not leave behind any traces. This innkeeper had seen his true appearance last night. Walking out of the inn, Duan Lingtian openly found a restaurant to eat breakfast. The steaming hot breakfast caused his appetite to be greatly aroused. I wonder who's so ruthless that he even dared to cut off the arm of the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor above Triumph City. I heard that the patriarch went to the Wang clan and Zhong clan early in the morning. He probably wants to use their strength to find the culprit. Supposedly, the culprit is a young sword cultivator around the age of 16 with a cultivation at the 3rd level of the core formation stage. He wears violet clothes and has a handsome appearance. But, how do we find him? Duan Lingtian was drinking milk in large mouthfuls and eating breakfast when he heard the discussion at a nearby table. It was 3 young men that were a little over 20 years old. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. He naturally guessed that the culprit they spoke of was him. However, although he guessed that the background of the 3 people from yesterday wasn't small, he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Swallow Mountain County had a vast territory that encompassed 81 cities. Among them included Aurora City, Triumph City, and Aqua Mist City. Swallow Mountain County was one of the 18 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the county governors of the 18 counties were all existences that held great power and influence. Supposedly, the 18 county governors were all void stage powerhouses. Void stage powerhouses were existences that surpassed nascent soul stage martial artists. Their strength was shocking, and they were also called demigods. They were able to rely on the strength of their fleshly body to fly. That youth is the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor? Duan Lingtian realized that he'd caused trouble, and it was huge trouble. However, he didn't regret it. If he could do it all over again, he would still do it the same way. Luckily, this is Triumph City, and it's very far from Aurora City. There ought to be no one who suspects me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he thought in his heart. In the following 3 days, the entire Triumph City was alarmed by the big movements of the 3 great clans. There was only one goal: to find the culprit that cut off the arm of the county governor's son. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian once again saw the young girl. The young girl had an icy expression as she followed a group of people, searching everywhere for his whereabouts. However, even though he'd met the young girl face to face, she didn't recognize him. Duan Lingtian believed the current him, unless it was Kerr or his mother, Li Ro, no one else, including Li Fei, would be able to recognize him even if they met him face to face. He was extremely confident in his ability to disguise himself. Late at night, Duan Lingtian once again bought a mask from the night market. After putting it on, he once again arrived at the ghastly shadow stronghold in Triumph City. It was still that enchanting and icy cold young girl that received him. Wang family, Wang Zhen, how's the confirmation? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. 200,000 silver. The girl's voice was icy cold. Only a body-tempering stage martial artist, so expensive? Duan Lingtian was dazed. Based on the price he heard from Tang Ying, a 9th-level body-tempering stage martial artist was at most 100,000 silver. Going deep into the Wang family estate is extremely risky. The girl's icy cold voice sounded. Here's 190,000 silver. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything as he took out the silver he prepared and passed it to the girl. The girl accepted the silver and nodded. When do we make a move? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. Tonight, the target will definitely die. Hearing the girl's words, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smile, but it was blocked by the mask. He left the ghastly shadow stronghold and found another inn to stay in. He had a plan in his heart. Tomorrow morning, after eating breakfast, he would leave Triumph City. The next day, Duan Lingtian found a restaurant to eat breakfast. He originally thought that he would be able to hear some rumors, but he didn't expect that the thing that caused the hubbub was still the matter of the county governor's son. According to Tang Ying, as long as it's a mission that the ghastly shadow has accepted, they have never failed, so there shouldn't be any problems. Chapter 90. Duan Lingtian had just walked out of the restaurant. The discussion of the 2 youths that brushed past him fell into his ears. Alas, I didn't expect that Wang Zhen wouldn't be able to hold on. Yeah, even the patriarch couldn't tell why his injuries would suddenly relapse. He died just like that. Wang Guang and the others died for nothing. Although we know it was the Aurora City's Li clan that did it, we don't know who it was. Humph. That person from the Li clan is really lucky. Duan Lingtian laughed. Lucky? However, the actions of Ghastly Shadow were really quite nimble. He couldn't help but be astonished by the methods of Ghastly Shadow. Listening to the discussion of the 2 Wang clan disciples, it was obvious that even the patriarch of the Wang clan didn't notice that Wang Zhen was murdered and only thought that he died from his old injuries relapsing. Duan Lingtian went to buy a horse and spurred it out of the city. At the city gate of Triumph City, there were 3 groups of people checking the people leaving. From the badges on the clothes of these 3 groups of people, it could be seen that they were from the 3 great clans of Triumph City: the Zhong clan, the Wang clan, and the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian saw the young girl again. The young girl was also helping to check the people lining up to leave. Very quickly, it was Duan Lingtian's turn. Eldest miss, is it him? The middle-aged man beside the young girl glanced at Duan Lingtian and asked. Eldest miss? Duan Lingtian was dazed. This middle-aged man had the Lu clan badge on his clothes. He was obviously a member of the Lu clan of Triumph City. In that case, the young girl that swung her horsewhip at him a few days ago was the daughter of the Lu clan's patriarch? If this was the case, then everything could be explained. Before, Duan Lingtian felt it was strange that the son of the county governor would come to a small city like Triumph City. Compared to the county city of Swallow Mountain County, Triumph City was only a small rural town. So it was because of this young girl. It's not him. Lu Ru's gaze examined Duan Lingtian for a while before she shook her head. Let's go. The middle-aged man coldly glanced at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't get angry. He spurred his horse and left Triumph City with a smile on his face. Although there were some complications, the matter could still be considered satisfactory. The journey back was rather smooth. He rushed back to Aurora City before dusk. Although he had only been away for a few days, Duan Lingtian was eager to return home. He went straight home, picked up Kerr, and spun around. Kerr, I missed you so much. Duan Lingtian put down the blushing girl and smiled softly. He's forgotten his mother now that he has a wife. At some point, Li Ro also came out of the room. She shook her head and sighed. Duan Lingtian was a little embarrassed. He quickly went over to hold Li Ro's hand and remedied, Mother, I also miss you very much. All right, don't be mushy. You probably haven't eaten a proper meal on the way back. Mother will go cook for you. Li Ro shook her head and smiled, then went into the kitchen. Madam, I'll help you. Kerr also wanted to go into the kitchen. However, Duan Lingtian pulled her back. Kerr, don't you miss me? Kerr nodded like a chick pecking rice. Of course I miss you. However, Sister Feifei also misses young master. Young master, you should go see her. When young master comes back, I will help madam prepare the meal. Silly girl. Duan Lingtian's heart warmed as he hugged the girl. Kerr was always like this. She always put him first. When Duan Lingtian arrived at Li Fei's house. You still know to come back? When Li Fei saw Duan Lingtian, she glared at him. You don't want me to come back? Then I'll leave now. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He smiled and turned to leave. Don't leave. Li Fei took a few steps forward and blocked Duan Lingtian's way. However, the moment she blocked Duan Lingtian's way, Duan Lingtian opened his arms and pulled her into his embrace as if he could predict the future. Li Fei's delicate body trembled. I miss you. Duan Lingtian's mouth pressed against the girl's earlobe. He licked it and said softly. The girl's body froze as if she was struck by lightning. Cough cough, at this moment, a cough came from behind. Duan Lingtian's expression froze. He wondered if the old man was doing it on purpose. Grandpa. Li Fei blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at the old man. Grandpa. Duan Lingtian turned around, chuckled, and greeted the old man. Lingtian brat, I heard that you left for a few days. Where did you go? Li De narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. I didn't go anywhere. I just walked around the fog forest to see if I could find a spirit fruit that could increase the strength of the physical body. Duan Lingtian found an excuse. Do you think that kind of spirit fruit fell from the sky? Li De was speechless. He had also heard that Duan Lingtian ate the spirit fruit, causing his physical body to transform and gain the strength of two ancient mammoths. However, in his opinion, this kind of spirit fruit was something that could only be found by chance. Grandpa, the spirit fruit that I got back then really fell from the sky. It even smashed a bump on my head. Duan Lingtian continued to speak without thinking. Li De's expression froze, and he was slightly embarrassed. That was a coincidence. It was absolutely a coincidence. Very quickly, Li De changed the topic. Lingtian brat, I saw the spirit sword you helped Kerr refine. It's not bad, surpassing ordinary grade 9 spirit weapons. However, it's still far from a grade 8 spirit weapon. Do you need Grandpa to help you raise the grade of your spirit swords to grade 8 spirit weapons? Grandpa, you probably don't just want to help us raise the grade of our spirit weapons, right? Duan Lingtian saw through Li De's thoughts and laughed in ridicule. Li De's face flushed red. Scoundrel. Grandpa wants to get some violet meteorite from you to help me raise my spirit weapon to grade 8 spirit weapon. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. I was only joking. If Grandpa wants it, I naturally won't refuse. Grandpa, I'll go get my mother's and Ker's swords for you right now. Duan Lingtian directly returned home and gave the 3 violet myrtle flexible swords to the old man. Extravagant, too extravagant. The old man looked at the 3 flexible swords and clicked his tongue. Lingtian brat, where did you get these violet meteorite from? When I was in Fresh Breeze Town, I bought them from the weapon shop. I think I spent 200 taels. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. 200 taels? The corners of the old man's mouth twitched, and only after a long time did he spit out 2 words. Dog shit luck. The old man took the 3 swords back to his room as if he had obtained a treasure and went to work. Duan Lingtian once again sneak attacked Li Fei and pulled her into his arms. He laughed mischievously. Little Fei, did you miss me these past few days? I didn't. Li Fei's face and ears flushed red. You really didn't? Duan Lingtian's hands moved dishonestly on Li Fei's hot body. Don't move. Then tell me honestly, did you miss me? I did, I didn't hear you clearly. I did. That's enough, stinky rascal. Hee hee, then I'll show you what a rascal is, the wolf is coming. Ah. I don't want it. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei did not notice. At this moment, outside the courtyard, the white-clothed youth who had been standing there for a while walked away. Duan Lingtian, even if the family doesn't punish you, I will kill you sooner or later. Just you wait. Li Qing's eyes were red, filled with hatred and jealousy. His heart was almost twisted. Hey, isn't this Li Qing? Suddenly, 2 youths walked over from not far away. The gray-clothed youth in the lead looked at Li Qing with a smile. Lian, you better get lost, don't provoke me. Li Qing's face darkened as he shouted in a low voice. Li Qing, do you really think you're still the same as before? In my eyes, the current you is just trash. Lian sneered and said in disdain, now, in the Li clan's younger generation, only Duan Lingtian can be my opponent. You're not worthy. You're courting death. Li Qing's expression was ferocious as his figure flashed and pounced towards Lian's swimming dragon steps. Dark nether finger. Li Qing pointed out with his finger, flashing straight towards Lian. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths exploded out. Humph. You're not the only one at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. Lian sneered and took a step forward. Above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Bang! Lian directly moved forward and blocked Li Qing's finger with a punch. Its momentum didn't decrease in the slightest as it smashed onto Li Qing's body, blasting Li Qing flying. Li Qing, if your dark nether finger wasn't crippled, even if I broke through to the 2nd level of the core formation stage, I still wouldn't be a match for you. Unfortunately, trash will always be trash. Don't even think of standing up again in this lifetime. Lian arrived beside Li Qing and sneered. Li Qing's face was ashen, and he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes even emitted dense hatred. Lian. Duan Lingtian. He wouldn't let any of them off. Remember, your grandfather is already dead. You don't have anyone to rely on in the Li clan anymore. Next time, don't be so arrogant in front of me, or else I'll beat you up every time I see you. Lian threatened before leaving. Li Qing struggled to stand up, took a deep breath, and made a decision. He went back to pack his things, took the inheritance left behind by his grandfather, Li Tai, and left the Li clan. He left with hatred in his heart. When Duan Lingtian heard that Li Qing had left the Li clan, he was slightly surprised. Although he didn't have the slightest good impression of Li Qing, needless to say, Li Qing's actions still caused him to feel slight admiration in his heart. Not everyone had the courage to leave the large tree that was the Li clan and wander the world. Once he did this, it meant that he would have to start all over again. Without anyone to rely on, he could only rely on himself for everything. What he didn't know was that Li Qing had coincidentally gone to Triumph City when he left this time. Even to the extent that, 5 days ago, the son of our Swallow Mountain County's county governor had his arm cut off outside of Triumph City. Violet-clothed youth? Sword cultivator? 16 years old? Duan Lingtian just happened to not be in the Li family at that time. I can be sure that it was him. After Li Qing left the Li clan, he rode his horse aimlessly and just happened to arrive at Triumph City. He heard about the recent events that had caused much discussion in Triumph City. Perhaps, this is an opportunity for me. Li Qing's eyes shone. Very quickly, Li Qing arrived at the Lu clan's mansion. I know who cut off the arm of the county governor's son. A single sentence allowed Li Qing to move unimpeded in the Lu clan and smoothly see the person he wanted to see. In the spacious audience hall, the well-dressed youth sat at the head of the table, his face slightly pale. On both sides of the well-dressed youth stood a young girl and an old man. You know who injured my young master? Chapter 91. How formidable was a nascent soul martial artist? The old man's aura descended onto Li Qing's body, pressuring Li Qing to the point his body trembled and his face went pale. But Li Qing still gritted his teeth and persevered. As far as he was concerned, this bit of pain was nothing compared to the humiliation Duan Lingtian and Lian gave him. Not bad, second level of the core formation stage, able to forcefully withstand my aura without taking a step back. Not to mention your natural talent, this tenacity is extremely rare. What's your name? The old man glanced deeply at Li Qing. I'm called Chou Shui. According to the plan in his heart, Li Qing made up a name. From today onwards, he wasn't Li Qing anymore, but Chou Shui. Chou Shui. Using this to remind himself of the bloodthirsty hatred he bore. Chou Shui, I'm the third son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei San. Do you really know who severed my arm? The youth that sat at the head looked down at Li Qing from above. Although his severed arm was barely reattached, it wasn't as nimble as before and was already unable to execute martial skills. Such a blow caused these past few days to feel like years to him, and living was worse than death. He wished for nothing more than to immediately find the culprit and execute him. Third young master, if I'm not wrong, the person that severed your arm struck out with his sword extremely quickly, swift like lightning, and the sword entered its sheath as soon as it left its sheath. Is that so? Li Qing looked at Pei San as he asked. Who is he? Pei San's eyes lit up and his face flushed red as he became excited. So long as you tell me who he is, 10,000 gold, a group of beauties, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, cultivation methods, martial skills. I can reward you with anything. Third young master, I don't want any of these. Li Qing slowly shook his head. Then what do you want? Pei San suppressed the excitement in his heart and his face sank. I want to follow by third young master's side and return to the county city together. As long as my cultivation breaks through to the origin core stage, I'll surely tell third young master who severed your arm and where he came from. Li Qing's gaze flickered as he stared at Pei San. Humph, you're quite the schemer. Seeing that I'm eager for vengeance, you're certain that I'll help you step into the Yuan Dan stage at all costs, right? Pei San's face turned cold. He knew what Li Qing was thinking. Li Qing was silent. That was exactly what he was planning. In his opinion, as long as he stayed by the side of this county governor's son and had his full support, he would definitely be able to step into the origin core stage in the shortest amount of time. Within Swallow Mountain County, the strongest power was none other than the county governor's office. If he had the full support of the county governor's mansion, it would only be a matter of time before he stepped into the primal core realm. At that time, he would return to the Li clan and kill Lian. As for Duan Lingtian, he would humiliate and torture him before handing him over to Pei San. How dare you? The old man's gaze turned cold. Since you already know the identity of my young master, then you should know the methods of our county governor's estate. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you on the spot. You can kill me, but your young master will never find the murderer again. Facing the old man's aura, Li Qing remained calm and fearless. Do you really think I don't dare kill you? The old man took a step forward and struck out with his vast palm. Origin energy blossomed and slapped onto Li Qing's body, causing Li Qing to be blasted flying. Li Qing landed on the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. I was really sure that you wouldn't dare kill me. Humph. The old man's face sank as he looked at Pei San. Very good, very good. Pei San was so angry that he started laughing instead. He said to the young girl beside him, Sister Ru, arrange for someone to take him to recuperate. Yes, third brother. The young girl complied and went to arrange. In a short while, only Pei San and his servant remained. Young master, are you really going to take him back to the county city? The old man frowned slightly. Grandpa Huai, I can tell that for a fugitive like blood enmity, it would be impossible to pry open his mouth even if he was tortured. Why don't we take advantage of the situation and take him back to the county city? After we return to the county city, we can investigate his background. If we can find the murderer because of this, then he would have no value. If we can't find the murderer, then we will fulfill his wish. When he steps into the primordial core stage and finds the murderer for me, that will be the day he dies. A cold light flickered in Pei San's eyes as he spoke of his plan. He was the dignified son of the Swallow Mountain County's county chief. How could he allow others to threaten him? In his heart, the other party was already a dead man. Young master is wise. The old man nodded. This was the best method. Aurora City, Li family's mansion. In a room within a spacious courtyard. Wang. Behind the screen, a fully naked young man stood up from the bathtub. The defensive chi on his body raged like gusts of strong wind that whistled past. Greater teleportation has finally been cultivated to the mastery stage. The young man's face revealed a satisfied smile. He walked out of the bathtub, put on dry clothes, and walked out of the courtyard. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Once he entered the courtyard, the young man's figure flashed as if he had transformed into a nimble spirit serpent, incomparably fast. In a moment, he coiled around a large tree and soared up. In a moment, he swept across the ground, extremely agile. Hiss hiss, on the trunk of the large tree, two little pythons, one black and one white, looked at the young man's figure flashing with interest. Their sharp eyes revealed docility and infatuation. Suddenly, the young man stood up and took a step forward. Dragon's finishing touch. In an instant, the young man's hands danced like the wind, sometimes forming a fist, sometimes forming a palm. Origin energy whistled, and it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Whoosh! Right after this myriad of a mist, a finger condensed from origin energy instantly pointed out, and a piercing whistle sounded out as it landed on a stone pillar. Bang! Instantly, the stone pillar exploded with the point of impact as the center, causing stone fragments to swirl in the air. As expected of the offensive martial skill matched with the 9 dragons war sovereign technique's raging python form mental cultivation method. This dragon's finishing touch, in terms of might, surpasses Li Qing's dark mysterious finger and isn't inferior to Xiao Yu's universe in the sleeve. Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand and stood there, a trace of a smile appearing on his face. Dragon's finishing touch emphasized the use of whistling fists and palms to disrupt the opponent's line of sight, as if painting an eyeless dragon. Finally, an extremely powerful finger would be pointed out, directly striking the opponent's vital point. This move had the ingenuity of the dragon's finishing touch. Therefore, this martial skill was named Dragon's Finishing Touch by Emperor Wu of Samsara. Dragon's Finishing Touch fused with the high-grade profound-level martial skill cloud-piercing finger that Samsara Emperor Wu cultivated during his second lifetime. I fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and also inherited Samsara Emperor Wu's comprehension of cloud-piercing finger. That year, Samsara Emperor Wu's cloud-piercing finger was cultivated to the perfection stage. Therefore, I only spent half a month's time to cultivate Dragon's Finishing Touch, which is superior to the cloud-piercing finger, to the mastery stage. Duan Lingtian smiled with satisfaction. Presently, The might of the dragon's finishing touch had already completely surpassed the Xing-Yi fist that he was most proficient in, the collapsing fist. At this moment, only a month had passed since the last gathering of geniuses. Presently, the 3 high-grade profound-level martial skills that I've cultivated, Dragon's Finishing Touch, Greater Teleportation, and Spirit Serpent Movement Technique, have all stepped into the mastery stage. However, among them, only Dragon's Finishing Touch has touched the threshold of the perfection stage. When Duan Lingtian thought up to here, he even more diligently cultivated Dragon's Finishing Touch. Strike while the iron is hot, there will surely be a miraculous effect. Duan Lingtian, you're really diligent. No wonder you have such a shocking cultivation at such a young age. Right at this moment, a burst of hearty laughter sounded from outside the courtyard. Duan Lingtian heard the sound and looked over. He saw a figure standing outside the courtyard. It was precisely Lin Qi. Why have you come? Duan Lingtian welcomed Lin Qi into the courtyard and asked curiously. Duan Lingtian, a few days ago, a few guests from Aqua Mist City's He clan came to our Lin clan. One of them is the #1 youth of the He clan. Originally, it wasn't a big deal, but after this person defeated my brother in a spar, he arrogantly said that there was no one in our Aurora City's younger generation. Today, he even arrogantly set up an arena in the northern part of the city and challenged the younger generation of Aurora City. Meng Quan was also defeated by him. Lin Qi explained the reason for his visit. I came this time to ask you to teach him a lesson and let him know that there is always someone better than him. Could it be that even Xiao Yu isn't his match? Duan Lingtian stared blankly. Lin Qi smiled bitterly. Xiao Yu left half a month ago to visit his family. Let's go. Duan Lingtian nodded and left the Li clan mansion with Lin Qi. If he had only inadvertently heard of this matter, he wouldn't have cared and wouldn't have fought for the so-called glory of Aurora City. The reason why he went was because of his friend, Lin Qi. Arriving at the northern part of the city, Duan Lingtian saw a simple combat arena. Currently, the combat arena was surrounded by people. Among them, there was no lack of young martial artists from the Li clan, Duan Lingtian. Soon, many people recognized Duan Lingtian and their eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian is here, he can definitely defeat this guy from Aqua Mist City's He clan. That's for sure. This guy from the He clan took advantage of the fact that our Aurora City's Xiao Yu wasn't here to be so arrogant. Now that Duan Lingtian is here, let's see how he continues to be arrogant. Duan Lingtian, I support you, kill him. The surrounding crowd was incomparably enthusiastic. This made Duan Lingtian feel somewhat flattered. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian saw that on the combat arena, a person was knocked out of the combat arena and fell towards him. Li Zhong. Duan Lingtian recognized the youth who fell and raised his hand to grab his shoulder, allowing him to steadily land on the ground. Li Zhong was a bit embarrassed. After seeing that the person who saved him was Duan Lingtian, his gaze was complicated. Thank you. Taking a deep breath, Li Zhong said sincerely. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly and patted Li Zhong's shoulder. Are you all right? I'm fine. Li Zhong shook his head. You're Duan Lingtian? Aurora City's current #1 genius on the Hidden Dragon ranking? At this moment, on the combat arena, a blue-clothed youth looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in disdain. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. You! The blue-clothed youth flew into a rage out of humiliation. Duan Lingtian, Aqua Mist City's He clan's He Jun, officially challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Do you dare to accept the challenge? The surrounding crowd's gazes all fell onto Duan Lingtian. Humph. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. His legs shook as he borrowed the force to ascend onto the combat arena. Duan Lingtian, go for it. Duan Lingtian, defeat him. Duan Lingtian, I love you, ah. Chapter 92. Qi. He Jun sized up Duan Lingtian for a moment and sneered, is there no one else in Aurora City? A 16-year-old kid can be ranked first in the Hidden Dragon list and become the #1 person in the younger generation of Aurora City? Idiot, so what if he's 16? Talk about it when you can defeat Duan Lingtian. Exactly, don't be unable to even withstand a single move from Duan Lingtian when the time comes. That would truly be embarrassing. Someone in the crowd made fun of him. He Jun's face sank. Looks like they're quite confident in you. He Jun looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian still didn't reply, as if he didn't hear He Jun at all. Kid, I'm talking to you. He Jun's face sank. It was the first time he was disregarded like this. Even though they haven't fought yet, their realms have already been determined. Duan Lingtian is worthy of being the number 1 person in the hidden dragon list. Even if Empty collapses in front of him, his expression won't change. Yeah, unlike this He Jun who's flustered and exasperated. In terms of bearing, he's not on the same level as Duan Lingtian. On the same level? You think too highly of him. I think he's thousands of miles away from Duan Lingtian. Hearing the ridicule of the crowd, He Jun's face became more and more unsightly. Let's see how long you can pretend for. He Jun was enraged. His figure trembled like a rock spreading its wings as he flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This He Jun was obviously a second-level core formation martial artist as well. Whoosh! Seeing He Jun flashing over, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. No wonder He Jun was able to defeat Lin Zhua, he had some ability. His movement technique was the same as his, a high-grade profound rank movement technique at the mastery stage. Watch me send you flying with 1 punch. He Jun shouted out explosively as his fist flashed out like a cannonball. Fist images whistled as they blasted towards Duan Lingtian. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian stood in the same spot, unmoving like a mountain. Even when He Jun was in front of him, he still had a calm expression. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian moved. Dragon painting. Duan Lingtian's hands danced as elemental energy filled the air. In the eyes of the surrounding people, including He Jun, Duan Lingtian's hands were not dancing randomly. It was as if they were following some kind of mysterious trajectory. Break. He Jun's gaze turned cold. His fist was like a collapsing mountain, smashing towards the palm and fist shadows that Duan Lingtian had created. Soon, his expression changed. That was because he realized that his punch had hit nothing but air. He didn't even touch his opponent. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Above his head, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, finishing touch. Duan Lingtian's finger flashed out, penetrating through the layers of mist that were suffused with origin energy, and a piercing howl that was deafening resounded out. His finger tapped onto He Jun's fist, instantly shattering his defensive chi barrier. Ah! He Jun emitted a shrill cry as he was blasted flying, falling onto the ground in an incomparably sorry state. His left hand tightly clasped onto his right hand. He noticed that one of his finger bones had shattered, and the heart-piercing pain caused his body to start trembling. He Jun consumed a grade 8 gold injury pill in a panic, then looked at Duan Lingtian with a fearful expression. In his eyes, this 16-year-old youth was no different than a demon. Too terrifying. Duan Lingtian is so strong. Supposedly, when Duan Lingtian defeated Xiaoyu, he used the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Today, he only used the strength of 3 ancient mammoths to defeat this He Jun. Obviously, Duan Lingtian was holding back. This He Jun probably can't even defeat Xiaoyu. The number 1 disciple of Aqua Mist City's He clan's younger generation is only a so-so. The crowd was in an uproar. One must keep a low profile. If you don't have any ability, then don't go around setting up arenas. Duan Lingtian ignored He Jun. Under numerous gazes of admiration and reverence, he leaped off the arena and kicked the support at the side of the combat arena. Hua! Instantly, the combat arena collapsed with a bang. He Jun was buried within. He Jun crawled out in a sorry state, his face covered in dust, like a refugee. Ha 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 ha! Instantly, the crowd roared with laughter. Amidst the loud laughter, He Jun's expression was unsightly as he dashed away. Ha! Duan Lingtian, formidable. Lin Chi came to Duan Lingtian's side and gave him a thumbs up, as if he was even more excited than himself winning. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, another two people came to Duan Lingtian's side. Li Zhong and Li Xiao. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian looked at Li Zhong and asked in puzzlement. Hurry up and speak. Li Zhong glared at Li Xiao and reprimanded. Li Xiao's body trembled as he looked at Duan Lingtian with trepidation. Duan Lingtian, I apologize for what I did to you in the past. I hope you can forgive me. Louder, did you not eat? Li Zhong snorted coldly. He did not give any face to this brother of his. All right, let bygones be bygones. Duan Lingtian waved his hand and smiled. This Li Zhong's character was not bad. Thinking back, the conflict between him was all because of his brother Li Xiao. Slap. Li Zhong slapped Li Xiao's head. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank me. Thank you, thank you. Li Xiao smiled bitterly and hurriedly said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Xiao indifferently and walked out with Lin Chi. The crowd automatically opened up a path for them. The gazes that fell on Duan Lingtian were filled with reverence. Looking at Duan Lingtian and Lin Chi's figures from afar, the crowd came back to their senses. He's too powerful. He defeated He Jun from the He clan in one move. As expected of the young genius who defeated Xiao Yu and is ranked first on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Duan Lingtian is only 16 years old. I'm sure that in the next 2 years, he will still be ranked first on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Nonsense, I'm sure of that too. In the restaurant, Duan Lingtian and Lin Chi sat opposite each other. Duan Lingtian was originally preparing to go home, but Lin Chi forcefully dragged him to the restaurant, saying that he had something to say to him. What do you want to say? Why come to a restaurant? It's so grand. Can't you just say it on the way? Duan Lingtian looked at Lin Chi. Duan Lingtian, what plans do you have? Lin Chi went straight to the point. What plans? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I'm asking you what plans you have for the future. Lin Chi smiled bitterly. I don't know for now. Duan Lingtian shook his head and thought in his heart. Hearing Lin Chi say this, he couldn't help but recall the Iron Blood Army's genius camp he heard about last time. 5 months from now would be the day of the genius camp test. Duan Lingtian, although you're considered to be a member of the Li family, you're a disciple with another surname after all. In the Li family, you'll at most be an elder, and the position of patriarch is destined to have no fate with you. Lin Chi continued. You fellow, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Duan Lingtian scolded with a smile. Then I'll be frank. Lin Chi took a deep breath and slowly said, half a month ago, my aunt came back once and heard about you. She's very interested in you. Pooh. Duan Lingtian's face trembled when he heard this, and he spat out the rice he hadn't swallowed yet onto Lin Chi's face. F***K. Lin Chi, although I'm not against a relationship between an older woman and a younger man, this kind of relationship that crosses generations is really not suitable for me. You should ask your aunt to find someone else. Duan Lingtian said in all seriousness. Lin Chi was dumbstruck. After coming back to his senses, Lin Chi wiped off the rice and saliva that Duan Lingtian spat on his face and scolded with a smile, You fellow, can you stop thinking in that direction for everything? My aunt got married long ago, and her son is already over 10 years old. Wasn't it you who said that your aunt was interested in me? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Was he thinking too much? She's interested in your natural talent and comprehension ability. Lin Chi rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. Why didn't you say so earlier? Duan Lingtian shook his head and continued to eat with his head lowered, sweeping away the food like a whirlwind. My aunt is the person in charge of the Purple Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County. Lin Chi said. So what? Duan Lingtian said as he ate. You couldn't have never heard of the Purple Tulip Trading Company, right? Lin Qi looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at an alien. Seeing Duan Lingtian nod his head, he was completely speechless. Just how uninformed was this fellow? The Purple Tulip Trading Company is one of the 3 great trading companies of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Their businesses are spread throughout 6 of the 18 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, including Swallow Mountain County, Lin Qi introduced. Wait. You're saying that this Purple Tulip Trading Company occupies 6 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and your aunt is the person in charge of one of the counties? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. That's right. Lin Qi had a face full of pride. Even though my aunt's natural talent in the martial Dao is average, she has a mind for business. Early on, she obtained the favor of the president of the Purple Tulip Trading Company, and later on, she slowly rose to her current position. The restaurant we're eating at now is one of the businesses of the Purple Tulip Trading Company. In addition, the businesses of the Purple Tulip Trading Company can be said to be pervasive, even to the extent that they can be found in remote small towns. As long as it has the prefix Purple Caltrip, Golden Flower, or Agarwood, it is one of the businesses of the Purple Tulip Trading Company. Lin Qi continued speaking as if he was very familiar with it. Agarwood? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. So the largest Agarwood restaurant in Fresh Breeze Town was one of the businesses of the Purple Tulip Trading Company. I'm not interested in doing business. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Who asked you to do business? Lin Qi said angrily, my aunt is interested in you because of your natural talent in the martial Dao and comprehension ability. At the same time that the Purple Tulip Trading Company's wealth is comparable to that of a nation, it has naturally been coveted by many people. Therefore, the Purple Tulip Trading Company has cultivated many experts to be in charge of protecting the properties of the trading company. My uncle is the commander of the guards of the Purple Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County. He is an emptiness realm expert, and even the Swallow Mountain County's county governor has to treat him with respect when he sees him. Lin Qi finished speaking in one breath. Your aunt wants me to become a guard of the Purple Tulip Trading Company? Duan Lingtian's gaze was strange. My aunt said that as long as you are willing to join the Purple Tulip Trading Company, the Purple Tulip Trading Company will unreservedly cultivate you. In the future, you might even have the opportunity to take over my uncle's position and become the commander of the guards of the Purple Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County. Lin Qi looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. In other words, even if I go to the Purple Tulip Trading Company, I will only be a commander of the guards until I die? Duan Lingtian was full and put down his bowl and chopsticks. Commander of the Guards. Chapter 93. It means the same as the guard commander. Duan Lingtian explained. Do you know what the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company represents? Lin Qi was slightly exasperated. Represents what? Duan Lingtian was slightly curious. The Violet Tulip Trading Company only has a total of 7 guard commanders, and every guard commander is an emptiness realm expert. While they protect the Violet Tulip Trading Company, they can also obtain many resources from the Violet Tulip Trading Company, such as Grade 7 medicinal pills, Grade 7 spirit weapons, and wealth that they and their families can never finish spending in their lifetime. Lin Qi was slightly excited. Are you done? That's all? Duan Lingtian asked. Are you done? That's all? Seeing Duan Lingtian's calm expression, as if he didn't care in the slightest, Lin Qi couldn't help but stare. This is something that you can't obtain even if you're an elder of the Li clan for your entire lifetime. What, it still doesn't attract you? Go back and tell your aunt that I'm not interested. Duan Lingtian shrugged and lightly smiled. You really intend to be an elder of the Li family for your entire lifetime? Lin Qi was dazed. Who said I want to be an elder of the Li family? Duan Lingtian shook his head and slowly walked away, only leaving behind a sentence for Lin Qi. My ambition isn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Ambition isn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Lin Qi was dumbstruck. He would occasionally dream of becoming the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company, or the county governor of one of the 18 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and he would always wake up from his dream with a smile. As far as he was concerned, these were all his extravagant hopes. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, he directly said his ambition wasn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This was simply not putting the things he dreamed of in his eyes. Perhaps, it's precisely because he has such lofty ambitions that he was able to have such a cultivation at such a young age. Compared to him, I'm simply a frog at the bottom of a well. The corners of Lin Chi's mouth held a bitter smile. At this moment, he seemed to have understood many things. But Duan Lingtian didn't know. Because of what he had just said, Lin Chi's life had undergone an earth-shaking change. Of course, this was all in the future. Duan Lingtian's life gradually returned to peace. He spent his days cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique, Dragon's Finishing Touch, Spirit Serpent Movement Skill, concocting medicinal liquids, and refining medicinal pills, in private. Today, he would flirt with Kerr, and tomorrow, he would flirt with little Fei. His days were rather carefree. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In the past 3 months, Duan Lingtian's strength had undergone a tremendous change. His cultivation had advanced from the first level of the core formation stage to the second level of the core formation stage. Moreover, he'd completed the process of tempering his fleshly body with origin energy and was charging towards the third level of the core formation stage. The offensive martial skill, Finishing Touch of the Dragon, had been cultivated to the perfection stage. With the help of a large amount of Blood Lingji's medicinal liquid, his defensive martial skill, Greater Shift, had also entered the realm of perfection. Instead, it was the movement technique, Spirit Serpent Movement Skill, that Duan Lingtian seemed to have fallen into a bottleneck that was difficult to break through and was unable to break through. As for Kerr, her cultivation had stepped into the third level of the core formation stage half a month ago. The high-grade profound rank sword skill, Freezing Sword, that came with Han Bing's God's Sword technique had been cultivated to the mastery stage. The defensive martial skill, Substitution, had been cultivated to the perfection stage. The movement technique, Profound Steps, had been cultivated to the perfection stage. Kerr's natural talent and comprehension ability in the martial Dao had once again shocked Duan Lingtian. As for Li Fei, Duan Lingtian gave her the other spirit containment pill that he'd refined that day, allowing her to disperse her origin energy and recultivate a top-grade cultivation technique. The top-grade cultivation technique he passed down to Li Fei was the Sun Moon Star technique. It was the cultivation technique cultivated by a close friend of Samsara Emperor Wu's in his first lifetime, Star Emperor Wu, and was on par with Han Bing's God's Sword technique and Demonic Beauty Divine technique. In terms of martial skills, Li Fei had previously cultivated high-grade profound rank martial skills, so Duan Lingtian didn't pass them down to her. After Li Fei recultivated, her cultivation had stepped into the second level of the core formation stage and was about to break through to the third level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian had once asked his mother, Li Ro, about her cultivation. But Li Ro only smiled every time, revealing all sorts of mysteries that even Duan Lingtian was unable to find out. However, Duan Lingtian was sure. His mother's cultivation had absolutely far surpassed before. Duan Lingtian sat in his courtyard and played with the 2 little pythons on the table. During these 3 months, the 2 little pythons had swallowed many medicinal pills that Duan Lingtian had refined, and their strengths had improved as well. They'd both stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage and were only a step away from the origin core stage. 2 little freaks. Looking at the 2 little pythons, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Who would have thought that in his family, the strongest wasn't him and Kerr, nor was it his mother, but rather these 2 variant little pythons. Half a month ago, Duan Lingtian had once brought the 2 little pythons deep into the misty forest to test their strength. With great difficulty, he finally found a 9th level core formation fierce beast that wasn't afraid of the little python's aura, but it was actually easily pierced through and died. The horn on top of their heads completely ignored the fierce beast's tough leather armor. Rascal! Suddenly, a voice sounded from outside the courtyard. A young girl with a hot figure wearing light violet clothes walked into the courtyard in large strides and sat across from Duan Lingtian without being courteous as she started playing with the 2 little pythons. Rascal, accompany me to the misty forest. Why? Duan Lingtian's gaze completely descended upon the young girl's well-developed pair of jade peaks, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he asked. Stinking rascal, where are you looking? Li Fei glared at Duan Lingtian and said, I just broke through, so I want to go find those fierce beasts to try. You broke through? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Yeah. Li Fei nodded and smiled. Grandfather said that my rapid improvement was all thanks to the high-purity origin-increasing pills you refined. If it was an origin-increasing pill refined by an ordinary alchemist, even if I cultivated the solar moon star technique, I would still need at least half a year to break through to the third level of the core formation stage. Of course, don't you know who I am? Duan Lingtian laughed complacently. In terms of medicinal efficacy, an origin-increasing pill with a purity of 90% or above is at least 2 times stronger than the origin-increasing pills sold in the Aurora City's trade market. Under the circumstances that the absorption speed is the same, if you consume the Saint Origin pill I refined, your cultivation speed will be 2 times faster than someone who consumes an ordinary origin-increasing pill. I know you're amazing, egomaniac. Li Fei angrily scolded Duan Lingtian. She still remembered that when she found out about the medicinal efficacy of the origin-increasing pill refined by Duan Lingtian, her grandfather was stunned for a long time before actually cursing out loud. That was the first time in her entire life that she saw her grandfather lose his composure like that. When she found out from her grandfather what an origin-increasing pill with a purity of 90% or above represented, she was shocked as well. According to her grandfather's words, an origin-increasing pill in the Aurora City's trade market was worth 5,000 silver. If the origin-increasing pill refined by Duan Lingtian were to be sold, just one pill would be able to fetch at least 100,000 silver. Kerr is cultivating, so let's not disturb her. Let's go. Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei. After greeting his mother, Li Ro, Duan Lingtian looked at the 2 little pythons that were eagerly looking at him. He glared at them and said, You 2 little fellows, stay at home obediently. If you dare to follow me, I'll turn you 2 into a pot of snake soup. As long as he brought the 2 little pythons into the dense fog forest, he could forget about encountering any ferocious beasts. Unless it was some high-level ferocious beasts, the other ferocious beasts would sense their aura from afar and hide. The 2 little pythons nodded their heads in grievance, as if they could already understand the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Then, they scuttled up the big tree in the courtyard and anxiously watched as Duan Lingtian and Li Fei left. Hiss hiss, after a short while, they forgot their worries and became cheerful again as they scuttled around the big tree. Duan Lingtian had already come to the dense fog forest no less than 10 times. He was very familiar with the place. Rascal, let's go deeper this time. Li Fei was a little excited as her face flushed red. You can go deeper, but you must not leave my line of sight. After entering the dense fog forest, Duan Lingtian's expression became serious as he said vigilantly. Got it. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. At the beginning, she found it hard to understand. This young man was reckless and fearless outside, but once he entered the dense fog forest, he became cautious and cautious. Now, she was already used to Duan Lingtian's vigilance. However, she did not know that this was completely Duan Lingtian's instinct. This was an instinct that he developed from his previous life special forces and mercenary career. Once he entered the forest, his nerves would quietly be tense and he would be vigilant of his surroundings for safety. In his previous life, because of this instinct, he escaped death no less than 10 times. Something's not right. After entering the inner area for a long time, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei did not see even a single ferocious beast. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, 2 extremely fast figures swept across the sky and floated above Duan Lingtian and Li Fei's heads. These were 2 travel-worn middle-aged men. Both of them were dressed in black. One of them had a stiff face and no fluctuations in his expression could be seen. The other person had an ugly appearance and was greedily staring at Li Fei with a lustful gaze. Emptiness Realm Expert. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. He never thought that an Emptiness Realm expert would appear in the dense fog forest. An emptiness realm expert was an existence that was above the nascent soul realm. Fly. There really are people who can fly. Li Fei's expression was sluggish. Although she had heard of emptiness realm experts and knew that they could fly, she still couldn't help but be shocked when she saw it with her own eyes. Soon, she noticed the lustful gaze of one of the two people and frowned slightly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and stood in front of Li Fei. He stared at the emptiness realm expert without fear. How dare a mere ant stop me from looking at a beauty? Humph. The emptiness realm expert snorted coldly. He condensed his voice into a line and blasted it into Duan Lingtian's ears. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's eardrums vibrated. Pooh! Duan Lingtian's face turned ghastly pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just a snort was enough to injure Duan Lingtian. Rascal! Li Fei's expression changed and she quickly went to help Duan Lingtian. I'm fine. Chapter 94. You are courting death. The emptiness realm expert's face darkened as the raging aura on his body surged. A terrifying aura swept out and pressed down on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. His body trembled as he resisted the emptiness realm expert's aura. He didn't dare to move. Otherwise, Li Fei would definitely be affected. Humph. I'd like to see how hard an ant like you is. The emptiness realm expert sneered. The aura pressing down on Duan Lingtian suddenly rose. The pressure on Duan Lingtian's body had doubled. Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank. He gritted his teeth and resisted the pressure, remaining as motionless as a mountain. The emptiness realm expert's eyes turned cold as killing intent rose in them. At this moment. Enough, Sun Rui. Don't create unnecessary trouble. If you mess up the important matter, the sect leader won't forgive you. The other emptiness realm expert frowned and said coldly. Brat, remember this. In front of me, you are just an ant. If I wanted to kill you, it would be no different from stepping on an ant. I don't want to kill you. The emptiness realm expert destroyed Duan Lingtian's self-esteem with his words. Duan Lingtian's body trembled slightly. A cold light shot out from his eyes as if he was about to devour someone. Let's go. The two emptiness realm experts rose into the air and flew far away. Boom. Finally, Duan Lingtian couldn't hold on anymore. He fell limply to the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The aura of the emptiness realm expert was extremely powerful. It wasn't something he could withstand. Just now, he had been holding on for so long. He couldn't hold on any longer. Rascal, you are injured. Li Fei's face turned pale. She was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She took out a grade 8 gold injury pill in a flurry and fed it to Duan Lingtian. After taking the pill, Duan Lingtian regained his breath. His eyes stared in the direction where the two emptiness realm experts had left. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. He wasn't a person who liked to cause trouble. However, if someone bullied him, he wouldn't let it go. Right now, his strength was indeed inferior to his opponents. However, he was still young and had the capital. Moreover, he had fused with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. In his opinion, he would be able to catch up to Emperor Wu sooner or later, or even surpass him. At that time, he would make the other party regret what he had done today. Sun Rui? I'll remember it. Duan Lingtian engraved this name in his mind. This was the second person who made him want to kill since he came to this world. The first was Duan Lingxing from the imperial city's Duan clan. It was also because Duan Lingtian's current fleshly body was extremely formidable, and merely the strength of his fleshly body was comparable to the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. So, after consuming the 8th grade gold injury pill and using his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal effects, his injuries had more or less recovered. At this moment, Li Fei stood to the side and stared at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were as gentle as water. Earlier, when facing those two void stage experts, she was extremely afraid in her heart, and her legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to move in the slightest. Right when she felt the most helpless, Duan Lingtian stood in front of her, like a fearless guardian god that shielded her from the wind and rain. He would rather be injured than allow others to harm her. Her heart began to tremble slightly. At this moment, she felt, this man was worthy of her and trusting her entire life to. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's nose twitched as if he smelled something, and his gaze focused slightly as he looked towards the distance. His figure flashed out and flashed over. Li Fei revealed a puzzled expression and followed after him. Duan Lingtian noticed. Behind the nearby bushes lay a person. More accurately speaking, it was a corpse. This was a young man whose entire body was covered in injuries, and he held a jade slip in his hand. The origin energy on his body could be vaguely seen gradually dissipating, and the wounds that were stopped by the origin energy gushed out dazzling fresh blood that flowed all over the ground. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was able to smell the stench of blood and even notice him. Li Fei turned her head around when she saw this bloody scene, and her face was pale. This jade slip seems to be. Duan Lingtian picked up the jade slip, and through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he found out what it was and fused his origin energy into it. A voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Fated person, I'm the Boundless Sect's young sect leader, Shangguanyu. Please be sure to take good care of the jade sword in my spatial ring. If you're able to cultivate to the void initiation stage in the future, you can go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and get in touch with the owners of the other 8 jade swords. Then head to the Sword Monarch's treasure and use the 9 jade swords to open the treasure vault and obtain a great fortune. My boundless sect suffered a calamity of annihilation because of this jade sword. Besides that, if you have the chance to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I hope you can give the voice transmission jade slip in my spatial ring to the solitary peak and hand it over to a reclusive old man called Shangguan Yan, out of consideration for the fact that I gave you this sword. Shangguan Yu thanks. Flowing lights flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard this, and he was slightly excited. Duan Lingtian had heard of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Crimson Sky Kingdom he resided in now was a subordinate kingdom of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to the memories of the rebirth Martial Emperor, there were some martial emperors and martial emperors who liked to place some treasures in a certain place. Then, they would place restrictions on the treasures and distribute the keys, allowing the later generations to fight for them. To them, this was a game. Emperor Wu of Samsara had played this sort of game many times in the past as well. The treasures that Emperor Wu of Samsara originally planned to leave behind for his 3rd lifetime were all hidden in the foreign lands, and to the current me, it's far beyond my reach. But this Sword Monarch's treasure is in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it's very practical and readily available. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. A person that was able to be called a Sword Monarch was surely a Martial Monarch stage sword cultivator. Even though the Martial Monarch stage was a level inferior to Emperor Wu's stage, the treasures he left behind would surely be extremely precious. He removed the spatial ring on the young man's hand and dripped blood to establish ownership. Duan Lingtian was slightly pleasantly surprised. I never imagined that he was an alchemist as well. Look at this pile of precious materials that he collected, he ought to be a grade 7 alchemist. Not bad, these materials can save me a huge sum of money. This jade sword is one of the keys to the Sword Monarch's treasure. There's also this voice transmission jade slip. Duan Lingtian withdrew the jade slip and fused his origin energy into it. The voice once again entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Grandfather, the Boundless Sect is gone. Father and all the elders have died in battle. The one that annihilated the Boundless Sect was the Black Fiend's sect. This voice transmission jade slip was precisely the jade slip that the young man asked Duan Lingtian to give to the old man. Looks like that Sun Roy is a member of the Black Fiend's sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with cold lights. As far as he was concerned, Sun Roy and the other void stage expert had surely come to pursue Shangguan Yu and seize the jade sword. Rascal, what are you daydreaming about? Li Fei's voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to return to his senses. The voice of the voice transmission jade slip could only be heard by the person who fused his origin energy into it, so Li Fei didn't know what had happened. Nothing, I feel that he's rather pitiful. Duan Lingtian shook his head, then lit a fire and cremated the young man's corpse. Little Fei, do you want to go back and rest? After so many things had happened, Duan Lingtian was slightly worried about Li Fei. Rascal, if you're tired and want to rest, we'll go back. Li Fei said softly. Duan Lingtian also noticed the change in Li Fei's attitude towards him. Looks like the hero saving the damsel in distress is always the strongest method to pick up girls. I'm fine, let's go ahead and take a look to see if there are any ferocious beasts suitable for you to hunt. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei continued to go deeper. During this time, they encountered many ferocious beasts, but the stronger ones were all killed by Duan Lingtian, leaving only a few ferocious beasts below the 4th level of the core formation stage for Li Fei. The more Li Fei killed, the more she enjoyed herself. Unknowingly, the sky had darkened. Looks like we can only stay here for the night. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were few. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei lay side by side on the thick trunk of a large tree as they looked up at the sky. Rascal, although I've heard that void stage experts can fly with their fleshly body, I thought it was just a rumor. I never expected that all of this was true. Li Fei's tone was slightly complicated. Some things may not be groundless. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Weren't you afraid of those 2 void stage experts today? Li Fei asked again. I was. Duan Lingtian said honestly. An emptiness realm expert would be able to kill him with just a wave of his hand. If he said he wasn't afraid, it would be a lie. Then you still protected me. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and said softly. Isn't it right and proper for a man to protect a woman? Moreover, don't forget that you're my fiancé. Of course I have to protect you. Not to mention void stage experts, even if a martial monarch or Emperor Wu came, I would still stand out to protect you at the first possible moment. Duan Lingtian smiled. Martial monarch? Emperor Wu? Li Fei was stunned. Obviously, she had never heard of it. A martial monarch is an existence that surpasses void transformation stage experts. As for Emperor Wu, he surpasses martial monarchs and is the strongest existence on Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian explained. How do you know? Li Fei was slightly surprised. You'll know after reading more books. Duan Lingtian smiled. What kind of joke was this? He had inherited the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, so he naturally knew these things clearly. You said void transformation stage experts? What level is that? Li Fei was slightly curious. Little Fei, remember well. Above the nascent soul stage is the void stage. And the void stage is divided into 4 stages, the void prying stage, the void initiation stage, the void interpretation stage, and the void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian slowly explained. So that's how it is. Li Fei nodded lightly. Rascal, I've really underestimated you. So you know so much. Of course, don't you see who I am? Duan Lingtian was slightly complacent. Bah. I only praised you a few times and you're already arrogant. Li Fei said angrily. Little Fei, Don't call me rascal in the future. It's too unpleasant. Then I'll call you scoundrel in the future. Scoundrel? You actually called me scoundrel? I'll let you see if I'm a good scoundrel or a scoundrel. Ah. What do you want to do? Of course it's to prove that I'm not a scoundrel. Scoundrel, don't. Little Fei, I want you, no. You're not willing to give it to me? Not these few days, My period is coming. F***K. Just like this, Duan Lingtian climbed down from Li Fei's hot and delicate body while covered in dirt, but he still couldn't avoid touching her. Chapter 95. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian accompanied Li Fei to hunt fierce beasts for the entire morning. At noon, they left the misty forest and returned to Aurora City. After selling a pile of fierce beast pelts and parts for money, Duan Lingtian asked Li Fei to go back first while he went to the medicine store to look for Tang Ying. You came at the right time, I was just about to look for you these past few days. Tang Ying's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. The 6 treasures body tempering liquid has been sold out? No. I just concocted 2 large vats for you half a month ago. Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched. It's not the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, it's the blood crescent inscription. Tang Ying laughed. Blood crescent inscription? Your ghastly shadow organization doesn't seem to have any big movements in Aurora City recently, right? Duan Lingtian had a vigilant expression as he looked at Tang Ying. You wouldn't have taken those blood crescent inscriptions I inscribed for you and sold them outside, right? Tang Ying laughed awkwardly. It's up to you how you want to deal with them, but you better not involve me. Duan Lingtian frowned. Don't worry, I only sold them to some of the people in charge within the ghastly shadow organization. As for you, I never mentioned it. Tang Ying said. How many do you want this time? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he asked. 30. Tang Ying pondered for a moment before speaking. You're really asking for an exorbitant price. But forget it, it's the last time I inscribed for you anyway. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said indifferently. The last time? Tang Ying was dazed, not understanding the meaning of Duan Lingtian's words. I'll be leaving Aurora City in a month. Duan Lingtian said. A month later? Tang Ying's eyes flickered and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. You plan to go to the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp to participate in Paladin Academy's exam? You even guessed it. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. This actually isn't hard to guess. Since you intend to leave, you're surely unwilling to continue staying in Aurora City. With your natural talent and comprehension ability, entering Paladin Academy is undoubtedly your best choice. Since you intend to leave in a month, you'll surely go to the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. Tang Ying faintly smiled. Aren't there other tests to enter Paladin Academy? How do you know I'm not going to participate in other tests? Duan Lingtian asked in confusion. There are other tests, but the places where those tests are carried out are all in the other 17 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In our Swallow Mountain County, only the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp has this option. Tang Ying said again. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Right, how much do you know about the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp? I heard that it's very cruel inside, and it can be said that there's only a slim chance of survival. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. The Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp is indeed cruel, but that's only for ordinary youths. For an abnormal person like you, as long as you know your place and don't go provoke those instructors, it'll be easy for you to survive a year. Tang Ying was very confident in Duan Lingtian. Instructors? Could it be the soldiers of the Iron Blood Army? Duan Lingtian was slightly curious. That's right, it's that group of lunatics from the Iron Blood Army, Tang Ying nodded. Lunatics? Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled. When you enter the Genius Camp in the future, you'll know why I call them lunatics. Tang Ying was rather fearful when he mentioned the people of the Iron Blood Army. Now that you mention it, I'm somewhat looking forward to it. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. Although relying on the lifetime memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, no matter which path he chose, he would surely be able to walk step by step to the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. But Duan Lingtian still chose the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. Besides the persistence he had towards his military career in his previous life, there was also another reason. Once he passed the Genius Camp's exam, he would be able to obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Paladin Academy was in the Imperial City. Duan Lingxing was also in the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a dense killing intent, and the aura on his body involuntarily swept out. Tang Ying felt Duan Lingtian's icy cold killing intent, and his expression greatly changed. This kind of killing intent was something even he didn't possess. He had at least over 100 lives in his hands, and he still hadn't nurtured such a terrifying killing intent. This kind of killing intent, I've only sensed it from one person. But, is that person someone this little guy can compare to? This little guy is only 16 years old, how could he possibly have this kind of killing intent? At this moment, Tang Ying only felt his scalp go numb. Although Duan Lingtian's current strength was far inferior to his, just this killing intent alone made him feel a pressure that came from the bottom of his heart. Even in the ghastly shadow organization, only one person was able to give him this kind of pressure with killing intent. That person was the number one assassin of the ghastly shadow organization, Mei. I should go. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Ying and lightly smiled. He came to find Tang Ying because he wanted to ask him about the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, and now his goal had been achieved. Wait. Tang Ying called out to him. Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Duan Lingtian, how about you don't go to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp, and I recommend you to our ghastly shadow organization's headquarters, how about it? With your natural talent, coupled with my recommendation, you'll surely be able to obtain the organization's key nurturing and become our ghastly shadow's ace assassin. Tang Ying's eyes narrowed as he suggested. As far as he was concerned, as long as Duan Lingtian joined the ghastly shadow, surpassing the current number one assassin, Mei, would be just around the corner. Be an assassin? Not interested. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said disapprovingly. Kid, you haven't experienced that kind of pleasure. Think about it, one day, even His Majesty, the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, would have to go pale when talking about you. That kind of feeling would be so satisfying that it would absolutely be the highest spiritual enjoyment. With your natural talent and comprehension ability, I believe it won't be long before you'll become a top assassin of our ghastly shadow organization. Tang Ying's voice was filled with temptation. Not interested. Duan Lingtian shook his head. You have such a piercingly cold killing intent on your body. You're simply a natural-born assassin. It's such a waste not to be an assassin. Tang Ying had an expression that said he was eager to cherish talent. Killing intent? You're talking about this? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an even more terrifying bloody killing intent swept out from his body and pressed down on Tang Ying's body. Tang Ying's face went pale as the origin energy around his body suffused, and only then did he barely block the bloody killing intent that whistled out from Duan Lingtian's body. Tang Ying was dumbstruck. This killing intent was even greater than their ghastly shadow organization's number one assassin, Mei. Tang Ying, only now did I realize that you're actually so senseless. Just based on this, you've determined that I'm a natural-born assassin? If you go kill a few more people, your body will naturally be tainted with this kind of killing intent. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Ying with disdain. You kid, I'm curious, how many people have you killed that you dare to show off your slight skill in front of me, the person in charge of Aurora City's ghastly shadow? Tang Ying was slightly embarrassed. I can't remember clearly. Adding everything together, it's at least over 10,000. Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly misty. Only after Duan Lingtian left did Tang Ying react. This kid really dares to speak without thinking. Over 10,000? Who would believe a little kid like him? Tang Ying didn't mind and only thought that Duan Lingtian was bragging. But he couldn't help but sigh. The ghastly shadow organization had lost a promising talent. After leaving the medicine store, Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Natural-born assassin? After all, the killing intent that originated from his soul was accumulated through the bloodshed of a mercenary in his previous life. Every time he went on a mission, if it was an assassination, the number of people who died by his hands was relatively small. If he carried out a large transaction in a certain area and used weapons of mass destruction, the number of people who died by his hands would range from a few dozen to a few hundred, or even a few thousand. When he said that he had once killed over 10,000 people, he was actually holding back. Walking into the Li family mansion, Duan Lingtian saw two people walking towards him. One was a youth around the age of 18, and the other was a young man around the age of 20. The youth was someone he was familiar with, Li Yuan. When Li Yuan saw Duan Lingtian, a trace of dread was emitted from between his brows as he lowered his head. He was obviously afraid of Duan Lingtian. The young man beside Li Wan noticed Li Wan's movements, and his gaze fell upon Duan Lingtian. Brother Yuan, who is he? You seem to be very afraid of him. Brother Guang, he's Duan Lingtian. The corners of Li Wan's mouth were filled with a bitter smile. If it was said that before the start of the family martial meet, he still had the confidence to battle Duan Lingtian. However, during the family martial meet, he personally witnessed Duan Lingtian defeat Li Kuang, and even defeat an inner court disciple at the core condensation stage. From that moment on, he knew that he no longer had the qualifications to compete with Duan Lingtian. Even when he met Duan Lingtian later on, he directly chose to admit defeat. Duan Lingtian? The number 1 of this year's Hidden Dragon ranking? Li Guang's eyes focused, and his interest was piqued. Duan Lingtian. Li Guang stepped forward and blocked in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned, and his gaze fell on Li Wan. What, Li Wan, what do you want? He naturally thought that it was Li Wan who asked this person to block him. After all, he didn't know this person. I don't want anything, Brother Guang, let's go. Li Wan had a bitter smile on his face. He knew that Duan Lingtian had misunderstood, so he hurriedly said to Li Guang. I heard that you stole my cousin's woman. Li Guang didn't pay attention to Li Wan, and instead looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Your cousin's woman? Duan Lingtian didn't react. Li Wan is my cousin. Li Guang coldly snorted. Li Wan, when did I steal your woman? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Brother Guang, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Wan's face flushed red. Brother Yuan, when did you become so timid? This isn't like you in the past. Li Guang frowned, then looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Do you have a girl called Ker by your side? She's the woman that my brother has taken a fancy to. If you know what's good for you, quickly leave her. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Li Wan was dumbfounded. When did he say that the girl beside Duan Lingtian was his woman? He had only casually mentioned and praised her, saying that the girl's beauty wasn't inferior to Li Fei's. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and they were piercingly cold as he looked at Li Wan. Duan Lingtian, I didn't say that. I really didn't say that. Li Wan was afraid, and he smiled bitterly. If you didn't say that, then he's speaking without thinking and slandering my Ker? Chapter 96. A dragon has a reverse scale, touch it and you'll die. Ker was Duan Lingtian's reverse scale. Noticing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Li Guang's eyes went cold as he shouted in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, so what if I spoke without thinking? Do you really think that you can look down on me just because you're the most outstanding youth in Aurora City? I don't know about others, but you. I really look down on you. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. You're courting death. Li Guang's face went ghastly pale as he shouted out explosively. Bang! Origin energy raged as he punched out. The sound of air being torn apart sounded out as he flew menacingly towards Duan Lingtian, as if he had the help of the gods. Above his head, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 4th level core formation martial artist. The moment Li Guang attacked, he used his full strength without holding back. 4th level of the core formation stage. No wonder you're so arrogant. Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly focused as he took a step forward and both his hands swept out. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, fist and palm silhouettes swept out as origin energy suffused the air, as if transforming into layers of overlapping mist. Suddenly. Whoosh! Finishing touch. Duan Lingtian pointed out with his finger, tearing through the air as piercing howls sounded out without end, landing on Li Guang's fist that was approaching menacingly as if it had the help of the gods. Instantly, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Lingtian's head as well. Ka! The clear sound of bones breaking sounded out. Ah! Instantly, Li Guang emitted a shrill cry as his body trembled and flew out 7 or 8 meters like an arrow that left the bow before crashing onto the ground in a sorry state. Subsequently, Li Guang could be seen holding onto his shattered finger bones as he heartbreakingly rolled on the ground. As if he would never know exhaustion, Li Wan was dumbstruck. Duan Lingtian stepped into the third level of the core formation stage. As far as he was concerned. In the past, because Duan Lingtian had consumed the spirit fruit, his physical body had the strength of 2 ancient mammoths more than the average martial artist. Presently, Duan Lingtian was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes. There was only one possibility. Duan Lingtian had stepped into the third level of the core formation stage. Brother Guang, are you okay? After regaining his senses, Li Wan walked over and helped Li Guang up. Duan Lingtian stepped forward and stopped in front of Li Guang. His eyes were cold as ice. If you don't have the ability, then keep a low profile. Remember my words, there's always someone better. With that said, Duan Lingtian left, ignoring Li Guang's gloomy expression and fiery eyes. A martial artist at the 4th level of the core formation stage was nothing to him now. Now that he, who was at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, exerted his full strength, he had the strength of 7 ancient mammoths, which was comparable to a 5th level core formation martial artist. Earlier, when he sent Li Guang flying, it was because he had held back and used less strength of an ancient mammoth. Otherwise, Li Guang's injuries would have been even worse. Duan Lingtian had just entered his house when the 2 little pythons flew over and landed on his shoulder. They flicked out their tongues and licked his cheeks in an extremely intimate manner. You 2 little fellows, it's only been a day and you've already missed me? Looking at the 2 little pythons, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. But in the next moment, his smile froze. Because he noticed that the 2 little pythons had leaped onto his hand and were eyeing the spatial ring on his hand. I thought you 2 really missed me. But I didn't expect that you 2 were actually eyeing the origin increasing pills in my spatial ring. Duan Lingtian jokingly scolded as he saw through the meaning in the eyes of the 2 little pythons. After taking out 2 origin increasing pills and tossing them to the 2 little fellows, Duan Lingtian let them play at the side. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian walked to the door of Ker's room and noticed that Ker was still cultivating. Only then did he return to his room. After consuming an origin increasing pill, he started cultivating as well. 9 dragons wore sovereign technique, raging python form. Presently, Duan Lingtian was charging towards the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Because of the uniqueness of the raging python form, after he stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage and completed tempering his body with origin energy, the strength of his fleshly body increased to a level comparable to the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Adding on the fact that his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, it added up to the strength of 7 ancient mammoths. Once he breaks through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he will possess the strength of 8 ancient mammoths. If he completes the tempering of his fleshly body at the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he will possess the strength of 9 ancient mammoths. At that time, his strength will completely crush a 6th level core formation martial artist and directly chase after a 7th level core formation martial artist. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of foul air and stopped cultivating. After walking out of his room, he noticed that the food was almost ready, so he sat at the table and waited. After a short moment, the whole family gathered around to eat. Mom, I plan to go to Iron Blood City with Xiao Yu in a month. Duan Lingtian ate a mouthful of rice as he spoke in a light voice. Are you going to the genius camp? Li Ro asked. Mom, how did you know? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Young master, big sister Fei Fei told us a long time ago. She said that during the last genius gathering, she noticed that you were extremely interested in the genius camp and that it was very likely that you would go, so she told me and Madam to be mentally prepared. Ker lightly smiled. A trace of warmth flashed within Duan Lingtian's heart. He never would have thought that Li Fei had already paved the way for him. He originally thought that he would have to appease the 2 beauties at home. Tian, you've grown up. You must take good care of yourself when you're outside. No matter what happens, you must place your safety as the #1 priority. Li Ro slowly said. Mom, I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Young master, Kerr can't bear to part with you. The young girl pursed her lips as she spoke in a light voice. Silly girl, I'm only going for a year. After a year, I'll definitely obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. At that time, I'll bring you and Mom to the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian smiled. He had already planned all of this. He would leave after a month. In the following month, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian also became busy. First, he helped Tang Ying inscribe 30 blood crescent inscriptions. Duan Lingtian didn't plan to take a single copper for these 30 blood crescent inscriptions, and only wanted a promise from Tang Ying. During the year he left Aurora City for Iron Blood City, he wanted to protect his family. Duan Lingtian, we're assassins, not guards. Tang Ying laughed bitterly. I originally wanted to take 3 million silver from you for the 30 blood crescent inscriptions, but now I won't take a single copper. Besides this, during the time I'm gone, we'll continue working together on the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. I'll let Kerr help me concoct it for you. Duan Lingtian slightly frowned. If you're unwilling, then forget it. I'll find someone else to work with for the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. And these 30 blood crescent inscriptions, I think the people from the Alchemist Guild and the Weapons Craftsman Guild will be very interested. Stop. I promise you. Tang Ying laughed bitterly, but in the end, he still chose to compromise. Only then did Duan Lingtian leave in satisfaction. Afterwards, he went to look for the Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao. He still remembered. Li Ao owed him a promise. Patriarch, that day at the clan's martial meet, you made me admit defeat to Li Qing, and you once made me a promise. Do you still remember? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Of course I remember. What, do you need my help with something? Li Ao asked. 1 month from now, I'll be heading to Iron Blood City and entering the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. I hope that during the time I'm not here, Patriarch can guarantee the safety of my family. Duan Lingtian said. You want to go to the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp? Li Ao frowned. Duan Lingtian, once you enter the Genius Camp, you will have a slim chance of surviving. Have you really thought it through? Duan Lingtian nodded. I promise you. Li Ao nodded in agreement. Aurora City, Alchemist Guild. Kid, I was just about to go look for you. Seeing Duan Lingtian arrive, Su Mo's face was full of smiles, and his face was glowing. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he said with slight surprise, Old man, you broke through? Chi. Su Mo raised his hand, palm facing upwards, and a golden alchemy fire flashed. I just broke through the day before yesterday. Congratulations. Duan Lingtian smiled. It's all thanks to you that I was able to break through. After becoming a grade 7 alchemist, I've already applied to be transferred back to the county city. In a few days, I'll be leaving, and there will be someone to take over the mess in Aurora City. When Su Mo spoke of the Aurora City's Alchemist Guild, his face was full of disdain. You said earlier that you were going to look for me, was it to say goodbye to me? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he was slightly surprised. That's right. Su Mo nodded, then asked, You came to look for me for something? I also came to say goodbye to you. 1 month from now, I'll leave Aurora City and head to Iron Blood City to participate in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp exam. After passing the Genius Camp's training, I'll obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian slowly said. Paladin Academy is a good choice. With your talent, it won't be difficult to make a name for yourself in Paladin Academy. Su Mo nodded. He already knew that everything Duan Lingtian did was to follow his master's instructions and undergo experiential learning, so he didn't dare to extend an olive branch to Duan Lingtian anymore. Old man, I hope we'll have the chance to meet again in the future. Duan Lingtian bid farewell to Su Mo and left the Alchemist Guild. Su Mo sent Duan Lingtian out the door, and a trace of heartfelt gratitude flashed through his eyes as he gazed at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure from afar. It was all thanks to Duan Lingtian that he was able to become a grade 7 alchemist in such a short period of time. Since they were about to part, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian didn't leave the Li family mansion. He properly stayed at home and accompanied Kerr and his mother. The day of parting drew closer and closer. "Fei, I'm going out for a moment." The old man's voice sounded from outside the room. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl in front of him with shining eyes, sizing up the young girl's hot figure from head to toe. "Little Fei, you can't run away today." Duan Lingtian pounced on her. In a short while, the young girl became a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The young man's breathing became hurried, and the desire that he had suppressed for several months was completely released. After more than an hour, the young man let out a low roar, and the rain stopped. Looking at the beautiful red rose on the sheet, the young man's mouth curled into a smile, his eyes full of gentleness as he took the young girl into his arms with a tender expression. The young girl frowned, seeming to be somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 97. Early in the morning, outside of Aurora City, 3 large horses galloped out. It was precisely Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan. "Once we arrive at Iron Blood City, we'll be able to see the young geniuses of Swallow Mountain County and the other 80 cities. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil." On the galloping road, Meng Quan grinned foolishly. "Yeah, Aurora City is only one of the 81 cities under Swallow Mountain County. There are 80 other cities that are similar to Aurora City, and they all surely have outstanding young geniuses. As for the county city, there are even more capable people." Xiao Yu deeply agreed. "No matter what, the purpose of our trip is to stand out from these people and become a member of the Iron Blood Army's genius camp." Duan Lingtian's gaze was firm. Currently, Duan Lingtian had already temporarily thrown the reluctance to part to the back of his mind. What he wanted to do was to enter the genius camp, survive well, and obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. At that time, he would bring Kerr, Li Fei, and his mother, Li Ro, to the Imperial City. And Li Fei's grandfather. "The journey is long, try not to cause too much trouble on the way." Xiao Yu had a serious expression as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian and Meng Quan both nodded. Especially Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but recall what happened outside of Triumph City that day. Luckily, the son of the county governor didn't pursue the matter to Aurora City. The 3 of them carefully traveled for a month before finally arriving at Iron Blood City. Although Iron Blood City was one of the 81 cities under Swallow Mountain County, it was different. Iron Blood City was the only city in Swallow Mountain County that didn't have to pay taxes to the county governor's estate. The taxes of Iron Blood City were all used to pay the Iron Blood Army. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he arrived outside Iron Blood City and looked at the city that was like an iron bucket. He would spend the next year at this place. So many people. Meng Quan's gaze fell on the city gate of Iron Blood City. There were groups of 3 to 5 youths galloping over from all the main roads. These people had obviously come for the genius camp test as well. Although the genius camp was cruel, there was still a chance of survival. If one could survive, then they would soar into the sky. There were still many people who wanted to take a gamble. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 followed the crowd and entered Iron Blood City. The road in front of him suddenly opened up. The endless stream of carriages and horses was bustling with noise and excitement. "We're finally here. Motherf * Kerr, I've been on the road for 2 months. This is the first time I've traveled so far. 2 months is already good enough. There are still people who need to travel for nearly 3 months. Let's go. Let's find a place to take a good bath. Motherf * Kerr, I'm so itchy." 2 youths rode past Duan Lingtian and the other 2. One of the youths complained all the way. 2 months? Meng Quan was dazed, then laughed bitterly. "We've only been on the road for a month, and even I can't take it. I didn't expect that there would be people more miserable than us." Of course, Iron Blood City is located in the east of Swallow Mountain County. Our Aurora City is fine, as it's located in the southeast of Swallow Mountain County. For those people who are located in the extreme west of Swallow Mountain County, they need to travel for at least 3 months before arriving at Iron Blood City. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled. During this 1 month of getting along with Xiao Yu, Duan Lingtian noticed a problem. Xiao Yu always had a cold expression when facing strangers. But when facing people he was familiar with, he was extremely casual. According to the words of his previous life, this was acting cool. No matter what, we've already arrived. Let's first find an inn to stay at, Duan Lingtian said. In next to no time, the three of them found a relatively clean inn to stay at. After resting for a few hours, the sky was already close to dusk. The three of them walked out of the inn and found a nearby restaurant to have a meal. During this 1 month, the three of them hadn't had a proper meal at the place. The restaurant's lobby was filled with people. Duan Lingtian's group of three was quite lucky, as a few people at a table near the window had just finished eating and left. There's really a lot of people. After Meng Quan sat down, he sighed with emotion. These few days every year should be the busiest time in Iron Blood City. Duan Lingtian sized up the surroundings for a moment and noticed that more than 60% of the people eating in the restaurant's lobby were youths. Moreover, most of them were wolfing down their food, obviously having not had a proper meal for many days. These people should be the same as them, young geniuses that had just arrived at Iron Blood City. In next to no time, 2 waiters came over and cleared away the leftovers on the table. Let's have a proper meal today, Xiao Yu said with a smile. Suddenly, 4 youths arrived before the table of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. You 3 hurry up and move aside. We want this table. One of the youths in blue had thick eyebrows and large eyes, and his voice was like muffled thunder. Duan Lingtian indifferently glanced at the blue-clothed youth and didn't pay attention to him. Xiao Yu was also too lazy to pay attention to him. On the other hand, Meng Quan's face sank as he angrily said, "On what basis? We've already taken this table. If you want a seat, wait for the others to finish eating." Kid, do you know who we are? The other youth in blue had an ominous glint in his eyes. Who you are has nothing to do with me. I only know that this table is ours. Meng Quan argued with reason. You 3 really want to go against our Yu clan? Our Yu clan is one of the 5 great clans of the county capital. It's not something that a small clan from a small city like yours can compare to. The gray-clothed youth berated. A great clan from the county capital? Meng Quan's face slightly changed. To Meng Quan, the 3 great clans of Aurora City were already considered colossi, not to mention a great clan from the county capital. That was simply a huge sin. That's right, we're the disciples of the Yu clan. Seeing the change in Meng Quan's expression, the gray-clothed youth was slightly complacent. Waiter, give us your restaurant's best signature dish. Duan Lingtian dug his ears as he looked at the waiter in the distance and instructed. Also give us 2 bottles of good wine. Xiao Yu had a cold expression as he coolly added. Yes, customer. Hearing this, the waiter hurriedly went to prepare. Didn't you hear what I said? The gray-clothed youth's face changed as he angrily stared at Duan Lingtian. The expressions of the other 3 youths beside him were extremely unsightly as well. Xiao Yu, tell me, how can there be such an annoying creature like a fly in this world? Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Yu and pretended to be surprised as he asked. Who knows, maybe they were born to be cheap. Xiao Yu cooperated. That makes sense. Meng Quan, what do you think? Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Quan. Meng Quan was only from a small clan after all, and when he heard that these youths were from a large clan in the county city, he couldn't help but be astonished. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu being fearless, he was infected and took a deep breath before recovering. I think that makes sense as well. You're courting death. The gray-clothed youth's face changed greatly as he slapped out with his palm. Origin energy skyrocketed as it flashed towards Duan Lingtian, the instigator. Above him, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 3rd level core formation martial artist. Meng Quan's face changed. Humph. Xiao Yu snorted coldly as he flicked his sleeve, and origin energy suffused his sleeve as he moved to intercept the gray-clothed youth's palm strike. Above Xiao Yu's head, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes similarly appeared, sleeve dimension. Bang! The gray-clothed youth's body shook as he felt his arm go numb. He temporarily lost all feeling and only recovered after a short moment. Xiao, you broke through to the third level of the core formation stage. Meng Quan exclaimed in surprise. I broke through a month ago. Xiao nodded. Kill them. The gray-clothed youth's face was gloomy as he shouted out explosively and pounced towards Xiao. Instantly, the other three youths attacked at the same time, flashing out with a vast momentum. F***K off. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he abruptly shouted out explosively and stood up abruptly. He casually swung out his arm without even using a martial skill. It was like a python's tail sweeping out. Instantly, 6 dazzling and resplendent ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Bang! A terrifying force gushed out from his arm and flashed towards the 4 youths that approached menacingly. Instantly, the 4 youths were like the wind as they flew out and landed on the ground in a sorry state. 4th level of the core formation stage. The restaurant's lobby was in an uproar. Gazes of disbelief descended onto Duan Lingtian as their hearts trembled. Oh my god, this youth looks to be only 16 or 17, but he's actually a 4th level core formation martial artist. Which city did he come from? Which clan did he come from? Could it be that he's a member of a large clan from the county city? Impossible. Didn't you hear these 4 people say that they're members of the county city's clan? If he's a member of a large clan from the county city, then with his natural talent, how could these 4 people not recognize him? The county city's clan has really lost face this time. The crowd discussed animatedly. Many people had mocking expressions as they looked at the 4 youths that were struggling to stand up. 4th level of the core formation stage. The 4 youths' expressions were unsightly as they looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that revealed fear. If you still don't F***K off, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he swept the 4 youths one by one. Kid, the Yu clan won't let you off. The 4 youths' expressions went grim, and at the same time that they fled in a sorry state, they didn't forget to verbally threaten Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't mind and sat back down. You all are. Before long, Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiao and Meng Quan were staring fixedly at him, and he instantly felt uncomfortable. Duan Lingtian, you're simply a monster. You've broken through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage as well? As Meng Quan finished speaking, he lowered his voice. He knew that the strength of Duan Lingtian's fleshly body was extraordinary. As far as he was concerned, since Duan Lingtian was able to exert the strength of 6 ancient mammoths, he surely had broken through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. He didn't say yes, nor did he say no. Is there even a need to ask? He's surely broken through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Xiao glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he asserted. At this moment, he felt powerless in his heart. He originally thought that after breaking through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he would be able to compete with Duan Lingtian again. But now it seemed that Duan Lingtian had left him even further behind. This violet-clothed youth's natural talent is too shocking. Yeah, even our Swallow Mountain County's county governor's 3rd son, Pei San, has a natural talent that's inferior to his. I heard that Pei San originally planned to participate in the Genius Camp test this time, but because of an accident a few months ago, he didn't come. What accident? Could it be that you haven't heard? That Pei San had one of his arms chopped off by a sword cultivator outside of Triumph City. Although it was reattached later, he was unable to use any martial skills, causing his strength to be greatly reduced. Chapter 98. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Pei San, the 3rd son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, had an arm chopped off by him. Unexpectedly, the news had already spread by now. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. There was no such thing as an absolute secret in this world, not to mention such explosive news. Before long, the waiter served the dishes and wine. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 chatted as they ate. I've heard of Pei San, the third son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor. Supposedly, he broke through to the third level of the core formation stage before the age of 17 and is a famous young genius in Swallow Mountain County. Meng Quan's eyes flashed as he slowly spoke. Since the arm he used to execute martial skills was crippled, his life can be considered to be completely ruined. Xiao Yu said. Doesn't he still have the other arm? Meng Quan was stunned. Xiao Yu shook his head with a smile. Meng Quan was puzzled as he looked at the violet-clothed youth across the table. Duan Lingtian, what does Xiao Yu mean by this? Meng Quan. Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Quan and smiled. Which hand are you good at using to execute martial skills? Of course it's my right hand. Meng Quan said bluntly. Then which hand do you usually use when eating, holding chopsticks, or writing? Duan Lingtian asked again. My right hand as well, I've been used to it since I was young. Meng Quan didn't think before directly replying. Then that's right. For example, if your right hand was crippled and you were unable to execute martial skills, how long would it take for you to completely replace your right hand with your left hand? Duan Lingtian asked again. At this moment, Meng Quan seemed to have completely understood. A person's life was only a few tens of years. That Pei San, with his most important arm crippled, if he wanted to once again use his other hand to cultivate martial skills, or even change to a leg technique martial skill, he would surely have to spend an extremely large amount of time. In this way, the improvement of his cultivation base would be delayed. As time passed, even his peers who were slightly less talented than him in the past would leave him in the dust. Meng Quan couldn't help but click his tongue. I don't know who was so ruthless, cutting off Pei San's arm with one strike. That's the son of our Swallow Mountain County's governor. If he's found out, I'm afraid he'll die without a burial place. Xiao Yu didn't think much of it. It's been so long and I haven't heard that the county governor's manor has found the culprit. I guess they can't find him. That's true. Meng Quan nodded. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and ate his food unhurriedly. It was as if the conversation between Meng Quan and Xiao Yu had nothing to do with him. However, Duan Lingtian, you were really ruthless just now. Those 4 people from the Yu clan were directly sent flying by you. I'm afraid this matter will spread throughout Iron Blood City not long after. At that time, the Yu clan will really lose face. Xiao Yu glanced at Duan Lingtian and shook his head with a smile. Even if they lose face, it's because they brought it upon themselves. There are so many people eating in the restaurant, but they just had to target our table. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes with an indifferent expression. The Yu clan won't find trouble with us, right? Meng Quan was slightly worried. Meng Quan, you're worrying too much. Even if the Yu clan wants to find trouble with us, it would be a year later. The strength of the people from the Yu clan isn't bad and should be able to enter the genius camp. At that time, it's hard to say if they'll even be able to survive. As Xiao Yu finished speaking, a trace of killing intent flashed past his eyes. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows slightly twitched. He felt a trace of genuine killing intent from Xiao Yu's body. This was something that none of the young martial artists he'd encountered in the past had. Obviously, Xiao Yu had killed people before. Moreover, it wasn't just 1 or 2. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 left the restaurant. However, they were deeply remembered by the group of young geniuses in the restaurant. Especially Duan Lingtian. A 16 or 17-year-old 4th-level core formation martial artist. It was difficult for them not to remember him. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked around Iron Blood City's night market before returning to the inn to rest. Tomorrow, they would head to the Iron Blood Army's camp to register. Tonight, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate. He lay on the bed and recalled his experiences in the past year. He couldn't help but sigh. Now, I can be considered to have completely integrated into this world. A warm smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He thought of his mother, Li Ro, thought of Ke, thought of Li Fei. They were the people he cared about the most in this world. For them, he was willing to go against the entire world. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian fell into a deep sleep. He had a very long dream. In the dream, he was entangled with Kerr and little Fei, and then had many, many children, when his 9th child was born. Duan Lingtian. A voice that was like muffled thunder startled Duan Lingtian awake. F***K. Meng Quan, you've disturbed my beautiful dream. Duan Lingtian casually washed up, changed his clothes, and walked out of his room as he cursed. Meng Quan awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and laughed foolishly. Let's go register. At this time, Xiaoyu also came out. The east side of Iron Blood City had been divided into a vast area. This was the Iron Blood Army's camp. Now, at the entrance of the Iron Blood Army's camp, there were many lines like a long dragon. One by one, the youths lined up neatly. We're still too late. Meng Quan could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw the dense mass of troops. It doesn't matter if we're late, as long as someone didn't come late. Duan Lingtian looked into the distance, and a smile appeared on his face. Xiaoyu and Meng Quan were both puzzled. Let's go, someone has saved a spot for us. Duan Lingtian brought along Xiaoyu and Li Wuyo as he took the lead and squeezed his way to the front of the group. Hey! Have some manners, line up. Shame on you for cutting the line. Kid, I'm talking to you. Immediately, the group of youths, who were sweating profusely because of the line, couldn't help but shout at Duan Lingtian and the other two. Xiaoyu and Meng Quan were both a little embarrassed. Duan Lingtian, let's line up. Meng Quan said in a low voice. Duan Lingtian ignored Meng Quan, and instead looked at the few people who were shouting. He frowned and said, What are you shouting for? Which eye of yours saw me cutting the line? We came early in the morning, and our companions are still saving a spot for us. After hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the group of people who were shouting quieted down, but they looked at Duan Lingtian suspiciously. Xiaoyu and Meng Quan were both dumbfounded. Companions? How come they didn't know that they had companions? Hey! Brothers, thank you for helping us line up and save a spot, lunch is on me. At this time, Duan Lingtian had already reached the front of the line, and slapped the grey-clothed youth on the shoulder. Which bastard touched the grey-clothed youth shouted, but when he saw Duan Lingtian, he forcefully swallowed the word bastard back down his throat. You, brothers, thank you for your hard work. Duan Lingtian squinted his eyes, and smiled as he interrupted the grey-clothed youth's words, then looked at the 3 youths behind him and nodded. He seemed kind, but in Duan Lingtian's eyes, there was a trace of threat. These 4 youths were none other than the 4 family youths who were taught a lesson by Duan Lingtian at the restaurant yesterday evening. Xiaoyu and Meng Quan finally reacted, and secretly gave Duan Lingtian a thumbs up. Just like this, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 successfully cut the queue. The surrounding youths who were eyeing the grey-clothed youth saw no reaction, and naturally thought that Duan Lingtian and the other 2 were with him. Of course, there were also some youths who happened to be eating at the restaurant yesterday who recognized Duan Lingtian and the grey-clothed youth. But they didn't say anything. They had all seen Duan Lingtian's strength, and were afraid of getting into trouble. The grey-clothed youth's face was flushed red, and his heart was trembling. Motherf***Kerr, did I offend Taisui these 2 days? Why do I have to meet this fiend wherever I go? It's fine that I lost face at the restaurant yesterday, but this morning when I came to line up, he still cut the queue. But he didn't dare to say anything. Or else, he could imagine that his end would be even worse than yesterday. Du Shao, this guy is too much. The 3 youths behind the grey-clothed youth were filled with righteous indignation, but they only dared to use a mosquito-like voice to speak. Then what do you think we should do? Why don't you chase him away? Yu Shao rolled his eyes at his 3 companions. When the 3 youths heard this, they immediately acted as if they didn't hear anything. They looked left and right, maintaining their silence. After a while, it was Duan Lingtian and the other 2's turn. After filling in the simple registration information, the 3 of them each received a number plate. Duan Lingtian's was number 137. Xiao Yu's was number 138. Meng Quan's was number 139. Before noon tomorrow, use your number plates to enter the Iron Blood Army's camp and participate in the test. Once you pass the test, you will be a member of the Genius Camp. The Iron Blood Army soldier wearing light armor had a cold expression. Duan Lingtian and the other two nodded and turned around, preparing to leave. Thanks, brother. In view of our fate, I will definitely treat you to tea when I have time. Before leaving, Duan Lingtian patted the shoulder of the gray-clothed youth and grinned, revealing his neat white teeth. Also, your name is not bad. Yu Shao. Just hearing it, I know it's an extraordinary name. I've learned some divination. Believe me, you will definitely be an extraordinary person in the future. It was very obvious that Duan Lingtian had heard the conversation between Yu Shao and his three companions. The corners of Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's mouths twitched, and they forcefully held back their laughter. Yu Zhao's face darkened. This fiend, what does he want to do? Okay, brother, quickly go get your number plate. Otherwise, Big Brother Soldier will be unhappy. Duan Lingtian smiled and patted Yu Zhao's shoulder as he slowly said. After finishing speaking, Duan Lingtian and the other two walked out. At this moment, the four of you are together? The face of the young soldier from the Iron Blood Army sank as he asked Yu Shao and the three people behind him. Yes, Big Brother Soldier. Yu Shao hurriedly nodded his head. Although he was a disciple of the County City's Yu clan, the might of the Iron Blood Army shook the world. The soldiers within the Iron Blood Army were said to be vicious and merciless, so he didn't dare be presumptuous. The three people in front of you have already gotten their number plates a while ago. You only came over now. Are you intentionally making me wait and making me look bad? The soldier from the Iron Blood Army seemed to have transformed into an angry King Kong as he shouted in a low voice. No, Yu Shao hurriedly waved his hand. Humph. Since the four of you are delaying the time of the people behind you. Now, scram to the back of the line and line up again. Chapter 99. Big Brother Soldier, it's not my fault, it's all, Yu Shao still wanted to argue. Get lost. The Iron Blood Army soldier's face sank as he roared. The terrifying murderous aura from the battlefield enveloped Yu Zhao's body, pressuring Yu Shao to the point that his face was deathly pale. Yu Shao and the other three could only run to the end of the line and line up again. Suddenly, there was a burst of mocking laughter around them. Hey, brother, how can you make Big Brother Soldier wait? It's not easy for Big Brother Soldier, so many people want to sign up, it's very hard for him, you should be considerate. Perhaps it was intentional. Duan Lingtian waited at the end of the line, looked at Yu Shao, shook his head and sighed, his face full of regret. Yu Zhao's face turned red, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Brat, I will definitely not let you go. Brother, it's bad for your body to be angry. When you finish the line, remember to drink more water. Duan Lingtian grinned, and immediately left with Xiao Yu and Meng Quan. Ha 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 ha, Meng Quan was the first one who couldn't hold it in, and laughed wantonly. Xiao Yu also laughed. Duan Lingtian, you did it on purpose, right? Before leaving, you didn't forget to trick Yu Shao, you're too ruthless. Meng Quan once again gave a thumbs up, full of admiration. I really didn't know that you were so good at teasing people. Xiao Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Cough cough, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Duan Lingtian coughed twice, and asked seriously. Yes. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan both nodded in tacit understanding. Duan Lingtian's smile completely froze. Let's go, while it's still early, let's eat breakfast. With an awkward smile, Duan Lingtian changed the topic. The three of them were in a good mood and enjoyed the meal. For the rest of the day, they walked around Iron Blood City. In the evening, they returned to the inn after dinner. He was waiting for tomorrow's assessment. That night, Duan Lingtian consumed the origin-increasing pill and calmly cultivated the mental cultivation method of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form. The Raging Python transformation was different from the Spirit Serpent transformation. If the spirit snake transformation focused on cultivating the body to be as flexible as a spirit snake, the raging python transformation, on the other hand, allowed the fleshly body to possess the power of a raging python. Just like how Duan Lingtian taught the 4 youths of the Yu family a lesson yesterday, a seemingly casual flick of his arm contained the strength of a wild python, as if a wild python was whipping its tail to attack. It could be considered a group attack. It was different from the finishing touch. The finishing touch of the dragon was evolved from the cloud-piercing finger cultivated by the rebirth martial emperor, and it was an extremely strong single-target attack technique. The raging python form gives me strength. Although it's not a martial skill, its power isn't inferior to a martial skill. It's similar to a demonic beast's attack. I have a feeling that once I cultivate the raging python form to the end, its power won't be inferior to a high-grade profound level martial skill at the mastery stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. His heart was filled with motivation as he cultivated the mental cultivation method of the raging python form even more assiduously. He cultivated until late at night before falling into a deep sleep. The next day, because they were only required to enter the Iron Blood Army's camp before noon, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 slept until late in the morning. They were mentally prepared. Once they became a member of the genius camp, they probably wouldn't have the chance to sleep in anymore. After eating breakfast, the 3 of them unhurriedly walked towards the Iron Blood Army's camp. When they arrived at the entrance of the camp and showed their number plates, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 walked in. What entered their eyes was a spacious drill ground. The drill ground was surrounded by people, all of whom were youths below the age of 19. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 stood at the side. They were waiting for noon to arrive. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Meng Quan looked at Duan Lingtian with a strange expression, then looked into the distance. Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked. He saw the 4 youths from the Yu clan of the county city appear again. This time, there was one more person among them. Yu Xiao and the other 3 were now following behind this person, respectful and reverent. This was a youth around the age of 18. He was wearing black clothes with gold trimmings, and his face had a cold and unyielding expression. He was practically a replica of Xiao Yu. Yu Xiao also saw Duan Lingtian. His expression changed, then he seemed to whisper something to the black-clothed youth in the lead. The black-clothed youth frowned as he heard what was said. His sharp gaze fell on Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he walked towards Duan Lingtian. So it's you. Not only did you injure my Yu clan's people, you also repeatedly teased them? The black-clothed youth approached menacingly. His gaze was cold as if he was about to swallow someone whole. Whoosh! Above the black-clothed youth, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly condensed into form. 4th level of the core formation stage. Instantly, Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's expressions changed. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised as he was slightly surprised. He was still thinking that the Yu clan was one of the 5 great clans of the county city. Logically speaking, it was impossible for only Yu Zhao's group of 4 to come. Amongst Yu Zhao's group of 4, Yu Xiao was the strongest. But he was still far from being a match for Xiao Yu. Although they were both at the 3rd level of the core formation stage, Xiao Yu's sleeve dimension completely crushed him, so it turned out that the black-clothed youth before him was the true genius of the Yu clan. 18 years old, 4th level of the core formation stage. His natural talent could be considered to be not bad. At this moment, the surrounding youths that noticed the commotion gathered over to join in the fun. It's Yu Xiang, the number 1 youth of the county city's Yu clan. Supposedly, amongst the county city's youths, this Yu Xiang's strength is ranked 2nd, only below the Tan clan's Tan Rui. Exactly. Although Yu Xiang is also a 4th level core formation martial artist like Tan Rui, his martial skill is inferior to Tan Rui's, but there isn't much of a difference. Who's this violet-clothed youth? He actually dares to offend Yu Xiang. I recognize him. He beat up the other 4 members of the Yu clan at dusk 2 days ago. So that's how it is. Looks like Yu Xiang is standing up for them. Some of the youths discussed animatedly. Exactly. I did injure them, but they were the ones who caused trouble first. As for playing tricks on them, I wonder where that came from? Duan Lingtian had a carefree expression as he calmly looked at Yu Xiang. He heard the surrounding discussions as well. He never imagined that this Yu Xiang was actually the number 2 youth of the county city. You caused us to line up again, isn't this playing tricks on us? Yu Zhao's face flushed red as he roared. What does it have to do with me if you line up again? You should go look for that soldier, right? Duan Lingtian had a strange gaze. The 3 of you, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then I'll let this matter pass. Yu Xiang's gaze swept past Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan. Although he found out from Yu Xiao that this violet-clothed youth was a 6th-level core formation martial artist. But as far as he was concerned, how could a 16 or 17-year-old kid compare to him in terms of combat experience and martial skill? Meng Quan's face went grim, and under his rage, even his breathing became hurried. Xiao Yu's cold face also had a trace of coldness. Ha! Duan Lingtian laughed as he took a step forward and looked straight at Yu Xiang without fear. The 4 of you, kneel down and kowtow 10 times. Maybe I'll let bygones be bygones and forgive you. As he finished speaking, a strand of bloody killing intent extended out from Duan Lingtian's body. Yu Xiang's face went grim when he was attacked by the killing intent. What are you all doing? Just at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out. A robust Iron Blood Army general walked into the crowd in large strides, and after understanding the sequence of events, his face sank. Today is the day of the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test. If anyone dares cause a conflict before the test, they will be directly disqualified. The robust general shouted in a low voice. My brother is your Iron Blood Army centurion, Yu Hong. Yu Xiang looked at the robust general and his eyes flickered. Duan Lingtian's face went grim. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's faces were unsightly as well. This Yu Xiang's brother was a centurion of the Iron Blood Army? Duan Lingtian could be unafraid of Yu Xiang, but he had no choice but to fear Yu Xiang's brother, who was a centurion of the Iron Blood Army. At the same time, the crowd was restless. I remember now. Yu Xiang's brother, Yu Hong, entered the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp 7 years ago. Later on, no one heard of him entering Paladin Academy, and many people thought he died. Who would have thought that he stayed in the Iron Blood Army and even became a centurion? A 25-year-old centurion. Truly extraordinary. No wonder I heard that Yu Xiang didn't even line up to register for the Genius Camp test this time. So his brother had already made arrangements for him. His brother is a centurion of the Iron Blood Army, so he still has this bit of privilege. F***K. This Yu Xiang has the care of his brother, Yu Hong, during the Genius Camp training, so wouldn't he similarly have the privilege to smoothly pass? It's good to have a brother that's a centurion in the Iron Blood Army. In my opinion, this Yu Xiang doesn't even need to come. At that time, he can just ask his brother to give him a spot to enter Paladin Academy. All the youths discussed animatedly, and all of them pointed their spears at Yu Xiang. The robust general's face went grim when he saw the situation going out of control. After glaring at Yu Xiang, he said loudly, "Everyone, don't worry. The training of our Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp is equal to everyone. Moreover, if it's a general with a relative in the Genius Camp, then he can't interfere in the Genius Camp's training as he has to avoid arousing suspicion. Our Iron Blood Army has strict rules regarding this, and if someone violates them, then the general will punish them according to law." After he finished speaking, he looked at Yu Xiang with a fierce gaze. I don't care if your brother is a centurion of our Iron Blood Army or not. Since you're standing here today, then you have to abide by the rules of the Iron Blood Army. Otherwise, I'll revoke your qualifications to participate in the test. The robust general's voice was like a clap of thunder as it spread out. For a moment, many youths' expressions calmed down slightly. You're just a decurion, yet you dare not take my brother seriously? Yu Xiang's face sank, and his gaze went cold. The Iron Blood Army's military law is like a mountain. Even if a centurion makes a mistake, he'll be punished the same as a soldier. The robust general spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Good. Good job, Lord Decurion. Many youths couldn't help but praise. Duan Lingtian glanced at the robust general as well. He was able to discern that this was a man of character, and there was no falsehood in his words. Good, good, Yu Xiang's expression was unsightly as he stared at the robust general. What's your name? I'll have to remember it properly and make my brother remember you properly as well. Do you need to make your brother remember me properly as well? Chapter 100. As the voice sounded out, the crowd automatically opened up a path. A dignified middle-aged man wearing exquisite armor slowly walked into the crowd under the escort of two generals. His gaze fell upon Yu Xiang. Yu Xiang's expression changed. Greetings to the vice commander, greetings to the two Kiliarchs. The sturdy general respectfully bowed towards the three people. Vice commander, Kiliarchs. The surrounding youths, including the unsightly Yu Xiang, all respectfully bowed. Only a purple-clothed youth stood there, unmoved. Why aren't you bowing? The dignified middle-aged man, who was the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, deeply looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan both broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. The corners of Yu Xiang's mouth curled into a cold smile, feeling that Duan Lingtian was going to be unlucky. I'm not a member of the Iron Blood Army now, why should I bow to you? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. How dare you? The expressions of the two Kiliarchs behind the vice commander changed as they shouted out explosively. Instantly, two dense killing auras enveloped Duan Lingtian, as if wanting to subdue Duan Lingtian. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian stood where he was, unmoved. The expressions of the two Kiliarchs froze, their faces full of surprise. Was this really a 16 or 17-year-old youth? He actually ignored the killing aura that they had developed from slaughtering on the battlefield. If they knew what Duan Lingtian did in his previous life, perhaps they wouldn't be so surprised. The vice commander looked deeply at Duan Lingtian, and asked with interest, what's the reason behind this? They're not members of the Iron Blood Army, why should they bow to us? Them? Duan Lingtian swept the surrounding youths with his gaze, and slowly said, there are only 3 reasons why they bow to you. First, fear you. Second, admire you. Third, blindly follow the crowd. Fear? Respect? Follow the trend? Ha. Interesting, interesting. I have to say that your words have hit the nail on the head. The vice commander nodded, revealing a rare smile. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan heaved a sigh of relief. The expressions of Yu Xiang, Yu Xiao, and the rest of the Yu family youths were very ugly. So, you're not afraid of us, you don't admire us, and you're not blindly following us, right? The vice commander asked again. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. How dare you? The vice commander's expression suddenly changed as he let out a roar. An even more terrifying murderous aura enveloped Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but this murderous aura also spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding youth's expressions to change. Even Yu Xiang's face turned red from the pressure. At this moment, apart from the 2 Kiliarchs, the Centurion, and the vice commander himself, there was only one person present who wasn't affected in the slightest. That person was Duan Lingtian, who was at the center of the murderous aura. Duan Lingtian stood there, unmoving like a mountain. His expression was calm, as if even if Empyrean collapsed in front of him, his expression wouldn't change. Good. The vice commander suddenly smiled, his eyes revealing a trace of appreciation. Little guy, what's your name? Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows slightly moved. Duan Lingtian. Lingtian. Your name is crazy enough. You actually dare to stand above the heavens. The smile on the vice commander's face didn't stop, then he said, I'm the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, Qiao Qingshan, the person in charge of the Genius Camp exam this time. I hope you can smoothly pass the exam, I'm looking forward to your performance. I definitely won't disappoint Vice Commander Qiao. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, neither humble nor overbearing. The surrounding youths were all completely dumbstruck. When Duan Lingtian was debating with Vice Commander Qiao, they thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be unlucky. In the end, when they saw Duan Lingtian actually receive Vice Commander Qiao's special treatment, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. If it was them, they would probably have been scared to the point of collapsing on the ground by Vice Commander Qiao. Duan Lingtian. They all deeply remembered this name. This youth that dared to confront the Vice Commander of the Iron Blood Army, who had been through hundreds of battles, was bound to be engraved in their hearts. Yu Xiang's expression became more and more unsightly. This fellow, his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, revealing a trace of viciousness. Duan Lingtian frowned. This Yu Xiang really didn't know when to stop. Decurion Wang Mang, what you said earlier was very good. You didn't lose face for our Iron Blood Army. At this moment, Xiao Qingshan looked at the robust general and nodded. Lord Vice Commander, this is what I should do. Wang Mang straightened his body and spoke loudly. Very good. Wang Mang, from today onwards, you will replace Yu Hong and be promoted to Centurion. Yu Hong, for privately taking the test number plate for his younger brother and seeking personal gain for his younger brother, he will be demoted to Decurion. Xiao Qingshan's expression was calm as he slowly gave the order. Yu Xiang's expression changed greatly. He never imagined that he would actually indirectly harm his older brother. The gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with became even more vicious. As far as he was concerned, it was all because of Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, Wang Mang wouldn't have been attracted, and the matter wouldn't have developed to such an unmanageable extent. Thank you, Lord Vice Commander. Wang Mang revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and repeatedly thanked. This is what you deserve. Xiao Qingshan nodded. Seeing all this, a trace of a flowing light flashed past Duan Lingtian's eyes, and a trace of admiration arose in his heart. He took a deep breath and took a step forward. Duan Lingtian pays his respects to Lord Vice Commander. Duan Lingtian bowed to Xiao Qingshan. Xiao Qingshan was dazed for a moment, then reacted and laughed. You little fellow, you're rather interesting. Quickly, Xiao Qingshan looked at Yu Xiang. Yu Xiang, originally I should have taken back the number plate in your hand and disqualified you from participating in the Genius Camp test. But since your older brother has already been punished, I'll let bygones be bygones. Thank you, Lord Vice Commander. Yu Xiang's heart was bitter, but he could only express his thanks. All right, noon has arrived. The Genius Camp test officially begins. Xiao Qingshan's voice was like a thunderclap that contained origin energy and spread throughout the entire drill grounds. At the same time, he brought the 2 Kiliarchs and ascended the high platform in the center of the drill grounds. This year, our Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test will be different from the past. This year's test only has one word, and that is slaughter. Xiao Qingshan looked at the group of youths before him as he slowly spoke. Slaughter? Many youths had puzzled expressions. Slightly interesting. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a slight smile. Xiao Yu's face was calm. Meng Quan's expression slightly changed as he asked, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, this slaughter wouldn't be referring to killing people, right? What, you've never killed anyone before? Duan Lingtian laughed as he asked. Of course not. Meng Quan shook his head. Then you have to learn properly today. Duan Lingtian laughed. You've killed someone before? Meng Quan stared. Is it very strange? Duan Lingtian was dazed. I just remembered that you're a freak. Xiao Yu, have you killed anyone before? Rolling his eyes at Duan Lingtian, Meng Quan looked at Xiao Yu. Yes. Xiao Yu nodded his head. Meng Quan bitterly smiled. Oh no, I'm afraid I won't be able to pass the exam. You rascal, the exam hasn't even started yet and you're already slacking off. If it were up to me, you might as well just give up and go home. Duan Lingtian unhappily said. No, I won't go back. I must pass the exam. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Meng Quan seemed to have thought of something as his gaze suddenly became firm. This caused Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu to be somewhat surprised. It seemed that Meng Quan was also a person with a story, at this time, the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Xiao Qingshan, had already started to announce the rules of the exam. This year's exam emphasizes courage, strength, and teamwork. Those who participate in the assessment can participate alone, or with a trusted companion. Xiao Qingshan said until here. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu looked at each other and smiled. Meng Quan, I plan to participate in the exam together with Xiao Yu. Do you want to come with us? Duan Lingtian asked. Thank you. I know you want to help me, but I still want to rely on myself. You can help me now, but you can't help me forever. A trace of gratitude flashed past Meng Quan's eyes as he understood Duan Lingtian's intentions. I believe you'll definitely pass the exam. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. That's right. In order to encourage you, Duan Lingtian and I will also face the exam alone. Xiao Yu also said. This time's exam will be carried out in a 1 versus 10 way. The opponent of each of you will be the 10 enemy soldiers captured by our Iron Blood Army on the battlefield. Kill 10 enemy soldiers and you'll be considered to have passed the exam. Xiao Qingshan said until here and paused for a moment. Instantly, the expressions of the group of youths on the drill grounds changed greatly. What kind of joke is this? Each of us has to face 10 enemy soldiers? Even if those soldiers are far inferior to the elite soldiers of the Iron Blood Army, no matter how weak they are, they will surely be existences at the 9th level of the body tempering stage or above. If there are some core formation martial artists mixed in, how will we deal with them? Yeah, this is simply a death exam. The entire drill grounds was in an uproar. Quiet. Xiao Qingshan's voice covered everyone's voices. Instantly, the drill grounds returned to its calm state. The enemy soldiers will arrange for each of you will be 6 at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, 3 at the 1st level of the core formation stage, and 1 at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. If 2 people participate in the exam together, then we'll arrange 12 at the 9th level of the core formation stage, 6 at the 1st level of the core formation stage, and 2 at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. If there are 3 people, then so on and so forth. If any of you don't dare, you can choose to withdraw now and leave the Iron Blood Army's campsite. As he finished speaking, Xiao Qingshan's voice became cold and indifferent. Now, I'll give you 3 minutes to consider. Xiao Qingshan added. Instantly, the drill grounds fell into chaos once again. 3 minutes passed, and only a mere 10 or so people left. The remaining youths numbered over 200 people. Only so few people left. Meng Quan was slightly surprised. Among the people standing here today, there are only a few people who think they're lucky after all. Most of them have the determination to risk their lives, so how could they easily withdraw from the exam? Duan Lingtian saw through everything and hit the nail on the head. These enemy soldiers' martial skills are surely far inferior to ours. But they've been on the battlefield and have experienced hundreds of battles. They view killing people as a game and can't be underestimated. Chapter 101. I understand. Meng Quan took a deep breath, his gaze firm. He knew clearly in his heart. These enemy kingdom's soldiers that had experienced the baptism of the flames of war had already disregarded life and death from the moment they were captured. They would absolutely not show mercy when they attacked. He felt the pressure. But what he felt even more was battle intent. At this moment, the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Xiao Qingshan, looked at the group of youths that chose to stay behind and said, "Very good, all of you didn't disappoint me. Since it's like this, I announce that the Genius Camp test officially begins." As soon as Xiao Qingshan finished speaking, a group of Iron Blood Army soldiers escorted a group of enemy kingdom soldiers that were tied up and walked over in large strides, standing at the side of the drill grounds. They were vast and mighty, like a black cloud pressing down on a city. These enemy kingdom soldiers all had wooden expressions, without a trace of life. Today, I'll give you captives a chance to live. 6 9th level body tempering martial artists, 3 1st level core formation martial artists, and 1 2nd level core formation martial artist. If you can kill any one of them, then I'll return your freedom. Xiao Qingshan extended his hand to point at the group of youths, and his gaze descended onto the over 2,000 enemy kingdom soldiers. In an instant, the spirits of these enemy kingdom soldiers that had ashen faces shook, and their eyes emitted yearning for life. Yearning for freedom. Their gazes then descended onto the group of youths on the other side of the drill grounds, and their eyes emitted bloodthirsty killing intent. Instantly, many of the youths in the group of youths went pale. When had they ever faced such a ferocious person? The gazes of these people simply wished for nothing more than to tear them apart. These enemy kingdom soldiers will surely fight to the death in order to survive. Duan Lingtian sighed. Yeah, we absolutely can't slack off. Xiao Yu deeply agreed. Number 1, step out. A captain behind Xiao Qingshan stood out, and his gaze descended onto the group of youths. Instantly, a youth stepped out. The youth's face was pale, and his eyes emitted a trace of terror. Seeing the youth like this, the captain frowned and asked, "Are you going to take the test by yourself, or with your companions?" I'm taking the test with my companions." The youth was slightly flustered. At this moment, another 2 youths stepped out, and their expressions were unsightly as well. "Report your number." The captain's voice was cold and indifferent. A pen and paper appeared in his hand, and he started recording. Number 2. Number 3. The 2 youths took a deep breath, reported their number plates, and stood together with the youth who came out first. Release the 30 captives and enter the field. The Chiliarch looked at the enemy soldiers at the front of the line. After the 30 enemy soldiers were untied, they loosened their arms and legs as they stepped onto the field. Their faces revealed crazy and ferocious smiles. Their gazes landed on the 3 youths and flashed with a cold light. It was as if a pack of dogs had seen 3 meat bones. Begin. As soon as the Chiliarch finished speaking, the 30 enemy soldiers and the 3 youths moved. Kill. 30 enemy soldiers roared at the same time, their voices as loud as thunder. When the 3 youths heard this, their complexions changed greatly. Facing the 30 enemy soldiers who pounced on them like ferocious beasts, they were so scared that they were stunned. Their legs seemed to be filled with lead, and they didn't move an inch. In an instant, the 3 youths were torn to pieces by the 30 enemy soldiers. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the stench of blood filled the entire drill ground. On one side of the drill ground, more than 90% of the youths were so scared that their faces turned pale. Some of them were even worse, vomiting out everything they had eaten in the morning. For a moment, the entire drill ground was filled with a strange smell, so smelly. The pale-faced Meng Quan pinched his nose. Xiao Yu frowned. Only Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest reaction. As a mercenary in his previous life, he had been through even worse environments. In his opinion, this was just a small matter. Send them out of the city. The Chiliarch said. Immediately, a group of iron blood soldiers stepped out of the line. Thank you, sir. The 30 enemy soldiers had expressions of ecstasy. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times before leaving. When the remaining enemy soldiers saw that their 30 companions had regained their freedom so easily, their eyes lit up, and they longed to be able to enter the field as soon as possible. Now, they looked at the group of youths in the distance as if they were looking at a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. If you choose to join forces with your companions, the danger is even greater. 3 people against 30 enemy soldiers who have good teamwork. Even if you are strong, it will be difficult to defend against their siege. Some youths noticed that something was wrong. Some of the youths who originally planned to join forces with their companions all gave up on the idea of joining forces. Looks like I still have foresight. Meng Quan grinned. These enemy soldiers are too ferocious. I actually hope to join forces with you. Meng Quan, are you really confident? Duan Lingtian frowned. After interacting with each other for over a month, he had long since taken Meng Quan as a friend. I'll try my best. Meng Quan's eyes emitted battle intent. Number 4. At this moment, the Chiliarch spoke once more. This time, only 1 youth entered the field. After the 10 enemy soldiers were untied, they glared fiercely as they walked towards the youth. Begin. As soon as the Chiliarch finished speaking. Whoosh. The youth moved, his entire body exploding with strength. Above his head, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Second-level core formation martial artist. Needless to say, his movement technique was extremely ingenious and his speed was extremely fast. Even the second-level core formation martial artist with the fastest speed among the 10 enemy soldiers could only eat dust behind him. Surround him. In next to no time, the second-level core formation martial artist decisively spoke out. For a moment, the 10 enemy soldiers abruptly split up and surrounded the youth, causing him to have nowhere to hide. The youth's expression changed as he locked onto a 9th-level body-tempering martial artist. His figure trembled as he pounced forward. Bang! Carrying the force of a thunderbolt, his origin energy skyrocketed as it smashed onto the martial artist's head, directly blasting it apart. His face was also splattered with brain matter. Good! Many of the spectating youths cheered out. But in the next moment, their voices abruptly stopped. After the youth in the field exploded the head of the Imperial soldier, he let out a sharp cry before violently vomiting. Obviously, it was his first time killing someone. In the next moment, he was killed by the other 9 enemy soldiers that pounced forward. The 9 enemy soldiers obtained their freedom. Needless to say, the example of a predecessor was undoubtedly the best lesson. After number 1 to number 13 were all killed, number 14, a second-level core formation martial artist, finally launched a counterattack and defeated the 10 enemy soldiers one by one, killing them all. Number 14, passed the test. Hearing the captain's words, the youth took a deep breath and walked out from the pile of corpses with a heavy expression. Next was number 15. After killing 6 enemy soldiers, he was completely exhausted and was killed by the other 4 enemy soldiers. The slaughter continued. Youths were killed one by one. Youths passed the test one by one. Later on, these young geniuses from all over Swallow Mountain County were almost numb to killing and were able to freely display their strength. More and more people passed the test. At this moment, the expressions of the enemy soldiers weren't very good. Looks like there are benefits to being at the back. Meng Quan looked at the number plate in his hand that was marked 139 and grinned. Number 100. As the captain spoke, a black figure seemed to have transformed into a ghost as it flashed into the field. It was precisely Yu Xiang. At the beginning, the 10 enemy soldiers were eyeing Yu Xiang covetously, but when they saw the strength of 6 ancient mammoths that appeared above Yu Xiang, they were all terrified. 4th level of the core formation stage. These soldiers understood that if they didn't go all out, they would die without a doubt, so they all pounced towards Yu Xiang like madmen. But unfortunately, Yu Xiang just stood there, and they couldn't even break through Yu Xiang's defensive chi barrier. They were all killed by Yu Xiang one by one. Although this Yu Xiang is arrogant, he has some strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Up until now, Yu Xiang was the one that passed the test the easiest, and he received the most attention. Brother Xiang, good job. Yu Xiao and the other 3 Yu clan youths couldn't help but cheer. Yu Xiang slowly walked back, and his arrogant gaze descended onto a violet-colored figure in the distance, flickering with a vicious sheen. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Yu Xiang's gaze, but he didn't mind it. No matter if it was in his previous life or this life, there were many people that wanted him dead, but he still lived well in the end, except for that one time when he was betrayed by his manager, who he regarded as a brother. After Yu Xiang, it was Duan Lingtian's turn. There were also a few 3rd-level core formation young geniuses that smoothly passed the Genius Camp test. Number 137. It was finally Duan Lingtian's turn. Duan Lingtian walked up the field, attracting the attention of many people. Many people present felt respect towards this youth that dared to speak frankly and confidently in front of the Iron Blood Army's vice-commander. When the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers saw that Duan Lingtian was younger than the other youths, their serious expressions eased up, and their eyes emitted a sense of madness. As far as they were concerned, a youth that didn't even seem to be 17 years old, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be that strong. But when they saw the 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes floating above Duan Lingtian's head, they were completely dumbstruck. Another 4th-level core formation martial artist. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved as if transforming into a bolt of lightning, flashing directly towards the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers that were still in a daze. He raised his arm and swung it out. Like an enormous python swinging its tail, it was abnormally ferocious. Bang! Instantly, 6 enemy kingdom soldiers were blasted flying by his arm. 3 of them directly stopped breathing. The remaining 3 were on the verge of death and didn't have the strength to continue fighting. F***K. Freak. He didn't even use a martial skill. He just casually swung his arm, and it was as if it carried the strength of lightning. This Duan Lingtian is too terrifying. He's actually a 4th-level core formation martial artist. No wonder he dares to go head-to-head with Yu Xiang. He seems to be not even 17. Such natural talent is simply heaven-defying. The group of youths were dumbstruck. When they recovered from their shock, they repeatedly cursed. What a kid! Xiao Qingshan's eyes shone brightly. Split up. The expression of the 2nd-level core formation soldier changed greatly as he shouted in a low voice. Chapter 102. But would it be of any use if they split up? The answer was no. Duan Lingtian stood there, unmoving like a mountain. Greater teleportation. Instantly, a defensive chi barrier flickered on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, suffused with the brilliance of origin energy. Bang! A 9th-level body-tempering stage enemy kingdom soldier had a savage expression as he exploded with the strength of an ancient mammoth and punched out, smashing onto Duan Lingtian's defensive chi barrier. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed out. Ah! The enemy kingdom soldier emitted a shrill cry as he flew out, clutching his broken arm as he rolled on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, the attacks of the other 3 enemy kingdom soldiers arrived as well. Without exception, all of them followed in the footsteps of the former. Especially the 2nd-level core formation martial artist, he exploded with the strength of 3 ancient mammoths and slapped his palm onto Duan Lingtian's body with all his might. As a result, all of his strength was reversed and his arm was directly broken, blasted flying, and fainted on the ground. Star Shift. The Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Xiao Qingshan, had a surprised expression on his face. His thoughts spun as he recalled an extremely precious high-grade profound-ranked defensive martial skill. The surroundings of the drill grounds were deathly silent. This scene was even more shocking than when Yu Xiang entered the arena. Yu Xiang had only used a defensive martial skill to block the enemy kingdom soldier's attack. Whereas Duan Lingtian not only blocked the enemy kingdom soldier's attack, he was even able to launch a counterattack with his defensive martial skill, returning all of the enemy's strength back to him. What a terrifying defensive martial skill. Yeah, this defensive martial skill is too strong. The crowd was in an uproar, and many youths couldn't help but reveal reverence when they looked at Duan Lingtian. There were also a few youths whose eyes emitted dense battle intent. Humph. Yu Xiang coldly snorted. His limelight was stolen by Duan Lingtian, and the vicious gaze in his eyes became even more profound. After Duan Lingtian passed the test, he walked back in large strides. As for the enemy kingdom soldiers that were on the verge of death, they were all killed one by the Iron Blood Army, splattering blood on the spot. From the moment they were defeated, their fates were decided. Number 138. After Duan Lingtian left the stage, it was Xiao Yu's turn. When Xiao Yu brushed past Duan Lingtian, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. In his opinion, the defensive martial skill that Duan Lingtian had just executed was undoubtedly the defensive martial skill that he had cultivated, stellar transposition. He was a little curious. Where did Duan Lingtian learn shifting stars from? Furthermore, he seemed to have cultivated it to perfection. Duan Lingtian, you know shifting stars too? Meng Quan asked curiously. Half a year ago, during the Aurora City Genius Gathering, he had fought with Xiao Yu and suffered a loss due to shifting stars. Meng Quan, I'm not using shifting stars. It's just that its characteristics are somewhat similar. Duan Lingtian shook his head. So that's how it is. I was wondering why you knew the Shao clan's martial skills. Meng Quan nodded. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended into the distance. Xiao Yu stood there, his cold figure unmoving like a mountain, imperceptibly giving off an oppressive feeling. The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers all revealed expressions of fear as they entered the arena. They split up and surrounded Duan Lingtian. Shifting stars. On Xiao Yu's body, a defensive qi barrier flickered. The strength of 4 ancient mammoths exploded forth. Fleeting shadow. Xiao Yu walked out in large strides and locked onto the enemy kingdom soldier at the second level of the core formation stage. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up to the soldier. With a shake of his sleeve, origin energy suffused out. Sleeve dimension. With a flick of his sleeve, it swelled up and welcomed the enemy kingdom soldier's punch that contained the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. The enemy kingdom soldier's face went pale. He only felt that when his fist struck the youth's sleeve, it was as if he had struck cotton, unable to exert any force. In the next moment, he noticed a terrifying force trembling towards him. Ka! The enemy kingdom soldier's arm was directly twisted off by Xiao Yu's shaking sleeve. Accompanied by a shrill cry, the enemy kingdom soldier was blasted flying by Xiao Yu, his body trembling violently as he rolled on the ground. At this moment, the attacks of the other 9 enemy kingdom soldiers had arrived on Xiao Yu. Some attacked from behind, some from the side. However, ah! A string of shrill cries sounded out at the same time, and the 9 enemy kingdom soldiers that had attacked Xiao Yu were all blasted flying. Subsequently, Xiao Yu defeated them one by one, killing all of them. Number 139. Xiao Yu smoothly passed the test, and the captain continued to count off. Meng Quan, do your best. Xiao Yu nodded to Meng Quan, who brushed past him. Don't worry. Meng Quan took a deep breath. At this moment, the surrounding youths finally reacted, and their gazes occasionally fell on Xiao Yu and occasionally fell on Duan Lingtian. This number 138 seems to be together with Duan Lingtian. Even their defensive martial skills are exactly the same. Yeah, I don't know what defensive martial skill it is, it's too terrifying. He only needs to raise his defensive qi barrier, and when others attack him, it's like hitting a mirror, not injuring him, but injuring themselves instead. Such a defensive martial skill is surely extremely rare even in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. When many youths looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu, their eyes emitted a brilliance of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Duan Lingtian, how do you know Star Shift? After Xiao Yu returned to Duan Lingtian's side, he couldn't help but ask. Stellar Transposition was an extremely precious high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill. Even their Shao clan had to rely on the influence of their ancestors to obtain this martial skill. Not to mention the Aurora City's Li clan and Lin clan, even the large clans in the Swallow Mountain County's county city and the county governor's estate might not possess this martial skill. So, he was extremely curious as to why Duan Lingtian would possess this martial skill. You saw wrongly. The defensive martial skill I used was not stellar transposition, but greater teleportation. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian roughly explained the principle of greater teleportation to Xiao Yu. It's indeed slightly different, but it's a different approach that achieves the same result. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, Meng Quan had already retrieved an iron rod from the weapon rack at the side of the drill grounds and was executing the 1,000 shadow rod to battle the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers. Bang! With a sweep of the rod, a 9th-level body tempering stage enemy kingdom soldier was blasted flying. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A 9th-level body tempering stage enemy kingdom soldier forcefully pounced forward, withstanding Meng Quan's rod strike, and firmly grasped onto the iron rod in Meng Quan's hand. Don't worry about me, kill him. The enemy kingdom soldier's face was hideous, and his mouth flowed with miserable blood as he cried out in grief. The other 8 enemy kingdom soldiers had tears in their eyes as they madly pounced towards Meng Quan, who had no rod to use. Meng Quan. Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Ah! Meng Quan also realized the danger, and with an explosive shout, he lifted up the enemy kingdom's soldier along with his rod and smashed it down towards one of the enemy kingdom's soldiers that pounced at him. Bang! 2 lives with 1 rod strike. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. In the end, Meng Quan finally passed the test with great difficulty. Meng Quan, you've already passed the test. Why do you seem to not be happy in the slightest? Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Quan, who had a heavy expression, and was slightly puzzled. Duan Lingtian, tell me, should I really kill them? That enemy kingdom's soldier would rather die than grab my weapon, just for the sake of allowing his companions to obtain freedom. Meng Quan's gaze was complicated as he sighed. That person is indeed worthy of respect. Xiao Yu nodded heavily as well. You killed him to protect yourself. If you fight them, it's either you die, or they die. You don't have to feel burdened in your heart. Duan Lingtian patted Meng Quan's shoulder as he consoled him. The genius camp test continued like a raging fire. Later on, there were still some young geniuses that were killed, but overall, it was much better than the beginning. Now, the youths present could be considered to have experienced a true storm of blood. They no longer had any burden when they entered the battlefield to slaughter. Number 163. The youth that entered the battlefield this time was around the age of 18. He wore a vermilion robe and held a sheathed sword in his hand. As soon as he attacked, he attracted the gazes of everyone present. Above him, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed. Obviously, he was a 4th-level core formation martial artist. He was also the 3rd 4th-level core formation martial artist to participate in the Genius Camp test up until now. The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers had just entered the battlefield and hadn't even had the time to stand still. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a red stream of light flashed past the enemy soldiers. One could vaguely hear overlapping sword howls rising and falling. Clang! The clear sound of a sharp sword entering its sheath sounded out. The youth's figure appeared, but he had arrived at the other side of the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers. Bang! 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 The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers maintained their original postures as they crashed onto the ground. Scorching fresh blood sprayed out from their throats, dazzling and resplendent. Good. This scene caused Xiao Qingshan, the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, to be unable to refrain from cheering out loud. His eyes shone as he was delighted to see a hunter. What's your name? Suli, the red-robed youth nodded slightly modestly to Xiao Qingshan. As expected, the crowd was once again in an uproar. F***K, this Suli is the true freak. I haven't even seen his movements clearly and he's already killed all these enemy kingdom soldiers. Too terrifying. I haven't even had the time to see what his sword looks like. I think his strength is even stronger than Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang. I think so too. Yu Xiang's expression was unsightly when he heard these discussions. But when he looked at the red-robed Suli in the distance, his eyes still emitted slight fear. Although he wasn't willing to admit it. Needless to say, Suli was indeed stronger than him. No. Not only stronger than him. As far as he was concerned. Even the number 1 youth in the county city, Tan Rui, was far from being as terrifying as this person. I never imagined that there would be such a freak amongst the young geniuses that came to participate in the Genius Camp test this time. Meng Quan exclaimed in a low voice. What a swift sword. Xiao Yu's expression was serious. Suli, Duan Lingtian gazed at the red-robed youth in the distance and a trace of surprise flashed within his eyes. Earlier, he vaguely caught sight of Suli's movements. Suli's movement technique was undoubtedly a high-grade profound rank movement technique. Moreover, it had already been cultivated to the perfection stage. If he were to go against Suli, unless he exerted his full strength and erupted with a strength comparable to the 5th level of the core formation stage. Chapter 103. Besides speed, Suli's sword skill was extremely terrifying as well. At least, Duan Lingtian could be sure of one thing. In terms of speed, Suli's sword skill was even comparable to the sword drawing arts. the sword-drawing arts could only display the might of a high-grade profound rank sword skill under the premise of taking the opponent by surprise. Su Li's sword skill was a true high-grade profound rank sword skill. Moreover, it was obviously one of the top sword skills amongst high-grade profound rank sword skills. The accompanying sword shadow that I passed down to Li Shishir is slightly inferior to his sword skill. I'm afraid that only Ku Er's frozen sword can compare to it. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Ku Er's frozen sword was a mystic class high-tier sword skill that came with the top-tier skill, Han Bing's God's sword technique. It was also the foundation for the subsequent profound sword skills recorded in the Han Bing's God's sword technique. It was extremely impressive. Unless I use my full strength or cultivate spirit serpent movement technique to the perfection stage, it's extremely difficult to defeat Su Li. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as a trace of battle intent flashed within his eyes. Along with the passage of time, dusk gradually approached. At this moment, the Genius Camp test was approaching its end. After Su Li, although there were many third-level core formation young geniuses that were extremely extraordinary, they were still inferior to Su Li, number 237. Following the captain's words, a youth that was robust like a bull walked out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky. Duan Lingtian, who was originally slightly drowsy, became alert as he looked at the robust youth. This person isn't simple. Xiao Yu's expression was serious, as he obviously noticed this as well. At this moment, 10 enemy kingdom soldiers followed him onto the field and pounced towards the robust youth. Hua! The robust youth's body shook. Instantly, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, 4th level of the core formation stage. Another 4th level core formation stage martial artist. Many people in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The expressions of the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers that flew out changed greatly. At this moment, the robust youth had already approached the 2nd level core formation soldier. Slap! With a single slap, the other party was knocked unconscious. That was not all. He reached out and picked up the enemy soldier's body as easily as picking up a feather. He used the soldier as a weapon and threw it at the remaining 9 enemy soldiers. 9 enemy soldiers were sent flying by him one after another. They were all killed without exception. The enemy soldiers in the sturdy youth's hands who were used as weapons had long been badly mutilated. Although there was still some movement in the body, even the gods would not be able to save him. Suddenly, the sturdy youth raised his hand and tossed the enemy soldier into the air. Whoosh! His leg struck out like lightning. Crack! The enemy soldier's body was kicked into the air, and he fell to the ground with a loud crash, no longer breathing. The drill ground fell into a dead silence. Ha! Good, good! The vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, Qiao Qingshan, laughed. The youths that had come to participate in the Genius Camp examination this year had truly brought him a great surprise. Especially this young man in front of him. He was simply a fighting machine. If they were on the battlefield, they would definitely be able to slaughter everyone. What's your name? Qiao Qingshan asked. Reporting to Lord Vice Commander, I'm called Tianhu. The sturdy youth cupped his hands towards Qiao Qingshan and said respectfully. Tianhu, you're very good. Qiao Qingshan smiled as he nodded and wasn't stingy with his praise. Instantly, the remaining 100+ youths on the drill ground looked at Tianhu with faces full of envy and jealousy. This Tianhu is very strong. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. I never imagined that so many freaks would appear in this year's Genius Camp examination. Meng Quan laughed bitterly. At the same time that Meng Quan sighed with emotion, many people were sighing with emotion as well. So many dark horses actually appeared in this year's Genius Camp examination. For 4th level core formation young geniuses, what a surprise. Yeah, if it was in the past years, even if only one 4th level core formation martial artist appeared, it would already be enough to surprise everyone. But this time, 4 people directly appeared. Especially that Duan Lingtian. His current strength might be inferior to Su Li and Tianhu, but he's still young. Once he grows to Su Li and Tianhu's age, he will surely be even more terrifying. All these words were heard by Yu Xiang. A trace of a cold light flashed within Yu Xiang's eyes, and he revealed killing intent. Once he grows to Su Li and Tianhu's age, he will surely be even more terrifying. The corners of Yu Xiang's mouth revealed a cold smile. That would require him to be able to live until then. It's almost over. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his gaze once again descended onto the drill ground. Another 10+ youths died behind him, but there were also another 10+ youths that passed the examination. Meanwhile, the genius camp examination had completely ended. The captain returned to the side of the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Qiao Qingshan, and said a few words in a light voice. Qiao Qingshan took a step forward and looked at the group of youths that seemed to have matured in a single day. He slowly said, "First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the Genius Camp examination. Needless to say, this year's Genius Camp examination exceeded my expectations. Besides the number of people that passed being much more than the previous years, the strength of a few people even shocked me." Everyone present knew who Qiao Qingshan was talking about. For a moment, the gazes of most people were divided into 4 directions. Their gazes fell onto Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Tianhu, and Yu Xiang. These 4 people were absolute dark horses. Tonight, all of you can party to your heart's content. Starting tomorrow, all of you will become members of the Genius Camp. In the next year, you won't have such good treatment. Although all of you are very outstanding, but according to my past experience, after a year, the number of you that will survive will not exceed 10. After Qiao Qingshan finished speaking, he dismissed the youths present. After a year, the number of people that will survive will not exceed 10. None of the youths that left the Iron Blood Army's campsite doubted Qiao Qingshan's words. Qiao Qingshan, as the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army. In these past few years, he had witnessed countless people die during the Genius Camp's training. His words contained an extremely high amount of gold. Not more than 10 people. I did a rough count just now, and the number of youths that passed the Genius Camp examination is 98. Meng Quan couldn't help but click his tongue. You're really bored, even counting this. Duan Lingtian shook his head and laughed. Let's eat and drink well tonight. After tomorrow, we won't have such a chance in the next year. Xiao Yu said. Yes, we'll open our stomachs tonight and have a good meal. Meng Quan grinned. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Duan Lingtian took the lead and walked towards the restaurant. That night, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, Duan Lingtian and the other 2 went around the Iron Blood City's night market before returning to the inn. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, he cultivated until late at night and slowly fell asleep. He was looking forward to the Genius Camp's training. In another street's inn, there was a spacious room that was brightly lit. Brother, I'm sorry. Yu Xiang lowered his head. Opposite Yu Xiang stood a young man around the age of 25. The young man wore casual clothes and had a similar appearance to Yu Xiang. But at this moment, his eyes flickered with a trace of a ghastly sheen that seemed to be mixed with rage and killing intent. This matter has nothing to do with you, so you don't have to blame yourself. The young man was precisely Yu Hong, Yu Xiang's older brother. Brother, it's all because of that Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have fought with him and wouldn't have attracted the vice commander. Yu Xiang's eyes emitted killing intent. Don't worry, as long as he enters the Genius Camp, I have ways to kill him. Yu Hong clenched his fists tightly and raging origin energy swept out, under extreme rage. Above him, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 8th level of the core formation stage. Brother, didn't that Wang Mang say that you wanted to avoid arousing suspicion? Yu Xiang was stunned. I do want to avoid arousing suspicion. Yu Hong's eyes flickered and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. But 2 of the centurions in charge of the Genius Camp's training are my best friends. At that time, as long as I get them to slightly trip him up, that Duan Lingtian would be hard-pressed to not die. Great. Yu Xiang's face revealed an expression of wild joy. Within the largest tent of the Iron Blood Army's campsite. Qingshan, I heard that a few good saplings came to the genius camp this time. The refined middle-aged man that sat at the head looked at the robust middle-aged man below him and revealed a warm smile. Yes, Commander. Qiao Qingshan nodded, and the joy on his face was difficult to conceal. To be able to make Qingshan happy until now, I'm slightly curious. Tell me in detail. The refined middle-aged man lightly smiled as his interest was piqued. Probably no one would have imagined that the Iron Blood Army's commander, who was cold and emotionless on the battlefield, would secretly take off his armor and become such a refined and extraordinary middle-aged man that looked more like a scholar. Yes. Qiao Qingshan respectfully replied. Among the four of them, the first one I heard of was Yu Xiang, the younger brother of Decurion Yuhong. However, although this Yu Xiang's strength isn't bad, he's a mediocre person and it's difficult for him to have great accomplishments. When Qiao Qingshan mentioned Yu Xiang, he didn't take it seriously. Isn't Yuhong a centurion? The refined middle-aged man was stunned. After that, he heard Qiao Qingshan's explanation and understood the whole story, and his face couldn't help but sink as he grunted in a low voice. This Yuhong is too presumptuous. How can the Iron Blood Army allow him to abuse his authority for personal gain? So, I gave him a chance out of consideration for the military merits he's made these past few years. If he doesn't repent, I can only expel him from the Iron Blood Army. Qiao Qingshan continued. You handled this matter very well. That Duan Lingtian is the second person you noticed? The refined middle-aged man asked curiously. That's right. Qiao Qingshan nodded. This Duan Lingtian should be less than 17 years old, but he's neither servile nor overbearing. Facing the murderous aura that I deliberately released, he didn't move at all. I suspect that although he's young, he's already killed many people. Less than 17 years old, killed many people? The refined middle-aged man was stunned. Yes. Later on, in order to prove my guess, I deliberately observed him for a while. In the end, I discovered that he was completely different from the other youths when facing the tragic massacre on the drill ground. He didn't move at all, and from the beginning to the end, he just looked at them coldly. It's hard to imagine that a 16-year-old youth can actually achieve this. Chapter 104. Early the next morning, at the Iron Blood Army's campsite, 98 youths from all over the Swallow Mountain County gathered together once again. After a night of rest, all of them were in high spirits. Everything that happened yesterday had been completely overturned, a new chapter had begun. Very quickly, the Chiliarch that was in charge of the Genius Camp exam yesterday brought along 5 young generals as he walked over. As soon as the Chiliarch appeared, he went straight to the point. First of all, congratulations on passing the exam and becoming a member of the Genius Camp. I'm the Iron Blood Army's Chiliarch, Yang De, and I'm in charge of organizing this year's Genius Camp training. Normally, the 5 centurions behind me will act as your instructors and lead you in training. Now, you can freely divide yourselves into 5 groups, and each group can't exceed 20 people. Yang De continued. Instantly, the group of young geniuses on the drill ground started moving. Even more people rushed towards the 4 directions. There was a person standing in each of the 4 directions. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Tianhu, and Yu Xiang. Obviously, in their opinion, hugging the thighs of Duan Lingtian's group of 4 was the wisest choice. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan stood on the spot without moving. Around them, over 20 people quickly gathered. In the end, with the intervention of the 5 centurions, only 20 people remained in Duan Lingtian's group. Su Li, Tianhu, and Yu Xiang's group were the same. Only the other 18 people stood at the side with bitter smiles, feeling slightly disappointed and helpless. Alright, now that you've been divided into groups. Next, I'll briefly introduce the rules of the next year's training. In the first round of training, every group will face a different challenge. It will last for 3 months, and only the fittest will survive until half of the people are eliminated. In other words, after 3 months, only half of the people in each group will survive. Yang De slowly said. As soon as Yang De finished speaking, the eyes of the 18 young geniuses that were isolated in one group lit up. Haha. So it's like that. Looks like our luck isn't bad. At least our group doesn't have an abnormal person. That's right, they're going to be in trouble, especially the two groups that Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang are in. Duan Lingtian will definitely help his two companions. In other words, out of the 17 people, only 7 will survive the first round of training. Ha 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 ha. Yu Xiang's group is even more unlucky. There are 4 people from the Yu clan around Yu Xiang. As for the other 15 people, only 5 can survive. It was different from the joy of these youths. The youths from the other 4 groups all had unnatural expressions on their faces. Especially Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang's groups. These youths all had ugly expressions. F***CK. Why did I choose Duan Lingtian's group? Forget it, we're pretty lucky. Those who chose Yu Xiang's group are the unlucky ones. F***CK. Why did I choose Yu Xiang's group? I'm too unlucky. Yeah, even Duan Lingtian's group is better than this group. When Yu Xiang heard the discussions that entered his ears, his face sank and he shouted in a low voice, "If you think Duan Lingtian's group is better, then get the hell over there." Instantly, the surrounding youths all went silent. They didn't dare offend Yu Xiang now. If Yu Xiang had a problem with them, then they would really be dead. Now, there are 5 groups of people. Each group is a small squad. They will be led by a centurion as their instructor and will begin the first round of training that will last for 3 months. Yang Da's voice sounded out once more. The group that Suli was in was called Squad 1. The group that Tian Hu was in was called Squad 2. The group that Duan Lingtian was in was called Squad 3. The group that Yu Xiang was in was called Squad 4. The last group was called Squad 5. The 5 centurions stood separately in front of each small team. From today onwards, I'm the instructor of your Squad 3. My name is Fan Jian. A centurion around the age of 30 with a medium build stood in front of Duan Lingtian's group as he spoke loudly. Despicable? A few of the youths were stunned. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. This centurion's name really had character. Pooh. Instantly, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is it very funny? Fan Jian's face sank as he shouted in a stern voice. Instantly, the entire squad quieted down. Follow me, we'll walk to the Dawnshroud mountain range. Fan Jian shouted in a low voice as he led the group out of the Iron Blood army camp. At this moment, the youths of the other 4 squads followed along with their instructors. The group of youths from the Genius camp followed behind the 5 instructors as they left Iron Blood City and headed towards the Dawnshroud mountain range. At the beginning, the group of youths that ran out were still talking and laughing, but when it was noon, they didn't have the energy to chat anymore. All of them were hungry and thirsty. Instructor, where are we going for lunch? A youth from Squad 3 couldn't help but ask. There's no lunch. If you want to eat, wait until we reach the Dawnshroud mountain range and settle it yourself. According to our current speed, we'll reach the Dawnshroud mountain range at the very least in the evening. All of you better be more spirited. Fan Jian snorted coldly. What? We're going to run until the evening? The youths were dumbfounded. They had only run for half the morning, but they were already tired and hungry. If they ran until the evening, wouldn't they be completely exhausted? Duan Lingtian, aren't you tired? Squad 3 was at the back of the group of youths. The 3 youths followed unhurriedly. Meng Quan wiped the sweat on his forehead as he asked. Now, even Xiao Yu was slightly out of breath, only Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change. Duan Lingtian had a smile at the corners of his mouth. Tired? Not to mention, this bit of training was child's play to him in his previous life. In this life, his body was even stronger. Even if he ran for a day and a night, he wouldn't feel tired. Meng Quan, your breathing is too messy. Inhale every 3 steps, exhale every 2 steps, maintain the rhythm. Try it. Duan Lingtian smiled and taught Meng Quan the secret. Meng Quan did as he was told. After a while, his complexion returned to normal. His sweat also stopped, and he felt refreshed. It's really useful. Meng Quan's eyes lit up. Xiao Yu was somewhat surprised. He couldn't help but do as he was told. He realized that he really didn't feel that tired and out of breath anymore. He looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. He realized. The more he understood Duan Lingtian, the more shocked he was. Duan Lingtian, I really admire you. Meng Quan sighed. Very soon, someone noticed Duan Lingtian and the other two. Although their speed was not slow, their expressions did not change. They were all dumbfounded. Even the 5 instructors were slightly moved. Humph. Yu Xiang's breathing also began to quicken. When he noticed Duan Lingtian's state, his face sank. Even Su Li and Tian, who looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Now, other than the 5 instructors, only Duan Lingtian and the other two seemed to be leisurely strolling. It didn't seem like they were running at all. The sun was setting. When they saw a continuous mountain range appear in front of them, other than Duan Lingtian and the other two, the other teenagers, including Su Li, Tianhu, and Yu Xiang, couldn't help but sigh in relief. We're here so soon. Sigh, it's really not a challenge. Meng Quan said as if he was asking for a beating. Immediately, it attracted many people's disdainful gazes. Stop. Very soon, the 5 instructors looked at each other and shouted at the same time. The 5 groups of youths all stopped. Some of the youths even bent down and fiercely gasped for breath. They could finally rest. Very soon, they were all stunned again. The 5 instructors searched them one by one and took away all the matches that were used to ignite the fire on their bodies. Slightly interesting. Duan Lingtian thought of something and the corners of his mouth held a smile. The 5 drill masters gathered a pile of torches, put them together, and burned them all. Instructors, this is, some of the youths were puzzled. Now, the captain is already waiting for all of you at the entrance of the Dawnshroud mountain range. Whoever among you is the first to arrive at the Dawnshroud mountain range will be able to obtain a fire starter from the captain. That will affect whether you eat raw meat or cooked meat at night. One of the instructors slowly spoke. Before long, the group of youths seemed to have been jolted awake from a dream, and they didn't care about resting as they madly dashed forward. Above the sky, numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. In next to no time, only Duan Lingtian's group of 3 remained, and they unhurriedly walked forward. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, but Xiao Yu and Meng Quan who were beside him had puzzled expressions. Duan Lingtian, aren't we going to snatch it? Meng Quan asked. If we don't have a fire starter, then we'll have to eat raw meat in the following days. Xiao Yu laughed bitterly. Who said that a fire starter must have a fire starter? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Not to mention that he had a fire starter in his spatial ring. Even if he didn't use one, he still had many ways to easily start a fire. 4 of the 5 instructors ran away. Only the instructor of Duan Lingtian's group, Fan Jian, remained. He glanced at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and frowned, but didn't say anything. How do we start a fire without a fire starter? Meng Quan was curious. Forget it, we probably won't be able to catch up now. At most, when we need a fire starter, we'll borrow one from the person who has it. Xiao Yu shook his head and didn't really believe Duan Lingtian's words. The 3 of them slowly walked forward and arrived at the entrance of the Dawnshroud mountain range. Only then did they realize that only Captain Yang De and the other 4 Centurion instructors remained. The other youths had vanished without a trace. What's going on? Yang De frowned as he looked at Fan Jian who was following behind Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Captain, they didn't seem to care about a fire starter, so I didn't force them. Fan Jian said as a matter of course. Yang De glanced at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and shook his head. Forget it, you 3 go hunt wild beasts now and prepare your own dinner. Duan Lingtian nodded and entered the Dawnshroud mountain range with Meng Quan and Xiao Yu. They probably have the intention of borrowing a fire starter from someone else. Fan Jian grunted in a low voice as he glanced at the backs of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Then they might be out of luck. Yang Da's gaze was strange. Fan Jian looked at Yang Da with a puzzled expression. Captain, why do you say that? Haha. Fan Jian, do you know who obtained a fire starter? Another centurion asked with a smile. Who? Fan Jian was slightly curious. Chapter 105. In the sky above the Sunset Mountain Range, the sun gradually set and disappeared into the other side of the mountain range. Maybe this Sunset Mountain Range got its name because of this. Duan Lingtian looked at the scene in the sky and his heart slightly moved. This Sunset Mountain Range should be similar to the Misty Forest. There should be many wild beasts and fierce beasts. After we enter, we must be careful. Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Yu and Meng Quan who were beside him. The two nodded. Let's go. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he strode out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan also executed their movement techniques and followed like shadows. After entering the Sunset Mountain Range, one could see 3 forks in the road. Duan Lingtian and the other two chose one and found that there were 5 more forks in the road. It was simply like a maze. A woo. A wolf's howl tore through the sky, deafening everyone. Duan Lingtian turned his head to look. A completely black wolf with crimson eyes was pouncing out from the bushes at the side. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards him. You overestimate yourself. Duan Lingtian raised his eyebrows and the muscles on his right arm bulged. Whoosh! He swung his right arm and swung it towards the wolf's chest. A strong wind swept in all directions. Bang! A loud sound accompanied by the wolf's sorrowful cry came to an abrupt end. The wolf's internal organs were shattered by Duan Lingtian. It struggled on the ground for a few moments before completely losing all signs of life, dead. I didn't expect the prey to deliver itself to me. Meng Quan walked over with a smile and carried the wolf's corpse on his shoulder. Let's go back. Duan Lingtian observed the surroundings for a while and said. The 3 of them left the Sunset Mountain Range. On the way, they met some youths who also carried their prey back and gathered at the entrance of the Sunset Mountain Range. Many people were already cleaning up the corpses of their prey. Someone hit a tiger, someone hit a goshawk, someone hit a wild leopard. Duan Lingtian and the other 2 found an open space and placed the wolf's corpse on the ground. Meng Quan casually pulled out a dagger from his boots and stabbed it into the wolf's corpse, cleaning it up. After a short while, Meng Quan shaved off all of the wolf's fur and threw its innards to the side. Meng Quan, you're quite skilled. Duan Lingtian was a little surprised. Hee, I used to sleep in the dense fog forest often. Sometimes, I would stay for a month, so I had to get something to eat. However, now that the meat is ready, where are we going to find fire? Meng Quan chuckled. He seemed to be in a difficult position as he spoke. Suddenly, Xiao Yu frowned and looked into the distance. Look. Duan Lingtian and Meng Quan looked over. They saw groups of 3 to 5 youths in the genius camp. Other than the people of their 3rd squad, almost all of them had lit up a bonfire. Yu Xiang, can you lend us the fire starter? Someone from the 3rd squad went over to borrow the fire starter. Is it Yu Xiang who obtained the fire starter? Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's expressions were somewhat ugly. If I'm not mistaken, you're on the same team as Duan Lingtian. Both of you are from Squad 3, right? Yu Xiang asked the youth who wanted to borrow the fire. Yes. The youth nodded. Lending the fire to the other members of the 3rd squad is a small matter, but I'll say the ugly words first. If I find out who dares to lend the fire to Duan Lingtian, you can forget about using fire in the future. Yu Xiang's eyes narrowed into a line, a cold light faintly discernible. It's not easy for everyone, we've been hungry for an entire day. Yu Xiang, what do you think? The youth was somewhat hesitant. Just based on what you said. I won't lend the fire to the people of your 3rd squad. Yu Xiang coldly snorted, then looked at his own squad and the youths of the other 3 squads. The fire you're using right now is the fire you borrowed from me. I'll say this first, if any of you dares to lend the fire to anyone in the third squad, don't even think about borrowing fire from me in the future. At this moment, Yu Xiang had a smug expression of, I have fire, I'm the biggest. Yu Xiang, don't worry, we're not ungrateful people. That's right, we promise not to lend the fire to the third squad. Instantly, other than the third squad, the other squads all expressed their stance. You, the youth who borrowed the fire was so angry that his face was completely red. What about me? Scram! Yu Xiang glared at the youth. The youth was so frightened that he retreated 2 steps, returning to the side of the third squad. At this moment, the group of people in the third squad were glaring at the youth like tigers eyeing their prey. Lo Cheng, you still have the face to come back. Originally you'd already borrowed the fire, but because you meddled in other people's business and went to care about that Duan Lingtian, now great, our third squad doesn't have any fire to use. Duan Lingtian is right there, I'm curious if he'll be grateful to you for what you've done. Lo Cheng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would be isolated because of this, and for a moment his eyes turned red, glistening with tears. What, you still want to cry horse piss? Take your prey and scram. A youth threw a dissected wild boar to Lo Cheng. You, how can you all be so selfish? Lo Cheng hugged the wild boar, his breathing becoming somewhat hurried. Very quickly, Lo Cheng realized that the group of youths from the third squad who had wanted to reason with him suddenly shut their mouths, as if they had seen something terrifying. Pa! At this time, he discovered a strong hand on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw the youth in purple standing behind him, smiling at him. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled and asked, You're Lo Cheng. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of this youth who was willing to fight for a fire source for a stranger like him. Yes. Lo Cheng was somewhat nervous and somewhat restrained. Don't be nervous, since they don't welcome you, you can come with us in the future, Duan Lingtian called out to Lo Cheng, and returned to Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's side. Xiao Yu. Meng Quan. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan nodded and smiled at Lo Cheng. Hello, I'm Lo Cheng. Lo Cheng's face was somewhat rosy, and he looked very much like a young girl. Not far away. Humph. This Lo Cheng's luck is really good, he actually got the support of Duan Lingtian. So what if he got the support of Duan Lingtian? Doesn't he still have to eat raw meat? Damn it. This time, we've really been screwed over by Lo Cheng. The expressions of the youths of Squad 3 were extremely unsightly. On the other side. How do you think Duan Lingtian's dinner will be settled? Chiliarch Yangda watched this scene from afar and asked the 5 centurions sitting in a circle as he roasted the bonfire. I heard that he wasn't afraid in front of the vice commander, so he should go and snatch Yu Xiang's fire starter, right? Humph. If he forcefully snatches it, he might not be a match for Yu Xiang. Right. Moreover, do you think the others won't help Yu Xiang? Including Su Li and Tian Hu, they all received Yu Xiang's kindness this time. Otherwise, where would they get the fire from? The 5 centurions discussed animatedly, and no one looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 sat together in a circle. Duan Lingtian, now that the fire starter is in Yu Xiang's hands, and the others have already expressed that they won't lend the fire to us. What are we going to do about our dinner tonight? After running all day, I'm already hungry. Meng Quan rubbed his dry and flat stomach and had a bitter smile on his face. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian as well. How about? I go again, and beg Yu Xiang? Lo Cheng said with a red face. In the next moment, he noticed that Duan Lingtian's group of 3 were looking at him with burning gazes. I won't go. Lo Cheng lowered his head. Whoosh. Duan Lingtian suddenly stood up. Under the puzzled gazes of Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng, Duan Lingtian walked towards the other youths of Squad 3. The group of youths looked as if they were about to face a great enemy. Don't be nervous. Duan Lingtian smiled, and his eyes focused as he looked at the pile of firewood surrounded by the group of people. You don't need this firewood anymore, right? The youths looked at each other, and no one made a sound. Since you don't want it, then I'll take it. Duan Lingtian unceremoniously picked up the pile of firewood and returned to the side of Xiao Yu's group of 3. We don't have a fire starter, why do you need this firewood? Meng Quan had a puzzled expression. Who said that you can't start a fire without a fire starter? Duan Lingtian deliberately raised his voice. For a moment, everyone, including Captain Yang De and the few centurions, looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. Deliberately mystifying. I want to see how you'll start a fire without a fire starter. Yu Xiang snorted coldly and raised his voice as he mocked. You're so sure. Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Xiang and suddenly laughed. Of course. Yu Xiang gave tit for tat. Then how about we make a bet? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he still had a smile on his face. What do you want to bet? Yu Xiang's brows raised. There's no point in betting on anything else. Let's bet that whoever loses will take off all their clothes and walk around the entrance of the Dawnshroud mountain range 10 times, how about it? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. What? Yu Xiang was stunned. The others were also stunned. This bet was too ruthless. Duan Lingtian, Meng Quan looked at Duan Lingtian and was stunned. What, you don't dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Xiang, and the corners of his mouth held a wisp of a cold smile as he grunted. If you don't have the guts, then keep a low profile in the future and don't bark like a dog. So noisy. Yu Xiang's face flushed red, and he said angrily, why wouldn't I dare? All right, I promise you. Very good, I hope you won't go back on your word when the time comes. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. I'm worried that you'll go back on your word. Captain. Yu Xiang spoke as he stood up and looked into the distance. Is something the matter? Yang De walked over with the 5 centurions. They'd heard the bet between Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang as well. Captain, this Duan Lingtian wants to make a bet with me. I hope you can be a witness, so that he won't go back on his word after he loses. Yu Xiang looked at Yang De and said word by word. Yu Xiang is too ruthless to actually let Captain be the witness of this bet. With Captain here, even if this Duan Lingtian loses, he won't dare to go back on his word. Duan Lingtian has really shot himself in the foot this time. I'm looking forward to the appearance of Duan Lingtian running around naked, ha 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 ha, I'm looking forward to it too. However, this Duan Lingtian seems to be only 16 years old. I reckon that his hair isn't even fully grown, so there's nothing to see. The group of youths discussed animatedly. You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.